Rejects the moral common sense of widely held view that healthcare is a right. Second, it ignores the fact that most healthcare decisions are not, or at least should not be, discretionary. When people have a medical emergency, they need care, whatever the price. It is an inelastic demand good. This is precisely the reason why there has to be heavy government intervention or directly an eradication of the profit incentive. Because, once again, if you don't have healthcare, you die. And therefore, there's no amount of money you won't pay for that process. And of course, the healthcare industry knows this, and that's why in a place like the United States of America, there's already a late-stage capitalist dystopia, they have farmed out this process and paywalled it to the best of their ability. Amazing. But hey, guess what? If you're poor and are going to die because you can't pay for your healthcare, then at least you can buy a PlayStation 5 before you go out by selling a bunch of your organs. What do you think this is for? Who do you think this will benefit? Not you. Definitely not you. I've had 2 instances in California. I've been looking for mental health care. Both places have been trying to get me to sign a consent form. This is ridiculous. They want to use AI for mental health therapy. The whole thing felt coercive and scummy. Ay, ay, ay. In the absence of regulatory controls, third, it ignores the fact that the government is the largest payer of medical care by far, or worse, may imply that the government should stop paying for medical care through Medicare, the Veterans Administration, and Medicaid, among other programs. Of course, there's conflicts of interest. Many of O'Neill's investments, boards, positions, and career choices have resulted in ties to healthcare-related companies that could pose conflicts of interest if he joins the HHS. Well, he's not even joining the HHS. He's already putting his fingers directly in the asshole of the CDC, so that's fantastic. Oh, no. Guys. It's fine. It's okay. We're saved. Susan Collins is extremely alarmed. At this point, she must be joking, right? Like when she says this, she knows it's a meme, right? There's 0% chance that she hasn't seen the jokes at the, like, this is the meta. When all else fails, just know that Susan Collins is going to say that she is extremely alarmed or severely concerned or troubled by whatever the Trump administration is doing. Now, will she vote against it? No. What are you, stupid? She already said the thing. Say the line, Bart. I'm extremely alarmed at the Trump administration. Insert new thing that they did. You can always expect Susan Collins to reveal how concerned she is about insert new fresh hell the Trump administration has brought about us. He joined the board of directors of Advantage Therapeutics in 2023, a pharmaceutical company developing treatments for neurodegenerative conditions. His former firm, Mithril Capital, invests in various healthcare ventures. Other alarming and extremist projects. O'Neill has served on the board of an organization that seeks to set up floating cities. I shouldn't be laughing because, like, these guys literally don't need a floating city anymore. They just have America. Seasteading Institute is a Thiel-backed organization founded by Milton Friedman's grandson, Patry Friedman. Friedman has said the Institute's goal, I envision tens of millions of people in an Apple or Google country where the people would not vote, but rather companies would govern in what Friedman called a successful dictatorship. O'Neill once introduced Patry Friedman at the Thiel Foundation event, saying, if I want to predict what I will be thinking a year from now, I just ask Patry what he's thinking today. O'Neill appears to share the Thiel's obsession with anti-aging and potentially even achieving immortality. Thiel himself has advocated for injecting blood from younger persons as a part of the anti-aging process. This is real. Blood boys. J.D. Vance may or may not have been one of his blood boys. O'Neill's public comments have not gone so far, but he has strongly advocated for medicines and technologies that purport to reverse aging and spend time as the CEO of anti-aging nonprofit SENS Research Foundation. Senators should decline to confirm Jim O'Neill as Deputy Secretary of HHS. Of course, Susan Collins is concerned, but it's cool. That's all you need to know. During the COVID pandemic, O'Neill voiced public support for unproven treatments that were not supported by scientific evidence, including ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, as well as vitamin D as a supposed prophylaxis. Here are some of the former CDC leaders that resigned after the head of the CDC was fired.
Well, first, I want to say one thing in response to something Dan said. So I think that an important thing to ask the secretary is, has he been ever briefed by a CDC expert on anything, specifically measles, COVID-19, flu? I think that people should ask him that in that hearing.
What would the answer to that be?
So the answer is no. So no one from my center has ever briefed him on any of those topics.
Really?
So I don't know where he's getting his, really.
Bro, while all this is happening, if Trump dies this weekend and then mother J.D. Vance becomes president and the Peter Thiel dictatorship is imminent, I will lose my goddamn mind. Here's Laura Rosen. Trump has no public events scheduled all weekend. Don't believe he was seen today either. J.D. Vance says he's ready to take over as president if, God forbid, there's a terrible tragedy with Trump. I jokingly talked about this yesterday, or I tweeted about this yesterday as a joke. I said, well, he did kill the Pope after all. And, you know, Turns out, who knows? Because, like, on the one hand, you're like, oh, sweet. It'll be so sweet. It'll be so glorious. On the other hand, the alternative is JD Vance, which means that the freak Peter Thiel has succeeded in the hostile takeover of the entire American government. JD Vance is a wet blanket, zero charisma. It don't matter, brother. That only matters during the election cycle. That don't matter if there is if there's a takeover, like a constitutionally approved second in command takeover of the administration. Yeah, he's a wet blanket. He most likely can't drum up support from the same Trump forces when he's running for president, but maybe he doesn't have to run for president. That's the worst outcome. JD Vance is one of the only people in the admin that knows how stupid Trump is, okay? Like, he's smart enough to recognize how dumb Trump is, but he's just such a massive brown noser. He wants power more than anything else. And he is Peter Thiel's blood boy. Oh, I'm not sharing this to scare people, though it's terrifying. I'm sharing it because we all need to be on guard. We won't be getting reliable data from the CDC anymore. Worse, the guidance could be harmful. RFK Jr. has no medical training, no scientific background. What he does have is a track record of pushing conspiracy theories rooted in eugenics. Dr. Demente Daskalakis, who ran the CDC's immunization and respiratory division, is out.
I'm seeing CDC being transformed into a weapon where people are not allowed to share scientific data, and that scientific data is potentially going to be contaminated more and more with ideology. Secretary Kennedy put out a directive that changed the childhood immunization schedule and also the adult immunization schedule for COVID-19, making it more restrictive for children. That means limiting access, by the way.
Yeah.
So making it more restrictive for children and also for pregnant women. And I'm never going to forget how I learned about it, which was on Twitter. So I was sitting in a senior leader meeting. I am, one of the COVID experts, one of the vaccine experts, and at a senior leader meeting at CDC, my phone blew up, and it was people saying, "We didn't know that you changed the vaccine schedule."
So many people will unironically look at this and be like, good, you're a baby killer anyway. You made my son gay. Oh, we're so cooked. We're so cooked. Bro. This is so unimaginably cooked. Holy shit. Oh my God. Okay, that's cool. That's, what are you going to do? What are you going to do about it? Nah, nothing.
And then they said, there's this video online that you can see. And that's how we learned about it. And then we had to ask for, can we get some paper? Can we get something in writing so we can figure out how to implement this directive, since all we had was the video? We eventually got the paper. And, my job as a scientist is to say, can we also see the data? Mm-hmm. That led to that decision, and that data was never provided to CDC. Measles, obviously, is something that he has said a lot about. I have no idea where he's getting that information, but it's not from CDC experts.
You say eugenics plays prominently in the rhetoric being generated. I think anybody who's been paying attention would agree with you. But from your perspective, tell us more about what you mean by that.
Yeah, I think that the whole rhetoric behind the movement that Secretary Kennedy thinks that he's launched is really that only the strong survive. So whether it's cutting social programs that are important to children, whether it's cutting access to food, so making America healthy means good food. So cutting things like food benefits for children seems like it's not a really good idea to be able to achieve that end. He has this belief that sometimes infection is better than vaccine because, it creates, I think, the people who survive are the people who should continue to propagate the species. I'm never going to forget, there was an interview that he did at a restaurant talking about the importance of using beef tallow in French fries. And in that interview, he was talking about his desire to have avian flu burn through chickens. And the chickens that survive, they're the ones that should be bred.
I can't begin to explain to you how dangerous this stuff is because it's invisible. This is the last remaining aspect of the government that is always supposed to work, because you're supposed to take for granted the government working behind the scenes to ensure that your food is not poisoning you. What I talk about all the time is like, you don't know that these things are constantly on, okay? These regulatory agencies are constantly at work. And yes, there are significant failures even in that process. But the only time when you do actually remember that they are supposed to exist is when they're not working, when they fail. But their failure oftentimes is invisible. Their failure is invisible until it's not, until it's impossible to avoid that reality. What I mean by this is like, you don't know when you go to the store and the food that you are eating has not been properly examined or is contaminated. You don't know that until a fuck ton of people do eat that food, and then people start falling, okay? People start dying. People start getting super sick. And if the proper warning mechanisms are also diminished because they're run by these deregulatory Peter Thiel-backed psychopaths, then no one knows about it. And then more people keep consuming the same shit. CDC comes back on the foodborne illnesses surveillance program. CDC's FoodNet program has requires surveillance from 8 foodborne pathogens to 2. A move some experts warn could leave the country more vulnerable to outbreaks. What do you say to this? What can you say to this? It's just nothing. It's cooked. It's all cooked. It's smoked. It's done. It's over.
Concerns are spreading beyond the US as well, given the CDC's global role in vaccination guidance. Today, the government here is announcing that a chickenpox vaccine will be added to the measles, mumps and rubella jab from January next year. But already, only 83.7% of 5-year-olds have been given both doses of the MMR, well short of the 95% global standard.
Never forget that the major reason why there's so much like anti-vaccine conspiracies against the MMR vaccine was because Andrew Wakefield literally wanted to sell his own vaccine. So he just lied about the MMR giving children autism. Like that motherfucker had his own vaccine. He had a competing product and he wanted to sell the competing product. And that's the reason why he just made up a bunch of falsified data riddled fake evidence to suggest that MMR would actually give people autism. And that's where that comes from. A guy who just wanted to sell his own vaccine, who was just mad that the MMR was effective. So if you hear someone say like, oh, vaccines do autism though, right? Like, which is something that RFK is saying, something that Trump has said in the past as well and continues to say, that's where that comes from.
It's gone full circle because it came from one of our doctors who was struck off, who's now very prominent in America.
Yeah, Andrew Wakefield. She's literally, British doctor Andrew Wakefield, who had his medical license taken away from him because of the thing that I just described to you. Of course, he came to the United States of America and has a wonderful career as an anti-vaxxer, an anti-vaccine skeptic, a vaccine skeptic, and you know, lives in like a mega mansion and shit.
Yeah.
This is the big revelation, I would say, which is that the victims came out and were not happy with the lack of disclosure. So now an Epstein survivor is hinting at a potential list of names being compiled by the accusers themselves. Interesting stuff.
In the year 2000, I was taken to Jeffrey Epstein's island while on a photo shoot on a nearby island. Who I saw and what I experienced there was a glimpse into a very dark and disturbing world. For years after, I tried to avoid Jeffrey, but he had introduced me to Katie Ford, the owner of the Ford modeling agency. Epstein's reach went to the very top of fashion, arts, and entertainment. This did not just happen to underage girls in Florida. In New York City, hundreds of young, ambitious women were abused by him. Epstein was not just a serial predator, he was an international human trafficker. And many around him knew, many participated, and many profited. And yet, he was protected. So I stand here today for every woman who has been silenced, exploited, and dismissed. We are not asking for pity. We are here demanding accountability, and I'm demanding justice. Congress must choose. Will you continue to protect predators, or will you finally protect survivors?
I can't help but sometimes feel as though like this is just going to move the needle in the opposite direction, where it will simply make people not even care about pedophilia. It's the only established norm that we have, which is child predation is unconscionable and it's the ultimate bad. It kind of feels in the same vein as like genocide, right? Genocide is a bridge too far. It's supposed to be a bridge too far for everyone. It is an established norm that you are anti-genocide. Everyone is supposed to be against that. And I feel like the less accountability Israel sees, the more violent it gets, and the more people feel discouraged and realize that their voices don't matter, or at least like come to that conclusion, the more people just start kicking in their defense mechanism and going, well, maybe it's not so bad that genocide is happening. And I fear that this is what's going on with like pedophilia, like sequence, serialized, systematized pedophilia. It's the thing that everyone is supposed to be against, okay? Like, sure, people don't have that kind of opinion under patriarchal constructs about like, sexual assault against women. That's certainly the case. Like, there's a rape culture, all this stuff, right? But like, pedophilia is supposed to be the thing that everyone is against. No matter how big of a villain someone might be in your life, if you ask them like what they think about pedophilia, you're like, they'll be like, yeah, those guys. As a matter of fact, it's so bad that pedophiles themselves will often wear those like, oh, time to hang your local pedophile t-shirts, you know? But the more this kind of stuff is discussed and the less there's any sort of action that people are, your party supports it, my party. First of all, the Democrats are not my party. And secondly, it's wild to say that right now. Like right now is the worst possible time to say that. This is what I mean when I say these guys just hallucinate, dude. They hallucinate alternative reality. Donald Trump every day goes on television and says, the Jeffrey Epstein stuff is a hoax. It's just a hoax.
This is a Democrat hoax that never ends. You know, it reminds me a little of the Kennedy situation. We gave him everything over and over again, more and more and more, and nobody's ever satisfied.
Sure, we were best friends. It's fine. I didn't write a letter to him for his 50th birthday, even though I did, and it's fine. And the Democrats are the ones who are literally like, for political purposes, for partisan purposes, if you want to say it, that they don't have a genuine interest in like revealing this information, and they're doing it simply because it hurts Donald Trump. Regardless of their reasoning, regardless of their ambitions, or whatever the motivating factor is here, it's clear that the Democrats, unlike the Republicans broadly, are unironically trying to. Your party is okay with men competing in women's sports? Remember what I said about how brain dead some of these guys are? That's it. That's the 30% right there. If you are a person who has voted for Donald Trump at any given point and now experience buyer's remorse, understand that if you lean into the Trump side, that's what you sound like. A guy who looks at Donald Trump saying, Jeffrey Epstein was my friend, it's fine, it's not a big deal, it's a hoax, okay, every day, is so easily tricked that he can turn around and claim, well, the Democrats support men participating in women's sports. Like, even if you have a disagreement with that, which I don't give a shit about, right? How the is that in any way, shape, or form relevant to the active child molestation that took place with Jeffrey Epstein when the Republicans are refusing to release the files? You just said you are the dumbest person. You are so fucking stupid. You're literally like, I'm stupid. You're wearing a dunce cap, dude. You're like, I'm the easily tricked adult. If you're wondering, when Donald Trump says everybody transgender, who that appeals to, it's this idiot, okay? When Donald Trump says everybody transgender, this guy goes, hell yeah, brother. That's right. It's certainly no longer weird to me that he ran on releasing the Epstein files and refuses to release them. That's not strange. And basically every media hit he has done so far makes me feel like he's heavily involved in Epstein. But I look away.
Question would be for the survivors, Mr. Edwards. The president has said that this Epstein issue is a hoax, is the words that he used. Can we get your reactions to what you think when you hear him say that?
I'll answer that. Mr. President Donald J. Trump, I am a registered Republican, not that that matters because this is not political. However, I cordially invite you to the Capitol to meet me in person so you can understand this is not a hoax. We are real human beings. This is real trauma.
What does it feel like emotionally to hear that?
Devastating.
It's being gutted from the inside out. Not that I would know what that feels like, but I imagine it's the anxiety buildup with the depression and the survival mode, and then your nervous system goes limp and ironically is shot. And it feels like you just want to explode inside because nobody, again, is understanding that this is a real situation. These women are real. We're here in person. To say that it's a hoax is just not, please humanize us. I would like Donald J. Trump and every person in America and around the world to humanize us, to see us for who we are and to hear us for what we have to say. There is no hoax. The abuse was real. Now, what goes on behind closed doors, I can't speak for that. What happens around the world politically, I cannot speak for that. But I am here with all of these women.
Wait, they did a jet flyover? They actually did a flyover over this? If you're wondering why there's a jet flying over Capitol Hill during the Survivor presser, yes, that was a flyover, and yes, that is unusual. Wait, what? I don't know. Maybe it's for the Polish president or something. I don't know.
Our attorneys.
Maybe it's not for these people.
And I would be more than happy to meet with him, and I will meet him halfway.
Survivor who just spoke. The last survivor who just spoke, she said that Epstein would brag about her relationship with Donald Trump. Could she please elaborate about that?
And anybody
Shante.
get to the microphones.
Get close.
Yeah, I did say that. My first trip to the Palm Beach residence, I drove there from the airport with Ghislaine Maxwell, and Jeffrey and Ghislaine were always very boastful about their friends, their famous or powerful friends, and his biggest brag forever was that he was very good friends with Donald Trump. He had an 8x10 framed picture of him on his desk with the two of them. Like, they were very close.
Someone said Marjorie Taylor Greene may or may not have leaked a certain country, may or may not have been involved with Jeffrey Epstein. Representative Anna Paulina said all the Epstein files can be found here, and then the readers added context. Most of the documents released today were already made public months ago. These are not new documents. Crank T. Nelson replies, it's so funny that these people are fully committed to never releasing any new Epstein info, but are also completely addicted to acting like they really want to release it. They can literally go broke betting on the piggies eating the slop. I really think even they were surprised how easily they could trick their base with this one. Like, they acted as guilty as a human could possibly act, and the MAGA base didn't mind one bit. There is, I think, some tremors within the base, as I've said before, over the Epstein stuff. I will say, for a lot of people, it's not an issue. It's clear. For a lot of people, they're like, I don't even give a if Donald Trump was like on the plane, literally on camera, sexually assaulting a minor. I still love him. He's my GOAT. Why? Just like that one chatter was presenting, because he's doing, he's fighting everything's transgender.
Those that are enduring sexual abuse and are living in a prison of shame. Anyone that is being abused, it is not your fault. You should live with no guilt or fear or shame. All of the fault, Israel and other countries. The truth needs to come out.
No, is that real?
And the government holds the truth. The cases that are sealed hold the truth. Jeffrey Epstein's estate holds the truth.
Nah, no way. No way. White House says helping me secure a vote to release all Epstein files is a hostile act. They're threatening anyone who helps bring true transparency and justice for the survivors. This is a tacit admission. The Oversight Committee data release is woefully incomplete. It's crazy to just like straight up assume a pro-pedophilia position like the White House is doing right now. But even crazier that like the audience is eating it up. You could not communicate your level of involvement with Jeffrey Epstein harder if you tried. It is nutty, dude. Every time they're just like, dude, we did it. We diddled kids. That's what they're saying over and over again. The meme you shared earlier is so true, Lamau. Oh yeah, this. We're pro-pedophilia now. Deal with it, libtard. That's where we're at now with the Republican Party. This is what I was saying. Like, this is what I was warning against. This is what I'm like worried about. Trump has a cult, and he has like this profound ability to normalize certain things that previously would be considered utterly immoral, morally repugnant, completely unacceptable. And he's just using that normalization faucet in the direction of like normalizing what? Pedophilia? That's crazy. The way they're doing it is so wild, because it's like they're basically saying trans people existing is actually pedophilia, not the real pedophiles that are doing pedophilia to children. And these dumb eat it up. I guess the same goes for everything. It's like, it goes back to this. DOJ lawyer waging war against Harvard sure seems to like Adolf Hitler. Like, the guy who is supposed to be combating the anti-Semitism at Harvard University is a Hitler lover. It's the same shit. Here it is also. This is about the Smithsonian Museum because it's too woke. Here's Lindsay Halligan, special assistant to the president, on Fox News, talking about the Smithsonian Museum being too woke.
So, like just about every other country in the world, the United States has got a checkered past. I mean, what should we do in terms of our museum? Should we ignore that? Should that be massaged in a certain way to make it less significant? I mean, some of the worst episodes in our history were formative experiences that led us to where we are today, and those typically are reflected in museums.
Yep, I think the fact that we had our country was involved in slavery as
slavery, I don't know. I'm just here to collect a paycheck. Like, look.
Yep, I think the fact that we had our country was involved in slavery is awful. No one thinks otherwise. But what I saw when I was going through the museums personally was an overemphasis on slavery, and I think there should be more of an overemphasis.
We're so cooked.
On how far.
Like, this person is making decisions. She can't even put her clothes on in the morning without supervision. And you're over here talking about how, like, we need to change the way that we educate people. There's too much focus on slavery.
We've come since slavery. Our country is a country of progress, and it's the greatest country in the world. And we should be able to take our kids, our students through the Smithsonian and feel proud when we leave. There's a lot of history to our country, both positive and negative, but we need to keep moving forward. We can't just keep focusing on the negative. All it does is divide us, and we really need to unite the country and focus on all the positive as we approach America's 250th birthday.
All right. Well.
Oh, it's so bad, bro. Here's more. Here's more.
So what specifically, Lindsay, is going on at the Smithsonian that's got the president's back up here?
Well, I think it's common knowledge that our education system in general has been just indoctrinated.
Dude, I cannot believe that shit that initially started off as like right-wing gripes. Oh man, things that like Christopher Rufo was trying to argue about in the Manhattan Institute, which is a right-wing think tank, are now official government policy. Oh, America's history hurts my white feelings, so we should change it. Everything here is so ridiculous. Like, every aspect of this conversation is insane, dude. It's just a part of American history. What do you mean? The way that we are presenting it is already fairly whitewashed, okay? These institutions already have like a shield to preserve white people's feelings around these kinds of issues anyway. She literally said there's an overemphasis of slavery at the National Museum of African American History. Like, what the how did they get here, man? What do you mean? Like, that's profoundly important. That's it.
With political ideology and various ideological narratives. And the Smithsonian is really a version of education. It could be the foundation of our American education. And so I don't know if when you were young, you went to the Smithsonian museums as a kid on a class trip, but I did. And the Smithsonian is really supposed to be a trust instrument. And what's happened is it's become more of a platform upon which the curators and leadership at the Smithsonian can push ideological narratives. And we really want to help the Smithsonian be the gem, as you described that it is, and represent our nation properly and truthfully.
Oh God! Here's Michael's. This was like unimaginably racist a couple days ago. I didn't even cover it. People who speak like this should not be getting platformed on fucking CNN, man. What the hell? This is not spirited discourse at this point. And Abby Phillips is black. She's the host of the show. This conversation was so insane, dude.
Have you looked at some of the things that are being reviewed? Yeah, slavery was a bad thing that was to talk about. Okay. Like, he's not whitewashing slavery. So he's not? He's not. No, okay. He's not. And you cannot tie imperialism and racism and slavery to just one race, which is pretty much what every single exhibit does. But let's talk about the fact
What the wait, who was like what is she doing? The Jews did the transatlantic slave trade thing or something? Like, what is she trying to say? Hold up. What do you mean? If we're talking about the transatlantic slave trade specifically as a formative part of American history, yeah, it was the white people. Like, what? Like, overwhelmingly, by and large, it's an American museum talking about African-American history. They're gonna talk about Americans who did slavery.
And slavery to just one race, which is pretty much what every single exhibit does. But let's talk about the fact that when you look
let's
talk about the fact
that slavery in America was.
Do you realize that only less than 2% of white Americans owned slaves?
But it was a system of white supremacy.
I can't believe we got Richie Torres coming in hot here. That's like such an objectively insane statement to make. What do you mean less than 2% of white people? Okay. No, she says black people also had slaves. Oh my God. Insane.
Owned slaves.
But it was a system of white supremacy.
You realize that slavery is thousands of years old?
White people were
Do you know
the slave
who
owners.
was the first race to try to end slavery?
Wait a second.
Slavery is 1,000 years old. Okay. And America's the first country to end slavery. Not correct. So much so that the tiny sliver of people that own slaves literally fought to preserve that that system. So that's the reason why there was a war fought to end that system. Other countries were like, yeah, we should move away from this. America was like, nope. So much so that there's an entire now woke national holiday called Juneteenth where slavers literally escaped to Texas and we're just like, let's just keep it going. Maybe they won't notice. There is a separate holiday, separate now national holiday for the additional liberation of slaves that took place after the abolition of slavery in this goddamn country.
Thousands of years old.
White people were
Do you know
the slave
who
owners.
was the first race to try to end slavery?
The first race to try to end slavery. Yeah, I know her is not talking about the good Reverend John Brown, okay? I know she's not talking about that shit. This is such a Trumpian thing, too, to be like, white people preserved it, maintained it, and they enslaved black people. It is different from other forms of slavery because of how unimaginably cruel the practices were and how it was defined by a genetic ancestry, the notion that black people were inferior and not human and simply cattle. The practices were so ruthless and the people actively defended it and fought and died to continue the maintenance of this system. And in 2025, you still have people going, well, white people ended slavery. That is crazy, man. Yeah, we started it, but we also tried to end it is a hilarious thing to say. That's why I said it's a Trump route. Yeah, I broke it, but I could continue breaking it. But here I am, no longer breaking it. Shouldn't you actually appreciate me for that? Israel could do a much worse version of the genocide that it's currently doing if it wanted to. Shouldn't you praise Israel for not doing the an even worse version of the genocide that it's doing? It's always the same shit.
Okay, well, what's controversial?
I'm very surprised.
This is an extraordinary exercise in historical revisionism.
I'm really surprised.
Do you realize that,
Jillian? I'm surprised that you're trying to litigate who was the beneficiary of slavery and who was not.
Yeah, it's like, hey, excuse me, how about you offer some praise to the good man Adolf Hitler? After all, he was responsible for killing Adolf Hitler. That's the type of fucking argument she's making here. It's crazy. What do you mean? The fuck is this? What are we doing? This is on CNN, bro. This is not Fox News. I feel like a decade ago, this would be the outlier on a Fox News panel. And even would have other Fox News hosts be like, okay, maybe that's a bridge too far. You're saying the quiet part out loud. We're not supposed to say that.
What I'm trying to tell you is
that in the context of American history, what are you saying is incorrect by saying that it was white people oppressing black people?
Every single thing is like, oh, no, this is all because white people bad. And that's just not the truth. Like, for example, every single exhibit, I have a list of every single one. Like, people migrated from Cuba because white people bad. Not because of... Yes, no, it's in there. That's what I'm saying. You don't actually know what's in there. Do you know that when you walk in the front door, the first thing you see is the gay flag?
And then she moves on to the first thing you see is the gay flag. Isn't this the fitness lady? I don't know what the fuck her deal is. She just seems like a ginormous racist. Jillian Michaels would do better for the world if she just continued giving people 2000 style body dysmorphia and forcing them to do caffeine pills. She got famous for being a trainer on the reality TV show The Biggest Loser. Ugh. She's been on a right-wing grift for a while, but they just released a Netflix doc about how awful she is, and now she's leaning into the grift extra hard. She's literally gay? Wait, what? She's You're like, I hate the pride flag. She has a black daughter? Stop! Jillian Michaels talking crazy on CNN while being the mother to a black daughter is rich but not surprising. There's a lot more that could be said, but God help the child.
What happened to your face, man? Look at my kid's face. He's got a scar like Bruce Lee in Enter the Dragon. What the hell is going on at this school?
A kid hit him. Another kid hit him.
As though I don't have enough going on.
Dude, why do racists do this all the... It's so weird, bro. This is as common as, like, white ladies claiming indigenous ancestry. White people love being racist fucking monsters while simultaneously adopting black children. I don't know what it is. I just don't understand, like, where it comes from in their brain. It's the same shit. It's like, dude, Michael Penis has an adopted black son. Did you guys, when I found out, it blew my fucking mind. It was she who told me about it. Mike Johnson has an adopted black son. Laura Ingraham has adopted children from, like, El Salvador. Laura Ingraham fucking Sig Heiling every night at Fox News doing the Ingraham angle, okay? The angles, when you look at it, the swastika. She has adopted children from, like, Guatemala and El Salvador. It's a very strange thing. I don't understand it. They're like, I'm so racist, I want to fuck up the life and existence of, like, a literal black person or a person from, like, any number of different countries that I'm, like, actively advocating to destroy. There's nothing inherently wrong with transracial adoption, but there's this whole thing, especially among evangelicals, where they're basically doing white man's burden, where they have to take in the poor black and brown children and make them enlightened. Yeah, I think that's what it is, right? Because, like, to me, when I see stuff like that, it doesn't automatically mean, unless someone is, like, straight up a racist person, I'm not going to immediately assume there's, like, some weird shit going on. Like, it's all right, you know? Like, I'm not an advocate for like no transracial adoptions or something, whatever. But I have seen a weird amount of people that have truly fucked up takes about black and brown people who have then turned around and adopted black and brown children, and it is strange. The number she used of 2% is a misrepresentation of the population of slave owners because they're only counting landowning white men rather than the whole household that would take advantage of those slaves, not to mention that one white man could own hundreds of slaves. The fact that no one on that panel pushed back efficiently is fucking disgusting. Yeah, there's that too. What is it? I think it comes down to like 25% of the population, right? Also, it doesn't even fucking matter because they fought to preserve it. The South in its entirety fought to preserve it. What are we talking about? Oh, 2% if you include the North, 20 to 25% if you focus on the South. And, you know, damn near 100% of white people still benefited from it in the racial hierarchy that existed in the South, and an overwhelming majority of them fought to preserve this system. And a decent chunk of them still fought to prop up the same racial pecking order in the South in the Reconstruction period that they successfully undermined and destroyed. Like, why the fuck are there so many racialized disparities in this country to this day? Even the abolition of slavery still has an allowance for slavery through the prison system. It's in our laws. Slavery as a mechanism of punishment is still very much constitutionally A-okay. I don't see the fucking point, though. Why is this even a topic of discussion? Slavery happened. The black were oppressed and the whites were the oppressors. What is this obsession on the slave owner's skin color? On God, I don't understand. Americans. The focus on it comes from the fact that people want to literally whitewash incredibly damaging aspects of American history because it all goes back to the assumption that black people are in their positions in American society, in contemporary American society, because of their genetic inferiority, rather than because of, again, an accurate history, an understanding of the historical events that unfolded and the continued racial dominance that exists in this nation. If you don't learn the lessons of the past, you are doomed to repeat them. And these guys are actively trying to undermine an accurate reflection of
President
history.
Trump says he has instructed his lawyers to scour through America's museums.
It's so funny because nobody ever says, hey, Trump, why are you too focused on how sad the history of slavery makes you feel? People only fucking turn around and go, why are you calling this racist? Classic. It's not the other person that's being racist that's a problem for you. It's the fact that someone is calling that out accurately for what it is. That's the issue. Okay, so you don't give a shit about racism at all, it seems. You're so woke. Oh my God, shut the fuck up, dude. Jesus Christ. I want people to learn. I want people to know the actual history. That doesn't mean I'm woke or whatever the fuck you think woke is. I hate this shit, okay? Yeah, I'm woke, dude. I love woke, okay? I'm woke as fuck. It's so stupid. People genuinely do not realize that they are advocating for their own demise when they do shit like this. They don't realize that they're like advocating to learn the wrong thing. And then one day, when the dust is settled, they'll turn around and be like, how do we get here? How do we fucking get here? I don't know, man. For the last 30 years, you've been actively undermining education in this fucking country by claiming it's woke. Maybe that's part of it. Maybe that's part of how we got here. Wow, knowing history. Pff, how boring. How woke. That's literally how these guys started this fucking conversation, by the way. By just saying, this is woke, this is CRT, this is making white people feel bad. And now they're implementing censorship. Call it for what it is. This is cancel culture, actual cancel culture. This is actual censorship. This is an actual First Amendment violation. Republicans have always been the champions of cancel culture, champions of anti-free speech, while simultaneously constantly fucking chirping about how much the left actually wants to cancel and the left wants to censor people. Cancel culture and First Amendment violations, happen at the point of the government intervention. That's what the Republicans have been doing. Every time they demand book banning, every time they demand censorship over educational materials, that's what they're doing. That's what actual First Amendment violations is. But ask the average American in this country right now, they literally all will tell you collectively, nah, it's the left. It's the left. They're the biggest pussies around. They're the ones who want to cancel shit. Because that marketing has been so clever. It's been so insidious. There has never been a moment throughout this country's history where it wasn't actually reactionary forces that have actively undermined the First Amendment, whether it be the McCarthyist, Red Scare trials that took place, all the way to demanding that certain books get banned. Even at the peak of the left is joy killers and woke scolds and love doing cancel culture in like the 2014 to like 2018, 2019, 2020 era, it was still Republicans that were responsible for the largest number of books being banned in schools. Even at that moment, when it was the peak of leftist cancel culture, it was still the Republicans that were very much engaging in active censorship. It's crazy. It's crazy that people just like don't reflect on these events with accuracy.
Rid them of exhibits he considers woke, specifically citing exhibits on slavery. President Trump targeted the Smithsonian museums, saying they are, quote, out of control, where everything discussed is how horrible our country is, how bad slavery was, and how unaccomplished the downtrodden have been. Back in March, the president signed an executive order directing the Smithsonian.
And by the way, the reason why I always talk about like how insidious and how pervasive white supremacist thought is that it is such a formative part of social conditioning living in the United States of America that even like sometimes black people will also entertain this shit. Not this to this degree, but like when you get educated in a white dominant society, you end up reflecting that kind of ideology without even realizing that you're doing it. No, I'm not even talking about Kanye West. Like those are the most extreme examples. I'm talking about people that also do like the left is being so woke shit, not realizing that like all of that is unironically just a reinforcement of white dominance.
Smithsonian Institution, which runs more than 20 museums in Washington and elsewhere, to, quote, celebrate American exceptionalism and remove divisive or partisan narratives. Last month, the Smithsonian removed references to Trump in an exhibit on presidential impeachments in the Museum of American History. Mentions of Trump's impeachments were later restored, although with changes. Now he's complaining about exhibits on slavery. Although during his first term, he visited the Museum of African American History and Culture, which tells the story of slavery and celebrates African American.
It's called Double Consciousness. Du Bois, black sociologists discussed how black and brown people see themselves through the eyes of white society. Yeah, that's where the pick your pants up style black conservative attitude comes from.
American accomplishments, and he called it a, quote, truly great museum done with love. It's not clear whether President Trump actually has the authority to tell any museum, including the museums of the Smithsonian Institution, what to put on display. The American Alliance of Museums, which represents museums across the country, says that no president has the power to impose the kind of review that Trump says he is now ordering. The organization has warned that the president's actions represent a, quote, growing threat of censorship against museums in America. Mary?
Yeah, lots of questions about where this goes from here. John, thanks.
I'm Abby Phillip in New York. Last week on this show, a guest shocked the table by arguing in part that slavery in America can't just be blamed on one race.
Dude, I hate this argument also, like, always and forever. The argument is like, well, it hurts people's feelings to learn about the history. It's like, why? It only hurts your feelings if you want to defend it. That's it. Like, it's so stupid. What do you mean it hurts your feelings to learn about white people's participation in the maintenance of slavery? Like, you didn't do it. The only reason why it pisses you off is because you kind of want to defend it, and that's what it is. Also, fuck your feelings. What do you mean? It's just like an evil thing that took place. We have to learn about it. Like, what do you? Well, it's so dumb. It increases hate for the country. No. You know what increases hate for the country? When dumb fucks say learning about slavery accurately hurts my feelings. That's what increases hate for the country. What do you mean? Let's just make shit up then, because it'll make everybody feel better. Like, I don't understand it. I'm Turkish. The Armenian genocide happened. I think it's fucking insane to not acknowledge it. And the Turkish government certainly does not. It's like, I don't understand how people hold on to this gripe to deny historical atrocities. Like, why would it be something that you are still, like, the only way that it's still connected to you now is if you refuse to reckon with it. If you refuse to understand it. The only reason why you oppose an accurate reflection of history is because you kind of either like the events that unfolded, or you're still trying to, at the very least, like, continue to defend it, and you take advantage of the lack of knowledge.
And that museums put too much focus on the role of white people who participated in that terrible institution. And now tonight, that same argument is being pushed by the President of the United States. Donald Trump says that one of the reasons for his crackdown on Smithsonian museums is, quote, everything discussed is how bad slavery was. What we try to do on this program is create a platform for discussion and debate.
It's also so funny because, like, Republicans will always be like, oh, well, you know who defeated slavery? The Republicans. Abraham Lincoln was a Republican. Okay, but right now in 2025, you're the motherfucker defending Confederate statues. Your friends who are wearing the stars and bars are going out to vote for Republicans. What am I supposed to do with this information? Like, what do you mean? So why are you defending it then? Okay, defend the Republicans, historic Republican Party. It makes no sense. Like, that is an active denial of the reality that you can see. Who represents the interests of the Confederate South right now? Okay, a modernized version of the same racial pecking order. Republicans do. That's it. That's it. What do you mean? You're the one who's defending the Confederate statues. You're doing that because it's a reinforcement of the racial pecking order. The reason why those statues were fucking planted outside of courthouses was to remind black people how things used to be and how things still are.
Now, once they arrived on this very soil, they were forced to work by way of the whip, despite being starved, sleep-deprived, threatened, tortured, physically and psychologically. They were auctioned off, humiliated, fearful, and separated from their families and their children. Black women and girls were raped and sexually assaulted. Many were brutally murdered and mutilated. Now, this endured for decades, centuries. And even in the places where slavery was not legal, institutions from our banks to universities were built on enslaved labor.
Oh, Abby, this is hurting my feelings. Why are you talking about this? It's hurting my feelings. Oh, man. Oh, I hate hearing about this. It's like, dude, that's what you sound like. Like, if you're the type of dude who's like, nah, this hurts my feelings, I would rather not learn about this. This is fucking insane. What do you mean? It's like incredibly important part of American history. Of course people are gonna fucking talk about it. Why the fuck do you think the Civil War was fought? Like, what? It's so stupid. I can't believe it, dude. We're at that stage now. It's like talking about modern German history without mentioning the Holocaust. The fuck?
And for many of the white Americans who did not personally own slaves, They benefited from a caste system that concentrated wealth and political power in their hands. So, when we acknowledge the existence of Black people who operated George Washington's Mount Vernon or the Black hands that built the White House, we are acknowledging the existence, the perseverance, and the contributions of the souls that white supremacy sought to erase. Those people built families, they developed a culture, they were the keepers of the faith, cultivators of community. And they are the ones who deserve credit.
This also is important to understand, like, Black identity. The reason why you can point to a Black culture, but you can't really point to a white culture outside of what it's not, which is its proximity, its distance, rather, to Blackness, is for this reason. Because Black culture, African American culture, was designed, was created, born out of this chattel slavery system that engaged in the cultural erasure of Africans that were forcibly sent here as cattle. That's why there is a thing that you can point to as Black culture, because it's born out of the collective identity of people who were enslaved and had their culture, their language, their ethnicities removed. Pointing this out is not reverse racism. It's just the truth. In America, white people can point to being Polish, being Greek, being German. Some of these were not considered white initially as well, but have obviously gotten under the being Hispanic, under the umbrella of whiteness now. You can trace your lineage back to whichever ship your great-great-great-grandfather or grandmother took. Black people don't have that. That's why they're Black. Yes, Italian too, Irish. It's so crazy that any sort of discourse around this is met with so much animosity because it makes people feel bad. Like, what the fuck are we doing, man? It's ridiculous. And then you have to constantly find yourself in a defensive posture against people's feelings. Like, I can't, like, what am I supposed to do? That's your problem. It's a thing that happened. And it's important to analyze the thing that happened, especially when you are reflecting on contemporary Black existence. This is a very important thing that happened that still plays a formative role
for forcing America to rid itself of the stain of slavery. Now, all of this information, these stories are from the Smithsonian's African American History Museum. And I share this not as a lecture for you, but as a lesson. America, the superpower, is largely possible only because of the superpowers of people who went lifetimes without the same rights of generations who were boosted from their backs. True history should include everything. Yes, the evils and the horrors too. And museums are supposed to be places that protect those stories, the images, the lessons, the very things that inform so much of our current state of our republic, from racism to poverty. No matter how painful, or in the president's words, how horrible the lesson. Now, just listen to one formerly enslaved man describe what slavery is like in his own words.
You know what I'd rather do? If I thought that I'd ever be a slave again, I'd take a gun and just end it all right away. Because you're nothing but a dog. You're not a thing but a dog.
We are here in the studio with our panel, Leah Wright-Rigueur. I was actually surprised to see President Trump basically saying the quiet part out loud, that this review of the Smithsonian is not about even just something vague about reviewing history to make sure that it's fair. He wants to make it so that it talks less about slavery. What does that say to you?
Well, I think it's an effort. It's part of a larger effort to both sanewash and whitewash American history, and essentially erase all of the parts and disappear all of the parts that make Americans, that make President Trump uncomfortable, that feel distasteful, that are a reflection of.
I don't know how Abby Phillip will do it, but if I hear that motherfucker Scott Jennings say some fuck shit here, I might have to tune out. He just so, oh my God, he's gonna say some shit. I know he's gonna say some shit.
The actual real and horrific parts of our history. And I find it a little ironic. You know, earlier today, as I was listening to some of the commentary, my first thought was, wait a second, I wonder if the president has actually ever visited any of the Smithsonian museums. And then I remembered that in 2017, he actually took a tour of the National Museum of African American History and Culture.
Let me just play, actually, what he said during that tour. Listen to this.
I had the privilege of visiting the National Museum of African American History and Culture right here in Washington, D.C. It's a new, beautiful Smithsonian museum that serves as a shining example of African Americans' incredible contributions to our culture, our society, and our history. It also tells of the great struggle for freedom and equality that prevailed against this.
You don't understand, he was woke back then. He was also, because that was the meta.
Sins of slavery and the injustice of discrimination. The work and love of the people who helped create such a masterpiece is a testament to the legacy of so many leaders it honors.
So was it that he didn't believe what he read from the teleprompter as he recorded that video, or what?
You know, I'm really struggling to understand in a lot of ways, particularly...
Question aside, and this isn't coming from someone who supports monuments to slavers, but would you consider taking those statues down as an erasure of history? No. A monument is a testament. A monument, specifically ones that were dedicated to slavers, are created to remind people the racial pecking order. That's the reason why those statues weren't even actually fucking propped up in the immediate aftermath of the Civil War. They were propped up during periods of racial unrest, specifically during the civil rights struggle. You're not gonna fucking forget about Robert E. Lee if your school is not named Robert E. Lee. You're supposed to learn about him in the books in your school. It's ironic because even Robert E. Lee at his deathbed recognized that he took a fat fucking L and said that there should be no monuments to the Confederacy because they tried it and they failed. And in the interest of unifying the country, it would be best to just let bygones be bygones. You don't put up a monument of someone like that in order to remind people of the worst aspects of history. You put up a monument like that to celebrate that person.
And so for the president, I think, to just simply erase that and push that away tells us, particularly after praising it a few years ago, tells us that this is part of a much larger agenda. This is part of a much larger agenda to erase things that really, I think the country is just refuses to deal with and is really uncomfortable with.
He said as much by ending this post with, "This country cannot be woke because woke is broke." He says, "We have to have the hottest country in the world, and we want people to talk about it, including our museums." Why is he equating talking?
Okay, he's gotten dumber. Like, he really has visibly deteriorated. Even his statements now are stupider than they were before, and they were very fucking stupid even back then.
About slavery with woke.
Well, look, I think, let me just start this conversation by saying that my personal view is slavery was a reprehensible institution. I agree with your words that it was our original sin. We also fought a war to eradicate it and to get over it as a country. And that was a necessary thing that happened, and a lot of people died, and we did eradicate it, and that's a good thing. I think what he's asking is, in our museums, what defines us? Are we going to be defined by the worst moment or the worst institution or the worst mistake we ever made? Or are we going to be defined by what we've done moving forward to get over it and to become the greatest nation on the earth? My belief is that he wants...
First of all, we can't even fucking... What do you mean get over it? He's like, it's the original sin, but we got to get over it. It's crazy. I mean, he's trying to sane wash what Trump is trying to say, which is so stupid because he just basically ends up regurgitating the position of the museum to begin with, which is an accurate reflection of events and the tremendous struggle that black people faced and the resilience. That's like what he's describing is what the museum is currently doing. So what needs to be changed?
Wants to look at these museums, not because he wants to do away with the idea that slavery occurred, but that he wants to ask a very simple question. Are we going to present ourselves as being exceptional or not? And I think he believes there is an effort by some to continue to try to define us from our worst moment instead of to try to focus and define us based on our best moments, which started when we eradicate.
For the record, that lady that's sitting there is Joe Biden's State Department spokesperson. She works for a PR firm that is now doing PR. I think it's called 7 Letters. Is now doing PR for the Gaza Holocaust Foundation, GHF, the fake aid distribution mechanism that they created. Just so you understand how fucking disgusting a lot of these monsters are. Oftentimes, it's not just the racist white man who is a major piece of shit on that table. You know, he is still the biggest piece of shit there. Make no mistake. But, you know, there are others as well. Do not let them run away with it.
Slavery and began to move forward as the light of the world. And
but
so
isn't
that's
that
what
what
I think.
makes museums, that's what makes us an exceptional nation, is because they tell the history and the story of our country, and therefore, you know, these horrible, horrific moments in our history. The original sin, as Abby talked about, when it comes to slavery, has, you know, we of course did eradicate it, but look where we've come today. And I think those museums, like to your point, make America exceptional. And in museums all around the world that document atrocities, whether it be, you know, from Nazi Germany to eradicating slavery here in the United States, you have to learn the lessons of the past. And to deny it is to defend it.
I don't think he's denying it. And Bachi may want to comment on this as well. But I think what he wants to ask is a simple question. As we present our history, are we spending most of our time focused on something terrible? Are we going to spend more time as we enter our 250th anniversary focused on what this country has done to improve the lives of every single person?
Brother, I don't know what these guys think the purpose of a fucking museum is. Like what? Like museums are not supposed to be presenting like a future vision of what things are going to look like in the future. It's the history of African Americans in the nation that's doing its function.
Who lives here? We are the light of the world for a reason, because we're an improving commodity.
The question I ask when I hear you say that is, why? I mean, the idea that slavery happened, it's hard to understand what we've overcome if you don't even talk about what it was. You know, I think that kind of waters down the whole.
I don't think anybody is proposing that we ignore that it happened. I don't think that's accurate.
I think that the problem is that there are people, and Scott used the term a couple of times, and I don't think it was meant with any type of ill intent, but he said, you know, we got over it. And I think that's the problem. I think that there are a lot of people in this country who believe that for some reason we got over it. I mean, the fact is that American chattel slavery is vastly different than what Jillian Michaels and others talk about when they talk about slavery around the world. I mean, the chattel slavery system that we had was extremely transactional. It was actually codified in law, and it was based upon the color and race, as you so eloquently pointed out in your opening. And so not only when you think about that portion of where we are.
Finally, a panel where I hear Bakari Sellout speak, and it doesn't fucking immediately demand a blood-curdling response. Once again, another fucking pro-Israel, awful person. On the right side in this argument, of course, but just make no mistake.
26 of our first 30 Supreme Court justices own slaves. The people who are on our money every single day own slaves. United States presidents, members of the United States Congress own slaves. Lehman Brothers, we're not far from Wall Street, own slaves. Brooks Brothers suits that we wear own slaves. So not only are we talking about the epicenter and the foundation of where our country was built, we have to acknowledge that. But even more importantly, and this is where I believe that Scott and I can find agreement on this issue.
Boo.
Breon and Megan Walker, two of my best friends in the world, their dad was the first African-American SGA president at the University of South Carolina, right? He was an exec at IBM, but he was one of the first, right? We're still talking about first that emerged and stood on those shoulders. I tell the story often about my mom and dad. My mom helped desegregate high schools in Hamilton High School in Memphis.
Baya Unger Sargon of Akkad's there? Oh, hell no. Is there like a contingency on CNN panels where you have to be pro-Israel, by the way? Like, as long as everybody is in agreement that Israel is the most moral nation on the planet, you can have any argument you want, any back and forth you want on other issues. Like, every single person that we saw so far, with the exception, I don't know, of the First Lady, is quite literally a pro-Israel mouthpiece. Incredibly strange.
Tennessee, my dad shot in the Orangeburg Massacre. This is a part of my story. This isn't some faint, distant history. Yeah. And so the reason I bring that up is because I think that American exceptionalism talks about the fact that Black folk help, enslaved folk help build this country for what it is. They built Washington, D.C., but all of us are around this table. Abby, myself, all of us, not just Abby and myself, all of us are around this table because of the sacrifices and the blood and the sweat and the tears these people poured in.
But it is emblematic of all of America's much more consequential violence, okay? It's the same reason as to why America, Kaya, please just fucking go, just stop. Jesus Christ, what are you doing?
Hassan is clearly reaching for a button of some kind.
Why are people mad about you, Kaya, / what were you doing? People speculated that I was actually shocking her. The clip looks fucking horrible. And they're like, oh, he was like hitting a button on his desk. I do not have a shock collar for Kaya, as I said yesterday, but it doesn't matter. People don't give a shit. All of the other clips that people have been showing are either the AirTag or the vibration collar that she has. Can you just show the collar? Shut everyone up. XU said he would donate 50K to a shelter if he did. This is one of Kaya's many collars. This is the one that people are talking about. It has the capacity to vibrate, and that's it. There's the AirTag. There's the fucking vibrator. I understand why people are concerned about it. It's okay. It makes sense why people will be like, oh my God, this person is being abusive if they only saw that clip. What were you reaching for in the clip? What do you think? That's where all my fucking Zintins are. From the cot to the PC, Kaya will be free. Yes, I will be addressing that as well. Don't worry. Why are people mad about you, Kaya, / what were you doing? There's a clip out there that in the aftermath of me getting my internet getting pooped, I come back live and I'm very frustrated. And while I'm fucking tweaking around, I give Kaya the place command as I usually do. And there's literally a fucking emote for it in the chat for place, which is one of the things that she knows is she's like professionally trained. And I think while she was like getting up and down from the bed, I don't know exactly what happened, but I suspect that she tweaked her dew nail, like the upper nail that's like her dew claw on the side of the bed. People speculated that I was actually shocking her. It is basically a perfect shitstorm because obviously I have a lot of haters. Obviously, a lot of people love dogs, myself included. The clip looks fucking horrible. And people were like speculating because I was like moving around and they're like, oh, he was like hitting a button on his desk. The most insane part about it is that a lot of people were just like automatically under the assumption that I've been like abusing my dog that I love more than most human beings. Dogs hurt themselves sometimes. It literally looks like she got caught and it hurt. You literally gave her belly rubs right after. I know. It did get heavily blasted in the orbit and a lot of people are like losing their minds over it. It's okay. It is what it is. Maya did not corroborate yet, so that must be true that you're the worst. I know. As an animal conservationist, she's been secretly actually participating in the abuse of, once again, one of the most beloved dogs on the planet. Here's March in the chat. Funny part is Kaya legit lives a better life than most people I know. Lamau, I know. It is pretty fucking nutty that is like an angle of attack here. I saw it all over my ex. For every 15 posts I saw saying you shocked her, there wasn't even one in your defense, and those horrific posts had millions of views. It's okay. It is what it is. I have people who have made it their full-time jobs to like professionally hate on everything that I do. This is an inevitable byproduct of this. In any case, I do think that there are people out there who saw the clip and were like, this looks so bad. And they got completely fucking duped by the framing of it. And it's all right. I understand. For those of you who are confused by it, I do not have a shock collar for Kaya, as I said yesterday, but it doesn't matter. People don't give a shit. All of the other clips that people have been showing are either the AirTag or the vibration collar that she has, which I use when she is free roaming. You didn't refute the claims until now? No, I have. I did immediately. And the vibration collar for off-leash training doesn't work in the way that you guys think it does. Her hair is far too thick, as this chatter also correctly pointed out, for there to be any sort of collar that actually works in that way. This is one of the most insane sagas that I have participated in so far. It is laughable because, once again, I have been around so many other content creators, people that do like literally animal welfare advocacy and things of that nature. This dog is a famous dog, and she is one of the best taken care of dogs of all time. Like, straight up. Lives a better existence than I do. Lives a better existence than many of you do. Definitely lives a better life than my haters do. That's for sure. As someone who almost always agrees with you on stuff, the clip where you mentioned buying a shock collar before, and the other clip where you talk about Frenchies and your response to the collar being too tight, were all disappointing. But yeah, I'm sorry, everyone was just accusing you of something so awful. Yeah, the clips that they're using are from like 10 years ago when I was talking about not using a shock collar. That's what I mean. That's what's so crazy about it, because like in the clip that they're using from like literally 10 years ago when I had a different dog, my former dog that passed away, I'm straight up in the OG clip being like, someone suggested I get a bark collar because Fish actually barks quite a bit. Fish is my previous dog. Here, this is what
wanted to use.
There's a bunch of clips that are going around right now. People are trying to build this narrative. Here's the 19-second clip. I'm going to show you what they're using currently.
My old roommate wanted to use a shock collar for Fish and his dogs. I have it still. I bought it.
That's weird. What is that flash cut in between?
Dogs. I have it still. I bought it. They are incredibly effective.
Here is the original clip.
They wanted to use a shock collar for Fish and his dogs. For Fish and his dogs barking. I couldn't do it. I have it still. I bought it. They are incredibly effective.
That's literally from like 2018 or some shit.
But I couldn't do it.
Damn, why'd they cut it like that? Why don't you let her roam around the house? I'm not a hate watcher, just curious. Okay, so let me address a couple things really quickly. First and foremost, I have done this. I have addressed this a million times over. I've also shown in videos like Kaya's day-to-day experiences and stuff like that. Obviously, she gets out. She has an incredibly active morning. And not only that, but she also has an incredibly active afternoon. She gets 2 hours of playtime every morning at either the gym or at the park that I go to. And then as a big dog, as big dogs oftentimes do, she passes the fuck out for extended periods of time throughout the day. On top of that, at night, in the afternoon, she gets another hour-long walk. The reason why she gets another hour-long walk is because sometimes she gets bored, and that's understandable. Other times she runs up to the door when my mom comes in. As far as not letting her roam in the room itself, there's a very specific purpose for that. That is because, and this is something that I've described over and over again, the reason why she's not allowed to roam inside of this room, with the exception of like stretching or getting up, getting down, drinking water, things like that, is because she likes to lay on the ground. When she lays on the ground, that's terrible for her fucking joints. Every single thing that I do with this dog is either with a professional dog trainer or with a vet. Professional dog trainer or a vet. A lot of people don't understand how serious this is to take care of your dog, how important it is to make sure that you have like proper activity, proper socializing, and to make sure that your dog gets out, make sure that your dog is actually active, and more importantly, make sure that your dog has a regimented and very structured life, especially when you have a very large dog. I have a very large dog. Large dogs have a tendency to get hip dysplasia later on in their lives, and they have joint issues. She is 120 pounds. The other reason why it's important that a large dog is very properly trained is because a large dog can accidentally hurt someone. If she accidentally played with someone and nipped at someone, that would be a massive issue. It's a little different than like a Chihuahua. They can also hurt themselves as well. That is part of the reason why I take this very, very seriously and have taken this very, very seriously from the start. There was a lot of like weird fucking comments there. Like, I'll bracket off the criticisms into 3 different categories. Okay. The number one is the broadest majority of people who saw that clip and were like, oh my God, this looks terrible. Like, this guy is fucking abusive or whatever. Right. Which is hilarious to say about someone like myself, especially considering that I am very, very careful and very good with Kaya. I spend every waking moment with her. She is the love of my life. She's the most important thing in my life. Okay. I love her more than I love most human beings. The notion that I would be abusive to her is obviously ridiculous, but it is what it is. Virtually every single person that has been around us would attest to that, for the record. That's number one. So looking at like a 20-second clip over an 8-hour time frame that is negatively framed in a way to make it seem as though like I'm abusive or anything like that, it can reach a much larger audience. And if people are oblivious to it, they will get duped by it. And it is what it is. Number two, the second type of people that took advantage of this was the regular guys, like the pedo underscroll trolls of the world. From what I understand, Ethan himself was in some hot water for using a prong collar, which, by the way, ironically enough, I had used the prong collar in the past for Fish, my previous dog. So I think he was like using that as well to be like, oh, look, see, Hassan used a prong collar. And it's like, yeah, I don't anymore. And also, it's just, I don't know how that has anything to do with me. Like, your audience is yelling at you over that sort of thing. On top of that, there was like the third category of people who are totally in the periphery. You only go one VOD bag and Kaya roams the entire VOD amount. I know, but it doesn't matter, right? Because if you are in here for an extended period of time, you already know this. You already know that Kaya gets to run the show, do whatever the fuck she wants. But the problem here is that the narrative is not being guided by people who are interested in having a reasonable opinion on this. Crazy to me that you have to give attention to this matter. All your viewers should know better. No, it's okay. It's understandable, especially because this is like a big deal. The clips don't show her trying to lay on the hardwood floor. She just stepped off her pad. Please explain. No, that's what I'm saying. She steps off the pad to go lay on the hardwood floor. That's why I give her the place command. The place command is done for multiple different reasons, but for the most part, the reason why, if you've ever trained a dog professionally or anything like that, you know that the place command is given oftentimes if your dog is like getting excited or you know, barking or things of that nature. It's supposed to like ground them and calm them down because you're giving them a command. Dogs respond to order and a rigid, structured regimen. In any case, I don't know the exact reason as to why she yelped. She has done so in the past as well. I suspect that it was because she like either tripped or she got her dew claw, like the higher thumb looking claw, clipped on the side. There's a lot of people that immediately were like, oh, this is what's going on. I see exactly what happened. He fucking is like secretly fucking like pressing a button that he has on his desk or something like that. I have multiple collars. I'm going to address the collar thing in a second as well. I have multiple collars for Kaya, and I put an air tag on them. I put an air tag on all of her collars to make sure that, you know, I know where she's at. And one of the collars that people are pointing to from previous days or from like months ago is the collar that is a vibration collar, a collar that I use specifically to communicate with Kaya when she's free roaming at the park or when she is, you know, off leash running around. When you leave your dog to free roam, to go out on the trail or whatever, there are going to be instances where you can yell for her to come back to do recall, but because she's so far away that she can't hear you. That's where the vibration collar comes in. It vibrates. It doesn't actually have any sort of like shocking component. And there are multiple different versions of this. There are the no bark collars that I believe both vibrate and also emit like a large sound. There are shock collars as well. They all look very similar to one another. But the vibration collar is what they were pointing to be like, oh my God, he has a collar that he's using to abuse her and shocking her. This is by far your stupidest controversy yet. I know, but it's a lot of people understandably love dogs. I do think it's kind of crazy that one of the 1,000 times you yelled place on stream, the yelping only happened once. I know. It's such a common thing that I do that there's an emote for it. Dude, none of these guys crying about it train their dogs. They know nothing. Yeah. Shock collars are not bad for dogs if used correctly. Any dog trainer will have you put the shock collar on your arm and feel it. Yes, I have. I have done that. If you've ever used a Thames machine, it feels like ants. That's what the sensation feels like. But it doesn't even matter because like I don't have that anyway. I think you should wear the collar and bark for chat would make everybody happy. I think the worst aspect of it was that I was frustrated because the internet had cut out and I didn't immediately like rush to her. I went to her afterwards to see if she was all right, but she was, of course. And that's it. And I do take accountability for that. I should have immediately went over when I saw her yelping, and that's it. But the idea that I'm like a abusive dog parent is completely fucking ridiculous. Is this what you have to deal with on a regular? Dumb controversies and desperate attempts to discredit you? Yes.
Is that her just no leash walking?
Look at this.
Oh my God. How is this possible?
Bro, when you have discipline in your life, when you have a rigid structure in your life, when you work hard, you can achieve anything. Okay.
What the fuck? Buddy would never do that. If Kevin was here, he would have ran right in front of that van and got hit and died.
Buddy would have at a certain point loved to do that. You just didn't teach Buddy that.
We tried.
Gaia, let's walk.
Oh my God, this is insane.
Good girl.
You know what?
Can you just show the collar, shut everyone up? XU said he would donate $50K to a shelter if he did. Yeah, man, you explain things well and shit, but show the collar though, dude. Okay. Sure. Gaia, okay. Come here. This is one of Kaya's many collars. Come here. Sit. This is the one that people are talking about. Okay, this is the one. This is the one that they saw. It has the capacity to vibrate, and that's it. Are you happy? That's it. There's the air tag. There's the fucking vibrator. It also has a flashlight component to it at nighttime. And it also has a tracker on it when she gets lost. If she were to actually get fucking lost, it emits a sound. Kaya! Come here, baby. Place. There are days where Kaya doesn't wear a collar. There are days where she wears a different collar. This, in and of itself, doesn't actually work in the way that you think it does. Here, this is the flashlight, and this is when it vibrates. Kaya, come here. Place. I understand. I understand why people are. I understand why people are concerned about it. It's okay. It makes sense why people will be like, "Oh my God, this person is being abusive." If they only saw that clip, it doesn't matter, and this will not go away. For the record, I'm sure that the people that are saying that this is not like the real deal will continuously and expertly scrutinize every minutia to say, "Oh no, you don't understand. This is a situation where he's trying to get out of it," or anything like that. Will all those that slandered you apologize now? No, because it doesn't matter. It doesn't. No, because they've been targeting you before this and they will continue to do so in the future. Exactly. And they will continue saying like, I don't believe it. I don't, it's this or that. The greatest counter to this would be the 7 million hours of me hanging out with Kaya. Like, she's been on stream for 10,000 fucking hours at this point. She's grown up on this stream. She's been outside on stream. Why can't you just grab the collar and show us? I just did. Genuine ask, aren't Tibetan Massives advised to give large open space to roam around? And though, apart from everything else, you ever sitting for hours on end in one spot, is that okay for her? Yes. Everything that I do with Kaya is from professional trainers and from vets. Okay. I'm very on it in terms of like reinforcing the training. Because if you actually train your dog, or you take your dog to a trainer and then refuse to reinforce that behavior, you ultimately allow your dog to slowly but surely expand the permission structure, and dogs need good guidance at every given moment. A lot of people who are like talking shit right now are completely oblivious to that reality. They've either never taken care of a pet, they've never actually taken care of another living, breathing, organic thing, whether it be a fucking hamster or a dog or anything else. And for that reason, they just don't understand it. Overprotective? Maybe. Abusive? Laughable? Yes. I am very overprotective. I am perhaps a little bit too type A of a dog parent. If anything, I'm a little too hyper critical. But the reason why I do that is because I don't want to fuck up. Large dog, what were you reaching for in the clip? What do you think? That's where all my fucking Zintins are. Anyway, we're gonna get into the deadly Michigan church attack now.
Answers after an attack at a Mormon church in Grand Blanc, Michigan. Police say at least 4 people were killed and 8 others injured when an armed man drove his car into a crowded church yesterday on a Sunday and began shooting before setting that church on fire. Police quickly swarmed to the scene. They killed the gunman, but now the questions of why. Investigators are still trying to determine what the motive might be.
Yeah, they're waiting for Kash Patel to fly out there and find bullet casings that say, I did this because I'm transgender Antifa. If only. Of course, once again, when it's another MAGA guy, as is the case with the Michigan guy, thoughts and prayers to this heinous attack. Who could have foreseen this? Who could have seen this coming? First, because the victims were in a church, obviously, people immediately started going with the left. The radical left is attacking churches. You know who's attacking churches in this country?
ice, man. In my life, I've never encountered a radical leftist that's been like, I am so angry at the fucking church that I'm going to shoot at the church proceeding. That's so stupid. Even the most aggressive r/atheism adjacent dipshit would not take revenge on regular churchgoers. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It only makes sense if you have designed a permanent victimhood narrative as an evangelical Christian in this goddamn country, and you think the left is actually attacking churches or some shit. Virtually all of the church shootings are actually done by white nationalists. Dylan Roof being one of the most famous examples of this. Dylan Roof walked into a black church and shot up the churchgoers. You're only mad at that church if you're also religious? Well, lo and behold, you're not wrong. I don't know what the immediate motive of the suspect is, but given his demographic profile and his psychographic profile, it does seem like he had a lot of smoke as a Protestant MAGA Republican, evangelical Protestant, white supremacist MAGA Republican, and Iraq war veteran. It seems like he thought that Charlie Kirk was like maybe shot by a Mormon, so he wanted to take the anger out on Mormons in general. And what's so crazy about it is that, yes, he sat with them, according to witnesses, victims that survived the incident. He sat with them and asked them if they believe Jesus is their Lord and Savior, if they believe in Joseph Smith or some shit. That's what I saw.
They've been here. They have identified the shooter as Thomas Jacob Sanford, a Marine veteran of the war in Iraq. Ian Lee has made his way to the church and joins us now. Ian, what have we learned?
Good morning. The FBI is leading the investigation into the attack. So far, law enforcement isn't speculating on a motive, though they are treating this as an act of targeted violence. Police warn the death toll could rise.
The active shooter of the church.
What should have been a morning of peaceful prayer in Grand Blanc, Michigan, instead turned into a chaotic and terrifying situation when authorities say they believe a 40-year-old armed man attacked hundreds of parishioners.
He drove his vehicle through the front doors of the church. He then exited his vehicle, firing several rounds at individuals within the church.
According to the ATF, the shooter also appeared to have intentionally set fire to the church, possibly using an accelerant.
I need manpower up here ASAP. I have people trapped in the building.
Grand Blanc's police chief says within...
I thought he was sat in the church and then got back in his car, rammed his vehicle into the church, lit the car on fire, and then shot up a bunch of people. And in the process of like the shooting, the car caught on fire and then the church caught on fire. By the way, I just want to show you the car one more time, which is why they quickly stopped talking about this being a potential radical Antifa left-wing terror. As you can tell, I think, once again, going to be quite difficult for them to present that narrative here. Look at the two massive flags. Seems to me like this is yet another fucking Al-Qaeda incident.
Grand Blanc's police chief says within 30 seconds of receiving the first calls, officers arrived on scene.
They engaged in gunfire with that particular individual, neutralizing that suspect, and that suspect is no longer with us.
10 gunshot victims were taken.
When Burton City Council candidate Chris Johns heard that someone shot churchgoers and burned down the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints on September 28th in nearby Grand Blanc, he said not once did he think it was the man he spoke to while canvassing less than a week prior to who went on a tirade against the church and described Mormons as the Antichrist. The man was outgoing, polite, and extremely friendly, John said, and his animosity towards the church didn't seem violent. He said it was very much standard anti-LDS talking points you would find on YouTube, TikTok, and Facebook. I also dug into this a little bit further and found out that it's actually, do you want to know the most popular religious group in this country is by approval ratings? It's actually Jews. The least popular religious group in this country by approval ratings is evangelical Protestants, and then the second least popular is Mormons. I think atheists is like the fourth least popular, actually. Yeah, they have a worse approval rating than Muslims broadly. What obvious reasons? Evangelical Protestant Christianity is seen as a blight in American politics for good reason, because the Republicans greatly highlight some of the most reactionary forces in this country who happen to be evangelical Protestant Christians. That's the reason. They are seen as a part of the in-group. What is this? Kaya portrait for you? Oh my God, this is amazing. Wow. This is beautiful, chatter. Thank you. Yeah, no, it is an extremist evangelical who thinks Mormons are devil worshippers.
Taken to the hospital where 2 died. 2 other bodies were later found inside the church. CBS News has learned that Sanford is a Marine who served from 2004 to 2008 and was deployed as part of Operation Iraqi Freedom. The local police chief commended the bravery of churchgoers who put their lives on the line to protect others during the shooting.
They were shielding the children who were also present within the church, moving them to safety. Just hundreds of people just practicing their faith, just extreme courage, and that's the type of community that we are.
The killer's vehicle had 2 large American flags behind the cab and a set of deer antlers attached to the bumper. He then got out and opened fire with an assault rifle on the congregation and set the church ablaze, causing the entire structure to burn down. So what do we know about the sicko who did this? The suspect's name is...
New York Post can't be serious even for a brief moment, bro. I swear to God. You can't use that professional tone while being like, this sicko that actually did this. Like, it's just, please, man. Please, like, be a normal fucking news outlet for once in your goddamn lives, man.
According to Fox News, he worked as an organizational automotive mechanic and vehicle recovery operator who earned a number of awards for his service and achieved the rank of sergeant. Social media...
Laura Loomer goes on a tirade after the tragic shooting at a Mormon church suggesting violence would link the Muslims and the Muslim Brotherhood. Meanwhile, the shooter has been pictured previously in a Trump t-shirt. The tactic of the fascists to blame Muslims and immigrants reflexively. Remember, when you don't care about the facts, you shape reality according to your agenda and ideology. Yeah. For the record, this is the meta. It's either Muslim or Antifa or trans or, like, depending on what you care about the most, right? Laura Loomer obviously is a massive shill for Israel, and therefore she has every interest in basically heightening the tensions and heightening Islamophobia. So she's going to say it's Muslims. A lot of people like Matt Walsh will say it's a trans person. Like, depending on who the conservative person is, know that they're going to lie to you, but just know how they're going to lie to you. It's like the direction of the lie is going to reveal what their personal project is, their pet project is in this instance. And their pet project, the pet project for Laura Loomer, obviously, is Islam. It always has been, and will continue to be. And for many other Republicans, they'll just say, like, for Candace, will tell you it's the Jews. True. Candace Owens will say it's Israel.
Accounts believed to be connected to Sanford reveal he was a family.
I mean, you can tell the dude is definitely a homegrown white boy, though, the way that New York Post is covering it, like the Zach Fox tweet. You feel me? They're literally talking, they're posting it like this dude who just shot up a Mormon church is like the nicest guy you've ever seen.
Man with a wife and a young son. Pictures posted on Facebook show the family smiling, posing in the beds of pickup trucks or in a field of tall sunflowers. A dormant GoFundMe page from 2015 raised more than $3,000 for the couple's now 10-year-old son, who was born with congenital hyperinsulinism, or CHI, a rare genetic condition in which the pancreas releases too much insulin. As authorities investigate what led Sanford to commit his sickening crime, former Assistant FBI Director Chris Swecker told Fox and Friends First that a motive is already in sight.
The FBI has taken the lead. That means they're treating this as either a hate crime or an act of domestic terrorism. The investigation is deep into it at this point with regard to motive.
White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt indicated that the gunman targeted the worshipers because of their faith.
Well, from what I understand, based on my conversations with the FBI director, all they know right now is this was an individual who hated people of the Mormon faith. And they are trying to understand more about this, how premeditated it was, how much planning.
Yeah, they were just trying to figure out a way to blame this on Trantifa. Conservatives lied about a shirt. By the way, they spread a Photoshop blank t-shirt and claimed the Trump thing was Photoshopped. It was immediately disprovable, and they still ran with it in the Daily Caller. Retracted. Eric Swalwell appears to post Photoshop picture to call church attack suspect MAGA. Retraction notice. After publishing the story, the Daily Caller discovered that the photo shared by Representative Swalwell was the original photo, not the altered version. We deeply regret the error. Do you? Do you deeply regret the error? I don't think you deeply regret the error. Yeah, I saw that too. Every major conservative account immediately ran with the idea that this photo was actually photoshopped. What a stupid and dishonest dichotomy. When this fat, bald R-word decided to do what he did, conservatives didn't come out and say it was deserved. The problem is the action, yes, but the bigger problem, the political ecosystem, is to rationalize and supports violence. First of all, as Brian Krasenstein correctly points out, they certainly did do that for Paul Pelosi. And secondly, it very clearly doesn't matter how many people, myself included, said political violence is unacceptable in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk assassination, because conservatives obviously still went along with the notion that like everyone was celebrating and demanding more of it. The problem here in this instance, as it is always the case, is not about political violence only being one directional, even though if you were to look at it as a one directional thing, you would realize that that direction is not left-wing violence. Here's a great example of this that also took place over the weekend when Axios came out with a report that the Department of Homeland Security itself actually identified. The White House Deputy Press Secretary, the White House Deputy Press Secretary looked at this graph and thought those gray bars are totally fine. Everyone will understand that only the yellow ones are a problem.
And this isn't necessarily a one-sided thing. I think that in the last 5 years or so, especially since BLM, it's been a like 90% left-wing thing, but that doesn't mean that the 10% right-wing people are right either. But I do think that now you're going to see a lot more right-wing people balancing out those scales.
Left and right-wing U.S. terrorism attacks, U.S. domestic terrorism attacks. Study, left-wing terrorism climbs to 30-year high. The gray bars are right-wing instances of terror annually from 1994 to 2025. The yellow bar is what they've declared is left-wing terrorism.
Like 90% left-wing thing.
The White House Deputy Press Secretary looked at this graph and thought those gray bars are totally fine. Everyone will understand that only the yellow ones are a problem. And the issue is, as I also called out, Republicans do think that. It's quite remarkable that political polarization and anti-intellectualism has made it so that you can directly stare at a chart that shows that the overwhelming majority of domestic terrorists come from the right, and people will still believe the opposite claim. It's insane. I recall the way that partisanship and anti-intellectualism was actually running amok during the COVID era when COVID first began, and Donald Trump would come out and be like, well, Barack Obama also mishandled the swine flu. Dog, the swine flu killed less people than COVID had at that point. Democrats are supposed to be the ones who actually make this false equivocation, this false equivalency between swine flu and COVID, and say Barack Obama handled swine flu perfectly well, and that's the reason why swine flu didn't kill as many people as COVID is doing. And yet it didn't matter. Nothing matters. Do you understand? Like, Republicans can use a false equivalence that actually doesn't even favor them in the argument, that actually dunks on them as an own just by simply mentioning it as a Republican. Please read this comment. People misread the graph thinking the yellow is taller than the gray boxes instead of understanding that the yellow bar sits on top of the gray bar. Please make this clear. Oh, that's why they're misunderstanding it? Yeah, no, that's not the case. Here's an even better version of that graph. Hold on. This. Figure 4. Left-wing versus right-wing terrorist attacks and plots in the United States from 1994 to 2025. Here's a better graph. Perhaps it's because I know what the truth is that immediately when I saw that graph, I understood exactly what that graph was presenting. But I can understand why people would think that like left-wing violence is more than right-wing in this graph. It doesn't matter though. Abigail Jackson, the White House Deputy Press Secretary, should know better. Ay, ay, ay. The misinformation environment is tuned up to 11 at this point, and people just like straight up lie instantly after any sort of breaking news story to be first to market.
Went into it, whether he left a note, all of those questions have yet to be answered.
President Trump echoed that sentiment in a Truth Social post, in which he wrote, "This appears to be yet another targeted attack on Christians in the United States. This epidemic of violence in our country must end immediately." A city council candidate has since revealed a disturbing encounter he said he had with Sanford on September 22nd, when he was door-knocking constituents. Chris Johns told the Detroit Free Press that the two chatted for about 20 minutes, with Sanford at one point opening up about his time serving in Iraq as a U.S. Marine and struggling with drug addiction upon returning home. But what started out as a friendly conversation took a sharp turn when the subject of religious faith was brought up and Sanford started ranting against Mormons after revealing he had a relationship with a woman whose family was Mormon when he lived in Utah. It was very much standard anti-LDS talking points that you would find on YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, John said, and culminated when Sanford stated that he considered Mormonism the Antichrist. The Burton City Council candidate said he recognized Sanford immediately when his picture was released after the shooting. "There's certain things you don't forget," he said. "This is not a forgettable guy." Sanford died at the scene during a gun battle with a Grand Blanc Township police officer and a Department of Natural Resources officer who responded to the shooting. Cops were on the scene 30 seconds after.
Yeah, also, the main Chud talking point is that the shooter donated to Act Blue. These guys are so stupid. Wait, what? He donated to Act Blue? What is this link that you just sent me? No, you sent the wrong one. This is no. Ryan Ruth did donate to Act Blue, but he also voted for Donald Trump. But that's not who we're talking about. Ryan Ruth is the guy who attempted to assassinate Donald Trump and then stabbed himself in the court proceedings like last week. This is a wrong tweet. The chatter sent me the wrong one. This guy also had his own Act Blue saga. Conservatives went forward with Act Blue narratives. They said that this guy actually donated to Act Blue and the Democratic Party. It was literally a different guy with the same name. Here it is. And you know what's really sinister about this, for the record? Sanford Thomas J, right? Act Blue, Act Blue, Act Blue. Yeah, that's the wrong guy. And these pieces of shit actually deleted the part. They cut this in a way that shows in a way that doesn't show where the donations were made. Because if you knew what state the donations were made, you would recognize that this is a different Thomas J. Sanford. Because the Thomas J. Sanford that donated Blue Origin Political Action Committee was doing that donation in Virginia. The Thomas J. Sanford that shot up the church was in Michigan. And he was 100% a Trump supporter, by the way. It's so f***ed up how much these guys just lie, dude. It is so crazy. Mormon church shooting suspect at Trump sites outside of his home, by the way. Google Maps images show that the suspect who was shot dead by the police at Trump sign outside of his Michigan house. You want to know how they tried to make this work, by the way? Here, I'll show you. That's a Trump and Vance sign, or a Trump Pence sign, or is it a Trump Vance sign? One or the other. They tried to claim that this stop sign was actually saying stop Trump, as though this wasn't a regular stop sign on Google Maps, but instead they were trying to say that he was trying to make a political statement about stop Trump. That's what they tried to claim. I'm so done, dude. I'm so done. People are so insane nowadays, man. They are so stupid. What do you do with these people?
Paul started coming in and took out the suspect in about 8 minutes. Detectives are reportedly probing
he was
whether
wearing
the
the
mass
shirt.
shooting and fire has.
Yeah, he was wearing this shirt on his Facebook. They found it. And then obviously Republican psychos immediately claimed this was a Photoshop. And then they Photoshopped the shirt without this on it and claimed that was the real shirt. How do we fix this? Yeah, anyway, if you want to see his Facebook, LDS church shooter Thomas Jacob Sanford and his entire family aren't just Trump supporters. They're hardcore MAGA conspiracy lunatics. His Facebook is still up. The thread will be screenshots of their MAGA posts and pictures from Facebook. Kids' faces are grayed out. Anti-masker. This is how the crazy left will go without power. Imagine them with power. Posting Jesse Waters. Posting Turning Point USA. 4 common causes of headaches, loud noises, bright lights, ear infections, arguing with leftists. All aboard the Trump train. That's Brenda, Walter, Sanford. Join a great group of guys. Lincoln, Teddy, Ike, Reagan, Trump. Here's that famous veteran that went viral. We're not going to be peaceful much longer. Video shows fed up vet. Savaging. Thomas Jacob Sanford and his family didn't just post about Trump and MAGA on their Facebook. They went to rallies and demonstrated, of course. Here's Brenda Walters Sanford. COVID-19 vaccines use aborted fetal tissue. My body, my choice. How can anyone deny he is right-wing? Because people are just stupid and biased. There's no other way to explain it. They're just on permanent cope. They're just permanently in a state of copium. Anyway, that's why your commitment to the truth, as with the Charlie Kirk suspect Groyper stuff, was so important. Yeah. I will obviously, even if it's someone who has like left adjacent values or views or whatever in the aftermath of a shooting or anything like that, I'm obviously still going to dive deep into what the actual truth is and try to pick apart all of the partisan misinformation vectors, which unfortunately have become all too common. So much so that people literally now present it on Wall Street Journal and shit like that. It's so up. Here's the other mass shooting that took place in North Carolina. This was an Iraqi sniper who was shot in the head in a friendly fire incident and had a traumatic brain injury and most likely PTSD as a direct consequence of that incident, who thought LGBT and Jeffrey Epstein was trying to get him to kill himself through coded messages and numbers. Yeah, he thought that LGBT white supremacists were trying to murder him for being straight. Another far-right anti-queer mass shooting this weekend. Late last year, Nigel Max Edge filed a lawsuit alleging that a cabal of LGBT white supremacists and pedophiles were trying to murder him because he's a straight man. The suit was dismissed earlier this summer. Yeah, he rolled up to a North Carolina restaurant on his boat and shot people and killed 3.
There's another mass shooting in this country. This one in Southport, North Carolina. Police say the man pulled up to a dock on a boat and opened fire on a restaurant. 3 people were killed there, 5 others were injured. And once again, we do not know the motive here. Skylar Henry has the story.
We do know the motive. He was just insane.
Coming from a subject on the boat, possibly in the Southport Marina.
A Saturday night out in Southport, North Carolina, turned deadly.
At least 6 people down.
A gunman on a boat, armed with an assault rifle, opened fire on diners at the American Fish Company, a popular pub known for its live music and waterfront views.
Wait, how do you know he was insane? Did you not hear what I just said? He thought that a cabal of elite pedophile LGBTQ white supremacists were trying to communicate to him through coded messages. I think the number that he kept repeating was 122 or something. He would see 122, and that was an indication that this cabal was trying to get him to kill himself. He also was shot in the head. Friendly fire. Doesn't take much to assume that this is the workings of a schizophrenic person.
Observed a boat sitting out front, which was just odd that he's sitting right there.
Nearby business owner Todd Weaver says he spotted the boat hours before the shooting.
I hunkered against that wall, and everybody else was running out. And I called 911 as fast as I could.
Police allege the suspected shooter is 40-year-old Nigel Edge, a combat veteran with PTSD. Investigators claim Edge fled the scene by boat shortly after 10 p.m. and headed towards Oak Island, a nearby coastal town where he lives. The Coast Guard later arrested Edge at a public ramp. Investigators say it was a targeted and highly premeditated attack. Authorities say many of the victims were there on vacation.
The thread that connects everyone who's a victim in this case to this point just appears to be a love of having a good time and enjoying all that Southport has to offer.
Another leftist anti-fascist, of course. Better luck next week, I guess, for the FBI. Not that it matters. Obviously, the way that the administration is treating this is, oh, well, what are you going to do about it? This is why I get very frustrated with the partisan politics of this kind of stuff, where I say violence is a constant in the American day-to-day existence, and that if you were to look at this from a framework of political violence, it's very clear that, like, right-wingers are responsible for the large share of political violent incidents and acts of domestic terror. Having said that, this is a constant in the American condition, and there is a higher priority that must be solved here, a higher issue, which is access to weapons, an arsenal of weaponry. That's what the major, that's the major factor here. The common factor is guns.
American Fish Company, at one point the backdrop for the 2013 film Safe Haven. As for the suspect in this case, Nigel Edge, he is facing numerous charges, including 3 counts of first-degree murder, 5 counts of attempted first-degree murder, and 5 counts of assault with a deadly weapon. Nate.
Left gunman is the rhetoric that's causing this. Right gunman, he was just mental. I know, because the goal here, and it's unfortunate that the Democrats don't realize this or don't even message against this, because they've completely given up on trying to fix any of this shit. But the goal here is very obviously to stamp out any sort of political dissent. And the Republicans are trying to design yet another hysterical narrative. The hysterical narrative here is that leftist Antifa violence is super commonplace. It's happening all the time. We have to put an end to it. We have to put a stop to it. Even though, I think it's like infantile to analyze violence in this country from the perspective of political rhetoric. But even if we were to do so, it's additionally stupid to assume that it's actually the left that's responsible for a large share of the violent political incidents. It's just objectively untrue. It's never been the case. Both of these shootings could most likely be solved with adequate access to mental health treatments and also not allowing people with severe mental illness to have guns. They were veterans, so they were allowed to have them. Veterans are some of the worst people to give weapons to. Let's be real, because a big chunk of them have PTSD and suicidal tendencies. There's a reason why there is the number 22 a day. Access to weapons makes it much easier to actually successfully commit suicide. Who am I even talking to? It doesn't even matter. There's no solution to this shit. Come on, let's be real. Yeah, 2 mass shootings by Iraq War veterans in one day. People fought so hard to stop that war. Not only because they cared about foreigners, but because wars always come home, says John Schwartz. Ultra-violence like the Iraq War is like a football covered in razor blades, bouncing through history forever in ways no human can foresee. Today is sliced apart, 4 people in Michigan and 3 in North Carolina. This is what I tried to present as well. Like, if you normalize ultra-violence of this sort and you get Americans more comfortable with the idea that the only solution to every single problem is just by killing people, putting bodies in graves, then that violence is inevitably going to come back to the home front. And here we are. And the VA solution to veterans killing themselves with guns is literally, it's tragic comedy. Their solution is, oh, veterans are killing themselves with guns a lot, so here, we'll just give them a gun lock. That's literally their solution. Because when you have a gun lock in a gun safe with photos of your loved ones in said gun safe, the time it takes for you to take the gun out before you kill yourself will allow you to reconsider. That's literally it. That's their solution. What a country. Speaking of Israel and the American attitudes, you have someone who's utterly insane communicating on this issue with more sincerity than most Democrats are. Listen, I'm not even talking about the Bernie Sanders of the world. Like, I mean, even though she outflanks them as well, which is, again, unacceptable. Here's a 13-minute discussion that Megyn Kelly had with Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Although I haven't seen the number of...
Be careful, make no mistake, Shash, she's horrible, evil, and anti-Semitic. Yes, this is true. However, that is precisely the reason why you should be very worried that she is taking bold stances on this in Congress as a national party politician. It's ridiculous. It should not be Marjorie Taylor Greene saying these things. It should be AOC saying these things. It should be literally Bernie Sanders saying these things. It shouldn't even just be Bernie Sanders saying these things, though. It should be Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, and every prominent national Democrat screaming from the goddamn mountaintops on this issue.
Dead children, injured children, starving children coming out of the Ukraine-Russian conflict like we've seen come out of the Israel-Gaza
But isn't that because of the Palestinians and their amazing propaganda ability?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, definitely. The Palestinians control the media, and the international banking system is the most insane version that we have arrived at. Like, people who want to defend Israel are so psychotic that they unironically do like anti-Semitic propaganda, but instead of saying, you know, Jews do this, Jews do that, similar things that, you know, the Nazis said about the Jews that led to the Holocaust, they're saying it about the Palestinians in real time. It's so stupid because it's like, who the would believe this?
Know what I'm being fed or for what purpose.
Yeah.
The Ukrainians aren't doing that, and the Russians aren't doing that.
The Russians aren't doing propaganda? What the planet are you on? Everybody does propaganda. The one group of people that can't do propaganda because they don't have a functioning state is the Palestinian people. The only group out of every single one of these groups that she mentioned, whether it be Israel, Ukraine, Russia, and the Palestinians, the only group that has no capacity to do quote-unquote propaganda and influence the media is the captive population of Palestinians that are currently being actively genocided. Holy
Why isn't Ukraine and Russia
they're not good at propaganda.
doing that to each other?
See, this is
Well,
why
I don't know. I think Zelensky's pretty good at propaganda.
Maybe, but
Oh my God. Then they agree. It's just, yeah, only Zelensky's doing propaganda. Get the out of here, bro. What are we talking about? Come on, man. Everything is a lie. I don't know how to deal with this. Like, even when I'm supposed to agree with someone here, which is, you know, unlikely, the incredibly, unimaginably unlikely scenario where, like, Marjorie Taylor Greene has, like, arrived at a sincere position on one thing, whether the primary motivation there was, like, Jews having space lasers or controlling the weather machine or whatever, I don't know. But clearly, she has become a champion of this cause. But, like, every part of this conversation is just wrong. Every part of this conversation is an insane lie, one that falls apart with like just a little bit of scrutiny. How? The question is how? Like, how are Palestinians capable of doing propaganda? What are you talking about? What do you mean when you say propaganda? Like filming themselves being blown up by American missiles that Israel seemingly has unlimited supply of? I said, It's wild that there's a significant number of Israel defenders that looked at the Nazi Holocaust and basically used it as a checklist for Israel down to the denialism. Here's another example from Mohammed Al-Safin. Does the Holocaust education system in Israel just teach Israelis how to use Nazi propaganda? What is going on? Here's Emily Schrader saying, when Palestinians move in masses to any other territory, to any other country, they wreak havoc in this country and they move to the rootless cosmopolitan Palestinians. This happened with Jordan. This happened with Lebanon. And they, Arab states, know that the Palestinians are troublemakers by nature. This is bar for bar, verbatim, what Nazis said about Jews, about the international Jewry, the Jewish question. This is what that is. She just changed Jew to Palestinian and named the countries from Western European nation states, Arab countries. That's it. Countries in the Levant. Control C, Control V. What the This is verbatim Adolf Hitler, man.
So Donald Trump is the most attacked, I'd say, human being ever by the establishment media. I would say I'm the most attacked member of Congress ever by the establishment media. I have supported him unapologetically. They would love...
Bro, first of all, Ilhan Omar is right there, okay? There's good reasons to attack Marjorie Taylor Greene.
I'm a Christian myself. I'm against children...
Let's talk about that one.
...starving.
There's daylight between us because...
because I like some Christians being starved to death. There's daylight between us because I think some Christians do deserve to be starved, specifically Palestinians. Also, that's such a crazy way to frame this, but it's like, okay, what about the Muslim Palestinians? You know what I mean? Atheist and Muslim Palestinian children do deserve a little bit of starvation. Just the Christian Palestinians that I feel like are being unjustly maligned.
Believe that children are starving and hurting in Gaza, no question. But I blame Hamas. I do see what's happening with the Israeli aid and the food trucks, and they get co-opted by Hamas, by certain Palestinians. And
there's no evidence for this. You just literally heard the biggest lying government, the Israeli government, and you just verbatim repeat that propaganda. That's it. That's all this is. Israel says something, so it must be true, even though it lies every day of the goddamn week.
Well, they started
I wrong?
it. They started it. So October 7th was unbelievably horrific. It's unspeakable what Hamas did. I totally blame Hamas. The war wouldn't even be happening if Hamas hasn't done all the things that they've done, right? Firing rockets into Israel, kidnapping and murdering all these people, suicide bombers over the years. Absolutely. They started this and it's horrible. I think it's Israel's, they can pinpoint areas, but they're just mass bombing everywhere, and the videos coming out of there are terrible. I'll also say this, Megan, that conflict has been going on I'm 51 years old. It's been going on way beyond before I was born or any of us were born. I can't even tell you I qualify to solve it.
It's crazy how stupid propaganda like this can propagate so freely with the internet being a thing. It's because of so much Islamophobia that even Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is like outflanking many other congresspersons on this, definitely one of the most outspoken on the Republican side, with the exception of Thomas Massey, and obviously doesn't come anywhere near like Ilhan Omar or Rashida Tlaib, but like the reason why she is one of the now seemingly leaders of this movement to say Israel is still choosing her words very carefully while talking about the Christians is because most people have this idea that Muslims by and large and Arabs by and large, which is like only seen as a collective Muslim monolith, deserve it. They deserve the violence. They deserve the death and destruction. They are at most collateral damage. Oh, I feel bad that like some babies died in the process. I guess you're not conducting your warfare adequately. That's it. If you don't understand like why so many people still, as we've seen like the YouGov poll that came out yesterday, while the numbers have swung wildly in the direction of anti-Israel sentiment in this country, there's still a lot of people who do not sympathize with the Palestinian people broadly. And that is because they still are operating with multiple decade faucet of propaganda about Muslims deserving it. Many people do not reckon with the reality of America's failure of the war on terror. At most, they look at it as 12,000 brave soldiers died in the process for no reason, and also $6 trillion or $7 trillion was just wasted in this. They don't think about the millions that were slaughtered They do not think about the tens of millions that were destabilized and displaced from their homes. They do not talk about the tens of millions of people that will never live a normal life because of these actions. Because in the process of doing this fake war on terror, the American media, through every facet, justified these actions of conquest. And the first step in that justification comes from dehumanizing the enemy, a monolithic force of evil, Islamic terror. Why are they so barbaric? It's because they read the Quran and they believe the Quran, and the Quran is a violent text. This is the reason why so many people still, on the one hand, say like what Israel's doing is unconscionable, but on the other hand, cannot sympathize in their hearts. They can't find the humanity of Palestinians. They just don't see it.
Dead children, injured children, starving children coming out of the Ukraine-Russian conflict like we've seen come out of the Israel-Gaza
But isn't that
conflict.
because of the Palestinians and their amazing propaganda abilities? Like, I think that's the reason, because the Palestinians put all this on camera and release it. That they make sure that we see this, which is another reason to be suspicious of it. You know, I don't know what I'm being fed or for what purpose.
Yeah.
The Ukrainians aren't doing that, and the Russians aren't doing that.
But why not, though? Why isn't Ukraine and Russia
they're not good at propaganda.
doing that to each other?
See, this is
Well, I don't know. I think Zelensky's pretty good at propaganda.
Maybe, but I guess he doesn't have like the lifelong commitment to it that the Palestinians. I mean, since I've been in news, the Palestinians have been doing this.
Yeah.
And they're very good manipulators of media.
Yeah, the Palestinians control the media. They got their tentacles in every orifice of Western civilization.
They need to exist. They have no place else to go. It's not an area of the world that's very hospitable to Jewish people.
Right.
And they are allied with the United States. They seem to share a lot of our values. So, like, you watch, I mean, this is a weird way of looking at it, but I look at what's happening in Dearborn, Michigan, with like the call to prayer 5 times a day on the streets of an American city, and Muslim immigrants coming over here and having 7 children each family. And look at the birth rates in Europe right now, which are largely like non-existent for white native Europeans, but sky high.
This is why, without solving the Islamophobia part of the equation, you can't actually have a serious discussion about this. Because even the person who is like actively calling this a genocide still has a bunch of insanely toxic opinions about Muslims in general. So it doesn't really make sense. Both of these blonde women on screen believe that Muslims are barbaric rapist hordes that are backwards, that are trying to destroy the Western civilization, and they don't think that they're like human beings, okay? Then one side's attitude is, well, their wholesale slaughter is too costly. The other side's attitude is, no, we should just keep killing them. Who gives a They have a disagreement on genocide, but like ultimately it's a too big of a point of contention. You know what I mean?
He has amazing abilities to effect, terrorist takedown plans, which is also helpful. So like these strategic reasons make sense to me too, for our understanding we don't have endless funds to spend some there.
Yeah, that's been the thinking. And that's what Americans have largely believed. And that's how the U.S. government has largely functioned for as long as I can remember. Although if you look at Israel, you have to recognize in the context of these conversations, not only are they such a strong economic country, not only have they proven that their military they're annihilating their enemy almost.
Totally.
They're going to finish the job, and they're saying they're going to finish the job. They also have nuclear weapons. This is a nuclear armed nation.
So you're saying you agree with all that, but they got it.
Like Megyn Kelly is low key tackling the issue from that angle where it's like, well, you hate Muslims too, so why do you care about their genocide? Which I don't believe is a genocide anyway. Like do you notice that the conversation is moving in this direction? She literally is just like, you hate Muslims just like I do. They're all barbaric monsters. Why don't you just shut up and let Israel pack up a bunch of them? Like, what do you mean?
Israel's a nuclear armed nation. Look at the outcome there. They did nothing to Israel. They did shoot missiles in there, but did they really do anything to Israel? No. And could they have? No. Israel's a nuclear armed nation. They're surrounded by their enemies per se, and that's constantly said over and over again. But Israel is a nuclear armed nation. They can nuke these people off the planet if they want to. And they have proven with their actions what they will do to their...
Here's another reason why it's bad that there is a major void in the political discourse that is being filled by the likes of Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's stupid. That's it. She's just stupid. She's hateful and also stupid. So her conversation, her back and forth with Megyn Kelly on this is going to be stupid. Like, she's like, oh, well, Israel's a nuclear armed nation. Okay. They have already dumped 8 nukes worth of munitions on Gaza. Clearly, wiping out Gaza with one singular nuke in this day and age when there are other nuclear armed nations around is not going to be a viable outcome, is not going to be a viable option for Israel, especially given the proximity of the Gaza Strip to Tel Aviv. Yeah, they're not going to nuke their own backyard, dude. That's why they have utilized conventional weapons instead of nuclear weapons to get the same job done.
They're starving children in Gaza. There are innocent Christians have been killed. Christian churches have been bombed. They are proving that these 50 hostages that are left and they're demanding back, they are proving that they will turn the entire Gaza Strip to rubble to get their 50 people back. I think that's a country that America can say, they got it.
You got this.
But we're not doing the same thing for our people. That's
right. We're kind of losing our shining city on the hill feel as you look back at our friend from Illinois and driving her car, and there are millions more just like her.
Tons of them.
I mean,
they're filled in my district.
If you told me tomorrow that we're pulling all the aid from Israel, I would say, oh, good God, who's going to decide?
It just sucks that she, even with her idiotic framework, is still a better voice on this issue than Hakeem Jeffries, man. Unacceptable. She is a better voice for Palestinians than Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, and basically the damn near entirety of the establishment of the Democratic Party. When this is now a 92% to 8% issue in the base for Democrats. 8% of Democrats want to continue supporting Israel. 92% of Democrats want to stop Israel. This is an unforgivable error. It's insane. Wake the f up, man. If they don't trust any media coming out of Gaza, why are they even talking about half this shit? Well, she trusts the media coming out of Gaza, just Israeli media. And not even like all of the Israeli media, because the Israeli media regularly covers like the inadequacies and the issues, right? But she just, I mean, she doesn't even listen to Israeli media, honestly. They're just listening to Benjamin Netanyahu. They're just listening to the Israeli government, not even the Israeli media, but the Israeli government. That's it. And they're just reiterating whatever the the Israeli government is saying. A government, much like every other government, lies routinely, but a government that lies in even dumber ways than at least like the somewhat sophisticated propaganda operation that like even Russia will engage in, okay? The sinister ways in which other countries and their governments operate propaganda in. Israel just straight up will just be like, nope, it didn't happen. But if it did happen, then it was good and it was worth it and it had to happen. And you're a piece of shit for saying at first that it did happen when we lied and told you it didn't happen. But also, you're still a piece of shit. You're anti-Semitic for saying that it did happen and you were right and we were wrong, because it's a good thing that it happened. And we should do more of it, as a matter of fact. And if you tell us that we shouldn't do more of it, then you're doubly anti-Semitic and wrong. You should be deplatformed. You should be fired from your job.
Here's what I keep telling everybody in Washington. I'm like, oh, you think we're going to win the midterms by spending all this stupid money again, not solving everybody's problems? Really, everybody's going to run out and vote for Republicans again? It's not going to happen. I think people...
Especially when Trump is gone.
Dangerous, dangerous prospect that Marjorie Taylor Greene is literally still, with all of her faults and failures, outflanking most of the Democrats and most of the Republicans on this issue. It is unacceptable that there's only a handful of Democrats that are better on this issue than Marjorie Taylor Greene, okay? It's ridiculous. Trump live with European leaders. All right, let's just get started. Let's talk about the actual issues and the actual things that matter, all right? Let's get into it.
Mark, as head of NATO, maybe you could say a few words, please.
Yes, I will be very brief. I really want to thank you, President of the United States, dear Donald, for the fact that you, as I said before, broke the deadlock with President Putin by starting that dialogue. And I think it was in February that you had the first phone call, and from there we are now where we are today. And that is, I think, if we play this well, we could end this. And we have to end this. We have to stop the killing. We have to stop the destruction of Ukraine's infrastructure. From today onwards, we get this thing to an end as soon as possible. I really want to thank you for your leadership, what you are doing for Volodymyr, but of course also all the European countries.
Dear Daddy Trump, I want to thank you for your leadership.
together as the two largest and biggest economies in the world. We had the largest trade deal ever agreed. And now we are here to work together with you on a just and lasting peace for Ukraine. Stop the killing. This is really our common interest. Stop the killing.
Thank you. And we did. I was just thinking we're here for a different reason, but we just a couple of weeks ago made the largest trade deal in history. So that's a big thing, and congratulations. That's great. Thank you very much, Ursula. Mr. Chancellor from Germany, a very great leader.
Mr. President,
Please.
dear Donald, many thanks for having us today. I think this is extremely helpful that we are meeting and hearing that the two of you are having such a good meeting today here in Washington. The next steps ahead are the more complicated ones now. The path is open. You opened it last Friday. But now the way is open for complicated negotiations. And to be honest, we all would like to see a ceasefire.
Am I crazy? This is not how they were talking before. You ask European leaders about Russia, they were talking like King Von. And now they're like, oh, we want peace. We've always wanted peace. Peace is the best possible solution. What happened? They are so fake, bro. What happened? I'm not even kidding. Like they used to be like, oh, we're gonna make the guns talk. We're gonna make our guns do the talking. We're sliding for Zelensky all day, every day. We're gonna send. Keir Starmer said he's gonna send the British military. Macron was like, we might use nukes. You know, I mean, he didn't say that, but like,
one of the wars was, as you know, in the Congo was 31 years long. Another one that we settled last week with two great countries was 35 years going on, and we had no ceasefire. So if we can do the ceasefire, great.
Oh my God!
And
he just keeps repeating it until it becomes a truth, I guess.
Because many other points were given to us. Many points were given to us.
Remember all the wars I ended.
Go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, Donald, Mr. President, for hosting us today in this important meeting. And I think it is an important day, a new phase, after 3 years and a half that we didn't see any kind of sign from the Russian side that there was a willing for dialogue. So something is changing, something has changed, thanks to you.
It's so funny that these like highly educated, well, not Maloney, she sucks. But like a lot of these guys are highly educated libs, right? They have a decent understanding of the world. I might not agree with their worldview, but like they're not stupid. So when they hear Donald Trump be like, I'm ending all the wars, including the one in Congo, I ended the India clash, like they just have to sit there and be like, yes, Mr. President, you did do that. They know that's not the truth. But what can you do in the situation? He just kind of sits there and he's like, I've done it all. I've ended wars that you didn't even know. Like, they literally just have to sit there and appease him.
So we are dialogue.
It's just like
something
a permanent
we have
ring-kissing
to build,
operation.
Together.
In order to organize such a trilateral meeting, your idea to ask for a truce or ceasefire, at least to stop the killings, as we discussed, is a necessity. And we all support this idea. And in order to have such a long-standing peace for Ukraine and for the whole continent, we do need these security guarantees. And the first one is clearly a credible Ukrainian army.
What does that look like? What does that look like?
And the second one is
what does this look like? This is what I need to understand.
And
like they keep saying we're going to do security guarantees, but what does that mean? You know what I mean? Is it like NATO-style security guarantees without actual NATO intervention?
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you for hosting us here. Can I start where Emmanuel started, which is we all want peace. The war in Ukraine has had a huge impact, particularly on the Ukrainians who've borne the brunt of it. I think this is such an important meeting. As a group, I think we've had a discussion on the phone a number of times, Mr. President, but be able now to be around the table to take it forward. And I really feel that we can, I think, with the right approach this afternoon, make real progress, particularly on the security guarantees, and your indication of security guarantees, of some sort of Article 5 style guarantees, fits with what we've been doing with the Coalition of the Willing, which we started some months ago, bringing countries together and showing that we were prepared to step up to the plate when it came to security. With you coming alongside, the US alongside what we've already developed, I think we could take a really important
I don't know. Maybe
step
this is
forward
like a
today.
face-saving
Historic
operation
step,
for the West
actually, could come
and
out of this
America's like
meeting in
military
terms of
prowess or
security
something,
for Ukraine and
where they just have to
security
make it
in
seem
Europe.
like
So
they're
feel that,
actually standing down
we can make
from
real
the
progress
Russian incursion with 20% of
a
Ukrainian
just
territory and
and
perhaps
lasting
even more
outcome.
now
Obviously,
being
that has to
relinquished
involve
to Russian
great,
control,
and a trilateral
and they're just
meeting
saying
in
like, but we
a
actually did
sensible
such a
next
good
step. So
job.
thank you.
I don't know
If
what the
we
security
can
guarantees are going to look like. I don't even know if like
that
Vladimir
is,
Putin is
the
actually
progress out
going
of
to
this
follow
meeting, those
through
security guarantees
on the
and
conditions of the
some sort of
ceasefire.
progress
I don't know what the actual details of the ceasefire look like currently. I don't know. It doesn't feel like this is anything different than just straightforwardly saying like, no, you get all of your maximalist positions, but please promise that you're just not going to hit Ukraine any harder.
Thank you for that.
I could see them doing this as a way to be like, see, we try to do peace. Putin is actually the big hurdle to peace, and maybe they're going to get Donald Trump to finally recognize that Putin is a hurdle to peace or something. But then again, then you're back to square one, and the number of weapons you send to Ukraine is not going to actually make up for the lack of manpower. So even if you go back to square one and you just
thank you very much,
get
Mr.
everybody
President.
involved in like
I think in the past 2
defensive
weeks,
posture
we've probably
for Ukraine,
had
it
more
doesn't change the
progress
dynamic on the
in ending
battlefield
this
unless
war than
there's
we
like
have
actual
in the past
military
3.5 years.
military
And I think the
intervention.
fact that
Do you think
of this
Putin's a hurdle to
meeting,
peace? I mean,
is
considering that he
about
did
the
invade
security
Ukraine,
guarantees,
yes.
which are a big part.
He is the
of
warring
this.
party
And then,
here.
of
He
course,
is the
moving
belligerent.
Towards, some of the international media
That's
might
crazy.
wonder, why is the president of Finland here? I think the reason is
You
probably
got to get out of
that
your
we might
rational
come
bag
from
on
a
this
small
nonsense.
country,
None of this is
but
rational.
We have a long border with Russia, over 800 miles.
I'm noticing
we,
a
of course,
significant lack of Turkish presence at this table, and it's frustrating me.
And I don't think there's any issue that's overly complex. It's at a point now where people want to do things. I really do believe. I've known him for a long time. I've always had a great relationship with him. I think that President Putin wants to find an answer too, and we'll see. And in a certain period of time, not very far from now, a week or 2 weeks, we're going to know whether or not we're going to solve this, or is this horrible fighting going to continue. We'll do our best to get it ended. And I believe you have two willing parties, and usually that's good news, but two willing parties that want to make a deal. And we'll journey together, and we'll go over, and we'll see if it can be done. And it's possible it might not be able to be done. On the other hand, it's possible it will. And we're going to save thousands and thousands of lives a week. And so it's something we really have to do. And or at least we have to give it our best. It's all you can do. You can give it your best. But I think we may have a very good outcome. So I want to thank you all, and the media, I want to thank you. We're going to be staying here for a little while. Then we're going to walk over to the Oval Office, and we're going to have another little discussion about similar matters. And then they're going to go home to their great countries and report. And I'm going to remain here and work, and you're going to go and work. We're all going to be working. We may be in a different location, but that's what we know how to do is work.
I can't be the only one confused by this, right? Like, am I feel like I'm not alone in this, right? There is like, this is a confusing set of events that has taken place specifically around the issue. They just keep having meetings, whether it be Vladimir Putin coming to the United States of America, or whether it be European leaders coming to the United States of America, and there is no negotiation. What is going on? They just keep saying it's at the table, it's imminent, but they never actually define what the terms are, and they don't even, like, we don't even know. It's just a meeting about a meeting. It's a meeting about a meeting for another meeting in the future at a certain point, at a certain date, and I truly don't understand what is happening here. Blue Anon was right. Just admit it. Wake up, Hasanabi. No, I don't think it's like Agent Krasnov shit. I said this already. Looking at what has taken place so far, especially in the aftermath of that Trump meeting with Vladimir Putin, I came to the conclusion that is maybe not so great for a lot of American dominance enjoyers, American hegemony enjoyers, but I came to this conclusion that, like, I think Trump doesn't have any other way out of this. I don't think any American president would have a different way out of this. It's just like they tried it. They tried to, atrophy the Russian military. They tried to destroy the Russian economy in the process with the mother of all sanctions. And ultimately, Putin kind of won. And I don't know, like when Trump said to Zelensky, "You don't hold all the cards," I think he after this meeting with Vladimir Putin, I realized that, I mean, America doesn't have any of the cards here either. Because if like the ultimate solution here is just like an escalation to nuclear warfare, in that regard, this is one of the first instances where like a direct military intervention from a foreign adversary against an American proxy, against a Western proxy, if you want to see it that way, led to the foreign adversary winning. There's nothing else that the Western world could do in this regard. I wouldn't even consider Afghanistan to be similar to this. Vietnam is a good example, I would say. Korea turned into a stalemate. Vietnam is a complete defeat for American interests, for sure. But even then, like with Vietnam, America was the Russia and didn't even have the same kind of ambition that Russia has with Ukraine, because it's not in their backyard. Vietnam is not America's neighbor, and America was militarily invading Vietnam. It's like if America invaded Mexico and then Russia and China were boosting the Mexican defenses to withstand like an American annexation. That would be the equivalent. Do you see what I mean? Like Vietnam is America creating a puppet state and trying to maintain some kind of control over the entire country through South Vietnam with puppet leadership, whereas like the USSR is obviously funding and is invested in the defense of the North Vietnamese liberation. But like, while that is also somewhat of a proxy, it's not a direct equivalent. Whereas Russia's actions, I say, is irredentist with the investment into annexation, like permanent territory acquisition, and they seemingly won. They got their desire. It just doesn't make a lot of sense, is what I mean. They talk about how there is going to be a managed resolution, an end to this conflict. Russia's interest in Ukraine, in the most charitable interpretation, is to maintain control over Ukraine, to not allow Ukraine, which is directly its neighbor, to be in the grips of Western influence. Regardless of what the Ukrainian population thinks, by the way. I'm not talking about like the Ukrainian sovereignty. I'm not talking about the wishes of the Ukrainian population at all. I'm simply saying like Russia's goals was territorial acquisition, halting any sort of like NATO intervention in a country that has proximity to strike the Kremlin, right? They obviously also with Crimea wanted to protect their point of entry into the Black Sea, all that stuff. But I bracket that off separately, because it does seem like even the European leaders and Ukraine has basically dropped Crimea from the equation. It seems like if they were to give Crimea permanent recognition, like permanent annexation recognition, legal recognition, as is and say it's like Russian territory, and then in extraction for that they got the Russians to pull back from like certain Eastern Ukrainian positions, that would be an insanely good proposition. It's just not even going to happen regardless. But it seems like even the Western leadership is on board with that. But overall, I feel like they're not getting anything out of this, anything out of these talks at all. It's just like Putin getting everything he wanted. And I don't know if there's any alternative to that anyway. I don't know what the alternative is. Like, what's the alternative? Because it's not even at a stalemate. Russia was able to acquire even more territory in eastern Ukraine. This pic shows a bit of the map that Zelensky told Trump he really liked. It shows the percentage occupied by Russia. I mean, I can't really see it. I don't get one thing. The West is telling how important Ukraine is for their safety and how important it is to provide them with weapons because they should not lose the war. Why the f don't they send their own soldiers then? As long as Ukrainians die, it's a war they should be fought. The f The reason why they won't send their own soldiers is because all of the countries that have the capability of sending military into Ukraine to defend Ukraine, well, one, that would be unimaginably unpopular. As long as it's just Ukrainians dying and it's they're using Western weapons, then they can manage that. Okay, that's number one. So domestic unpopularity is a major factor here. But the second part of the equation, perhaps the most significant part of the equation, is that if two nuclear armed nations or any nation that is under a nuclear security treaty like NATO were to go to war with one another, like official hot war with one another, that would trigger nuclear holocaust. That would trigger mutually assured destruction. That is the reason why they haven't sent troops into Ukraine. That's the biggest reason. And I think Vladimir Putin knows that. And that's part of the reason why he was able to push and push and push into Ukraine, knowing full well that they would not be able to amount a significant military force to withstand the Russian meat grinder trench warfare techniques, where they just basically bum rush further and further into Ukrainian territory because it's a significantly larger country. NATO, which in other circumstances is supposed to be a security agreement, right, ended up becoming a bit of a problem for American interests, because that way you can't get France or the UK or Germany to send in troops to Ukraine because they're a part of NATO. That way you can't get Turkey to send troops into Ukraine because they're a part of NATO. If the Turkish military is directly in hot battle with the Russian military, all of a sudden Russia and Turkey are in war. If Russia attacks Turkey, then you're triggering Article 5. Now you have a nuclear arms treaty going up against a foreign adversary that it was designed to be that it was designed to threaten, that also has nuclear arms. So in a weird way, NATO actually ends up being an anchor around the weight of American foreign policy, only because Russia was able to succeed militarily. This is why I kept saying, like, one of the weird solutions that I see is like is it's not going to happen, but one of the only solutions in this circumstance is, like, if you truly want to militarily defeat Russia, you have to go and fight to defend Ukraine. That's it. You have to send soldiers to defend Ukraine. That's an incredibly unpopular prospect to begin with. That opens you up to Russian counters. That opens you up to going into battle with Russia, and you can't do that when you have NATO anyway. For some reason, I'm skeptical that most NATO countries would actually go to arms if Article 5 was triggered. I feel like a lot of them would try to find some loophole to justify not doing it. I don't disagree with you. I think, I've said this before, I don't think America would, like, the American calculation of, like, defending Poland or defending Estonia, Lithuania, any of the Baltic countries does not revolve around, like, genuinely caring about the lives of people that live in the former Eastern Bloc or whatever. It actually is about defending America's military prowess around the globe. And in that situation, if Russia had the smoke, they would just let it go, potentially. It is crazy that he said he likes this map. Trump says Zelensky can end the war now if he wants to. President Zelensky of Ukraine can end the war with Russia almost immediately if he wants to, or he can continue to fight. Remember how it started. No getting back Obama giving Crimea 12 years ago without a shot being fired, and no going into NATO by Ukraine. Some things never change. Trump announced that Ukraine will not get Crimea back and no NATO for Ukraine. Sending troops is one thing, but closing the sky over Ukraine and shooting down the constant barrage of drones would be quite helpful. Why Israel getting this treatment? Because Israel is attacking militant groups that don't have anti-aircraft defenses and a civilian population that these militancy groups are born out of. Russia is attacking a nation state. Like, there is no equivalence here. You know, Israel's killing toddlers. Okay, Russia does end up killing toddlers too, but like the no-fly zone, like the no-fly zone over Ukraine would only be established with NATO nations coming in and offering defenses to Ukraine with their air forces. That's how you establish it. It's not like a banner that you put over the airspace. It's not like you close the airspace by just putting up a physical dome or something. You literally have to establish it with deterrence. You have to establish it with air forces. And the moment that you do that, it's basically the aerial equivalent of sending military into Ukraine. This would imply that these countries are going into war. It's no different. It's no different than, like, sending troops. Ukraine has to take the L here. No, like, it sucks. Russia was unjustifiably aggressive, but as an American who doesn't want more wars, we have to make Zell Disney take this deal. No, I mean, I think that Zelensky doesn't have a say in this process at all. Not even from the start. So I think this is more so just like America trying to find a good PR way to get out of this. What are you even saying, Lol? What do you mean? I'm not even. It's not even about, like, making Zelensky hold the L or something, okay? Because he's already doing that. He's going above and beyond by shitting on Zelensky like the last time he had that meeting. It was embarrassing. It was disgusting. It was fucked up. But I think that also serves a role in basically making it seem like America's washing its hands from this. And it was maybe just the foreign leadership or the former leadership's fault that America's even in this quagmire to begin with. I'm worried that after the war ends, Europe and the U.S. will try to normalize relations with Russia, and they will never face accountability. There's really no justice when state actors are involved, huh? Yes. If the West had been even more supportive early on, letting Ukraine use long-range missiles, sending jets, and setting up a no-fly zone, etc., is there any chance this could have turned out differently? No, because no-fly zone was always a red line that they were not going to cross for the reasons that I mentioned. It's like the same as sending military. Do you not understand? You cannot establish a no-fly zone by saying, it's a no-fly zone now. You have to set up military deterrence. And Ukraine doesn't have the capabilities, because they tried, to destroy like Russian air superiority early on. They were able to take out a bunch of, they were able to establish some semblance of deterrence with anti-aircraft weaponry and things like that in the Ukrainian Air Force. But overall, a no-fly zone could only be implemented by Western forces and their Western air forces specifically. And that would require, just like sending military troops on the ground into Ukraine, that would require having, Polish Air Force fly over the Ukrainian airspace to literally shoot down Russian aircrafts. That would be the same as going into direct battle. And as long as Poland and as long as all these other countries are under the security banner of NATO, then that is the maximalist position. It automatically triggers nuclear deterrence. It automatically triggers nuclear retaliation. And that's the reason why they never did it. That's the reason why it was a non-starter. It wasn't even like, no serious person was actually discussing these options. This is also interesting. Brian Allen, based on reports, including from those even from Fox, isn't denying it. It looks like Trump's Alaska summit went sideways, and the staffers like Caroline Leavitt and Steve Witkoff reportedly left ashen and wide-eyed. I wasn't in the room, but if seasoned operatives come out looking like they saw a ghost, that's panic. Whatever Trump agreed to or failed to push back on clearly set off alarms, and judging by the rush of European leaders of the White House afterwards, the damage control started before Air Force One even landed. Having said that, today's meeting with Zelensky and all the European leaders seemingly is much cheerier, which implies that either, there's something in it that we don't understand, that I don't understand, that I don't see, that clearly there's something there that is clearly positive for them, that they think is good, because they wouldn't be faking it. If they actually didn't like the outcome here of this meeting, whatever Donald Trump told them, they probably would say it out loud.
It's been almost 4 years now that a lot of people were killed last week. A lot of people last week. Millions of people killed, but a lot of people last week for whatever reason. A big number, a lot of soldiers, both on both sides. And I know the president, I know myself, and I believe Vladimir Putin wants to see it ended.
And as you met with Putin on Friday, today you've got President Zelensky here. As you listen to Russia and Ukraine, which side has the better cards?
Well, I don't want to say that. I'm just here to be. Look, this isn't my war. This is Joe Biden's war. He's the one that.
I'm telling you, like, you look at this and you go, oh, this is Trump just like shitting on Joe Biden. No, this is Trump trying to wash his hands of this equation. The very fact that he did not respond to who holds all the cards as a question, terminology that he has used against Zelensky easily, implies that he doesn't want to admit that he does not have the cards. He does not want to admit that the Western world, all the Western powers, do not hold the cards here. That, as we've said over and over again, as many leftists said over and over again, like the end to this conflict will be defined by what takes place on the battlefield. And what is going down on the battlefield shows that with all of the weapons that were sent to Ukraine, from the Western world, with like all the sanctions that were implemented, Russia has still been able to firmly acquire territory and embed themselves deep into the Ukrainian border and take over 20% plus of Ukrainian territory in eastern Ukraine. It seems like it wasn't enough, and Donald Trump sees that, and he basically wants to hold the L. He wants America to hold the L without saying that he was the one holding the L. It feels like this is a way for Trump, in the Trumpian way, in the most Trumpian way possible, to say, sure, we lost, but it actually wasn't us who lost. It was Ukraine who lost. It was Joe Biden who brought us into this. I don't think he wants to take a small L to avoid a much larger L, Russia going further into Ukraine. I don't think that's the equation. That's what his argument is. I think he's just like trying to do a Trumpian exit from all of this. Vibe check. A notably different tone in the Trump-Zelensky Oval meeting, a stark juxtaposition from the first White House encounter. When baited with a question about whether Ukraine or Russia holds the cards, a throwback to the first meeting when Trump said Zelensky doesn't hold the cards, POTUS did not bite. Even the wardrobe issue was addressed by the same reporter who criticized Zelensky for not wearing a suit last time. This time, Brian Glenn, Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend, told Zelensky he looks great. Seems clear neither leader wants to get out ahead of the high-stakes closed-door discussions that will get underway shortly. This is the most insane position. I'm a reformed IDF soldier, so I support Gaza because of you. I still support Russia, though. Brother, that is the most insane thing I have ever heard in my life. You got to give that up. You got to cut that. If you were capable of recognizing that Israel is doing a genocide, as someone who lived in Israel, as someone who fought for the Israeli occupying force, you can't be serious about like Russia doing a good job here. This is not this is a brand new sentence because most people, like, there are a lot of people in Israel that are pro-Russia, okay? Israel is like little baby Russia, basically. But that's crazy. That is a brand new sentence. Something deep in the Israeli psyche that must support war crimes, if not theirs, someone else's. This is a normal position around the world. Yes, it's just not a normal position in Israel. It is the most abnormal position in Israel that you can arrive at, especially if someone is like an anti-Zionist now. They probably are pro-Ukraine as opposed to pro-Russia. Or, well, not necessarily pro-Russia, but like it wouldn't say that like Russia is doing a good job. You know what I mean? Being pro-Russia is the normal position. I've been explaining this to you guys over and over again. Yes, for much of the global South, they literally do not see Ukraine as they don't see Ukraine as like being manipulated and being destroyed in the process. They see Ukraine as a Western proxy. The pro-Russia, pro-Palestine position is the most popular position in the global South. I try to explain this to Westerners all the time, and they just either don't understand it or they yell at me as though they're saying I'm in favor of this position. I'm not. But if you were to like get out of your bubble, there are probably a lot more people on the planet. So much of the global South is just less enlightened than you. I'm not even pro-Russia, but damn, it's not about being less enlightened. It's about vengeance. It's about demanding vengeance. It's about assuming that the enemy of your enemy is your friend. That's what it is. Because if you've been over by Western forces, whether it be like colonialism in African countries or the United States of America's direct intervention in your country, then you're like anybody that pushes back against this militarily, I'm on board with. It's a campus position that people arrive at because of their experiences. I'm saying that Russia's interest in this is not to like fight Western imperialism, okay? But a lot of people who have been victims to Western imperialism see it as that. So if you want to understand like where people are coming from when you see that, like when you see the Bangladeshi unks with the pro-Russia, pro-Palestine stance, and you're like confused by it, this is the reason. Even an accurate reflection of like what the rest of the world feels about this, even me like bringing this up pisses a lot of people off, and they fucking act as though that's my position. It's not. I'm just telling you what their opinion is. Okay, I'm not making a value judgment here. I'm just saying this is why they feel the way that they feel. I'm not even saying that it's correct. I'm saying that that assessment is incorrect. I love how Chad is pretending like there isn't a lot of pro-Ukraine and pro-Israel people out there. Yeah, no, that's the other side of this, which is also, again, incredibly incorrect of an assessment to make. But there's a lot of people in the West that are pro-Israel and pro-Ukraine. The numbers have actually diminished now, but it is a common position. At least it's like the only position that Western leadership has. It's the only position that like Western governments have. That is their position. And people will try to justify that by saying like, well, Ukraine was attacked and also Israel was attacked October 7th. But that is like, that's the other side of the story. There's a lot of people who look at what Russia is doing in Ukraine and say, oh, this is a fight against Western Empire. This is like, finally, you got one country that is like able to militarily withstand and like do revenge to the West, right? That's the way they see it. And then on the opposing side, you have all the people in the Western nations who are looking at like Russia's incursion into Ukraine and are terrified about this. And or you got like pro-NatSec liberals, like pro-NATO liberals who are just saying that they're pro-Ukraine and also literally pro-Israel, not recognizing how insane and how untenable and how utterly hypocritical this position is. Someone being pro-Russia and pro-Israel would be insane. Haven't met one of those Israelis. I've definitely met pro-Russia and pro-Israel people. MAGA. Some of the MAGA base are pro-Russia because Russia is fighting woke, and pro-Israel because Israel high. Israel is the Holy Land. There are pro-Russia, pro-Israel people. They're just called Russians. They're also called Israelis of Russian descent, of Russian background. That's definitely not I mean, it's marginal in the grand scheme of things. It's like a much smaller percentage of the population if you adjust it to the entire world. But I think pro-Russia, pro-Israel is like the South African, like the white South Africans who left after the dissolution of the apartheid and went to Israel. They're just one note. They don't care who's doing it. They just like war crimes. They just like dominating people. They're like, nah, it's fine. If there's another country, it doesn't matter. Any country that's doing it, I'm in favor of. You know what I mean? Like, there are people that did that, right? There were people in South Africa that after the dissolution of the apartheid in South Africa were like, oh, I'm not going to live in a country full of black people where I can't dominate them. I'm going to another country where I can be a part of the in-group that will dominate the out-group. Instead, I'm moving to Israel. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like that. They're just like, I like attacking civilian infrastructure. I am in favor of blood and soil narratives. I like it no matter where it's coming from. I like war crimes. I like blood and soil politics. I'm just on board with it no matter who's doing it. I don't give a
You know, I've done 6 wars. I've ended 6 wars. And
oh, my God. Oh, I've ended 6 wars. Even more wars than you haven't seen before. And it's like, you can just basically lie about the Congo whichever way you want, because who's going to question it? It's not like people were privy to what the was going on anyway. So even if the conflict is still going on, no one is going to investigate this statement. So he can just say it. Just make up new shit. Make up fake countries that don't even exist. Be like, I ended Myanmar. Countries that do exist. I ended Myanmar. I did that. That was me, right? It's not like you got any journalist in that room going, well, that's not true. Why are you saying that? I ended Sudan. I ended the Martian War. There was a big war being waged with an asteroid. I ended that too.
You just take a look at some of these wars. You go to Africa and take a look at that. Rwanda and the Congo. Republic of the Congo.
Republic of Congo. Condominiums. They're making a Trump Tower. They call it Republic of Congo. I call it Republic of Congo. Condominiums, Trump Towers, left and right. Yeah, I ended 6 wars is his like Brandonized version of I did NATO. Like, that's it. I'm doing AUKUS, Jack. I'm doing AUKUS. Except like, even though it's like basically the same shit that they're saying, which is an old man rambling. Obviously, Trump's rhetoric in this regard is more palatable to the average person, because like he's saying that he's ending wars. He's saying that he's ending wars, even though he's not. It doesn't really matter. But like, people understand that as like a thing that the president is doing. Whereas people don't understand when someone says like, I did NATO, I did AUKUS.
Mr. President, last week,
Brian, go ahead, Brian.
Yes, sir. I've got a question for each of you.
Yes.
First of all, Mr. President Zelensky, you look fabulous in that suit.
I said the same.
Yeah, you look.
Oh, clown show, dude. Fucking clown show. That's what this is. It's a real dog and pony show, a real clown show.
But do you think the American media really doesn't even want a peace deal? Because they've seen they've been so critical of you every step of the way as you lead the charge for peace.
It's an amazing phenomenon. I said that if in the settlement you got Moscow, St. Petersburg, and thousands of miles around them, they would say I made a bad deal.
That's not, dog. What are you f***ing saying? That is not the deal that is in place. All right, even if I did it, even if I gave, he said Kievan Rus. That's not the deal, is it? It's the opposite, actually. It's basically the opposite of that deal. Go back, you missed Trump, what Trump said.
So you say during the war you can't have elections. So let me just say 3.5 years from now. So you mean if we happen to be in a war with somebody, no more elections? Oh, that's good.
You're right, I did miss that. Even Kaya got up for that one. I like that. I like that. I said no new wars, but it turns out if there is a new war, maybe no election in 3.5 years here in the United States of America. Seems great. Mexico looking so good. Looking ripe.
Mr. President, last week you warned of what you called severe consequences if a 30-day ceasefire or any type of ceasefire were not agreed to by Russia. Will there be severe consequences? Does that change because of
I don't
meeting
think you
with
need a
President Putin?
ceasefire. You know, if you look at the 6 deals that I settled this year, they were all at war. I didn't do any ceasefires. And I know that it might be good to have, but I can also understand strategically why, well, you know, one country or the other wouldn't want it. You have a ceasefire and they rebuild and rebuild and rebuild, and, you know, maybe they don't want that. But if you look at the 6 deals that we made peace and
what is the press, dude? Holy shit. It's not. It's over. The notion that you are going to have a nominally adversarial press team in a press pool is completely gone. It's not happening. It's something that I've noticed, not just in the press. It's something that I'm going to be talking about with Ben Cohen of Ben & Jerry's as well. It's not just the press. Our culture, corporations, and every other institution that previously, at least aesthetically, tried to defend the principles of liberalism are completely casting all of that aside and becoming servile little mouthpieces for the right-wing agenda of this administration. Some of it is out of fear, and some of it is because they want to make more money, and they know Trump will press them. It is unfolding in every part of our lives. Every aspect of our lives is being dominated by right-wing crybabies, and I don't know if we'll be able to change this dynamic anytime soon, and I think it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. The media was never adversarial to begin with, or it's just like, or they were only adversarial to Biden on a right wing basis, but for the most part, they were servile to Biden too. He keeps saying 666. What 6 deals is he talking about? Iran, Israel, allegedly Congo, Rwanda, Azerbaijan, Armenia. I think he means India, Pakistan as well, but I don't know how we arrive at 6.
I think they're very like-minded. They want to help out all.
Thank you, President. Thank you, President Trump.
Are you disappointed there's no
the United
ceasefire,
States,
Mr. President?
The United States has already given hundreds of billions of dollars to this.
Happening, bro? What is like? They're just like yelling. Do they give the right wingers better microphones or something? Like, what the fuck's happening? They're like, they just tune it up. They're like, oh, it's douchey talking. We gotta fucking tune it.
War effort in Ukraine.
Biden.
At best, it is.
Biden. This is MAGA's take on Ukraine, and you said I was wrong. What? That MAGA hates Ukraine, bro? I told you. Yeah, I don't think that's wrong. What do you mean? No, I think there are a lot of Americans. I talk about this all the time. They got duped by like Telegram. There are a lot of Americans who unironically, there are a lot of Americans on the right that unironically think that Russia is actually engaging in a moral war against woke. Oh, Fox does still pummel MAGA with anti-Russia sentiment. That's true. Yeah, both of those things are true. Both of those things are true. While Fox News And the establishment and establishment Republicans are still very much invested in the quote unquote defending Ukraine unconditionally narratives, even though it's like just so that they can continue sending weapons to Ukraine. There's no like moral interest here. American politics doesn't exist on moral boundaries. The average American, even not just like MAGA people, I think the average American is just like, why the fuck are we giving so much money to other countries? Like, that's their position. Americans are very selfish. MAGA supporters have a specific type of reverence for Vladimir Putin. One, born out of Donald Trump's love for Vladimir Putin, and two, because they just got tweaked into defending Russia because they went into the wrong Facebook groups and they went into the wrong Telegram channels. And they turned into people who actually think Russia is fighting a just war against woke and against like Western degeneracy. They make it seem as though like Democrats actually wanted to give money to Ukraine so they can make Ukraine gay. They think like Democrats wanted to homify Ukraine, and Vladimir Putin is invading Ukraine to stop the gay, stop the woke.
Well, that's a very off topic, just really quickly. Mail-in ballots are corrupt. Mail-in ballots, you can never have a real democracy with mail-in ballots. And we, as a Republican Party, are going to do everything possible that we get rid of mail-in ballots. We're going to start with an executive
guy who was literally shitting on Zelensky for not holding elections. He's a dictator. Now talking about undermining another pivotal part of like American democracy while sitting next to Zelensky only moments after he said, oh, if you get into a war, maybe you can, if you get into a war, maybe you can avoid having an election. How nice. I will think about it. Everything that right-wingers do is good. Everything that they say is bad, or whoever they claim is doing the exact same thing is bad and immoral and wrong. Once you realize the world revolves around this fundamental truth, it makes a lot of this commentary more palatable. This is just truly what they believe. It's good when I do it. It's bad when anybody else I say is bad is doing it. And it's woke, it's gay, it's communist.
If you have mail-in vote, even Jimmy Carter with this commission, they set it up. He said the one thing about mail-in voting, you will never have an honest election if you have mail-in. And it's time that the Republicans get tough and stop it, because the Democrats want it. It's the only way they can get elected. Because with men and women's sports and with transgender for everybody and open borders and all of the horrible
things that you like, Zelensky. You want to do transgender sports in Ukraine. That's why Putin invaded, right? You want to do mail-in voting, don't you? Be honest. You want to do transgender mail-in voting. Everybody transgender. Everything's computer. Everybody transgender.
And now the new thing is they love crime. They're fighting me on the fact that I've made Washington, D.C. safe. We're not going to get mugged, beaten up, or killed like all the people you've been watching.
My question was whether the administration still plans to abide by that judge's order restricting any National Guard troops from being sent to Oregon.
Well, the administration will abide by the ruling insofar as it affects the covered parties. But there are also many other options the president has to deploy federal resources and assets out of the U.S. military to Portland. But I was making the point that under federal law, Section Title 10 of the U.S. Code, the president has the authority anytime he believes federal resources are insufficient to federalize the National Guard to carry out a mission necessary for public safety. So it's important to understand that in Portland, ICE officers have been subjected to over 100 nights of terrorist assault, doxing, murder threats.
I do think that this is going to lose its usefulness in the same way that like anti-Semitism lost its usefulness, right? Because it was deployed so unevenly and with such great frequency. Whenever someone was like, hey man, I think what Israel's doing is like pretty fucked up, they'd be like, you anti-Semite. Yeah, after maybe the first 10 times, people started going, what do you mean? You say that all the time. You say that to everything. And it's like, if you're going to apply terrorism and doxing charges to, for example, a person demanding that an ICE agent reveal their identity, like where an apprehension, another kidnapping is happening, and someone, a civilian that is a witness to this incident goes, "Hey, what's your badge number?" And you go, "Wow, that's doxing. That's a prosecutable act." You keep doing that, people are going to go, you say that about everything, big dog. You mean this is doxing and this is a violent act? No, it's called demanding proper identification from a public servant that is unaccountable, that has tremendous amounts of power over regular citizens.
The number 1 and 2 items in the GOP platform in 2024 were to turn back the border invasion and carry out the largest deportation program in American history. Since Inauguration Day, there's been an orchestrated campaign of terrorism and violence against ICE officers. Of course, we saw the recent sniper attack against ICE officers. They're publishing their families' photos online. They're threatening them with murder. They're threatening them with death. And they're physically attacking them in the street each and every day. And yet, shamefully, the mayor and governor in Portland and Oregon have refused to render aid, leaving ICE officers to street fight every single night against these terrorists.
What we've seen thus far, the actual incidents of people inciting violence and not responding to law enforcement attempting to disperse them, are not an open rebellion. I mean, again, you make this characterization as though they're terrorists, and I do wonder if it is.
That's awesome. Even the CNN host, I mean, he's one of the better ones for sure. But even he's just like, dude, you call everybody a terrorist. I don't think this is terrorism at all. Are people now the equivalent of Antifa like Palestinians or Hamas? Yes. There is a severe crisis in the Israelification of American society. It's almost like it's looping back around. Israel was very America-coded, and now we are becoming more Israel-coded. Because, I mean, Israel is accelerated in its fascist endeavor. It's more advanced in its fascism than America is as it stands currently.
Potentially a problem in the future for Republicans. If a Democratic president someday calls the National Guard to a red state over what they see as open rebellion, but is what amounts to a demonstration that gets rowdy. I mean, is that not a fear of
and they're posting
yours?
pictures of their kids because it's a demonstration, and they have a sniper on top of a building firing a high-caliber rifle at a nice facility because it's a demonstration. And
yeah, listen, little bro, there's a difference between those things and what the average person is doing. No matter how hard you try to lump it all together, it's not working.
they are engaging in vehicle ramming
But
attacks,
the National Guard isn't
coordinated
being
ramming
sent to
attacks
Texas.
because it's a
The National Guard
demonstration.
isn't being sent to Dallas, where that sniper was.
Because the Dallas Police Department and the governor of Texas, well, you walked right into that one, have responded.
Oh, wow, you have activated my trap card. He also comes across as such a whiny f***ing loser.
To every call for assistance and help. They gave a stand-down order in Chicago, and they gave a stand-down order in Portland. Do you realize that there's 11,000 federal law enforcement officers in Oregon? That's larger than the size of the FBI. Local and state police are resourced to deal with this kind of riotous assembly, but they have refused. They've been given a stand-down order. So
They've
we
arrested
need
some
to use
70
National
people
Guard
since
and federal
June.
troops
They've been
to fill
arresting
in
folks
that
on the
breach.
ground. They've been arresting folks on the ground. They refute
haven't
what you're
touched-
saying outright.
We literally have the 911 audio of this stand-down order in Chicago, and we have documented inside of DHS every single unresponded to 911 call over the recent weeks and months.
Do you have...
Damn. Local police incompetence is harming ICE. That's awesome. Also, I heard some other stuff about this. Apparently, ICE was making like fake calls as well, like making calls that were ridiculous to 911 themselves.
Evidence that this campaign is coordinated? Are you planning charges on anyone who is actually coordinating said campaign?
Yes. So since the Joint Terrorism Task Force has gotten involved, we found that there are common funding, that there is common financing, that there are meeting points, that is
what you're
carefully
describing as
orchestrated,
actual
that is carefully
terrorism.
integrated. Yes.
And you are going to charge...
They're making posts on Instagram that hurt the feelings of our fat agents. They're calling them fat. This is fat shaming. They're demonstrating fat phobia. They're not abiding by standpoint theory. ICE is a protected group. It's very disappointing. And I keep calling the cops every time. I keep calling them. I say, 911, they say, 911, what's your emergency? I say, they're doing body fascism. They're doing body fascism. They're calling my big, beautiful agents fat. Can you please arrest them? And then the cops hang up. I hate that. I hate that. Why are the cops hanging up? You're supposed to stop every nuisance. What are these guys getting paid for?
Someone with terrorism.
Well, so I would like to.
I bet you would like to, but
I would like to. He said, I bet you would like to. Oh, that's awesome. Yes. Why can't I call them terrorists? Why can't I? I think they're terrorizing me. They keep saying my wife is Elon Musk. That is terrorizing. That's a terroristic threat. Okay. And if my wife were to Elon Musk in a hypothetical scenario, I would be in the room sitting on the cuck chair. And if that's my kink, you should stop kink shaming me. That's terrorism.
Doesn't mean you're going to, are you?
No. What I'm saying to you is the Congress has statutes on seditious conspiracy, on insurrection, on impeding federal law enforcement. The domestic terrorism statute in Congress obviously needs to be strengthened. For domestic terrorism in Congress, we have foreign terrorism charges. We have an entire patchwork of federal law.
Like that, what he's saying right there is so terrifying because the First Amendment has made it so that we do not have the same vague standard of terrorism applied at the domestic level. Now, there are issues with that for sure, especially when you have like when you have the Klan wreaking havoc and there's been no active way to disassemble militia movements such as that one. But of course, this administration is trying to change that in the opposite direction, not going after like active groups that are causing a significant amount of harm, but instead they're going after decentralized movements of people expressing discontent towards this administration, basically making the Klan the federal law enforcement apparatus. Incredible stuff. But once again, the First Amendment actually stops this kind of domestic terrorism designation from actually happening because it is seen as any sort of formation that is anti-capitalist or anti-fascist, even if it was a organized unit. That in and of itself is First Amendment protected. Individuals that engage in criminal behavior beyond that can be prosecuted to the full extent of the law, but you can't just like actively decide that anti-fascism is actually a terrorist organization and whoever we call anti-fascists, we have now declared a member of a terrorist organization and go after them.
To the extent that there are charges that apply, we will charge them in every single case. You have impeding law enforcement, you have seditious conspiracy, you have a conspiracy to deprive of rights, you have assault against law enforcement officers. But all of this meets the hallmark, textbook definitions of domestic terrorism. Boris, I just want you, just for a moment, to step back and think about what we're talking about here.
Oh my God, this is so Israel. Not much amazes me anymore about the modern GOP, but Back to Blue went out the window stunningly fast after the feds built their own goon squads accountable only to them. Those cops aren't cops. They're Antifa with badges. Look at them. Yeah. Cops are Hamas. Benjamin Netanyahu is Hamas. The IDF is Hamas. It's the same. That is the same energy. So stupid.
President Trump ran and won a campaign on turning back the border invasion.
You've said
you
that
have the mayor
several
of Chicago
times, Stephen. We have a limited amount of time, so let me ask you. Let me ask you about the governor of Illinois.
He declared a no-go zone. He declared a no-go zone for ICE. How is that not insurrection?
Stephen, we're set to hear from J.B. Pritzker in just moments. He says that you're attempting to inflame tensions and create a war zone. He also says that you are profiling, that you're targeting black and brown people, even those who turn out to be here legally. What's your response?
Well, first of all, the black people in Chicago are thrilled that we're getting the illegal aliens out of their communities who are stealing their housing, jobs, and resources. You've seen the video of the town halls during the Biden administration where black citizens who are natives of Chicago were begging to have the illegals taken out of their country. What they've done is they've created a system of law.
Yeah, black people love the administration. They love having their cities, their neighborhoods terrorized by even less accountable, even more militarized law enforcement under the suspicion that they are, because of their blackness, that they might be a Haitian migrant. That's definitely what they were demanding. The black communities were like, please, we want helicopter raids now. Not enough that the Chicago Police Department was beating the out of our neighbors. It's just we want more.
In Chicago, in Illinois, where illegal aliens have far more rights than American citizens. If an American citizen, for example, commits a crime of sexual predation against a child, they'll cooperate with the FBI. If an illegal alien commits a crime of sexual predation against a child, that illegal alien will be shielded in an ICE no-go zone.
What are you talking about? This is so stupid. I can't believe they're still making this idiotic argument, dude. Yeah, definitely. When a Guatemalan migrant does something heinous like that, basically they get away with it scot-free because the cops are like, we're woke. Yeah, the only migrants that engage in sexual predation on U.S. soil that get away scot-free are migrants from Israel. If you want to talk about an active threat to children, the only time I've seen that shit happen is when you got like a Israeli cybersecurity guy who just openly tells law enforcement, like, hey, by the way, I know you guys caught me in a sting operation trying to child, but I'm Israeli and I'm actually going to be leaving for Israel very soon. Please let me go. Not the first time such an incident has taken place, by the way.
I ask you the question, what is the right term to describe a local official declaring a no-go zone for ICE? Would you tolerate it for FBI, ATF, DEA? No, you would not. But there is an effort to delegitimize the core function of the federal government of enforcing our immigration laws.
No, I think the delegitimization of the core function of federal law enforcement is not coming from people like myself. This is the same idiotic argument that Kamala Harris dead enders actually advanced against people like myself, saying like, oh, it's your fault that she lost. It's like, no, it's your actions, dumbass. It's your actions, Stephen Miller. It's your lack of interest in demonstrating any sort of competence or decency, and instead using ICE as your own personal Gestapo to undermine the rule of law and to create chaos in blue cities and in blue states and pack up whoever the f you want to and engage in mass targeted kidnappings, engaging in dragnets. That is what's unironically making people lose confidence in federal law enforcement. No amount of leftist or liberal commentary is going to actually change that dynamic, especially in the absence of the Democrat leadership pushing this narrative. It's like very obvious that this is homegrown. People's discontent is born out of what they are seeing unfold in broad daylight in front of their eyes. They see an administration behaving in this erratic manner and they get upset. They go, no, I saw the guy that you actually fucking kidnapped. I know that person has a family. That's my neighbor. That's a contributor to this neighborhood. That's a part of our community. And you're just treating him like he's nothing. You're treating him like he is a bloodthirsty serial beheader or some shit. That's unacceptable. And then they get mad. They get mad and they express their anger. They express their frustration.
In our sovereignty. It is domestic terrorism, it is insurrection, and no amount of insane, hyperventilating lies from Pritzker or Johnson or any other Democratic official will change our minds on that. ICE officers should not have to live in fear and violence to do their jobs, period.
So on the substance of the question, is it the case that, as Pritzker frames it, you are profiling brown people, that this immigration crackdown is designed to go after people of color?
It's such a, oh, what a dumb question.
What a dumb question. Bro, I think Stephen Miller should be on camera more often. I've realized, like, he is such a evil little nerd. I'm realizing that any moment in the spotlight for Stephen Miller is another moment where this administration is going to erode confidence. What a dumb question. You look like a 90s villain. Back when in the 90s, like all the villains were nerdy, that's what he looks like. He's like that's what he sounds like. Yeah, Dr. Evil looking ass, bro. He unironically sounds and behaves exactly like Dr. Evil.
Gentlemen, in exactly 5 days, we will be $100 billion richer.
The illegal aliens who are here are taking jobs away from blacks. They're taking jobs away from whites. They're taking jobs away from Latinos. They're taking their health benefits away. They're taking their school slots away. And of course, in many cases, they're committing heinous crimes. We cannot have a system of law in this country that privileges illegal aliens over American citizens. And that's what they're doing. You know it, and I know it.
So that's not exactly a no, Stephen. Can you just unequivocally state that the immigration
I said it's a dumb question. Okay.
Well, I appreciate that, but
it's a dumb question.
So no, this policy is not designed.
I thought when I said it was a dumb question, it meant no.
Well, I just want to be clear and precise. I appreciate you trying to qualify my questions, but nevertheless, I think it's a fair one that a lot of people have.
My full answer is no. That is a lie, and it's a dumb question. But you said something else, speaking to the premise of one of your questions. You said, well, aren't we provoking? Illinois governor says we're provoking actions that are unlawful. Why would the mere presence, just think about this for a second, if I put federal law enforcement and National Guard into a nice sleepy southern town, is anyone going to riot? Is anyone going to try to shoot them in the face? Are they going to try to attack them in the street?
They would say full of people in the middle of the night covering their faces without identification, without identifying themselves, there might be concern among the community, especially if American citizens are being... Especially if American citizens are caught up in that, which some reportedly were.
We netted over 30 foreign terrorists who are members of Train
and American
Nicaragua,
citizens
who,
also
by the
wound
way,
up apprehended in that.
They torture women and children. Those American citizens are now safe from Train Nicaragua. You know, there was a case recently in Washington State.
But isn't that enough reason for some people to demonstrate and say that they disagree with that policy?
They took a power drill.
Isn't it enough for some people?
Well, by the way.
Hey, Stephen,
first of all, let me finish the story. TDA took a power drill and drilled a hole through a woman's hand.
Understood.
Stephen, her hand.
We have to leave the conversation there because we're short on time, but nevertheless, we do appreciate you making the time for us and coming on CNN and sharing your point of view.
Always.
Those National Guard troops are...
Oh, my God, that was awesome. I didn't realize that things like that happened on CNN still. Oh, my God. He is so unlikable, dude. The argument that he is presenting requires him to be somewhat likable, at least to like a percentage of the base, you know? But because he has no charisma whatsoever, like he's worse than Donald Trump for sure. What is this? Did you see? I think he might have had a stroke.
Deployment of National Guard in Oregon, illegal insurrection. Does the administration still plan to abide by that ruling?
Well, the administration filed an appeal this morning with the Ninth Circuit. I would note the administration won an identical case in the Ninth Circuit just a few months ago with respect to the federalizing of the California National Guard. Under Title 10 of the U.S. Code, the president has plenary authority.
Stephen? Stephen? Hey, Stephen, can you hear me?
Oh, my God.
Stephen, I apologize. It seems like we're having a technical issue. We'll try to fix that and get back to you after a quick break. Stay with CNN.
Oh, my God. Did he stroke out? What the They're resetting the code? Yeah. I hate when the server update happens when you're like mid-game. You know what I mean? That's what took place, I think. It seems like he got hit with a server update. Like they had to put it into safe mode. Good things never happen. Okay, just remember that. Yeah, here. This is why it's so funny. ICE has been making phony calls to 911 and filling false police reports in Chicago in a deliberate scheme to antagonize local law enforcement. Any of us would get arrested for this.
You are watching as Broadview police respond to a 911 call, claiming someone was tampering with a gate at the ICE detention facility there. Body camera footage obtained by the CBS News Chicago investigators shows...
They're so bad, dude. That's illegal. That's literally illegal. That is, I guess, add that on to numerous other illegal things that ICE is doing. That is awesome.
Several Broadview police officers respond to an alleged homeland security threat. The gate in question is where ICE takes detained immigrants for processing.
What's up, guys?
Hey, what's up?
Not much.
How are you?
Good. We got a call of subjects trying to climb over the fence or something.
No, not since we've been here.
But when police arrive, all they find is 2 people and a camera. Our CBS photographer filming the exterior of the building with a CBS security guard by his side.
Okay, you guys didn't tamper with any of the...
No, man. The 911 call claiming someone was tampering with the gate came from an ICE agent. According to this incident report, an ICE agent called police for help.
But he can't go and try to force his way in that.
Yeah, I guess they're just they're doing the same shit that they've always done. We're just like, excuse me, there's a nuisance. 911, I'm annoyed and scared. Come here right now, please.
Okay, so the guy in the blue.
No, the guy was just recording the camera.
Do you believe that that was a false call? I do.
Again, it was just our CBS photographer filming the exterior of the building.
In your mind, bogus. Yes. It's disturbing. It's ridiculous.
That's
Broadview
awesome.
Police Chief Thomas Mills says this is just one of several questionable 911 calls his police department has received from ICE at this facility recently. This same detention center has become the site of at least 3 other incidents involving federal agents who are accused of hitting people with cars, shooting projectiles, and using chemical agents on journalists, including a CBS reporter last Sunday.
Yeah, dude. Amazing. It's funny that they've antagonized 2 groups that under normal circumstances would absolutely be on board. Local law enforcement and local news. These guys are, in most circumstances, totally on board with like police brutality and things of that nature. They will do decent coverage every now and then, but the ICE is so annoying and such a disruptive force that they have lost local news and local law enforcement in the process. Amazing. That is amazing. I never thought I would see the day. Anyway, now we are going to talk about the global Samud flotilla vessels. When I first started the broadcast 4 hours and 22 minutes ago, they were right about to be intercepted by the Israeli naval blockade. 4 hours later, Greta Thunberg has been arrested and apprehended, and they are deploying water cannons on some of the vessels.
Not to fame, but rather to keep all eyes on Gaza, which has been the message from this flotilla right from the beginning. Its whole purpose is to draw the world's attention to Gaza, for people to speak about Gaza.
Here's the Novara media. So the military escorts were all a trick, I think, with the exception of the Spanish one, but I guess the Spanish one is also not doing. I posted about it yesterday, but basically it was just PR. The Greek vessels only allowed safe passage, humanitarian flotilla through Greek territorial waters. The Turkish drones that were overseeing the Samud flotilla basically returned yesterday. They left. The Italian one was the most egregious. The Italian vessels actually made one more demand at the last point. One last demand with Giorgia Meloni coming out and saying one of the most insane things I've ever heard. Meloni came out and initially said, let's take the humanitarian aid from you and we'll deliver it. Okay. Then they said, go to Cyprus, redirect their ship to Cyprus. The Italians on board said, F you, we're going to Gaza. Then they tried one last time yesterday to say, let's redirect to Ashkelon. Let's redirect the ship to Ashkelon, the Israeli port, and then we'll deliver the aid that way. And then they all departed. And the only country that I thought could potentially go through with it and allow the humanitarian aid ship to go all the way in to the Gaza boundary was Spain. But the Spanish government has announced that its ship, the Führer, will no longer escort the humanitarian flotilla en route to Gaza. In its statement, Spain expressed respect for the humanitarian mission, but strongly recommends that the flotilla not attempt to breach the Israeli naval blockade for safety reasons. Showcasing once again that ordinary citizens of good conscience are braver than the navies of numerous European governments. Think about that. These are people on dinghies. These are people on boats with baby formula on their boats. Naval vessels are afraid of Israel's intensity and Israel's unlimited violence. But yeah, Meloni's statement was the most insane. Italy's Meloni says Gaza flotilla risks escalation, could blow up potential ceasefire deal. Israeli Foreign Minister calls flotilla dangerous provocation intended to inflame tensions and undermine ongoing diplomatic efforts. First of all, the ongoing diplomatic efforts are bullshit. I think the promises from Spain, Italy, and Turkey have been a bit overstated in the press and on social media. So just to say that no naval vessel from any country is officially with us after 150 miles from Gaza, we will be on our own, says Alex Colston, who is the story editor and journalist from Dropsite News, who's also on the Samud flotilla. They are violating their international obligation. The Houthis are more worthy for meeting their obligations in their attempts to stop the genocide. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. The entire reason as to why these countries even said that they would send naval vessels was because of the incredible response from the respective populations. Work stoppages, general strikes like like what we saw in Italy, protests all over the streets. That is the only reason why these countries even offered a symbolic state recognition to Palestine as a pressure valve. And that is the only reason why they would even entertain sending some kind of assistance as a protection measure. It was for nothing. It was just all optics. It was completely meaningless. These nations did not get together and violate the Israeli blockade as Israel is conducting its genocide, put their naval vessels on the line and their own militaries on the line to force Israel to stand down. And here we are. There's audio recordings from the global Samud flotilla and his address to the IOF. Thiago puts an IOF soldier on the spot.
An attempt to breach the naval blockade, we will stop your vessel and act to confiscate it through legal proceedings in court. You bear full responsibility for your actions.
Say that we are entering an active war zone. You're saying that we are entering a place where we are committing war crimes. This is against international law. Once again, the International Court of Justice made a provisional ruling that any attempt to hinder a humanitarian mission to Gaza is prohibited by international law and is complying with the request to make you accountable for the crime of genocide. The International Criminal Court has your Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu under an arrest warrant for the crime of starving children and starving people to death using starvation and famine as a weapon of war. Therefore, it's our moral duty to continue sailing. It's our moral duty to refuse any attempt of an occupying force to control humanitarian aid for the Palestinian people in Gaza who have the right of their sovereignty, who have the right of their self-determination, and to control their own borders. Therefore, we do not recognize you as a legitimate agent to control any attempt to bring aid to the Palestinian people in Gaza. We request you to stand down, to do not commit another war crime among so many that you've been committing, and to stand down. Do not engage with our peaceful, non-violent, humanitarian solidarity mission for the Palestinian people in Gaza. I advise you again.
Also, here's a funny thing from Israel, of course. The Israeli Navy has released a video of one of their lieutenants calling the Samud flotilla to surrender its aid. In keeping with recent IDF policy to avoid foreign tribunals over Gaza, she faces away from the camera.
You are approaching a blockaded zone. If you wish to deliver aid to Gaza, you may do so through the established channels. Please change your course toward the port of Ashdod, where the aid will undergo a security inspection and then be transferred into the Gaza Strip.
They can't show their faces, by the way. Shouts out to the Hind Rajab Foundation for actively documenting all of the Israeli occupational forces terrorists who have foolishly documented themselves engaging in war crimes. But this is the new IDF policy. This is the official IDF policy for like the past half of a year now, where whenever they show like their brave warriors and whatnot, whenever they show their brave warriors, they do this thing where they shoot the back of their head. Anyway, let's continue.
In international waters, the Israeli Foreign Ministry has said that they are in an active combat zone. Those on board say they are in international waters and what they're doing is absolutely legal. But we've got an update now from the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They say that, and this is a quote from an ex-post that they've put up, they've said, already several vessels of the Hamas Samud flotilla have been safely stopped and their passengers are being transferred to an Israeli port. Greta and her friends are safe and healthy. And you remember Greta Thunberg was detained and then deported a few months ago. There are roughly about 500 people from around the world, part of this flotilla, about 42 vessels full of aid, things like baby formula, based on what they were telling me. I was speaking earlier to David Adler, a flotilla crew member, on the phone, and they were saying they were basically waiting now and expecting the Israeli authorities, the military, to board the vessels and detain or take them off the vessels. Of course, there are some 42 of these vessels in that convoy, the largest that they've ever had, with roughly about 500 people on board, as I said, from around the world, trying to make their way towards Gaza.
Dude, we all know why they said they're Hamas, okay? It's to justify what comes next. And I think the fact that they said this time, like, oh, they're actually funded by Hamas or some makes me feel like they'll apprehend some and then might do something worse to others if they haven't stopped every single boat so far.
Just over 100 trucks are managing to get into Gaza. Many are concerned about the number of trucks. Famine has been declared in parts of Gaza City. So this particular flotilla, attempting to highlight the issue in Gaza, the Israeli Foreign Ministry accusing them of being Hamas-backed and say that they're...
Yeah, I mean, it's complete and utter bullshit, by the way, the whole, like, Hamas statement. They didn't even do a good enough job. Not to say that they do a good job in other instances, but, like, they straight up had one of the most low-effort, like, this person is Hamas baits I've seen. Yeah, you want to see how fucking stupid this is? This was the Israel Foreign Ministry exposed. Official Hamas documents found in the Gaza Strip now reveal for the first time proof Hamas's direct involvement in the funding and execution of the Samud flotilla to Gaza. It's George Galloway, okay? This is George Galloway. I don't even know if that's George Galloway. This is a random dude, not even George Galloway. They are showing George Galloway next to Ismail Haniyeh, who is dead, okay? Who was killed by Israel. This is a different person and not even George Galloway, okay? And they're claiming that George Galloway is Hamas, I guess. And they're saying that the Palestinian Conference for Palestinians Abroad was established in 2018 and functions as Hamas's representative body abroad. Both. Okay, not even true. One, that is George Galloway, a British politician, not Hamas. Two, this is just Israel still trying to create a public justification for a violent attack as a humanitarian mission. The other guy's Palestinian Chuck Schumer. Yeah, this is Chuck Schumer after he heard Donald Trump call him a Palestinian. Except, no, I think he's like some Pakistani politician or something. So he's not even George Galloway. He's just a Pakistani unk. It's so crazy, man. Israel could just say anyone is Hamas, and like European governments will literally follow through on it, and they will arrest you. There are demonstrations in Rome. There's demonstrations in Brussels, Turkey. Gustavo Petro has announced the cancellation of the free trade agreement with Israel and kicks Israeli diplomats out of Colombia. And CGIL in Italy has called for a general strike on Friday. Italy's largest union, with over 5.5 million workers, has called for a general strike on Friday in solidarity with the global Samud flotilla, and smaller Italian unions have said they will join CGIL's general strike. Awesome. So there are still
PTSD. Well,
I guess there are still some ships that are on the flotilla that haven't been intercepted yet. The Meteg is surrounded, and I can hear the Israeli occupying force screaming at them to turn their engine off. The crew is ignoring their commands. This is the latest. This is a stupid question, but why don't they keep sailing forwards? I mean, because Israel will kill them. Like, that's why. Yeah, just ignore the genocidal entity that has been doing that has been just melting children with zero repercussions for the past 23 months. Yeah, you guys do realize that, like, the OG was Mavi Marmara in 2010, and Israel literally sent commandos in helicopters and slaughtered a bunch of human rights workers on the ship. The OG humanitarian flotilla was Mavi Marmara, and they slaughtered 10 people. They just straight up dropship commandos from helicopters murdered them. Don't forget that the Gaza flotilla volunteers are ordinary people actually risking their lives. Yes, Israel's killed activists before while world leaders did nothing. Yeah. Ankara calls the incident unacceptable as 10 members of the aid convoy are killed during storming of Turkish ship in international waters. And then they said they were Hamas, of course. And they said the ship had weapons. And then they did the fake message famously, where they were like, they made it seem like the Turkish vessel, the captain of the Turkish vessel said, remember 9/11. Hey, fuck off. Remember 9/11. Go back to Auschwitz. Dude, Hasbara has not evolved from 2010. You need to understand, like, there was a reason why so many people were like, oh, here we go again, when like they did that thing after Al Ahly where they blew up the Al Ahly courtyard, and then they were like, it was actually Hamas, and then they were like, it was actually Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and then they revealed a intercepted phone conversation where it was like, oh, ya Allah, I am from Palestinian Islamic Jihad, I hate Israel, but also I'm so bad, I'm a bad guy, and oh no, we accidentally killed our own people. And then everyone was like, see, Israel would never bomb a hospital. It's so crazy, we bomb ourselves, oh no. That stuff's not new. That's been around. Israel was doing that for a minute. What are the odds that they find a copy of Mein Kampf on the flotilla? Oh, high. They already called them Hamas, so they'll probably say that there was like Hamas documents or something, or like a Hamas banner on there or some like that. Put some AKs and say they're smuggling weapons to Hamas? No, they don't even do that, bro. I'm telling you, with Mavi Marmara, they said the boat was carrying weapons. They didn't even actually place weapons on the ship. They just showed a bunch of like kitchen knives and were like, you see? Look at all these weapons that they had on the ship. That's why we had to shoot them with automatic machine guns from a helicopter. Nowadays, they don't even need to do that. They could just say, oh, this guy's Hamas. Look, here's a photo of George Galloway, who's also Hamas. Yeah, this is what they said. This is why they were like, look at all the weapons that they had. We had to kill them. We had no other option. Are they letting them go? What is this? Genuine question, why do this at night, lol? Do you think they just materialized on the Gaza coastline one night? They've been sailing for weeks. The f are you talking about? Also, Israel is the one that decides when to implement the blockade. That's the reason why they're doing it at night.
Okay, you can come up careful. Tranquilo, tranquilo.
Even if they're faking it, why take so many L's? Because at a certain point, you have to realize, like, their only goal is a genocide. And if no one is stopping them from conducting this genocide, then they don't feel the need to try to PR wash it. Like, at most, the PR laundering, the reputation laundering for the genocide comes with, like, the whole Gaza peace plan, right? Like, that's what they were trying to present as, like, a way to continue the genocide while making it seem as though they're invested in some sort of, like, peaceful alternative when they had no ambitions for peace whatsoever. This is man-made horrors beyond comprehension. This is the final stage of this kind of content if left unchecked. Trigger warning: violence. A shocking story out of France as an actual Black Mirror episode come to life. Streamer Jean Pormanov, real name Raphael Gravin, died last night live on Kick. For years, his so-called friends humiliated him on camera with beatings, bullying, insults, all for donations. On Monday night, after 10 days of nonstop streaming, I'm not going to show you the footage. I don't know what they will actually show. On Monday night, after 10 days of nonstop streaming, 46-year-old Jean fell asleep on camera and never woke up. Viewers watched as his body was shaken by his companions, who only realized minutes later he was gone. A live video now widely shared reportedly shows him inanimate under a duvet with two men nearby, one tossing a small plastic water bottle at him. Those 10 days weren't just harmless gaming or chatting. They were 10 days and nights of humiliation, extreme physical violence, sleep deprivation, even being made to swallow toxic products. All live and fully monetized for donations. The channel behind this is called Le Local, run by streamers known as Naruto V and Safin. Mediapart exposed them last year for live humiliation and violence for audience shares. They were detained, then released, and the channel kept going. There's a clip from weeks ago that is especially haunting. His friends laugh about what could happen if he died live. One insists he should stay on camera, that if he ever dies, it'll be because of his health, not them. Under pressure, Jean said it. Some people are now arguing he was a consenting adult, fully aware of what he signed up for. But in reality, in a message to his mother, Jean wrote, "It's going too far. I feel like I'm being sequestered with their concept." Jean, a fragile man in his 40s who spent much of his life streaming alone from his parents' house, wanted community and to belong. Instead, he ended up surrounded by people who made him the punchline. After falling in with his new group, he moved in. Streaming became his whole life. On camera, his friends kept reminding him how they had rescued him, how he owed everything to them. Clips show them mocking his past, saying he never had friends, never had love. They call him disabled, beat him, even strangled him. And all of it was played for laughs, with viewers sending money to keep the abuse going. Other streamers saw it coming. Ava Mind said months ago, this channel should have never been public, both for the damage it did to viewers and the way Jean himself clearly wasn't in control. After his death, she said, "It pisses me off to have been right." Arkunir, one of France's biggest streamers, wrote, "I have rarely been so shocked, frightening that such content could continue for years without anyone intervening. Whether it is the disgusting or on the videos or Kick, I hope they all pay." Meanwhile, the man behind Le Local are now posting tributes, calling Jean their brother and asking people not to share the footage of his death. One wrote, "No one knows, but everyone talks. We loved each other. That's all that matters." France's digital minister, Clara Chapaz, called the case an absolute horror, announced a judicial investigation, and says she contacted Kick directly. But Mediapart says the government was warned months ago. Back then, Kick simply wasn't a priority. Kick, the Australian streaming site, said it couldn't comment due to privacy rules. Their terms ban heinous violence, but moderation is looser than Twitch. In the end, someone died on their platform, sparking a national debate in France on social media responsibility. You're a grown man. It feels like too much pressure. Get up and leave. Everyone's a victim. Lol, now I'll speak how I feel, bud. Dude, you're talking about a dude who had like major disabilities and was lonely. He's like 46 years old. These people clearly took advantage of him. What the f is wrong with you? They tortured him and then he died. Jesus Christ. Dude, there's always a special type of person who will just like endlessly find ways to victim blame, no matter how heinous the situation is. They were also his landlord, chatter. Yeah, exactly. Like they literally were providing him housing too. Like they were exploiting him. I don't know, man. It's just like, fuck. I don't know what compels someone to be that much of a piece of shit when they're analyzing a situation that they're not even remotely involved in, where they immediately find a way to no, I understand why those guys could do it, because they're fucking evil. Like, what do you gain in that situation? You know what I mean? You just see evil being conducted and you go, I'm on the side of evil. Kick was joking about him a year ago. Kick joking about Jen Pormanove, a man who was tortured to death on their live stream. Deadpool avec un hoodie Kick. John Pormanove was tortured over the course of 2 years by two streamers on Kick. They found a small stream and took him into their home. He was disabled, vulnerable, and living with his parents. They hit him, strangled him, and treated him like a punching bag every day of his life. They paid him 6,000 euros a month, even though they make 2,000 euros every hour they streamed. They financially manipulated him and threatened to get him thrown out of the streets if he left. At one point, he said that he wanted to leave, but he couldn't. This was reported about in French media in early 2025, but nothing happened. They decided to do a 10-day live stream specifically to torture him. He died in his sleep 2 days ago. I mean, this is not Black Mirror chat. It's happening in real time. How many times have we covered, like, files on Kick are unironically distributing CSAM. They are procuring and distributing CSAM, serializing this content. Like, we know this already. It is fucking insane. It's not Black Mirror, it's real life. And there's not really anything you can do about it. There's just they have unlimited money and very little interest. I think the real issue here is, like, because they have unlimited money, no one wants to regulate these guys. And it's up to them to self-regulate, and they seemingly are not invested in the self-regulation because they have an endless bag. Bro, they've literally got Mr. Beast. A week before this happened, Mr. Beast openly signed on to the platform. Now you got Ethan Klein, who is trying to sign on to Kick. There are always going to be people out there who don't give a like, Mr. Beast is a Walmart figure, man. He's in Walmart. Like... And he's on this platform. Very clearly, it doesn't matter. These guys want to normalize Kick, and they get unlimited bags to do so. This is yet another instance of right but too early, in my opinion, where it's going to turn into a situation where, you know, all of the animosity that that myself and many others who have been actively calling this out for a long time is just only getting animosity from a lot of people who like that their favorite content creator is there and want to defend it, regardless of the consequences. There's nothing you could do. I don't think Kick loves this personally either, for the record. They don't like that this is the only thing that their platform is known for. They want to use the platform as like a casino. And that's the entertainment component that's bringing in people into the casino. You don't want your casino online to be known as the casino where people are getting tortured to death for entertainment purposes. And look at the psychos, dude. Twitch has a dark history too. Brother, Twitch, YouTube, these are mass platforms, okay, owned by major conglomerates, and they've been around for decades. There have been mass shootings that have taken place on Twitch, like someone has live streamed it. These guys immediately clamp on it. They have an entire moderation team dedicated in real time to handle stuff like this, as opposed to a dude who did a 10-day snuff film, like a bunch of content creators on the platform who did a 10-day snuff film that ended up with the dude that they were torturing dying. This is endless cope to be like, oh, Twitch does this too, or YouTube does this too. Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and act like there isn't shit on this platform too. Certainly there is. But at least like this platform and all the other platforms like try to actively mitigate the harm. Whereas Kick very clearly does not implement this harm mitigation at all. They do not give a about moderation. Years ago, when Kick was first starting out, I said, great, competition is not a bad thing. And I told straight up to Train, to his face, if you don't actively pursue moderation on this platform that you are an advisor of, it is going to turn into open season, a shithole filled to the brim with file Nazis. And that's precisely what happened. Lo and behold, that is exactly what happened. Of course, Train and all the Kick enjoyers and all the content creators that went there never let me forget that warning. I warned them. I know what happens when there's no moderation. Kick and new Twitter has basically busted the brains of so many young kids that get a lot of content from that side. And in this day and age, clearly there's increasingly less interest in moderation, and people basically just like wear it on their sleeves. Update: Naruto's lawyer says the shocking videos are just stagings with Jean Pormanove denying his client is a torturer. He calls them best friends, blames cyberbullying campaign, and plans legal action. Reminder: Naruto and Safine were already investigated by the police in Nice last January.
The platform Kick has a reputation as a bit of a Wild West and also an El Dorado for streamers who no longer have a place on other platforms.
Kick posted to X that they were deeply saddened by Pormanov's death, promising to cooperate fully with the authorities and undertake a full overhaul of their French-language content, also banning the rest of the Local group from the platform pending the results of the investigation.
We've had a statement from Kick which says we are deeply saddened by the loss of Jean Pormanov and extend our condolences to his family, friends and community. We are urgently reviewing the circumstances and engaging with relevant stakeholders to investigate the situation. This statement goes on to say, Kick's community guidelines are designed to protect creators and we remain committed to upholding those standards across the platform. But it's clear that French ministers are really wanting to hold Kick to account here. They believe that the platform should be held responsible for the content that is on its site.
So he had water thrown on him.
I'm being honest, like, I just don't think that they're ever... When we say, like, oh, what will it take? Like, I don't know. I don't know what it will take for Kick to actually self-moderate. Because, like, it's clear that countries, even, like, the EU nations, who normally have, like, at least some sense and more regulatory control, would, under normal situations, like, under normal circumstances, take action against stuff like this, right? But nowadays, I feel like that's long gone. Even European countries don't do this anymore. They got to lose money. That's all they care about. They're never going to lose money. The entire platform is losing money all the time. It's not designed to make money. It's designed to be somewhat self-sustaining, but mostly just as a tool to market the cryptocurrency casino that powers it. Like, for example, Stake is a crypto casino. It tried to do ads on Formula One and numerous other competitions, and they were told no. But they can do it for Kick because Kick can present itself as the entertainment function of the casino and not directly the casino itself. It's not about making money for them. It's just a sole advertiser for their casino and also a way to basically do some kind of like reputation laundering for the cryptocurrency casino without it being directly a cryptocurrency casino ad. Fizz made a good point. In my opinion, this is the logical endpoint of all lolcowing. It usually doesn't get this far due to moderation and guidelines, but Kick has none, and therefore it enables it to reach this natural conclusion. Yeah. This is what happens when you systematize and turn it into content. Because this is the impact of lolcowing online, but it's usually relegated to the darkest circles of the internet. You know what I mean? This used to be something that people do in like anonymous forums that they have to use VPNs to tune into. But now you're just doing it in broad daylight on a visible platform to an audience that demands more of it. It's basically, you know, Live Leak and Kiwi Farms, but on steroids. And if left unchecked, from my experience, and I can draw a parallel here to what Twitter turning into the Nazi hole it has become has done to every other platform, and what TikTok has done to like red pill incel terminology and basically made it popular and added into the regular lexicon of normies. If left unchecked, this is going to become a thing that everybody does. More and more people do. Content creators are like, they're bots, they're NPCs. They rely on trends, okay? They're not creative enough on their own to come up with like unique ideas. So they'll see something going popular, and if they're depraved enough, they will do it as well. Look at the distribution of CSAM that happened on Kick. One content creator took it upon himself to do these like Riz videos on Omegle or whatever, one of those like websites, random websites, and he started getting nudes from minors. And when that became a meta on the platform Kick, more people started doing it because content creators saw that and were like, oh, this is sick. Like, you can make money off this. You can get clout off this. That is how it goes. That is before this incident, by the way. A year before this incident. And then it became a regular thing. And there's more to it than just that. There's like Nazis on there. Again, that's how Nazis also became the meta as well. Being a Nazi became the meta. Being like a gross racist became the meta. You would just say the most heinous shit and be rewarded for it. And then other content creators who don't have any functioning brain cells would repeat that because they're like, oh, well, this, I don't give a shit. What about I don't give a shit about the repercussions. Yes, Something About Chickens did a 2-part series on the distribution of CSAM on Kick, sequencing and serializing and turning it into content for a bunch of content creators who saw one guy doing it and they all did it as well. I mean, the same thing is happening with right-wing commentary in general. That's what it is. Monkey see, monkey do. Other content creators see people like Asmongold popping off, making like Nick Fuentes jokes or pointing to like anti-Semitic memes and shit. Maybe they don't see all of it, but they see most of the stuff that he's saying about like trans people, undocumented migrants. And then they go, well, this guy's popping saying this shit. I'm going to do it too. Greatest example of this is XQC. XQC has no worldview. He doesn't give a fuck about anything, but he saw how much Asmongold was gaining prominence by doing this shit. So he tried to do it as well. And then his audience yelled at him every goddamn day. And then he had to basically back away from it a little bit. He still tries it to his best ability, but that's it. There are a lot of people who don't. Over under 3 months, Asmongold going to Kick. He already did, brother. What are you talking about? He already is a Kick streamer. He went to Kick. He went to Kick months ago. And now you got Mr. Beast going there too. It's just so because that kind of stuff just has like like people just don't want to see their own responsibility at all. They just they don't realize that they're playing a role in like normalizing this abhorrent behavior. They don't want to think about their responsibility. They don't want to think about the role that they're playing. They just think about the bag.
Yeah.
But so by someone he was in partnership with?
It appears that he usually creates videos with 2 other video content creators. Some of the videos that I've seen online, it's silly videos where they're slapping each other, they're having fights. It's not clear whether this was something consensual that he took part in or whether this was an escalation in this sort of extreme videos that they were taking part in. But it's very, very unusual set of circumstances.
Entertainment or ritual online humiliation? French content creator Raphael Gravan was known for his video stunts, like taking on these attack dogs. But other clips show the 46-year-old being doused in water, shot with paintballs, and apparently even being strangled.
I'm so happy Kaisenat held the line and denied them early on. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, speed too. It's so funny. Kai and Speed got the bag from Rumble, and then they never really streamed there too. They were like, Rumble was so desperate for clout that they just gave him a fat bag, and they streamed one time on that platform and then never again. And look where they're at in their careers. They could have taken the kick bag. They could have. Let's not give Kai too much credit. Yeah, sure, but like on that front, he was smart enough and had surrounded himself with smart enough people that knew better, that like that was a major problem. What's also crazy about the Kai situation is that all the kick streamers hate his ass now because he literally said, I don't want to stream with Aiden Ross because they spam like, you know, monkeys in the chat every time I'm on camera. Yeah, dude, that's the most normal thing for a black content creator to be like, I don't want to be a part of this. It's racist, this. And they hate him for it. They literally hate him for it. They're like, oh, how dare you? Why the f would he want to be a part of that?
I got your back online. I said, respectfully, in real life, I got you, bro. But when it comes to this content, I'm not in the mental state to be in front of your. As soon as a color hop onto the stream, it's straight watermelon and gorillas. I'll watch.
I just wish he didn't say that, though. I really wish he didn't say that as soon as there's somebody with color on your stream. We don't have to make this about race at all.
Brother, come to Dagestan, brother. 1-2 year, we make wrestler out of you, brother. What the f? This is such a stupid statement. I turn into a Dagestani. I like you can't, like, this is such weirdo behavior. I don't know how to describe it. It's like, you got a black dude being like, hey man, it's really fucked up that your community is insanely racist whenever there's someone of color on your stream. And he's like, why you got to make this racism about race, man?
We don't have to make this about race at all. Like, there's no reason to do that at all. I get what he's saying. Like, when there's somebody with color on their stream, they spam monkey and watermelons and stuff. When there's a Jew on stream, they'll spam the craziest shit in my chat. When there's a Mexican,
bro, what? His response is, let me tell you all the other groups that they're racist towards as well. Hey, yo, man. Dude, how echo chamber do you got to be to think this is a good line? This is bars, man. He's spitting. You don't understand, bro. We're not just racist towards black people. We hate the Jews as well. Aiden Ross is Jewish, for those of you who don't know.
Mexican on stream, they'll spam in my chat. When there's a Chinese person on stream, they'll spam my shit in my chat.
Oh, Chinese people too. God, okay.
It's not just one specific race, guys. It's every race.
Oh, I didn't realize it was worse than I thought it was. Why would that be inviting? Why would this be welcoming? What the f? I'll bet there's one race that doesn't get spams. Oh. Yeah. Well, because that doesn't work. You know what I mean? Like, anti-white racism doesn't hit the same. And anyone who will try to sincerely engage you with that argument is a silly person, okay? It just doesn't work that way. Andre is a relevant tweet about anti-Semitism on Kick. Yeah. After Ethan said he is announcing that he may begin streaming on Kick. Remember that Kick allowed anti-Semitic imagery as official channel emotes on Aiden's channel. Looking back at getting banned for Cracker is even more crazy now. Oh, yes.
Also, on top of that, I do wish you well on Kick. I really do, because I want a competitor. I want a competitor to Twitch because I think that would make the platforms overall better. You started off talking about how you hated how much titty streamers or hot tub streamers and the meta was awful, and now you got porn on your platform. Now you got one of your main poster boys at Kick showing porn to minors. So maybe you now recognize the importance of moderation, especially as it pertains to an overall platform. Okay. Well, this is great. 24 hours? You think you should get banned only for 24 hours for showing minors? If you think Twitch would, how would you react if Twitch literally banned someone for 24 hours only? There have been instances. There have been instances where it's 72 hours, and even that's longer. And I'm sure you've advocated against that too. Why is there such a gigantic double standard here?
There isn't a gigantic double standard. Kick has been out for 4 months and it's still in beta. If I had the power to ban, believe me, a lot of creators on that site would be banned right now.
Like the other guy who copped Dome, on camera, that was crazy too. I think he got banned for what, 24 hours. I think. I don't know.
That was bad.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm just
All
saying
of
that,
these
like,
things-
you know, I
believe me. Listen, what you think moderation should be on Kick, I'm pushing for and advising for. They believe in
great.
free
I hope it
platforms.
works, and I hope the clip system works as well. I am excited to see
It
what
does.
happens
But-
with Kick.
yeah,
Okay, last thing. I'll play devil's advocate and say.
Or platforming Nazis. I think that's pretty bad too, honestly. But that's just
Agreed.
me.
I completely agree. with that. There is a difference between freedom of speech and hate speech. Do you understand? There is a major difference there. Hate speech is not allowed. I'm pushing for us to get a moderation team in place to get this removed across the site. Do you understand? This is the issue. A lot of people have come over thinking free speech means hate speech. That is not the case. Do you
Well,
understand?
that's usually why. That's usually why they do that. It's like a disingenuous way of framing it. Every platform has, even 4chan has like some speech restrictions on even poll. It's a normal part of the process of like regulating any sort of forum or any sort of place where people congregate. But a lot of Nazis will often utilize that as a reason. But I agree, and I think I'm happy that you are against it. I mean, maybe you'll have advice on how many days they should be banned, but you know that does seem like a good idea.
I agree with you. To pervert freedom of speech to justify their hate, it's disgusting. It's completely disgusting to pervert the boundaries of freedom of speech and to try and justify the use of hate speech. It's completely disgusting. And I see it happen all the time.
The free press, which is not so free, we're going to be talking about that, is getting bought. Paramount is reportedly set to buy Barry Weiss's free press for somewhere in the $100 to $200 million range. Now, for those of you who don't know who the fuck Barry Weiss is, for those of you who don't understand the significance of this deal, you probably look at this stuff and you go, Hassan, why do I care about this? Why should I care about this? Now, the reason why you should care about this is because Barry Weiss is a uniquely demonic pro-Israel figure in American media. Like, she is perhaps most responsible for famous Palestinian poet Refat al-Ra'ar's assassination. Him and his entire family was killed by Israel after Barry Weiss literally put a crosshair on him. And it's not just that, obviously, like the Free Press, her outlet that is entirely propped up by Palantir and all of these like Silicon Valley tech CEOs, have basically been one of the most annoying pro-Israel, one of the most like violent pro-Israel Hasbara operations that you can find. And it's interesting because like obviously there's an unlimited faucet of pro-Israel commentary all around, and yet the Free Press still somehow achieves new lengths. Now, what's interesting about this is that the Free Press has 335,000 subscribers on YouTube, right? And their videos barely crack. Like, look at this. Five days ago, 11,000 views. Exposed. Al Jazeera journalist caught working for Hamas. This is literally after Israel assassinated a bunch of Al Jazeera journalists. After Israel did we were hitting a Hamas camera, they came out and made this expose using, whatever talking points that the Israeli state gives them. Like, this is not a real news outlet, right? This is just a propaganda outlet for the Israeli state with this American independent patina. It's not true. There is no independence here. They're evil people. They are straightforwardly, unimaginably evil people. It's a real who's who of neocons and warmongers. And not only is it a real who's who of all of these like awful people, they're like, they have no motion, right? They have no motion whatsoever. I mean, look at this. Regardless of the fact that they have no real motion whatsoever with an actual population of readers and watchers and whatnot, there is something suspicious about their funding mechanism. Like, they have a ton of subscribers on Substack. But in any case, CBS is now going to be basically controlled by Barry Weiss. Barry Weiss, whose career trajectory started off as a beacon of like failing upwards for basically sucking up to Israel and being an Omega Zionist, has now finally reached a new level in her career. Here's Brendan Carrot. Barry Weiss is such an interesting character because she basically is the worst person who has ever done her chosen job. Even ignoring all the obvious Israeli shilling, she basically tried to get fired until a prestigious national newspaper let her do this. So one of the things that she tried to do early on was like get in on the cancel culture grift. She got a job at the New York Times as an op-ed writer. One of her most famous op-eds at the New York Times was the intellectual dark web, if you remember. Under Trump 1, she put together this like intellectual dark web piece where she interviewed, Joe Rogan, Dave Rubin, said these were like the real titans of intellect and debate. That was one of her incredible contributions to American journalism. But like, When she's not doing that, she has always tried to just like get pro-Palestinian people fired while simultaneously complaining about cancel culture and also defending free speech. An absolutely monstrous, vile loser. She harassed Palestinian professors, coasted at Wall Street Journal, then got hired by the New York Times, immediately tried to throw a tantrum until they canned her, and she couldn't get fired. I know this for a fact. She tried to get fired from the New York Times so that she could lean in onto the I got canceled by cancel culture grift. It didn't happen because the New York Times was like, we're not going to fire you. You can be as annoying as you want, but we're not going to fire you. So then they literally, she had to resign basically. And then when she resigned, she wrote about how like she was forced to resign because everybody hated her at the New York Times for understandable reasons. Then she moved on to Substack. She started the fake unaccredited institution, the University of Austin. And if you're wondering, like, how can such a massive failure constantly keep failing upwards, it's because she was propped up by Peter Thiel and a bunch of other billionaires. Openly. It's not even a secret. There's a reason why, like, there aren't 60-minute segments on Full Sail University, right? Or Phoenix University, but there was a full-blown positive news piece, a puff piece on her unaccredited institution that was supposed to be combating woke. Another one of these guys that's like, I hate woke, I hate cancel culture, except I love doing cancel culture and I love being woke when it comes to the apartheid state that's doing a genocide. Brendan says the M. Night Shyamalan of writers, but for reasons unknown, she's now worth millions. If you're fortunate enough to have never read anything she's burped out, here's the most succinct description of her life's work. Imagine meeting your dumpy extended relative who went on birthright and mysteriously makes $500,000 at a consultancy firm run by a guy called Bip Shlololo. And what's interesting about this is that regardless of a sequence of L's that normally would absolutely destroy someone's career like this if there was any sort of real meritocracy. Also, here's another Free Press writer, Sasha Seinfeld. She also writes for the Free Press, writer and junior editor. Anyway, Jerry Seinfeld's daughter. For those of you who don't know, how does CBS come into the fold? Well, as I covered before, there is a merger that took place between CBS and Paramount. Paramount Global was the parent company that included the CBS television network and CBS News until it was acquired by Skydance Media in a merger that closed on August 7, 2025. Sorry, Paramount was the owner of CBS television network. And the owner of Paramount turned around and after October 7, very clearly, very deliberately, very openly stated, I'm finally going to sell CBS because 60 Minutes is not sufficiently pro-Israel. And if you know anything about 60 Minutes, they added direct editorial control because 60 Minutes, after a year and a half of genocide, finally did one piece of critical coverage on America's involvement with Israel's genocide. They didn't even call it a genocide at the time. They just said America's bombs are being used and Israel's using them on children. This was a bridge too far. They immediately sent in an outsider to do editorial control to make sure that this never happens again. A lot of people actually quit 60 Minutes. But this was, post-October 7, for the Redstones, this was too much. And these guys are so unimaginably wealthy. For them, this is simply, for them, owning CBS is just like another thing that, billionaires have, right? Now confirmed that this episode led 60 Minutes to be stripped of its editorial independence and led to the selling of CBS to David Ellison, who now plans to merge the company with Barry Weiss and the Free Press. Sherry Redstone hoped Trump's 60 Minutes suit would root out anti-Israel bias at CBS News, and she sold Paramount partly over October 7. She openly stated it. Redstone told The Times that for years she had resisted entreaties from potential suitors eager to buy Paramount. What pushed her to finally agree to sell the family business was October 7 massacre of an estimated 1,200 Israelis. Once that happened, I wanted out, she told The Times. I wanted to support Israel and address issues around anti-Semitism and racism. She told The Times that her breaking point came just days before she withdrew from settlement talks with Trump in January this year. CBS aired a 60-minute segment featuring State Department officials who quit over America's support for Israel's Gaza war, a piece that the American Jewish Committee blasted as shockingly one-sided, lacked factual accuracy, and relied heavily on misguided information. Redstone wasn't alone in her concerns. Days after the segment aired, George Cheeks, who oversees CBS, shared Redstone's dismay about the Gaza episode and soon appointed veteran producer Susan Zirinsky as an executive editor to review 60 Minutes segments, stripping the show of its traditional independence from corporate interference. In April, the longtime executive producer of 60 Minutes, Bill Owens, departed after Zarinsky's appointment undermined his autonomy. Isn't that f***ing crazy? Billionaires just openly saying, like, look, I own a whole ass news organization, and this news organization that I own is not sufficiently pro-Israel. This is like designed. This is like an anti-Semite's wet dream. Ultimately, Redstone is now is selling this property, or sold this property. It's not enough to get free weapons and political cover to carry out the genocide. Israel and its backers in the U.S. must also destroy any institution, no matter how long it's operated, like 60 Minutes here, that dares to moderately criticize the project once. And now Barry Weiss, who I just described to you as a charlatan, a hack, someone who's like written extensively on myself as well, is getting a $200 million deal with Paramount securely in his pocket. David Ellison is on the verge of acquiring Barry Weiss's The Free Press and tossing her the keys to CBS News. The deal is on the 1 yard line, I am told. Isn't that crazy? David Ellison, who is, of course, the son of Larry Ellison, the son of multi-billionaire and Oracle Corporation co-founder Larry Ellison, who was propped up by the CIA. His son is a film producer and a multi-billionaire and himself, or billionaire himself, who is a media mogul. Bought CBS from another billionaire to specifically make it more pro-Israel openly. And in an effort to do so, they are pumping Barry Weiss's bullshit independent outlet, fake independent outlet that's propped up by other billionaires with a $200 million cash infusion so that she can basically control the editorial standards and ensure that they are more pro-Israel. And by that I mean, because American media is already incredibly pro-Israel, as you guys know, right? But the reason why this is incredibly damaging to public discourse is because when Barry Weiss takes over the keys for CBS, she's going to make CBS pump out insane genocide denial, like more so than just like, key omissions and many other tricks that mainstream editors deploy when covering the issue of Israel, right? It's no longer going to be like, oh, we're defending Israel by, writing whatever an Israeli envoy has declared that seemingly contextualizes yet another instance of like unlimited violence against Palestinian children. Now they're just going to say like, no, these children deserve to be murdered. It was awesome. And actually, they're not murdered at all. But if they were murdered, it's good that they were murdered because they deserved it because they're Hamas. Now, obviously, one of my issues with this stems from the fact that one singular billionaire can just like decidedly change the trajectory of a whole ass media institution that has been around for decades. Like, think about how insane that is. We are at the mercy of billionaires. I hate that. Barry Weiss's stream of genocide denial and incitement against Palestinians living in the tents has paid off. Equally racist, pro-Israel Nepo child David Ellison is rewarding her with $150 million, give or take, for a Substack that even this sycophantic write-up acknowledges isn't worth a fraction of that. Dylan Byers, ever the morally incurious court stenographer, ponders if Ellison is just trying something unconventional to shake things up for some other such dopey nonsense. The market for the Gaza famine myth from the Free Press, this was, right at the time when people were recognizing that Israel was committed to doing a famine, by the way, and they literally wrote the Gaza famine myth. Like, it's just a Holocaust denial newspaper, okay? I need you to understand. A bunch of pro-Israel billionaire lunatics trying to directly do unlimited pro-Israel propaganda beyond what you have already seen from mainstream media. It is crazy to me. And they're not even hiding it. They're just saying it out loud. So if you don't personally think that this is like an incredibly damaging moment for, an even more damaging moment for American press, for press freedom and press independence at a time when obviously we need an independent press more than ever before, this is going to make things even worse. And yeah, as Adam also correctly points out, like Dylan Byers is writing this as like a positive article. This is supposed to be like a article that is pro Barry Weiss, but even this article itself recognizes that this is $200 million for Barry Weiss's operation, that's a little crazy. These guys don't care if they're just melting money. They don't give a shit because they have unlimited funds. What does this do? This is to tell every other journalist who wants to start a media career, every other journalist who already has a media career, you will get the bag if you lie at the behest of Israel, no matter how insane your lies are. Just erode your conscience, erode your moral compass, and we will pay you. We will throw the money faucet at you. When people say stuff like, well, people can see through this. Like, no, this is extremely inside baseball. People will not be able to see through this. Your parents are not going to look at CBS's coverage that changes dramatically to be even more pro-Israel and go, this is a little weird. No, they're just going to take it at face value. And that is the smart ones. The ones that are not getting their notes from random Facebook posts. The smart liberal parents that still respect the mainstream institutions are now going to be tuning into CBS, not realizing that it's just like even more pro-Israel than it was before. It's not Dan Rather's network anymore. As a part of the deal, I'm told David plans to give Barry a role at CBS News that would, among other things, task his fellow millennial with guiding the editorial direction of the division. Barry's avowedly pro-Israel and anti-woke worldview, not to mention her broadly kicking anti-establishment disposition. That's so funny. There is no anti-establishment position. Being quote-unquote fake anti-woke, except for Israel, is not. It is the establishment position. On some level, David's pursuit of the free press seems to be driven by a desire to align his news network with his own politics. How else to explain why the guy who just bought his way into Hollywood moguldom, NFL rights, and the streaming wars would want to endure the thankless chore of integrating a politically charged digital news business that, despite his relative success in the Substack economy, would account for a modest 8-figure revenue line in his $18 billion entertainment business. If the lifers at CNN threatened to burn the place down when Chris Licht moved his office to a different floor, imagine the looming hysteria that will transfix CBS News. Assumedly, for Ellison, employee migration is also part of the point. David probably looks at CBS News as a bit of a blank canvas, as a declining business, a cost burden, and, as recent history has made abundantly clear, a potentially massive PR headache. Why is it a potentially massive PR headache? Because CBS News is like not as invested as being as openly pro-Israel as like the free press is, by the way. Incredible. But the fact that it is losing money also opens a lot of opportunities for reinvention. Why continue to operate a declining asset that also bleeds cash as status quo? What's so funny about this is like assuming that hitting the pro-Israel route is somehow magically going to make this business a more profitable business. Now, this is where I ask myself and you guys the same question. Is David that stupid, or does he just not care and he wants to do unlimited propaganda for Israel? Or is it a bit of both? Because like, does this man legitimately think that giving a ton of money to Barry Weiss to take over the reins of CBS News when her output is unimaginably unimpressive? Like, I'm sorry, you got hype from every psychotic tech billionaire on the planet, and you're barely making a dent in the discourse. Who the thinks this is worth $200 million / even perhaps more consequentially, who the thinks this kind of editorial run is somehow going to change the dynamic of CBS and turn it into a profitable business? Think about it. 200 M's is what Joe Rogan got. 200 M's is what Joe Rogan got for the Spotify deal. I think it was 200 M's, right? Like, do you think Joe Rogan and Barry Weiss have the same level of cultural relevance? You have to be an insane person. I feel like this kind of comparison shows the complete depravity and the insanity of a deal such as this one. Netanyahu himself, by the way, if you want to understand like how the free press is so consequential, Netanyahu himself is now pushing the argument that Israel is being unfairly blamed for starvation death because of the boy who also had a piece of his skull blown out by an Israeli shelling. Benjamin Netanyahu's posting the free press. Mossab al-Debs, the 14-year-old boy, was featured in the same CNN story as another child suffering from malnourishment. The original caption didn't mention that last May he sustained a traumatic head injury. Like, how is this a defense of what Israel is doing? The Free Press wrote this article or made this video specifically to be like, hey, by the way, the people that you're posting about that are clearly starving, don't you know that Israel also shot them and exploded their brains. That's not a defense of Israel, man. Bet you feel foolish now when you find out that the child that Israel is starving also has genetic disabilities, heritable disabilities. Oh, man, Israel's starving disabled children? That certainly makes me feel a lot better about Israel. Said no one. It's for a person that already is pro-Israel and is just like desperately trying to grab onto anything they can when they're talking to their younger relatives. What is this? Hassan Piker offered a soda on stream recently, but he needed to ask, is Dr. Pepper off the BDS list? Imagine being a New York City council member and you're concerned about whether a soda has a fringe association to Israel. Once you see the truth, everyone's on their own journey. Okay, everyone's on their own personal journey. Some people will never see it. They have put too much social capital, too much investment into not seeing the truth about what Israel is doing, what Zionism actually is. But once people start recognizing that truth, it's only a matter of time until they come to the same conclusion that you're at right now. So you have to try and be as charitable as possible. You have to be kind to people and walk them through this journey. It is very difficult for a lot of people to relearn that they took for granted their whole lives. If you want to engage in anti-fascist advocacy, whether it be against the fascist ideology of Zionism, or whether it be white supremacist ideology, whether it be like all this reactionary in the United States of America that plenty of people take for granted, you have to be as open-minded as possible, take on as much emotional labor as possible, and be as charitable as possible. I know it sounds nuts when you're like, well, this guy is like engaging in, Halbra or genocide denial in perpetuity. Like, what the do you mean I have to be nice to this person? Like, no, if you think that the person that you're talking to is open-minded, which, by the way, your expectation should be that everyone is charitable until they show you that they're not, until they prove to you that they're not. But you have to just remember that we need the numbers no matter what in order to keep pushing, in order to keep creating pressure. You need more numbers always. Chart 1, guests on Sunday talk shows by nationality: U.S., Israeli, Arab, other. My study on Sunday news talk shows last year, I found that CBS's Face the Nation was one of the only 4 networks to have Palestinian Arab guests and was the least pro-Israel in framing overall. Chart 2, views of the guests on Sunday talk shows: pro-Palestinian, neutral, pro-Israeli. By the way, look at how Fox doesn't have any pro-Palestinian positions, and look at how out of whack this is. Look at how out of whack this is, bro. People who are not paying attention to or people who like kind of pay attention to stuff, they only see this. This is a reality design by a multi-billion-dollar sophisticated influence peddling operation. That's the reason why there are still people who are oblivious. So don't take for granted like what you know and assume that everybody else knows that. Do your very best to literally explain to people, because neutrality in this circumstance is also obviously pro-Israel. Neutrality in the face of tremendous injustice is siding with the oppressor. John Levine: people should reflect on why a company like the Free Press is worth $200 million and why nobody other than Qatar will ever pay a red cent for Zeteo/drop site. Yeah, I mean, he's just basically relitigating. He's basically relitigating the main point that this guy is making anyway. David Ellison is doing that specifically so that people get the message. If you're pro-Israel, you'll be rewarded handsomely. Jasper says, people should reflect on why billionaires shower cash on right-wing outlets that slobber over power and wealth, but starve left-wing outlets that challenge them. Yeah, one of life's greatest mysteries. Unearthed a document, the president of CBS saying he agrees with the Powell Memo task force declaring our free enterprise system is in danger because of the media bias, and promising that he's using his powers to correct the situation at CBS News with some results. Barry Weiss identifies untapped market void, raises funds. Untapped market void is being pro-Israel, by the way. Being pro-Israel and also doing like anti-woke. What an untapped market void that is. Of course, advisor to vote Tim Scott, Nathan Brand says, Barry Weiss identifies untapped market void, which is not untapped or a void in the market at all. It's the only thing the market has. Raises funds for a startup to fill it amid ridicule from her peers, from billionaires who want this kind of propaganda to continue. Successfully fills void, sells company to established player for hundreds of millions of dollars. Taylor Lorenz, this is a right-wing grift. It is. It is a right-wing grift. Sagar says the free press getting bought has nothing to do with markets and everything to do with being slavishly devoted to Israel. Free press heads, it's not about Israel. David Ellison, it is literally about Israel. I mean, here, they straight up say it too. It's not like they're hiding it. Look, on one level, David Ellison, son of Oracle centibillionaire Larry Ellison, David Ellison, the nepotist fail son, and his pursuit of the free press feels like a passion play, a chance to virtue signal to his fellow media executives and Trump and talk CBS News towards something less overtly liberal. Jeff Bezos, for his part, seems to be attempting something similar at the Washington Post, though you really need a magnifying glass and Morse code to deduce any sort of strategy there. Anyway, like many in that crowd, Ellison was also smitten by Barry's unwavering support of Israel and preoccupation with the rise of anti-Semitism, issues that are as near and dear to David's father, Larry, as they are to Paramount's outgoing owner, Shari Redstone. It's not even like, it's not a secret. You're not unearthing some sort of secret. They are straight up saying it. Ugh, insane. Let's talk about this judge blocking the National Guard troop deployment in Oregon, saying there is no reason for there to be a troop deployment in Oregon, and hitting the Trump admin with a TRO, temporary restraining order. But of course, we'll see if it's actually going to work or not, because it doesn't seem like Trump gives a shit. And we'll try to push for a constitutional crisis at every step. That's where we're at right now. Let's take a look.
The judge wrote Portland's protests were not significantly violent or disruptive, and that Trump's description of them was simply untethered to the facts, that deploying the Oregon National Guard likely exceeded his constitutional authority.
Oh, wow. Interesting. I'm glad that there is still some semblance of order within the courts, and that Donald Trump's direct attacks against the judiciary has not shook many of these judges in the same way that these justices at the Supreme Court are obviously totally corrupt. It's interesting to see when you have Trump appointees that are obviously from a conservative background, or even all the way down to Reagan era judges turning around and being like, dude, enough. You know what I mean? This is our job. Our job is to literally put a check on what you're doing. And it's very obvious that you are leading the country into an incredibly unstable place that will have repercussions that are long lasting. Now, of course, the top slot is still overtaken by these Christ-cucked crypto fascists who don't care about anything other than appeasing the interests of their masters, whether it be the Heritage Foundation or the Federalist Society, or just American capital in general. But this kind of stuff at least gives me a little bit of confidence that maybe, this is basically the last line of defense. Now, of course, you should not sit around and wait for the courts to properly adjudicate and defend your constitutional rights. You still need to show up. You still need to make a big fuss. You still need to showcase your discontent. And it works in unison. It works in tandem. You show up, you showcase your discontent, and then people are reminded that we are not obeying in advance to the wishes of this administration as they very clearly move in the direction of full autarky, full authoritarian control over every aspect of the American government.
As the president, you must have an actual facts based on reality, not social media or just your gut feeling if you want to mobilize the military.
Now, to be clear, the judge's ruling simply bans the president from sending the National Guard here to Portland. Portland's police chief has also pushed back against the National Guard here. He fears that it would just escalate crowd behavior. Of course, the Trump administration has appealed.
That's the other thing. It's very obvious. The decision for Portland is significant. Portland is one of those places where they will push back. And I think Trump knows that. And that's the reason why, while most of the discontent has been fairly civil, they are trying to make a big deal out of it in an effort to lean into the Portland is on fire narratives. They want a confrontation. They want escalation. They want a confrontation worthy of some semblance of escalation that then turns into a much larger confrontation, and then they can justify the troop deployment to a larger percentage of the population. Now, Portland also is unique in the sense that it has drawn the ire of conservatives for many, many years at this point. For the last decade, Portland has been considered this Antifa safe haven, a complete autonomous zone for radical anarchists and things of that nature. Portland is basically the Jimmy Kimmel, if Jimmy Kimmel was an anarchist. Portland has been the anarchist Jimmy Kimmel placeholder for a lot of conservatives. So there is more appetite for military intervention in Portland in the eyes of many Republicans. And I have noticed that he's not doing this kind of stuff in red states, because I think he also recognizes that if he were to pull this same in red states, then the red states would start also experiencing discontent and showing up, and he would start withering away his base of support. So it's not just about like punishing the liberals in general. He will inevitably punish anyone who is a naysayer. It's clear that he's trying to do this in like these liberal safe havens. And it's so crazy because this kind of political polarization coming from the top office, when you're supposed to be the president of all Americans and not just like a increasingly shrinking number of Americans with unlimited appetite for death and destruction, that see you as a cult leader, that see you as this heaven's mandate receiving monarchic style figure. That's not how things are supposed to operate in this country. As long as he keeps doing this stuff while not improving people's material circumstances, I think more and more people are going to get frustrated and be like, all right, enough with this tomfoolery. Fix the goddamn prices, big dog. And this has been my argument. This has been my argument from the jump.
Donald Trump may think it's a political winner, but it's a political loser. Oppose Trump deploying in a U.S. city, active duty U.S. military, 61%. The National Guard in particular, 58%. When you get 3 in 5 Americans agreeing on anything, you know if that is on the opposition side, it's a political loser. And among independents, who are, of course, that key block in the middle of the United States political electorate, we're talking about 2/3 of independents there and about who oppose the deployment of either active duty U.S. military or National Guard into U.S. cities.
What are the questions that people are asking, or what are the issues they see with these deployments?
Okay, look, I think it's that they don't buy Donald Trump's case for why these troops must go into the U.S. cities. So the New York...
I think those numbers are still, the numbers on the support side are still unimaginably high. And obviously, in a competent, normal, democratic process, like these numbers are incredible, and it should cause any administration to very quickly turn around and not do this. But we don't live in a normal government. We live in an abnormal government, and we live in abnormal times. And the very fact that there are still Republicans who are like, hell yeah, no, please kill some, they, thems in Portland, and it'll make me feel better, is insane to me. So about 39% are just like invested in shooting at anarchist English majors and stuff? Like, is that what's going on? Is that where we're at? That's what I'm supposed to believe? Adam Johnson says, engaging with public opinion is useful, but I think it's important to understand that Trump and his close band of ideological confederates do not care about the public opinion. They believe that once they're done, it'll have little bearing on who's in the White House January 21st, 2029. Now, having said that, I don't fully agree with this. The reason why I don't fully agree with this is because while it's correct that the Trump administration doesn't care about public opinion all that much, the goal here for the population in general and for all of you is to get other people on board and make this as costly as possible, make this as difficult a process as possible. When you make this a difficult process, when you don't obey in advance, for example, you cause the administration to reconsider. You cause the administration to think, okay, maybe we can't get away with this. That's how it works. That's it. That's why discontent is important. That's why discontent is extremely important. That's why protests are extremely important, no matter what the cost.
Trump may use the National Guard to intimidate rivals, or big city crime will spiral out of control if the troops don't go into cities. What you see here is the majority that takes the case is that Trump may use the National Guard to intimidate political rivals at 51%. Just 42% of Americans agree with the Donald Trump stance that, in fact, big city crime will spiral out of control if the National Guard doesn't go into U.S. cities. So essentially what we're seeing here is Donald Trump's making a case, the Democratic opposition's making another case, and the Democratic opposition's case is winning here, and that is a big reason why what you see is you get about 3 in 5 Americans saying they don't want troops going into U.S. cities.
I cannot believe that 42% of Americans think big city crime will spiral out of control without the National Guard. And the only reason why so many Americans polled still to this day believe this insanity is a direct consequence of, under the Brandon administration, the liberal media, all of the local news broadcasters, and also the national news broadcasters being completely dominated by reactionary framing on crime and punishment. The notion that these cities are actually on fire. Okay, this kind of made up fear mongering has been incredibly effective in brain breaking your elderly relatives. This is something that I have actively pushed back when Brandon was in charge. And I talked about the crime panic narratives and how damaging that would be eventually. And it has been. I mean, I have all my own relatives that have fallen victim to the crime panic narratives, assuming that Democrats actually don't care about crime at all, and that the only solution to crime is more aggressive apprehension initiatives, more aggressive detainment initiatives, which, of course, when pushed to its logical limit, imply the utilization of lethal force in the hands of the American military against domestic enemies. And that's where we're at. That is precisely where we're at. We wouldn't have gotten to this point if even the liberal side if the Democrat side on this argument wasn't also completely leaning into the crime panic narratives out of fears that this was far too good a message being presented by the Republicans. This is another fantastic example of this, but with respect to ICE. Okay, Brian Schatz is the United States Senator from Hawaii. He says, why do we need snipers in our cities? Now, he said this on October 4th. Why are 6 masked men slamming a guy in a wheelchair in the ground? Why would an agent tackle a scared wife? Add the rhetoric of the president is increasingly manic and angry senior advisors, and we are at a fork in the road. Adam Johnson says, Brian, you supported doubling ICE's budget last year, backing what you described as a Republican border security bill. Given ICE's lawlessness, do you think in retrospect this was a wise idea? Now, to liberals, this probably comes across as an I told you so moment. Like, this is a cynical, radical leftist by the name of Adam Johnson who's just simply trying to dunk on a Democrat at a time when we need to be united. But this is a very important issue to address. Right now, we need to be on a defensive posture and we need to be united. We need to express solidarity with everyone, including liberals who are seeking to address some of the problems that this administration is engaging in. Having said that, however, it is important to make sure that liberals do address this dumb behavior. Liberals do address the fact that they also leaned into the crime panic narratives, leaned into the narratives about immigrants constituting a significant national security threat, because they are the ones who allowed this to happen. And the reason why we have to address this crisis and the Democrats in power setting up the stage, setting up the standard for Donald Trump to dunk on, okay, is because if in a positive turn, Democrats do come back into power, they cannot repeat these issues. They cannot repeat the same things that they've done that led to this crisis to begin with. The same goes for every single issue. Same goes for like the bull anti-Semitism is exploding in college campuses narratives that Democrats leaned into leading up to the election cycle because they also personally wanted to punish the naysayers. They also wanted to punish the campus protesters because they wanted to continue their allegiance with Israel as Israel was committing a genocide. It's completely ridiculous. And we have to do our very best to explain to people, like, if we don't reverse the trajectory, if Democrats actually hold any sort of office, we're cooked again. Next time, there is another competent Republican, a more competent Republican that comes in charge and takes over the government, and maybe a Tucker Carlson. Do you think this is a good use of your platform right now? Brian Schatz says, do you think meaningfully combating the forces of fascism require coherent and consistent counter politics and not nonstop triangulation and stupid gotchas that reinforce every racist MAGA premise? I think it does. And I think it will continue to do so moving forward. The border was a mess. Things are way worse now. And a part of what I was doing was to prevent us from landing there. Yes, the White House's cutesy triangulation gotcha paid zero political dividends, raised the salience of the issue in Republicans' favor, and now Dems have no coherent counterargument because they embraced all of the Republican central premises. Perhaps moving forward, this could be avoided. This is exactly what I was crying about over and over again in the lead up to the election, when Biden, before October 7, on October 6, as a matter of fact, unveiled his right-wing border bill, if you remember. And the reason why they did that was because they were responding to how far-right people had become on the issue of the border, on the issue of immigration. And the only reason why the broader public was more right-wing than ever before in the history of the United States of America on the issue of immigration, in a nation that is comprised entirely of migrants, was because the Republicans had dominated the narrative with no counter-messaging and no pushback whatsoever from the supposed left-flank party. They didn't do that. They didn't actually take the initiative. They didn't actually follow through on their initial campaign promises. Biden made a significant amount of promises for his first 100 days of immigration, starting off the process of mass amnesty, right? They didn't do that.
The American people believe, yes, John Berman, Donald Trump has taken his eye off the ball. There is too much focus on putting troops into U.S. cities. 52%, the majority of Americans agree that the Trump admin is focusing too much on that. Where do they want him to go? They want him to focus on lowering prices. 75% say there's too little focus on lowering prices. This is the reason that Donald Trump was put into office, was to lower prices. And at this particular point, 3 in 4 Americans say there is too little focus. Donald Trump is focusing on the wrong things, and they don't like the way he's going about it. And this, my friends, will tell the entire story. If it holds a year from now, going into the midterm elections, If the Republicans lose control of the House, dare lose control of the Senate, it will be because they believe that Donald Trump has lost focus. He is not keeping his eye on the ball, and
I told you guys over and over again that this would happen eventually, okay? I didn't even think that it would happen this fast, but then again, I also did not think that Donald Trump would be this much of a force. I didn't think he would be this swift in ruining everything and breaking everything, okay? I thought it would have taken a little bit more time. Yeah, Donald Trump has been speed running his first year in office, and very clearly, this has been frustrating for a lot of people. And it's been so frustrating that even in the absence of good leadership from the Democratic Party, people have actually mobilized on their own. This is a rare moment where I don't fully agree with Adam Johnson as far as like the Trump administration. I do agree with him when he says like the Trump administration doesn't care about popular opinion. But in general, every administration has to manage whatever kind of direction that they're taking. And even if the Donald Trump administration is very actively trying to undermine what remains of like constitutional protections in this country, ultimately, if there is too much public discontent.
The Trump administration Sunday reassigned roughly 200 California National Guard troops to Portland. And Texas's Republican governor confirmed he'd authorized the federal use of 200 troops in several cities, including Portland.
Portland is burning to the ground. You have agitated.
It's so crazy, bro. What are we doing? Whenever I hear the president just routinely lie like this in a way that is so transparently untrue, because he's not even like trying to massage the narrative. He's just actively coming out and being like, nah, the sky is actually not blue. It's a different color you've never seen before. It's green. Everybody knows the sky is green. It's not blue. You don't need oxygen for survival. Everyone knows you don't need to breathe. You can just, see, I'm doing it right now. He can just sit there and be like, they're burning down Portland. Portland is on fire. And because so many people are never gonna go to Portland, and so many people are already operating under the assumption that Portland is on fire, they just look to this dumbass and go, yeah, he's right. He's so right. Portland is on fire. Please, Mr. President, kill those people that are lighting Portland on fire. Trump taking questions during a meeting with Polish President Nawrocki at White House.
We saw a dramatic picture where we saw the leaders of Russia and North Korea and China together. The first time the leaders of those three countries have been together in this sort of show of solidarity. You said that they're conspiring against the United States. What do you think they're conspiring to do? And given this, is it reason why you should slap or would consider slapping secondary sanctions on Russia if they're conspiring against the U.S. now?
Well, I've already done that with regard to India, and we're doing it with regard to other things. And I put out a truth last night. You saw that. And I was the one that brought it up. I said they're only doing this. They're looking to, when they did what they did, I thought it was a beautiful ceremony. I thought it was very, very impressive. But I understood the reason they were doing it, and they were hoping I was watching, and I was watching. My relationship with all of them is very good. We're going to find out.
Yeah, he was jelly beans on the China parade. By the way, he was posting about the China parade on Truth Social. It was really funny.
How good it is.
Nawrocki was literally a hooligan who was beating people in hooligan fights. It's so funny. This man is my president, LaMFAO. He also has a literal Nazi friends, like with swastika tattoos, by the way. I mean, I'm not going to say nothing about Poland.
For the next week or two.
Mr. President, right now there have been survivors of Jeffrey Epstein speaking at a press conference on Capitol Hill. They're calling for these case files, these documents to be released. And Thomas Massey, who was sponsoring a discharge position to get the House to vote on releasing those documents, says he doesn't believe you're implicated in these files, but many of your friends and donors may be, and he says that's why the Justice Department is...
Oh, God. Oh, God. You're talking about Epstein again. Don't do it. Nobody cares about Epstein. Just the New York financier. New York financier. Who cares? Why do you care? Do you care about finance? You're still talking about him? The Epstein guy? Who cares? Believe it.
Redacting them and slow walking the release. Is the Justice Department protecting any friends or donors, sir?
So this is a Democrat hoax that never ends. You know, it reminds me a little of the Kennedy situation. We gave him everything over and over again, more and more and more, and nobody's ever satisfied. From what I understand, I could check, but from what I understand, thousands of pages of documents have been given. But it's really a Democrat hoax because they're trying to get people to talk about something that's totally irrelevant to the success that we've had as a nation since I've been president. Even if you look at D.C. right now, D.C., it's a totally safe zone. It's called a safe zone. That's a term. It's a term of art. It's a safe zone because it's very safe. You can walk down the street now and nothing's going to happen. No crime, no murders, no nothing. Because we had a lot of problems with certain places, and we still do, all run by Democrats, or for the most part run by Democrats. So what they're trying to do with the Epstein hoax is get people to talk about that instead of speaking about the...
Oh, that's what people are doing with the Epstein hoax. He's still going along with the Epstein hoax, by the way. The Democrats are distracting people by talking about the Epstein hoax, as opposed to talking about his big, beautiful actions of illegally using the military as a domestic police force on populous American metropolitan cities. Why won't they talk about this? Why won't they talk about my illegal military occupation? It's so much better. It's so much better. Obama did Epstein.
Tremendous success, like ending 7 wars. I ended 7 wars. Nobody's going to talk about, because they're going to talk about the Epstein, whatever. Sir, I understand that we were subpoenaed to give files, and I understand we've given thousands of pages of files. And I know that no matter what you do, it's going to keep going. I think we're probably having, according to what I read, even from 2 people in this room, we're having the most successful 8 months of any president ever. And that's what I want to talk about. That's what we should be talking about, not the Epstein hoax.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. At the end of this month, the government or the Congress has to pass a budget. Do you think we can avoid a government shutdown?
Yeah, I do. I think the Republicans will vote for an extension. We won't have any Democrat votes. We could give the greatest budget ever. Tax cut of 50%, everybody taken care of, perfect for women, perfect for men, perfect for minorities, perfect for everything, and we wouldn't get 1 vote for the Democrats because they've lost their mind. They are so deranged. They have Trump derangement syndrome, and I don't want to burden the Republican Party with it, but they really are. They've become almost sick. They actually think there is a disease. It's called Trump derangement syndrome. They've got it. No matter what we did, no matter how good, you could give them everything that they've ever dreamed of, and you wouldn't get 1 vote. These are sick people, and I think we're going to have a tremendous midterm. We just approved the largest tax decrease in the history of our country. We have things, if you think of it, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security for our seniors, no tax on overtime, deduction.
The Polish president just sitting there. Come on. I mean, that's a classic. That's a classic. This is what Trump does best, which is have world leaders sit there as he just fucking postures endlessly about Trump derangement syndrome and just goes on and on. It's a part of sitting on the cuck chair. It's a part of the cuck experience. And I mean, he doesn't just do this to Poland. He does this to England. He does this to Germany. He does it to them literally at the same time. Remember, he did this when like Macron, Keir Starmer, like Ursula von der Leyen or Merz, like they were all sitting around the table, and he just made them sit there and just droned on and on and on and on about all of this nonsense. The only time he doesn't really do it as much is when he was with Vladdy Poo. I feel like he has more respect for Vladdy Poo, so it don't matter. Like, he doesn't do that. He doesn't pull that with Vladdy Poo.
The Democrats, I don't believe, will get 1 vote. It's very anti-crime. We want anti-crime. They're in favor of crime. We're against crime. You know, they gave us things like men playing in women's sports, open borders for everybody, transgender for everybody. I mean, they want a transgender.
This doesn't even make sense as like a sentence. They want to transgender everybody. These guys have devolved so rapidly, especially in the last decade, that they don't even need to communicate using the English language. As long as you are grunting in the direction, the audience responds positively to it. I swear to God, in the next 5 years, if we're still alive, they're just going to go, trans, and then people will understand what the message is. It's like, oh, okay, I'm activated. He said the word. And he grunted. This was a negative grunt. They're trying to transgender for everybody. That makes no sense. What are you saying? It is a clear-cut indication that American political discourse has basically devolved into caveman shit. Everybody's computer. Everything is transgender, everybody. And people go, hell yeah, dude. That's my bold-ass president right there. I love him. I love him so much. He is so real. He's such a real one, dude. That's awesome. It's so dumb.
For all of the crazy things that they were saying, and, you know, people would say they're 80-20 issues. I say they were 97-3. I always say 97-3, and nobody knows who
I
the
always
three.
say it. Nobody knows.
This is the best.
Nobody knows what that means, but I say it anyway. Everybody transgender. Everybody transgender. Everybody knows. When I say it, everybody knows what that means. I like to say 99% to 1%. 99% say nobody transgender. 1% say everybody transgender.
Best issue of all. They are against preventing crime. They are fighting us. I want to go into Chicago, and I have this incompetent governor that doesn't want us. Do you know that this weekend?
Democrats love crime. They want to do more crime. They are criminals. Also, I was convicted, but that's okay. That was a crime in and of itself. Democrats are the criminals. They're crimers. They want crime. They want to legalize crime. Everybody transgender. Think about that. Like, the only reason why we're all aware of what he's trying to say here is because he has so much, I guess, messaging discipline on this issue. He is like the Bernie Sanders of lying about Democrats. Like what Medicare for all is for Bernie Sanders. Like if Bernie Sanders went up on stage and was like, everybody Medicare, everyone would understand what he means. And this is for Trump. It's just like everybody transgender. Democrats want crimes. Immigrants are rapists, decapitators, and baby annihilators. And we just got to, we got to put a stop to that. That's it. Everything's computer. Everything transgender. Transgender for all. That's what they want.
72 people were shot in Chicago. I'm embarrassed to say it in front of the president of Poland. 11 people were killed. 72 people were shot. Last week, 7 people were killed in Chicago, a place which is probably your #1 place. I hate to say it.
Yeah, a lot of balls in Chicago.
And we got to keep it safe. But 7 people were killed. The week before that, 5 people were killed, and 21 people were shot. This is in 3 weeks. So in 3 weeks, I lost almost 35 people were killed. It could have been stopped. If you look at Washington, D.C., 3 weeks ago, it was the same or worse. And now it's considered a totally safe zone. Restaurants are open. They're bustling. Restaurants, you have to see, restaurants were dying. Nobody wanted to go out. They didn't want to be attacked. They didn't want to be mugged. They didn't want to be attacked even in the restaurant. And you take a look at what's happened. Friends of mine that haven't gone to a restaurant in 4 years, one of them went out 5 times in the last 2 weeks to a restaurant with his family. They feel totally safe. Washington, D.C. is a totally safe city. You're not reporting any crime because there is none. They said crime is down 87%, and I said, no, it's not. It's down 100%. We have a great thing going. I could do that with Chicago. We could do that with New York. We could do it with Los Angeles. So we're making a determination now. Do we go to Chicago or do we go to a place like New Orleans?
Yeah, now he's saying he's sending him to Chicago, by the way. And he also presented, he floated the idea of like invading New Orleans as well, which would be, I guess, the first of its kind for a red state. But I don't think he's going to do that. I think he's going to go for Chicago.
And you have New Orleans, which has a crime problem. We'll straighten that out in about 2 weeks. It'll take us 2 weeks, easier than D.C. But we could straighten out Chicago. All they have to do is ask us to go into Chicago if we don't have the support of some of these politicians. But I'll tell you who is supporting us, the people of Chicago. And I sort of want them to let it be known. They have incompetent people, a guy like Gavin Newsom.
It sucks because, like, everything I said about what he was doing when I was covering the LA protests and like the LA military, the LA military invasion, I said it was as a testing ground that he was going to inevitably send the troops to, like, he was basically testing the public appetite for this kind of thing, and the pushback that he was going to receive. And and that he was inevitably going to go after other blue cities as well. And it's obvious that he's doing that. Like, that's precisely what the goal was.
He's the governor of a state that if we didn't go into Los Angeles with our soldiers, with our National Guard, you wouldn't even be having the Olympics there. They were going to take it. And remember this, your top law enforcement officer in Los Angeles said, there's no way we could have done this without President Trump coming in.
That's also bullshit. I mean, that's bullshit. Even people who are a part of like the policing structure in Los Angeles were not happy about armed, lethal military members storming the streets. Even if ultimately it was a show of force, even if ultimately it didn't like amount to anything, and it was a totally unnecessary posture, partially because like domestic police is already heavily militarized anyway, and there was no need for that level of like pushback. No one actually thought that this was great. The mayor was against it. The cops didn't actually appreciate it either. I mean, we were there. A big part of what the police riot control movements were to move the crowds away from the federal buildings where there were federal law enforcement officers propped up on balconies and with like less than lethal ordnance that they were deploying onto crowds.
Thank you, sir. What's the most important branches of interest between Poland and U.S. in your opinion?
Well, it's just the relationship we have. I think there's a great trust and a great, more than most countries, more than almost any countries. We have some in a category that's very special, and Poland is in that category. We have a very special relationship. It's like the question about the soldiers that was asked. We never even thought in terms of removing soldiers from Poland. We do think about it with regard to other countries, but we would never know. We're with Poland all the way, and we will help Poland protect itself.
Awesome. It's just, I'm beginning to notice a pattern here where it's like every problem requires sending the military. Sending the military. Poland exists. Send in the military. We need to use the military. The military is a necessity. Is there crime happening? It's time for the military. Open presents. Thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Time to send the military to open presents.
I would like to add something. Yeah, of course, security is most important also for our relation.
I mean, it's giving declining empire for sure. Okay, when your only active industry is around the military-industrial complex, and like your only large organizational, like the largest labor force that you have is just a bunch of dudes with guns, the military, outside of like, I don't know, Walmart distribution facilities and Amazon distribution facilities, then yeah, you're going to keep using that. You're going to keep using that for everything. Keep using the military. It's the best. We have it. Time to invade. We got a military waiting. Would be a real shame if we don't use it. This motherfucker, bro, he's like, oh, we got real issues with housing. Send in the military. Bomb the houses and rebuild them.
And I'm a historian, as you know, maybe, Mr. President. Sure. I'm a historian, and this is the first time in Polish history, in 20th century and the 21st century, that the Poles are happy that we have foreign soldiers in Poland. So the American soldiers are the part of our society nowadays. We have almost 10,000 soldiers, and this is the signal to the whole world and also to the Russian Federation that we are together, but we are not like the Poland free riders in Europe and in NATO. Mr. President Trump knows it, because our GDP for military service achieved 4.7, so we are probably the one NATO nation which is on this level, and we will not stop. Me, as the President of Poland, we are going to achieve 5% of GDP for military service, but with American soldiers on Polish soil, we solidify and we are secure.
Just about that, Poland was one of two nations that paid more than they were supposed to with NATO. I don't know if anyone knows that, but there were two nations. And Poland paid more than they were supposed to. They thought it was low. And by the way, since then, at my request, they've raised it from 2% to 5%. But Poland was one of 2 nations that paid more than they were supposed to, which was a very nice thing. Yeah.
You were not invited to the parade in Beijing.
Never even thought about it until just now.
I do want to mention another I told you so moment. One of the things that I actually consistently brought up over and over again was that a lot of young people that took a shot in the dark at Donald Trump because they were too young to remember what it was like when he was president, where he made a lot of gains from like Gen Z voters, would very quickly realize that he sucks ass. And I told you this ahead of time. I literally said, like, all these people that voted for him, especially young people that he was actively trying to get support from, because it was one of the only remaining avenues where people just like didn't have a fully fleshed out opinion of Trump, especially like a negative one. They were inevitably going to swing back around and go, this guy sucks. And the same goes for a lot of like independents, a lot of people in the margins. This is what happened in Trump 1 as well, right? People vote for the guy because they think he's going to break the systems. And he's also consistently talking about things that other politicians simply don't talk about, like moneyed interests and things like that. And then you vote for him, and then you realize he's just as transparently corrupt as anybody else. I guess the only difference is he's transparent in his corruption, as opposed to like other groups or other politicians that aren't as transparent. But he's also a bumbling old fool who's not improving people's lives at all. And they would inevitably turn around and go, yeah, this shit sucks. And here we are. Trump's dropped approval among 18 to 29-year-olds have gone up to a 66% disapproval, shot up 29%. His job approval among 18 to 29-year-olds is at 30%. That's minus 12. This is always the same shit. Remember, I talked to you about trans issues, for example. I told you, there is going to be a point where people go, wait a minute, he's dunking on trans people, but that's not actually improving my life. All of these issues are simple distractions. They're very successful at making people pay attention. They're very successful at like shifting people's priorities away from the issues that actually matter. But when you actually become the president, it's not just about, please don't read statistics if you aren't going to say the thing. What? The polls are a lie. They're lying. The young people love me. Is that what you're saying? Oh, holy Toledo. Trump's job approval among 18 to 29-year-olds is down, down, down. Last time this was checked is in 225. February 2nd, 225. Is that good? That's what you were saying. You wanted me to say, holy Toledo. You are doing the same transpons narrative to a different premise. If you read The Decline of Trump Approval, just show which policies are causing it, not just fish. One of them, all of which fits your narrative. It's not one of them, it's all of them. Because the entire political infrastructure in this country revolves around refusing to address the major issues that pertain to people's material conditions, the cost of living, rent, which requires you to tackle the housing market. This is a very moneyed interest a project that needs to maintain this finite supply of housing. A lot of people with money, a lot of people with capital want to make sure that the housing market stays as it is, which creates a lot of homeless people, for example. And when you see that homelessness, when you see the homeless population, you go, oh, there's crime that's everywhere. Poverty is everywhere. Crime is everywhere. And then you want more militant responses. Trump is filling that need very well. But in that process, there's a lot of people that go, I voted for Donald Trump because I thought he was going to make things more affordable. Things are less affordable than they ever were. And the only thing that's happened so far is that they're just like sending the military. Trump said he was going to tackle the issue of migrant crime. It turns out the migrant crime panic was completely made up hysteria. I think one thing I heard you say that cuts through all the crime hysteria bullshit is that what people are really complaining about is visible poverty, aggressive panhandling, and dirty, poorly maintained streets. It's not about the actual stats. Yeah, exactly. Homelessness is one of the most visible aspects of poverty, and poverty translates to people thinking that there is major crime happening. A lot worse crimes that you fantasize about happening all around the country. So when you see homeless people in the streets, and when you see like other visible aspects of poverty, like locking up deodorant at CVS, you go, crime is completely out of control. There's a reason why Bernie got way more Republican crossover voters than any moderate lib ever dreamed of getting. These aren't leftists who moved over to the right. They're ex-apolitical or once ex-conservatives who saw a different option than the status quo. Yeah, it's vibes-based for the most part. But once again, I don't have an issue with vibes-based voting. I mean, I wish that it wasn't vibes-based. What I have an issue with is non-policy-driven voting. If I were to explain my main role here, it's to try to get every single person that tunes in to actually care about the policy agenda, to actually care about holding politicians to account regardless of party affiliation. And unfortunately, given, and not to get too Marxist here, but given the reality that we have a bourgeois capitalist democratic process that is supposed to have a bipartisan attitude on major issues that pertain to, you know, some of the most consequential aspects of your life, like privatized medicine, privatized healthcare, an incredibly costly college education that is getting increasingly more costly, endless military, endless warfare around the globe, endless fucking money to the military. These are things that, like, neither major party actually disagree on. It's established as the truth. It's established as this, like, reality, because those are the things that, like, the average person actually worries about and actually cares about. And yet there is an established consensus there. American politics turns into team sports. So the people that are super tuned into this stuff do not care about the policies at all, do not care about, like, holding politicians to account when they refuse to push for these policies that they promised that they would actually push for when they are in charge. That's my goal. I don't give a who's advocating for what. I care about the actual policies, okay? I don't care about the letter next to their name. Of course, I have a lot of smoke for the Republican Party because the policies that they supposedly care about are also genuinely harmful. And at best are simple distractions. But the reason why I have a lot of smoke for the Democrats are also because they don't follow through on any of the agenda that they claim to care about, any of the issues that they claim to care about. We got to hold these motherfuckers accountable. Anyway, do I regret playing Among Us with AOC? No, no. Why would I? No, of course not. I think a lot of people don't understand that I use the Democratic Party because it's the only game in town that is supposed to be the ostensible left flank of American politics. Because I'm a firm and committed believer that a lot of people who are self-identified liberals are not as antagonistic to the policies that I'm advocating for. The goal is to capture their attention and get them to also be diehard fighters for these causes. You might disagree with that. You might say it's entryism, it's stupid, it's silly. You're just an advocate for the same imperial coin, and that's fine. But I don't see you building a revolutionary vanguard anytime soon. And if you look to the actual current cultural attitudes towards the left, if you look to the current attitude towards socialism in this country, we are a far way out from building any sort of revolutionary vanguard anyway. So right now, advocacy is perhaps more important than anything else. Having prominent left politicians run for positions of power and show that there's an alternative vision there that will hopefully capture the attention of enough Democrat Party voters that demand more of the same type of policies and the same type of politics that you see from the likes of Zohran Mamdani is the best possible way to even bring about maybe down the line a revolutionary vanguard, if that's what you choose to do so. Same goes for unions.
You talked about how historic these tariffs have been, bringing in revenue, additional revenue for our country. You've also mentioned before they could possibly replace federal income tax.
Possible.
Do you think that's...
Someday it's possible. It used to be. So if you go back to 1913 is when they ended tariffs. We were the richest ever from 1850. It was all tariffs. We didn't have income taxes. From 1850 to 1913. In the 1887s, about 1887.
It's good comparable state of international trade and commerce, I think. That's definitely a similar trade environment. That's what I like to think of when I think of, like, well, this worked in 1837 or 1887. Why can't it work now? That's great. This is even dumber than people doing we got to go back to the gold standard.
You gave Vladimir Putin a 2-week deadline to agree to talks with Volodymyr Zelensky. That deadline is now nearly approached. Can you give us any indication of when you will make it?
Well, I'm having a conversation with him very shortly, and I'll know pretty much what we're going to be doing. We've taken very strong action, as you know. And in other ways, we've taken very strong action. But I'll be speaking to him over the next few days, and we're going to see.
With who, sir?
I'm going to know exactly what's happening.
Mr.
But I'm not happy with all the people. You got 7,819 people killed last week. Russian soldiers and...
This number changes. Wait, why does he try to do like the exact number every time? Because yesterday he said 7,894. Now he's saying 7,819. It's just... We've totally moved beyond like assuming that a position like the bully pulpit is supposed to is supposed to require a level of like decency, and a guy like the president is not supposed to just like make numbers up. And it's awesome that you could just say whatever the you want. There is very little that Trump says that is real. As a matter of fact, the only time where he's like actually being honest and transparent is whenever he talks about like the unlimited cruelty that America is going to bring about the rest of the world, where he'll be like when people will be like, oh, why are you giving weapons to Saudi Arabia? He goes, well, do you have $1 billion? They'll buy it from Russia. If they don't buy it from us, someone's got to buy these weapons. Like, that's the only time where he's like transparent or honest. He's only honest when he is talking about his dishonesty. But every other thing is just either lies, or now the new meta is just simply shouting out not even a talking point, but shouting out a word, one word. Everybody transgender, everybody understands what that means now. They make up their own minds as to what this is supposed to mean.
Ukraine soldiers, right? Not American soldiers, not soldiers from Poland, but they're human beings, they're souls. They have parents, they wave goodbye to their parents, and their parents never see them again. That's the end of them. Over a stupid war, and I want to see it stopped. They're dropping bombs and killing everybody. The whole thing is not since the Second World War has there been anything even close to this. And they're not soldiers from my country. This is my country. But I have a power to end things. That's why I was able to end 7 other wars. And you know that I thought of the 7. They're basically 7. Those are tough wars to end.
Like this. This is what I mean. When I say he just like makes it up, this is a perfect example. Sometimes it's 7, sometimes it's 10, sometimes it's basically 7. And it's like, he didn't do any of that. He's just making it up. Like, either these conflicts came to a halt because of the two belligerents, or he's just lying. And especially when he says like, sometimes he said 10 last week, then you know he's lying. That's not even real. He just made up a number. And the only reason why he's saying that is because he can't actually end the 2 conflicts that he said he was going to end day 1. Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, I will have the disastrous war between Russia and Ukraine settled. It will be settled quickly.
And Israel's genocide of the Palestinian population in Gaza. He said he was going to end them day 1, and he couldn't, even though he has all the power to do so with especially Israel, and he just doesn't have the ambition, not even interested. And with Russia, he couldn't do it. He genuinely thought Vladimir Putin respects him enough that he would like back away or offer him like this gift of no more military incursion in Ukraine. He was a moron, and it didn't happen. So he has to make shit up to be like, I've ended 7 wars.
Much tougher, I thought, than the war with Ukraine and Russia. I thought that Ukraine and Russia have a very good relationship with President Putin. I thought that would be much easier. I thought that would be in the middle of the pack, maybe one of the easiest. Sometimes you never know with war. You know, war is a very interesting thing. You never know with war. War is complex and dangerous, and what a mess, what a bloody mess.
August 25th.
Good job. Thank you, sir. You stopping a lot of wars? just the presidents we're stopping. We've stopped 7 wars, and really the number is actually 10. We're not including a couple, and we're not including in there what we did with Iran, stopping their nuclear play. They would have had within a month or 2, they would have had a nice big nuclear weapon to use. That's not going to happen.
I mean, what do we say to this? Like, what can you say to this? And it's sad because sometimes people misunderstand me when I talk about like certain content creators and their popularity. which we found is not even so organic as we previously thought. I'm not going to name any names. It's not that like there's envy or jealousy there that another content creator is more popular than me. There are a million content creators that are more popular than me. It's the fact that there are people tuning in who agree with this reactionary framework that frustrate me. And this is no different. It's not that Trump is like a bumbling old baboon, senile and constantly lying. It's the fact that people actually love him and they also agree with him and they think he is brilliant. That's the most discouraging thing, because if like everybody recognized what the he was and reacted appropriately and like, you know, constantly tried pushing and then there was like a significant militant response against that sort of thing, then I would say, you know, at least the population is smart. At least the population understands what's going on. At least your neighbors know what the is up. What makes me sad is the fact that there is a 30% part of this population that unironically, no matter what he does, will turn around and say, nah, man, that's my president. You stupid libtard. He's hot. He's healthy. He's 215 pounds and he's 6'4". And he can dunk a basketball and he's ending all the wars. It's like, oh my God. It's just so frustrating. It's so frustrating to have to deal with people who have decided that they can just hallucinate an alternative reality. And those guys have so much play on our lives. Like even the military incursions, even the send the military, send the Marines, send the National Guard to Chicago. That's done for those guys. Those guys who are just like, hell yeah, brother, we got to do more militant response to solve this unlimited crime in blue cities where seemingly there's a lot of black people. Like, that's who he's doing it for. Or, hell yeah, brother, we got to deport every Guatemalan. They're scary. They got salsa hips. They're dancing. I hate that. That's who he's doing this for. Those guys have so much play. The dumbest, most psychotic, racist people in American society that have never left their fucking hometowns get to dictate what we all experience. And that is so frustrating. Hyperbole? Yeah, wow. I can't believe you figured out that I am engaging in hyperbole. Is it in line with what's going on or not? I mean, look at this. Florida moves to end all school vaccine mandates. First in nation to do so. How the can you look at this and go, this is great. This is great, brother. Fantastic. Hell yeah, brother. We're going to get rabies and that's fine. We're bringing back Legionnaire's disease. Awesome. This is like Moist Critical coming out and making a video and being like, guys, the McSticks over there at Israel are obviously doing a genocide and we got to put a stop to it. It's like they're melting babies over there. I can't believe it. You know, I put my black t-shirt on instead of the white one today because I wanted to talk about the severity of the crisis at hand. When you see the Gaza situation is crazy YouTube video, know that things have changed so dramatically that people are no longer fearful. A couple weeks ago, I said, once Moist Critical talks about Israel, it's over. And it seems Moist Critical is, as a matter of fact, literally wearing the black t-shirt and talking about Israel, which is ironically what I said. Once he wears the black t-shirt and starts talking about Israel, it's over. As in, the American normie class has completely shifted their position on Israel and are no longer even afraid to speak about these things. Guys, it's time. There's a real up situation going on.
Benjamin Netanyahu just openly stating in front of the whole world his plans on brainwashing because so many people are turning on Israel. So he was asked like what he plans to do about it. And you know what? Since I'm just yapping, I'm just gonna go ahead and go on this topic now too.
I guess I'm curious about what's another game plan if we lose evangelical support for the state of Israel. What's our backup plan to be strong, like outside the diaspora?
Christian influencers. Okay. You said, we talked about the woke right. And you said, I call it the woke Reich. That's a the woke Reich. Because these people, you know, they're not any different from the woke left. I mean, they're insane. They're movies.
Yeah, that's his strategy. A galaxy brain chess maneuver here. Call everyone that doesn't support Israel Nazis.
Insane that Charlie's going beast mode for once. I mean, it's not that insane. Dude, someone must have clipped it when I was memeing about how when Charlie comes out with the black t-shirt and starts talking about, guys, we have a serious problem with Israel. That's when you know we've arrived at the normie position. Dude, I'm gonna keep it very real with you. There is no world where someone like Charlie would ever in a million years say anything about Israel. You guys are straight up living in a totally alternative reality. If you think a person that people call a fence sitter professionally, okay, his own personal positions on Israel are irrelevant. I'm saying, like, as far as coming out and saying anything about Israel, because of how terrified most people have been to say anything about Israel at all, anything for Israel, anything to say about Israel at all. Because for many people, for content creators, for people with jobs, they are terrified of saying anything about Israel that's negative, because automatically you are public enemy number one. You're losing your job. You're going to be tarred and feathered, you're going to be called the anti-Semitic Nazi for the rest of your life. This means it's no longer the case. This means that normies have also recognized that there isn't a tremendous amount of social pressure that can be applied if you come out and you're like, what the fuck are we doing here? This is completely unacceptable. He is proving exactly what I've been saying for months, that Israel's censorship regime especially is very frustrating for regular Americans who might not personally give a what's going on there. Not to say that Charlie doesn't, right? I'm using Moist Critical here as a beacon. I'm using him as a way to tell you where, like, societal attitude is at. Yeah, a canary in the coal mine, a litmus test, an indicator, okay? Most people either don't know anything about Palestine or Israel and never really cared, or they had a positive opinion on Israel until October 7, right? And most people saw what Israel did after October 7 and at times tuned in and thought, wow, that's really oh well, life goes on. I'm talking about, like, normal people, not you guys. This community is obviously unique. We are uniquely tuned in to what the Israel's been up to every single day, okay? For the average person, for your coworkers, they are not as tuned in. But this doesn't mean that they're oblivious. They are aware of what Israel's doing. Some people know what Israel's doing and think, well, you know, they're brown guys. Oh, well, it's really sad. Maybe they should stop. But they're just, you know, brown children being slaughtered. And they just move on with their lives. But if there's one thing that pisses off Americans, if there's one thing that pisses off your coworkers, it's the fact that they see that, they don't like it, they're fearful to say anything about it, and they see others saying something about it that reflects their values on the issue, and they get censored, or they get deplatformed, or they get yelled at endlessly by some of the most arrogant genocidaires you have ever encountered, and they don't like that. They especially don't like this. So even if there's an American out there who doesn't give a who doesn't like what Israel is doing, but doesn't care enough to go out and protest, and is not fully aware of all of the awfulness, all of the bloodshed that Israel's committed, they especially don't like being censored. They don't like the fact that there are unlimited tax dollars going there, and they don't like the arrogance and entitlement demonstrated by this supposed client state, and they don't like that they are being censored for exhibiting any sort of discontent. We shall call this the Kimmel effect. That's a good take. Exactly. Americans might not be totally tuned into all the awful shit that Trump is doing right now at the domestic level. When he came out and was like, Jimmy Kimmel, for this like tepid statement about Charlie Kirk, deserves to be barred from speaking on television, and the FCC should like revoke the television license, all of a sudden everyone goes, what the f do you mean? Get the f out of here. And that's precisely what's taking place here. Poll after poll is showing that more and more Americans are becoming aware of the reality, or acknowledging the reality, that Israel is committing a genocide. It's crazy to me that it's still 39%, because that's precisely what this is, right? Wait, that's American. Wait, no, hold on. That's Jews. That's American Jews, brother. No, the percentage of Americans that say Israel's committing a genocide against Palestinians in Gaza is far higher than that. This is American Jews. Most American Jews say Israel's committed war crimes against Palestinians. About 4 in 10 say Israel's committed genocide. That's insane. That's huge. But yeah, poll after poll has shown that Americans are broadly aware of Israel's genocide, and pretty much every American you've ever encountered wants to reduce support for Israel. Pretty much every single American you ever encountered wants an arms embargo. Pretty much every single American you can encounter says it's a genocide. It's gone. It's done. It's over. Do you understand? 65% want sanctions. Oh, this is the Democrats. Okay, I was going to say, this is like, the percentages seem far too high for all Americans. But regardless, overwhelming numbers also recognize that Israel is committing a genocide. Majority of Americans also want to push for sanctions on Israel, okay? Not just Democrats. Because when you look at independents, their numbers are a little bit lower than the Democrats, and then Republicans are pro-Israel, but it doesn't matter, right? Because Republicans alone don't make up for Israel support. Like, with the exception of evangelical Zionists and Jewish Zionists, which also are no longer as pro-Israel as they used to be, okay? With the exception of evangelicals and Jews, most of the United States of America are no longer pro-Israel. And that happened over 2 years. You have to measure that against how pro-Israel Americans used to be. It is so over. And it's only going to get worse from here on out for Israel as far as like approval ratings goes. Americans are no longer afraid of even coming out as being anti-Israel. Because like in the past, many Americans would shy away from saying the truth. Many Americans would shy away from saying the truth because they were worried. Because nobody wants to be yelled at and be called a anti-Semite, okay? Especially because like when you get called an anti-Semite, especially by like these advocacy groups that do have a tremendous or did have a tremendous amount of institutional motion, your career is over, okay? This goes even beyond like people's distaste for speaking on political issues. And now it's like, it's no longer the Canary Mission doxing random like Palestinian nurses and because they can't dox every single person. You know what I mean? So they don't have that same environment of censorious fear, and it doesn't hit anymore.
And secondly, we're going to have to use the tools of battle. And the most important ones are the social media. And the most important purchase that is going on right now is TikTok. TikTok, number one. And I hope it goes through because it can be consequential. And the other one, what's the other one that's most important? X. X. Exactly. Very good. And, you know, so we have to talk to Elon. He's not an enemy. He's a friend. We should talk to him. Now, if we can get those two things, we get a lot. And I could go on other things, but that's not the point right now.
Spoiler warning for those without thinking caps on. Censorship. He's talking about censorship. Damn to free speech. Benjamin Netanyahu's got other ideas. It's something he's talked about plenty in the past. He's not exactly shy with it. He's very loosey-goosey with the censorship topic, and he's talking about it again. He recognizes how everyone sharing videos and information about the atrocities and all the slaughter of the Palestinians at the hands of the IDF is making people turn on Israel. So now genocidal freak is going up to Elon Musk. Oh, Mr. Musk, can we do something about like all these pesky voices sharing all of this? It's censorship. Super weird, by the way, how a foreign nation seems to have so much pull over things happening in our homeland. Why can Netanyahu come out with his full ass on display talking about like how algorithms on the platforms here need to cater to him, and also he should be talking to Elon about Twitter so they can do something together in regards to like the people not liking Israel anymore and what they're having access to? Why is that? Like, that shouldn't be allowed, right? Like, what the this guy gets to come in and, like, completely wash our fucking freedom of speech in order to fit his censorship agenda? Cool. How about no, goober? Like, come on.
Damn, bro, I can't believe I'm hearing Moist Critical. My eyes, my ears. I can't believe I'm seeing and hearing Moist Critical wearing the black shirt, literally calling Benjamin Netanyahu the G word, goober, okay? That is crazy. How do we get here, folks? The mother G word, man. Incredible things are happening. We're finally here. I don't know anything about him. What's the significance of the black shirt? I mean, that's mostly a meme. Charlie doesn't normally do a lot of politics. Like he's a liberal for sure, right? In the past, like he's come out and had some interesting takes that I definitely consider liberal, but like he deliberately stays out of trouble, I guess, if that makes sense. He tries to actively not talk about this stuff. For him to come out and like make a statement is indicative of the change in times. It means that there aren't like tremendous repercussions for this sort of thing. he is demonstrative of an attitude shift. It means that like this position is no longer, this is an inoffensive position. It's like people actually no longer feel fearful to reveal this. And he has, yeah, in the past, he stood up for trans people and a lot of people yelled at him for it. Like, this means that, like, the average American cop and divorced dad also has a similar perspective. Do you understand? Like, there's cops that watch Moist Critical. There's divorced dads that watch Moist Critical. Your coworkers watch Moist Critical, okay, in our age group.
How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? I want you to look at what happened when the National Guard went to D.C.
Quite the Freudian slip. And as I said, there's no way he meant to say that. But he never corrects it or anything. No one points it out. And what he's talking about didn't pertain to pedophiles at all. His crime statistics were robbery, homicide, and rape. 2 out of 3 of those he covered previously. The last one, robbery, that doesn't relate to stopping attacking pedophiles. Like, those two don't connect. You can't put the square piece into the circle hole on that one. And I saw people saying that it was intellectually dishonest to paint it as anything other than just like an embarrassing flub. Which is fair enough, I suppose, because I'm not trying to make the claim that this is him fully admitting to things and he's going full mask off. Ted Cruz did, notably, reject the release of the Epstein files. Like, from all available information, it seems he has been against the release of the Epstein files, judging from his votes in regards to it. So I did pose that here's a little food for thought. There may be a little something there, possibly, but overall, the video, I was just taking the piss out of it. That's really it. But that was somehow incendiary and made people mad about, like, oh, to portray him clearly having a flub there.
Once again, that is indicative of his audience's attitude, right? Even when he's like gently making fun of Ted Cruz for a very obvious gaffe while tying it back to the Epstein stuff, like there are people in his audience that get mad at that. Okay, so there's obviously like right wingers in his audience as well. Not his entire audience, but that is once again where Charlie is at and what he represents for someone like myself.
I'm going to harp on Ted Cruz for a moment because I just don't understand the glaze. I don't know how he has hog writers. I do not get the Tedophiles that will defend him tooth and nail when he himself has said that the reason he got into Congress 13 years ago is to defend the interests of Israel.
I came into Congress
13
13 years ago with the stated intention of being the leading defender of Israel in the United States Senate. And I've worked every day to do that.
So you are an American politician whose sole purpose for being here is to defend the interests of a foreign nation here, domestically. I just don't know how that's not treasonous. I'm just going to say it. I don't get how that is not just like full-blown treason. I saw quite a few takes when it came out about Israel paying influencers for like positive PR and stuff, and people were tossing the word treason around in regards to that. This is that times 50. I don't know how this one gets a pass. I don't get how that gets a pass. He is supposed to represent the state of Texas. You would think as an American...
I told you, motherfucker. Dude, wait till Charlie hears about BDS laws, dude. Any self-respecting American who hears about the treacherous, nefarious ways in which Israel advocacy groups have been able to dominate American political discourse in this fashion, they're never going to look at that the same way ever again. 38 states where you have to sign a loyalty pledge to the state of Israel to retain a job. In no way.
Again, I'm not the most politically savvy guy on the planet. I'm a Neanderthal. I get that. I am a Cro-Magnon man when it comes to this. But I just don't understand. I cannot wrap my head around how people will support that. I don't get it.
By the way, I knew this was going to inevitably happen, which is why I cannot believe how much the Democrats have failed on this issue and how much they haven't led on this issue. If you couldn't see the writing on the wall, first and foremost, you should have obviously been against it due to the immoral nature. Like, you should, if you're a human being, you should be anti-genocide. But the fact that you wouldn't even argue against Israel, you wouldn't argue against decoupling from Israel, knowing that this was going to be a major world-defining, incredibly consequential political issue at the domestic level. God damn, dude. Retire if you can't see that. If I can see that, and I'm a dumb Twitch streamer, you should be able to see that too. You shouldn't even need the tide shift to take place to actually, change your position on it, regardless if you're a politician. Leaked email reveals communication between a company leading the TikTok purchase and former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak. We believe that we have to embed the love and respect for Israel in the American culture, wrote the then Oracle CEO Safra Katz in 2015. And Will Menaker has a take on it. He says, no matter how much money they spend on this or how many media platforms they buy out for this express purpose, I can state with total confidence that no one in this country under the age of 50 will ever love or respect Israel again, and nothing is changing that. It's over. This is why I keep saying, toothpaste out of the tube. This is why I keep repeating over and over again that today is the day that Israel will be the most popular it ever will be for the rest of time. Tomorrow, Israel will be less popular than it is today. And the day after that, Israel will be even less popular than it is today. This will never turn around for Israel. It's over. They've lost the next generation, completely lost it. And what they also fail to comprehend is that all of this censorship, all of this media manipulation is only pissing people off further. That's why you got motherfuckers like Charlie coming out and attacking Israel from the perspective of and changing, or openly admitting that they are trying to pay people to advocate for Israel as it is doing a genocide. It's out in the open. That's why I don't get too mad at people when they take that first step and they recognize Israel is the wrong party here and not the wronged party here. All it takes is time from that point on. Most people don't just turn around and go, yeah, Israel's doing a genocide, but they might say that today, but they're not going to say that tomorrow, chat. You always have to be as kind as you possibly can to people who have demonstrated that genuine change of heart, or people who were silent before who are speaking out now. Do you understand? I know you want to feel like you were there all along and you want some recognition for it. This is a selfish need. Let go of that. Imagine if I did that to you when you came in here on October 7 and you told me you, Hassan, you're Hamas lover, you love terrorism, how dare you speak out against the Jewish state? I didn't do that, did I? I was aware of all the stuff that Israel had done leading up to that point, but I didn't do that. Think about your own experience over the last 2 years and how you arrived at this conclusion. The journey that you took to arrive at this conclusion, to arrive at the truth. Understand that a similar process will take place for a lot of the people who are even now, after 23 months. I'm telling you, once people are made aware, once they take that leap, once they actually go against what they have been preconditioned into believing, that Israel is this moral party, Israel is this Western aligned nation, and its enemies are barbaric monsters. Once they take that leap to recognize the truth for the first time, where they go, maybe Israel is not the moral nation I thought it was. There's no going back after that, okay? After that, you just have to sit back and wait. All it takes is time. All right, let's do Nico and Milana.
Undercover witnessing racism in front of my eyes. And this is the story of how I got here.
American whiteface technology is better. This is what I'm seeing. No disrespect to Nico, but I mean, Drew kind of popped off. Drewski kind of popped off on the whiteface tech.
18, I pranked a racist group called the English Defense League.
The AGL, bro.
And they're taking our jobs.
Yeah, they're taking our houses, they're taking the lot.
And they took your teeth as well.
Yeah, they did.
After this, I ended up getting a whole load of death threats from the EDL, and in response, I founded my own group called the Nico Defense League, aka the NDL. And over the years, we've stood up against racism, but there's one clip that I've never released. Racism in the UK was high, and I went to a far-right march to see it myself, and I wore a mask to hide my identity.
So EDL TV, mate, you're on the best channel on YouTube.
British, older, f***ing white.
So why are you here today?
I don't give a f***, mate. BLM, mate. Come on. Come on,
all
mate.
of them, yeah? Every single one of them, you schmuck.
Come over to the mob, mate. Come over to the mob. Come
of
just
course
fucking
I'm
have it,
coming,
mate. There's everyone here, all the whites, mate. You don't see one. Don't see one of them here, yeah?
Take back our country.
That's it, mate. That's all we got to do. We've got to take it back, mate.
Bro's neck flap is coming out.
But unfortunately for me, this mask wasn't on properly.
Hey, this thinks system, oh damn, we've been caught.
You know where to go.
If I'm black, I know where to go. What do you mean I know where to go? What are you hiding behind this man?
Come in.
What do you mean? I'm walking off.
Take your mask off, you.
Oh. Just walk away, please.
That's crazy.
I'm a what?
Wait, by the way, it is mind-boggling that it took them that long to recognize that he had a mask on. His f***ing lips aren't moving, dude. His lips aren't moving, but they're so hopped up on racism fumes. They're so stupid. God damn it. Dude, racists are so dumb, bro. They're so stupid. Stupid for the Brits, if you didn't understand what that word means. Stupid. Fucking stupid.
But this situation really got me thinking. If they're willing to call me a black bleep to my face, then what would these guys be saying to each other when they're comfortable behind closed doors? And that brings us to now. Tommy Robinson, the guy who literally founded the English Defence League, is hosting a march called Unite the Kingdom. And despite questionable groups confirming they'll be attending, we're being told that they're not racist and it's just slander by the media.
We're not here. Baseless labels, racist, Islamophobe, far right. You've been part of the problem, not the solution. Don't try riding the wave, you wanker Piers Morgan, like you made it impossible for people to speak out with your baseless labels. By the way, Tommy Robinson, for those of you who are wondering how this man is out of prison and how he is still able to do these very obviously neo-Nazi rallies in spite of going to prison like 1,000,000 times, is because, and I say this with 75% confidence, is an Israel asset, okay? Straight up. He is an asset, an agent of the Israeli state. Israel realizes that they can't win the propaganda war because everybody hates Israel. And as a matter of fact, not only do they hate Israel, they're beginning, the anti-Semitism is also beginning to rise, especially on the far right. So the only way that they realize that they can combat against like the anti-Israel sentiment is by redirecting the anger of the far right back to Muslims. The other time the English Defence League was registered on Companies House was Tommy Robinson's assistant Helen Gower. Until the 13th of June 2014, it seems to have been registered as the English and Jewish Defence League, EDL Limited. A reminder that the Jewish Defence League, JDL, is prescribed as a terror organization in the United States. Was prescribed as a terror organization. Joe Biden took it off the terror organization. EDL, previous company names from 2011 to 2014. The English and Jewish Defence League, EDL Limited. Tommy Robinson's connections to the fascist Zionist terror group, the JDL, do not end there. An early supporter of the EDL who spoke at their rallies outside of the Israeli embassy was former Israeli military trainer Rabbi Nachum Shifran. He was also the driver for infamous JDL founder Meir Kahan. According to his former employee Lucy Brown, Tommy Robinson received £10,000 monthly from Robert Shillman, a board member of the Friends of the IDF. Shillman is filmed speaking here at the Zionist Organization of America. Yeah, here. If you're wondering why a far-right white supremacist is writing stuff like this, it's because he's an agent of the Israeli state. Once again, he rewarded them. Tommy Robinson, again, far-right. Most of these guys are also openly anti-Semitic. Here's Tommy Robinson. He rewarded them with a state, Palestine. Don't be fooled by the vocal left minority. The British public stand with Israel. That's right, lads. Here is account all the way from Uttar Pradesh, Vivid Prowess, also tweeting about one of the famous Hosber accounts, one of the famous Indian Hosber accounts, Vivid Prowess. Tommy Robinson, Israel is Jewish land. There's 55 Islamic nations. Why can't they have one?
But there's 55 Islamic nations. Why can't they have one? Why do you... And how many of the Islamic nations are taking in the Palestinians? Egypt's got a wall twice as big as Donald Trump's.
Oh, yeah.
How many are Saudi taking in? Qatar. None of them...
Oh, also, he's talking to Poland's very own... I just realized this interview is being conducted by the Visegrad dipshit. Look at this international white supremacist allegiance. Yep, the Polish man behind the Visegrad account. This is fascist solidarity. That's it. This is fascist solidarity. These are a part of the international fascist movement. There is a neo-Nazi network. Most of them are on Twitter. They're popping off on Twitter. Visegrad never talks about Visegrad. Yeah, he tweets more about me than he talks about Visegrad. Let's be real. You can tell Tommy Robinson is getting paid by Israel. He's been given the same script about Qatar, but he didn't have enough time to memorize it, so he was stuttering and struggling all the way through the video. Imagine how many times he had to re-record it. He's all of a sudden tweeting about Turkey, Qatar, and what's happening in Sudan. Prior to this, he only mentioned Sudanese criminals on his timeline. It's so obvious what's happening.
All behind.
Why is a far-right white nationalist in England talking about Qatar and Turkey and also redirecting and hitting the classic line of, Why does nobody care about Sudan? You don't care about any of these guys, right? I thought you wanted to kill all of these guys. Why the do you care if there's a genocide going on in Sudan? You hate them.
Every French ghetto, Qatar are behind, yeah? Including separating and segregating and polluting the minds of those Muslim communities. Qatar are behind. Qatar are behind the Muslim Brotherhood. Qatar are in bed with all of them.
It's so funny because out of all the Gulf states, as far as their leadership goes, Qatar is literally the most woke. Now, do they still have their own version of the kafala system? Absolutely. Okay. Do they have also a litany of similar crimes and complications? Absolutely. But if you were to single out of the Abraham Accords countries, Oman is probably the most woke. Yes. Oman just kind of sticks to themselves. They just keep to themselves. But out of all of those, the famous ones that people talk about, because no one really talks about Oman, because once again, they just kind of stick to themselves, keep to themselves. They just chill. The other Switzerland, if Qatar is not the Switzerland of the Gulf, then it's most likely Oman. But if a guy who is as racist as Tommy Robinson is going to bring up like Gulf nation states, he maybe not Dubai. He's not going to talk about UAE because obviously like a lot of these dipshits go there. But they would probably talk about Saudi Arabia before they talk about Qatar. Y'all don't know shit about Oman. It's not woke at all. It has a very interesting history. I mean, but they just keep to themselves is what I'm saying. None of these countries are woke by American standards anyway. And even America's not woke. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to do a ranking of all the Gulf nations, okay? I'm simply saying that the country that he would point to most likely would be Saudi Arabia first and foremost. That's like what the average dumb guy would say. But the reason why he's saying Qatar is because Israel. He's anti-immigration while living in Spain as an immigrant, by the way. Well, I don't think he is any longer. Guilty, I believed in a homeland for the Jewish people and what? Muslims have 54 countries that the Jews have one. A Zionist is someone who's supposed to modern political movement of Zionism. He's so woke, guys. By Israel standards, by all the Jewish advocacy group standards, Tommy Robinson is woke because he's a Zionist. He's every other kind of racist, but he's just not an anti-Semite. Or maybe even if he is an anti-Semite, he still wants Israel to remain a Jewish ethno-state. And therefore, he's not a problem. Last time the ADL talked about Tommy Robinson was in 2018, expressing our concern over Islamophobe Tommy Robinson's upcoming visit. Actually, that. I want to see when the last time they talked about Islamophobia. That's actually an interesting one. Oh my God. Also on the Tommy Robinson tweet. Okay. What about Islamophobia? Never mind. So the ADL tweeted Islamophobe one time, and that was in 2018 when referencing Tommy Robinson. Tommy Robinson here, getting back to Tommy Robinson, pictured here with a steward provided by Campaign Against Anti-Semitism, the CIA's founder and director, simultaneously a director of the Jewish National Fund, the largest settlement building organization in occupied Palestine. The Israeli Prime Minister and President are patrons of the JNF. Here's one of the stewards for today's anti-Semitism march. He's absolutely fine with me being here. My presence doesn't alarm or distress him at all, which is so funny. That's a funny-ass thing to tweet. Yeah, I'm here and he's not afraid. This Jew's not afraid of me. Tommy Robinson previously described a key figure on the Board of Deputies, Robert Festenstein, as his legal advisor. The Board of Deputies states in its 2020 trustees report that it has a close working relationship with the Israeli embassy and strengthened links to the IDF. We are exploiting them. The EDL, English Defense League, LTD, was registered on the company's house by former Israeli soldier Roberta Moore. She was the head of EDL's Jewish unit, which had around 100 members. When asked whether the EDL was exploiting the Zionist movement, she retorted, if anything, we are exploiting them. Roberta Moore undergoing military training at an Israeli settlement. The head of the EDL's Jewish unit, Roberta Moore, is pictured here alongside genocidal Israeli politician Moshe Feiglin. Do you remember Moshe Feiglin? Some of you guys might remember him. That is the guy with an entire, on his Wikipedia page, that is an Israeli former Knesset member, with an entire Wikipedia page paragraph dedicated to his Hitler quotes. And no, it wasn't anti-Hitler, it was pro-Hitler. This is a man who very famously, as recently as a couple months ago, said, like, we need to be more Nazi-like. We need to be more like Adolf. Now that I gave you that about Tommy Robinson, just understand that not only is he a massive white supremacist, Islamophobe, utter dipshit, he is, without a doubt, by his own admission, a huge Zionist as well. And I suspect a lot of the Israeli PR initiatives are going to move in the direction of hyping up Islamophobia. One of the things that I noticed was from Holocaust-denying rabid anti-Semite Nicholas Fuentes, who is a neo-Nazi, who as recently as on his Patrick Bet-David slot, value-taining people, openly stated, you know, Jews' contributions to America is actually bountiful in comparison to the Muslims, ranking Muslims as a lower priority after spending years and years of talking about Jewish control. I don't believe that Jewish control exists. He does. Anyway, so just remember, when you hear from a fascist neo-Nazi, and especially a fascist neo-Nazi who is an overt anti-Semite, who believes falsely that like Jews as a monolithic group are responsible for multiculturalism and things of that nature, created specifically to destroy superior Western civilization that is supposed to be comprised of whites, right? For those guys to turn around and be like, you know what the worst problem is? Muslims. Remember, they can't even be a consistent neo-Nazi, okay? Tommy Robinson, from what I understand, was never one of those guys. I don't know how, like, I'm sure he said anti-Semitic shit, but he's always been pro-Israel because Israel fights the Muslims. Now, do I think that Tommy Robinson is knowingly and willingly a paid agent of the Israeli state? I do not know, but there's plenty of evidence to suggest that this is a mutually beneficial relationship, because the worse attitudes towards Israel get, the more the right will actually liken it back to or compare it or conflate it with Judaism, okay? There is already a lot of pre-existing historic anti-Semitism in these countries, whether it be the entirety of the European continent or whether it be the United States of America. There's a lot of nascent, unexamined, unexplored, and maybe even sometimes like considered inoffensive styles of anti-Semitism, right? Having said that, when you have the side that is also defending Israel and the side that is also shitting on Israel, conflating Judaism and anti-Semitism, you have this explosion of anti-Semitism in the Western world. The way to combat that, I think some people in Israel have figured out, is to just heighten the Islamophobia, to say Israel is fighting the same fight as you guys are, fighting the Muslims, the scary, barbaric Muslim hordes. This way, they can still maintain some level of support from the right wing in these countries, because the right wing also is way more likely to be anti-Semitic than the left. The left is more likely to be anti-Zionist. The left is also more likely to be committed to not only anti-Zionism, but socialism, and also has many Jewish leaders in and of itself. This is precisely the reason why it's considered a much larger threat to the interests of Israel, which is why, time and time again, Israel will collaborate openly, not even in secret, openly with fascist anti-Semitic leaders in European capitals, whether it be Viktor Orban or Jair Bolsonaro or numerous other people that have said unimaginably anti-Semitic things. Israel has still openly collaborated with them. As recently as last year, Israel tried to hold an anti-Semitism seminar in Tel Aviv. The seminar actually fell apart. The reason why the anti-Semitism seminar fell apart is because of the invited guests. Some people had the wonderful idea of bringing in AfD members to the anti-Semitism seminar. They thought that they could bring in nationalists from France, which were also directly, in certain instances, connected to Vichy France, okay, by lineage, or had said horrible things about the Holocaust and were Holocaust deniers. They were invited to go to the anti-Semitism seminar in Israel. This, of course, frustrated a bunch of people who thought that they would actually be talking about anti-Semitism growing around the world. And they were like, what the f*** are you doing? Make no mistake, Israel is a fascist enterprise, and they will align themselves with the international fascist movement, even when those international fascists in those other respective nations are anti-Semitic themselves. They do not give a fuck, because they realize that they can still align with them on the issues of combating Muslims. They know that that is a significant way to continue drawing support from the right wing, no matter how anti-Semitic the right might consider themselves to be. But they know that if you are an anti-Zionist, you will never commit to supporting Israel, because Israel is fascist. If you're an anti-fascist, you will never commit to supporting Israel, because Israel is a fascist enterprise. Zionism is fascism.
There's no far right, there's no hooligans here, there's no racism here. It's nothing to do with skin colour.
We're not racist.
Not racist at all.
It's not a racist march.
The government don't like voices like ours, so what they do is they lie about us, they smear us. white supremacist, Nazi, racist, Islamophobe.
So I decided to go undercover myself and find out people's motivations for going, and also see if there actually is racism, or if it's one big smelly lie. But this time I wasn't cutting any corners. There's many people at this march who might have sent me death threats in the past, so I employed an undercover security team to keep me safe and help me blend in. I also completely transformed my identity all the way through to my personality.
Damn, bro, whiteface tech is out of control. Is all you say is fascism? Name 3 components that define fascism: ultranationalism, a completely made-up mythology surrounding the in-group, and a constant need to exterminate the out-group. I mean, we can keep going if you want. Controlling flows of information. So wouldn't that make the left and right both fascists? Are you stupid? Explain to me how that would make the left fascist, please. Ultranationalism is a leftist principle? Is that what you think? A fake made-up mythology? Leftism, if you are considering leftism to be anti-capitalism, is born out of a materialist analysis of commodity production, how that's driven culture and society and the political economy throughout time. Everything comes back to that. Everything comes back to the class dynamic, broadly defined as the working class, those who work for a wage, laborers, the proletariat, and the capital owning class, those who don't actually have to work to generate wealth. The left pushes shit to the right, doesn't believe, and so does the right. What? Brother, I think you might be on the right if you have no understanding of what the left is and simultaneously are just defending the right. I wasn't even talking about the right broadly. I was talking about fascism. I think it is you who felt scorned here. I'm not defending no side, to be honest. Well, that's a 3-month subscriber. R-worded, R-worded. Why can't you say the R-word in your chat? Is all you say fascism? She sucks a fat dick. Man, you have a small head. You spit so much shit, and what do you expect people think about you? Sis is a made-up word that holds no meaning. Wait till this guy finds out that every word is made up. That's just kind of how language works. Insanely gonna f his back lifting too much. Tell me she ain't wearing Ed Hardy shirt and is never coming back. This person will change their minds in like 4 months if they still are in here. They're left curious, 100%. They wouldn't be coming back in here and lightly jabbing at me over and over again. Probably also a kid. Just let him spit. I'm 40. Oh God. Okay. Well, that makes things a lot worse in this calculation. Still left curious though. Let's just keep him in here. He has a childlike wonderment.
The moods were high. Almost everyone was drinking, and we were singing our lungs out.
Oh, Tommy, Tommy! Tommy, 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 Tommy Robinson! Tommy, Tommy! Tommy, 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 Tommy Robinson! I love how everyone joins in. Tommy, Tommy!
It didn't take me long to meet this lovely Les.
We're doing a documentary on free speech.
You are?
Yeah. How you feel?
It's sight to see that.
It's absolutely amazing seeing everyone coming out here. It's just glorious, like. So what are your, I'm like, motivation?
At first I was going to say these prosthetics are kind of ass. And then I saw this guy in the front and I thought that was him. And I just realized, no, that's just how British people look like after a certain age. Okay. I literally was like, who's speaking? Why is his mouth not moving? Isn't that the prosthetic? No human being actually looks like this. It's obvious that this is a prosthetic, right? And then I realized, oh my God, he's back here. That's just what it looks like.
So what are your, I'm like, motivations today for coming today?
To say, I want my voice heard.
Yeah.
Enough is enough. And we need to unite.
Yeah.
And we need to stand up.
Exactly. We need to unite and stand up. And then what specifically do we need to stand up against? Like,
migration,
illegal immigration. These people that are coming into our country.
Yeah.
They don't want to mix with us anyway.
Exactly. They don't want to.
They don't want to.
So I say we get them all gone then.
Yeah, they all.
So what happened? Like, did it? Proper Caribbean lad, yeah. F***ing comes up to me. He's got salsa hips. I say to him, "Hey, would you fancy a little shag, yeah?" He says, "No, I f***ing proper hate the migrants." I said, "Listen, bloke, if you're not gonna have a go at this funny, will you get the f*** out of my island, yeah? I wants the miscegenation, I did, and now I don't know. Me minge needs a proper shanking."
I'm saying. Exactly, every single one of them.
Every single one of them. I think Islam should be banned.
Oh, I agree with that. Now you're talking sense, love.
Islam should be banned.
Yeah.
All
Who?
all the Muslims,
Yeah.
foreigners.
Go again. Frick off, yeah.
Yeah, I hate when they call my older Muslims off riots, racist and Islamophobia. I don't even know what those words mean. What are you talking about? Brexit 2 incoming? What are they going to do? Dude, if they literally did this, okay, if they did this, they would have nobody working in the NHS, and all that would remain would be the most bland food of all time. It would cook the island. Do you understand? It's over at that point. Who's gonna be the doctors and the nurses? Like, actually.
Oh, absolutely outrageous.
He said there's 900 mosques in Leicester, 70 mosques. It's too much, lad. 70, 900. I don't do algebra. It's f***ing Arabic nonsense, yeah? What are you coming at me with maths for? F*** is you talking about, lad? Oompa loompa. Yeah, just a cheeky little roundup for a proper afternoon with a quick maths. Yeah, don't ask me. Why are all the British chuds all oranger than Trump? Oh, guys, this spray tan was not invented by Donald Trump. This is originated in Britland. That's just how chavs are. Yeah, no, this isn't like a post-Trump thing at all. This is just how some British people look. They've always looked that way. Yeah, the Essex Special.
And how many blacks are there in Leicester? Black people.
And
oh, yeah, as in what? Oh, yeah, that's the word. Sorry. Yeah.
What the f***? He corrected him. Don't say blacks. What are you f***ing woke? What are you, one of these f***ing wokes?
Yeah. There's millions of them. I'm so glad that you're using the right terminology as well. Yeah. Because I'm tired of calling them the blacks. With all your friends and stuff, how do they feel about it?
Hate.
They hate it. I'm glad we can come together now and be honest about it. Because this is what we've been waiting for. Exactly. If you could get rid of every black person in this country, what would you do?
I would get fucking...
Good, well done. And if you saw someone of colour here right now, what would you say to him?
Fuck off.
Yeah, I agree, yeah. That's me though, yeah?
Fuck off.
Yeah. Love and guidance. Pleasure to meet you.
That's crazy.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, there we go. Pleasure, my friend. Nice to meet you. Right, off we go.
It felt good to hear the true beliefs of that young couple. And the fact they said all their friends felt the same as they do definitely made me feel better about the state of our country.
No, the husband knows that the camera's there. They all know the camera's there. He already explained it. So what happened is he's saying he's doing a documentary on free speech. That's the reason why he has a camera. So those people actually know that they're on the record with these statements.
And it's truly inspiring, and it's making me happy. Definitely not worried, just happiness, man. Really happy.
Reform Party projected to the majority in the next UK parliamentary elections. No, it's awesome. It's so sick. Also, great job, Corbyn and Sultana, for picking to infight at the perfect time, I guess. Oh, don't even start. I don't even want to talk about that.
I've got an Afghani family living next door to me. And you know what? Beautiful family. Respect. I've helped them. They've helped me. I've got respect for them.
Good people.
Good people.
The rare one. That's rare, though.
Right. But the rest of it, I don't want to be... I'm no racist.
Oh, so like the only Afghan people that you've ever encountered were really nice, but it doesn't matter. You still just want all of them out. Got it. That's cool. That's what's so crazy to me. Where it's like he's already encountered people that actually are supposed to literally rewrite his brain, and no opportunity for reflection whatsoever. He's like, nope, higher position is still racism. I don't care.
There's enough's enough.
Enough is enough. So what do we do now?
What we're doing now.
This man almost made me believe that when you meet people and give them a chance, instead of thinking that they're the demons of the earth, they might get a chance to show you that they're not all that bad. But no, I don't believe that.
Yeah.
They all must go off
No,
our
that's
streets.
We want our country back, but let me grab that onion bhaji. Oh yeah, of course. Proper curry on a Friday, lad. That's a classic. That's a meme. I was watching a show my dad was watching a show and I actually briefly watched it, but it was, what is it, with like Gary Oldman or whatever? I think it's called like Slow Horses or something, where they like kidnap a Muslim dude. I don't know what his background is. I think he's like, might be Pakistani or something. But there's a scene in it where they're like have a gun on him. The kidnappers are like white nationalists. It's a government operation, right? And they have a gun on him, and they're like, Mike, do some f***ing jokes. And one of the jokes because he's like a failed comedian, and one of the jokes he makes is literally EDL rally and then get a proper curry right after. It's very common. It is the meta.
Get out of my country, bro. Let me get that. Let me grab that Indian street food.
Like, not even a little bit of shame in that. Not even a little bit of shame. Like, you got you came out of the rally, bro. Like, you came out of the fucking white nationalists, get these fucking migrants out of my country rally, and then you literally go and get some curry. You didn't even want to take the flag off? Really? You didn't want to, like, put it in your back pocket or, like, pack it up, put it in your girlfriend's bag or something? Like, you just straight beelined it to Indian food.
Oi, look, it's popping over here.
Oh my God, there's more. Oh, that's Turkish. Gözleme.
It is popping over here. They've probably never made so much. They've probably never made so much money. Ah, God bless them, man.
This shit makes me so mad, bro. Oh, God. Okay, let's just...
I like to top them as well, so you've got the 100 metres here.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Get them all gone, mate. Listen, you're a true one of our place.
The government are buying our hotels and putting them all there.
Why are they doing all this for, mate?
Why not just kill them on the beach? I'll just fucking like hide them off the fucking... I'll just take the life jacket off them, chuck them off a boat and see swim.
Yeah, but I get that, but obviously you just said that...
I know if you start really pay someone to shoot them all on the beach.
Oh, well...
Yeah,
I know the guy in the hat is a security. Also happens to be the most, like, Middle Eastern looking motherfucker there, ironically enough. Which is kind of funny. I wonder why no one has noticed that. I was thinking about it. I was like, I mean, one, he just looks like security. And two, he looks pretty Middle Eastern. Also, doesn't look inbred. Noticeably not inbred looking. I wasn't listening intently earlier, but weren't you saying how nasty online rhetoric doesn't fly IRL and people demonstrate more restraint IRL? I feel like this flies in the face of that. Dog, this is a Nazi rally. I literally said the only time where you would hear the type of shit that you would hear online is if you go to a Klansman meet or a Nazi rally. This is a Nazi rally. It's a white nationalist rally, but also notice how he quite literally has prosthetic. He's black. Nico is black. He is wearing prosthetic makeup to see how the normal whites at a white supremacist Klans meet would behave around white people. Calling people inbred is offensive. People do want change. They need socialism and eventually communism. Calling people inbred is offensive. It's a eugenic view. Dog, these people have built their entire worldview around genetic purity, and as a direct consequence of that, through generational inbreeding, look the way they do, think the way they do. That's like, if I can't make a joke about that, I don't know what I can make a joke about. Woke of the day. We found the one friend who's too woke who said, guys who are predisposed entirely with genetic purity should not be made fun of for, looking like the outcome of generational inbreeding. Genetic purity.
You've got a little bit of a tan in yourself, so you've got something in you, haven't you?
No, I don't, mate. You trying to call me an immigrant?
No, for what? No, I said that, man. But
I ain't got no black in me, none of that. That would make me sick.
That would make me sick.
Bengali mates, Paki mates, and like...
What mates?
No, I've got Paki mates, Bengali mates, and black mates.
Yeah.
I live on my way. I'm not about with them.
So
maybe you just got a tan face then.
No, I'm not black.
No, but...
Not black. No, I'm not saying you black, man. No, I'm not black, though. I'm not saying that, but... Yeah, because now you're making me defensive. Oh, man, please. No, like... We're family. We're family, mate. I promise you I'm not black. I wouldn't do that to you.
I'm not saying no somewhere along like in your family, like...
If there was a black here, I would be fighting them with you.
Some of them actually are all right, you know.
How many of them? Not many. Really?
This got me thinking, the fact he even thought there could be one alright black in this world must mean that he's one of them. He's probably wearing a mask or something.
How do I know that you're not black? Yeah, I would do that you'd see something.
Bro, check out my ankle. Is so devastating because it reveals something devastating about me as well. I just realized I could hit the Tommy Robinson rally. Look at that. I could hit the proper Tommy Robinson rally, start talking about Tommy Robinson, lads. And no one would know. Right, I got the white as ankles, yeah. Pale, pasty. Who streets are streets, lad. No more Vindaloo. No more banh mi, lads. None of it. You see these ankles. No more kebab. Not even Nando's.
As I marched on, I was curious to know why others like me were here.
What was your reason for joining us, the movement?
Legal immigrants. I'm against all that.
So where's the line then, mate?
Where?
Yeah.
You tell me.
What do we do now?
Send them all back.
Every one of them?
Yeah.
You know, 85% of Muslims, they've taken all our jobs. You know that?
Yeah.
And that's the thing I love when people believe false facts. You know, there's been a survey. I don't know if you read it. You look like you read the news. 99% of the Muslims said they want to take over the country. You read that? Yeah. Because that's what the thing is. That when false facts just get said to you and you just back it like that, it's just mental, mate. It's just like straight waffle. You know how many Muslims have come into the country since 2019? 200 million, mate.
Yeah.
You read that?
I can believe it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
200 million, mate.
Yeah.
That's absolutely mental. They're ready to wage war with us. Did you read that one?
I had, yeah.
Yeah, of course you did, mate. I just want to say, like, can we get a picture? Is that all right?
Yes.
England!
He's making him more Islamophobic, Lamont. Also, we stand with Israel flag prominent in the background. Of course, it's a fascist rally. Classic.
That could lead to groups being pitted against each other and some very dangerous views. The next person I met was the true definition of dangerous.
What are we fighting for, guys?
I don't know.
There we go. That's an honest answer. Guys, I've got a confession to make, yeah? My granddad, he was actually mixed race. He was actually part black.
Fuck off. Yeah.
Oh. It's okay. Is that okay, mate? I'm sorry. So you don't care about that stuff?
It's not about that, is it? You're saying,
yeah, like, I hate every black person I see here.
No, you cannot say that.
Really?
Yeah. They don't see it.
You're right, actually.
What the
So we should be proud to be British, no matter where we come from.
When you live over here, you're proud to be British. You're out living over here.
We're all pink on the inside, mate.
Well, yeah, we all bleed blood, mate. So the reason, what's the reason you're here then, mate?
Sick of the Labour government. They need to go. The Labour needs to go. People are trying to make out they're embarrassed of a flag or whatever.
Wait, he just likes the flag? What? Stop playing with me. There's no what? No, he's just a Tory. He's just like, I don't like this racist shit, right? We're all in England. I just like the flag. And the Labour government, they hate the flag, yeah? And Keir Starmer, he's not a proper bloke.
I was getting a bit flustered, so I needed someone with an actual grip on reality to calm me down.
Fuck you all. Because Keir Starmer is a bummer. He's not a wanker, he's a bummer.
Right.
Get on your fucking phone.
I cover.
What does a bummer mean? Does that mean he's like, what does that mean? Sometimes there's like, oh, that means he's gay? Yo, British people are so funny. I wish they were real, dude. What a crazy group of people, man. Like, oh, man, that's a real bummer, dude. Like, when I say that, I just mean like that's sad. But in England, apparently, it means you're gay. It's basically saying he's a bottom. Kind of surprised they're not obsessed with trans people. I think it's because that's like established as the normal position. Like even the Labour government doesn't trans people. So like that's not even a problem for them at that point. They all hate trans people. It's like universal. That's why we call it Turf Island. It's the only place where the whole LGB Alliance coalition shit actually took root, where like there are unironically like gay, lesbian people that are just like also transphobic.
I love bacon. I love black pudding. Bring on the full fucking English breakfast. I want bacon. Hot streaky bacon.
Yeah.
Fucking smoked bacon.
Dude, that's like another weird thing that Islamophobes believe. Like they think Muslims are vampires, and that like somehow, you know, like what garlic does, like a garlic clove does to a vampire. Like they think that has the same effect. Like bacon has the same effect on Muslims. It's so fucking strange where they literally think like bacon is like Muslim kryptonite. Like I don't understand. No, Muslims just don't eat bacon. That's it. That's it. That's all it is. They don't have like an allergy to it. It doesn't somehow make you like you don't have like a reaction to it. They think that like Muslims want to take the bacon out of the regular diet of the British people that are non-Muslim or something.
Fucking mindless bacon.
Yeah.
Just give me bacon.
Can I ask you a question? Yeah.
Yeah.
Taking over.
What's your favourite immigrant?
I've got a favourite immigrant.
That's the right answer. What's your least favourite though?
I've got one. Oh, Islam.
Islam. Yeah, that's a good immigrant.
If you're not Islam, fuck out the country. Every fucking pound, 76 pence out of every pound goes to Islamic hotels.
76 pence. 76% of all of the money that the government is spending goes to Islamic hotels, which I suspect she means is hotels that have Muslim migrants in them. Like that's what she's saying. 76% of all tax dollars spent in the UK go to rehoming Muslims, specifically Muslim migrants in hotels. I want to say, how can you be so stupid that you could believe such a ridiculous claim? But I mean, these guys are some of the fucking dumbest people around the world, honestly. So gotta love a here's a statistic, wrong ones, makes it entire racist personality type races. Yeah.
Because I watch everything. I'm very fucking knowledgeable.
So wait, how many Muslims are there in the country?
There's about 14,000. And they're breeding like fucking rabbits.
There's
14,000. Only 14,000 Muslims. She didn't even get the number right. If there were only 14,000 Muslims in the country and 76% of all of the taxes were given directly to the Muslims, wouldn't that be like every Muslim is like a multi-millionaire? Like all the taxable revenue in the UK goes directly to 14,000 Muslims. I guess they're the richest people in the UK. You would have a fucking oligarchy in it, mate. Yeah. Yeah. Every Muslim man living in a fucking penthouse suite, yeah. I know it. I knows it. We've been trying to tell you, bruv. It's not directly, it's just for the hotels. So the hotels that house 14,000 total Muslims in the UK are getting paid like $600 billion or 600 billion quid a year.
Yeah,
that's absolutely outrageous.
English women, shut up.
There's 14,000
Yeah,
Muslims
do you know
here.
Queenie Hopkins?
But wait, there's 14,000 Muslims in the country.
No,
there's
Islams.
14,000 Islams in the whole country.
All spread about. There's more than that.
There's a lot more than that, mate.
Wait, how many then?
About 20,000.
20.
Oh, 20,000 Islams. 20,000 Islams. Wow, this seems like a real devastating problem for a island with like what 60 plus million people. How many Muslims live in the UK? Islam in the United Kingdom. No, why is there no number for it? It's approximately 6% of the population. That's what it's saying, right? No. Oh no, don't tell this lady the number is actually 3.8 million. That's quite a lot more than 20,000 in it. Fucking hell. That's quite a lot more, no. Oh no. That's about 7% of the entire population. That's a lot. That's quite a big number, isn't it? A lot bigger than 20,000. Like, if she's this racist, thinking that there's only 20,000 Muslims. If you were to tell her the truth, I think she would die on the spot. She would just have an aneurysm because she's never counted that high. Like, what you fucking mean? What you fucking mean? How are they fitting in the hotels? Do we even have hotels that large? We don't even have fucking hotels to fit 3.8 million. Where are they staying? In a proper flat? The f is going on?
Oh, no, mate. Don't say that. Don't do that. Don't. There's no. No, there's not. There's not.
There is. Now they're getting
you're making me scared,
More
mate.
Muslims in fucking rest of the fucking country.
Now they're getting
You're making me cry, mate.
Muslim population of England has more than Muslim countries, he said. 3.9 million now. You know, it's too much, lad. It's too much.
We're not going to judge you.
People, mate. We don't judge people.
You don't judge people.
No, double fuck. I'm a Geordie, man.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't like black people.
Nor do I. Nor do I.
So we're on the same page.
Fucking mate. Black people are fucking.
Bro, by the way, there's something so funny about this because British people get so up in their fucking fifis when we watch this, especially coming here. When I do this for America pretty much every day, okay, we sit around and watch this exact same thing happening in the United States of America every day. And yet, the moment that I fucking turn the crosshairs on to England for one moment, there are so many goddamn British people in here being like, these are working class people. How dare you fucking shit on them? Why are you making fun of us? Dog, hog universality. Hog universality. This is a fundamental principle of the Hassan Abi broadcast. There are hogs everywhere. There are hogs in the UK. There are hogs in America. Our lives are dominated by hogs. We have a hog-occupied government here in the United States of America. We have podcasters that are running the goddamn FBI. We have a podcaster, or a television personality rather, running the Department of Defense, formerly known as the Department of Defense, now known as the Department of War. Stop thinking that this is just like the entire country or some shit like that, okay? I'm making fun of hogs. You are not a good person for this, Hassan. You can be proud and gleeful all you like. I, for one, am glad you do this. It shows the world who you really are. Thank you. Why can't white people be for their own group? Is it me, or does it seem that the only group of people who aren't socially allowed to cheer for themselves is white folks? Did white people build Western civilization? So whiteface is okay? So no other group breeds with their own? So should white people just step aside? Why is it okay for you to sit there and make fun of people who just want to live their lives? Do you suppose they deserve to give up their country because you think they, as a group, deserve this amount of hate? If the 3.8 million Muslims got together and said, we need to abolish Christianity in the UK, and they actually had control over the entirety of the British government and actually were literally talking about shooting boats of white people coming from France into England somehow, okay, on boats as refugees and migrants, and talking about killing them, I would be making fun of them just the same. You understand that this is not a defense of England. England is comprised of Muslims from all different parts of the world, as well as Christians from all different parts of the world, Jews from all different parts of the world as well. It's a very diverse country. We're making fun of these guys because they're racist and think that living next to people that are Muslim or black or brown, because they also have the same smoke for black people too, is somehow ruining their country. That's what it is. You cannot run around and act as though you are defending Western civilization by somehow yelling about people that look a little different than you do. Stop crying. Everybody understands you're a goddamn bitch, okay? Be a normal person. Be a good human being. Yes, but you're making fun of these people. Blackface is wrong. Why is whiteface okay? I really want to know. If you actually want to know, and you're not too stupid to comprehend this, the reason why whiteface is okay is because white people in England are the in-group. They are the in-group. They have never been historically admonished, ritualistically humiliated, or enslaved on the virtue of whiteness in a place like England, but kind of a universal principle if you think about it, with maybe some notable exceptions like the Ottoman Empire, but I'm not going to get into that because that's not chattel slavery. But regardless, white people on the virtue of whiteness have never been relegated to a lower class status. White people have actually been dominated for their nationality or for where they've been born, but that's Ireland, which is ironically something that England did. Now, having said that, once again, this is the reason why whiteface doesn't hit the same as blackface, because blackface is a constant reminder, as it was utilized at the time when people were using it to heighten the racial stereotypes that dehumanized and therefore justified the practice of chattel slavery and the additional racialized hierarchies that existed long after chattel slavery is abolished as a practice. Do you understand the difference between punching up versus punching down? Is this acceptable for you? It sure seems that's where they are headed, yes? You think that that's where we're headed. You think sincerely that white people are about to be institutionally enslaved by non-whites. That's what you unironically believe. Please tell me you are being sincere in this genuine fear that you have. So based upon that, so white people need to be abolished. Whiteness is a social construct that was designed. Those people are coming from all different parts of the world, okay? That's how it works. At least in the United States of America, where this whole whiteness concept as a socio-political construct began, many people that are now considered white, possibly yourself as well, if you are an American white, at some point in time probably were not considered white. Initially, it was only the Anglo-Saxon Protestants, and maybe some exceptions were made for the French that were considered white. Germans were considered swarthy. Nordics were considered swarthy. They were not considered white as a part of the original in-group when at the founding of America, when they were doing the genocide of the indigenous population. Italians, through periods of migration, were not considered white when they first came in to the United States of America. Neither did the Greeks, neither did the Poles, neither did the Jews. All of those groups are now firmly a part of the white umbrella, neither the Irish, of course, famously. Now, even Hispanic populations are considered white in this country now because the whiteness concept has expanded because this is a white supremacist country, at least in its fundamentals. I'm an American, white, born in Germany. I'm not sure where that leaves me. There is no war being waged against whites, okay? Unless you consider whiteness to be a remnant of genetic purity. This would make you a white nationalist or a white supremacist, in which case, yes, there is a war being waged against white people by migrant populations that are coming in that are still not considered to be a part of the white in-group and are doing what is known as miscegenation, also known as race mixing, a concept that used to be illegal in this country because they wanted to keep up the racial purity of this country. So yes, in your hysterical worldview, if you somehow think that whiteness is an identifiable construct, which I would also ask you, am I white? I mean, I look white, I sound white. Am I white or am I something different? Is a great question for you. Would you know that I'm not white if you didn't know what my name was or what my background was? Probably not. This, in and of itself, should prove to you that whiteness is a socio-political organization. It's just made up. It's not even the color of your skin that does it. I'm none of those things, to be honest. I just hate the hate. It just seems so effing mean what that guy's doing. These people have nothing but their tiny little world with their beer. Dog, they have organized and gotten together to do a rally to demand more of the hateful and violent immigration and refugee apprehensions that the government is already conducting. Do you not understand that the people that they want to kick out of the country, an inherently violent process to begin with, are also people that just like you, just like your German white ass, simply want to make ends meet, simply want a better future for their children, simply want to be able to go and take advantage of their already crippled nationalized healthcare system. That's the problem. They're not just there doing nothing. They're there with a purpose. And the purpose is to demand that the government violently seize, apprehend, detain, and then deport a bunch of people, millions of people. We are shitting on them because they're hateful people. That's not just a rally about singing Kumbaya and talking about how diverse England is and how wonderful that is. That is a rally designed around hate. Of course, we're going to make fun of hateful people. It's okay to be mean to hateful people. What the fuck are we doing? If your entire worldview revolves around hating other people for no reason other than the fact that you think they're different and that is somehow wrong, and you have this like false sense of racial superiority, not saying you do, but many of those guys do, then yeah, of course we're going to make fun of them. I don't like meanness. It solves nothing. Okay, but you are blinded to the meanness of this rally in and of itself. You think these are just like innocent people that are just speaking out their demands. This is the problem, because that rally is beyond mean. That rally is violent, okay? And you are supporting a violent rally, a rally with violent desires. This is the issue. There was a dude who literally said we should just kill them on the beaches. We should put machine guns on the beaches for refugees that are trying to come here to survive. We should kill them. If your entire rally is designed around we should eradicate all non-white people, then that is no longer just like a regular demand. And at the least, we can just make fun of their ignorance, don't you think? I'm not even like advocating to jail every single protester or whatever. I'm just simply making fun of them. And if you think that that's a bridge too far, then, you know, maybe you could pack it up and go somewhere else. Okay? Because, I mean, the least we can do is make fun of the ignorant racist, don't you think? I'm sorry, you know that is not real, though. They just do not want mass immigration, man. Question for you, once again. People say, I don't want mass immigration. Do you think these people would have this much of an issue if the mass immigration was coming from Norway? Also, they definitely do want to kill those people. They have said it as such. We watched 21 minutes of this rally so far. I mean, low IQ individuals say stupid shit all the time. Okay, am I not allowed to call them low IQ individuals who are saying stupid shit then? The f are you talking about? And secondly, when we're talking about mass migration only becomes a problem if it is the government not accurately or adequately distributing resources. There would be far less of these people in the streets yapping about brown people and black people if their needs were met, if their financial needs were met, and they didn't get mad about that and then attribute the attrition of their resources that they used to take for granted back to a flow of migrants coming in. Racism here is simply a distraction. I am, however, still going to make fun of them for being this racist and this stupid. I'm an engineer. You are not smarter than me, fam. You're talking to a poli-sci engineer, bitch. You understand? I'm a political scientist. I don't come to your place of business, start telling you how to do engineering. So how about you engineer an exit ramp out of this conversation? Bro, being pro-Christian isn't inherently Muslim, okay, fam? What? We didn't even talk about Christianity, and these people are anti-Muslim. Shut the up, dumbass. Wow, what is wrong with STEM lords, dude? God damn. You are actually stupid, by the way.
We want our country back. We want the boats. We want the immigrants gone.
Yeah.
And get us back to like Trump, make Britain great again.
Yeah. So how can we make Britain great again?
Just stop the boat. Even
stop the boats, it's true.
Would be something, you know what I mean?
So once the immigrants are gone, then we're okay.
It goes past that, but it'll help.
So what could we do? Wow, got you. Thank you. Mental. She did that behind the camera. Absolutely mental.
If you didn't see that, this brave lady gestured that the answer to our problems is to shoot people. That's right, she straight up did gun fingers. And
dude, that's just a mirror brain, huh?
Our hero Tommy Robinson had saved us. He spoke about the media's slander towards us.
They managed to silence us for 20 years with labels. Racist, Islamophobe, far right. They don't work anymore.
It's just like, it's crazy because like the labels, they keep saying they're trying to silence us with these labels, but obviously if it reaches a point where like people can just like wear it on their sleeves, and it's getting to that degree right now, it's pretty much there, then it's over. Like they'll just say it. They'll be like, yeah, of course I'm racist. Of course I'm fascist. Like we are getting there. The racism label only works if people, if the majority population abhor racism. But if the majority of the population is like open about their racism, then it's no longer a bad thing. It's actually anti-racism that's a bad thing. And here you have the United States of America. Now, of course, I think the broader population is not there, but Trump wants to make it seem like it is, which is precisely the reason why instead of trying to make a positive association with racism, which has been a failure, they're just going to start going after people that they have declared anti-racist to try to silence them. Here's another version of that here in the United States of America. Enough is enough, says Representative Darrell Issa. I'm drafting legislation to establish an Antifa most wanted list. It's time for zero tolerance of this domestic terrorism. Representative Issa says he's putting together a bill to set up an Antifa most wanted list. Unclear as of yet the criteria for someone to end up there. McCarthyism.
And speaking of Elon. And he said some magical words.
Violence is coming to you. You either fight back or you die. You either fight back or you die.
So glad that a man with as much influence as Elon Musk is saying statements that can be interpreted in very extreme ways. Made me ready for war, and I wanted to recruit.
You guys are brave, you know that, right? What are you doing here today?
Standing up.
What are you standing up for?
Our culture.
Our culture. Yeah, of course we have culture. What's your favourite English dish?
Favourite English dish? I love a roast dinner.
A roast dinner, exactly. Well, what's your second favourite?
Curry. Tikka masala.
Yeah. Second favourite.
Be a curry, mate.
Yeah, exactly. It's good food. You can't complain.
I had the question, what would happen at these marches if people spoke unfiltered to someone who looked like them? And the answer has genuinely shocked me.
Oh, fuck off. 3 nights in the
Kill them on the beach. Right, I'm out. There's enough's enough. Give me your hand. Like you said, one back. Your race is confirmed.
Okay, right, I am. What did they call me for?
From this, I think it's clear to say there's a clear racism and Islamophobia issue in the UK. I don't believe everyone at this march is racist, but it's clear a lot of racists feel very comfortable being involved. And instead of anyone here calling it out, it's completely denied.
It's not a racist.
Yeah, because it's literally a racist rally. It's a white nationalist, white supremacist rally. How do people believe the face masks when they're up close? It's got to be because they're all drunk. No, that's just how fucking British pensioners look, man. Did you not see half the fucking old people that he talked to looked exactly like him? They looked literally like they also had prosthetic masks on. Proper fucking geezer, proper Brexit geezer, lad.
These are far right, these are racist. I don't see any racism. There's no far right, there's no hooligans here, there's no racism here. It's nothing to do with skin colour.
They managed to silence us for 20 years with labels. Racist, Islamophobe, far right. They don't work anymore.
Try to deny it now, because thanks to my free speech, it's out there. Now this video is obviously going to bring back the death threats towards me, and if I could just ask all of the angry people sending them towards me one favour, just spell my name right. Love and guidance, peace out.
What an incredible video. I exposed racism in London from Nico Amalana. Fantastic, fantastic work, lad. I guess there's a sense of solidarity to see that, you know, the hogs in England are also cooking, just like the hogs here are cooking.
Let me be very clear. There is a genocide going on in front of our very eyes. A live-streamed genocide on all of our phones. No one has the privilege to say we are not aware of what is happening. No one in the future will be able to say we did not know.
We're going to talk about Greta Thunberg, who is back. She has been released alongside some of the other hostages that Israel took from the Samud flotilla.
Be very clear. There is a genocide going on in front of our very eyes. A live-streamed genocide on all of our phones. No one has the privilege to say we are not aware of what is happening. No one in the future will be able to say we did not know. Under international law, states have a legal obligation to act to prevent and to stop a genocide from happening. That means ending complicity, applying real pressure, and ending arms transfers.
Nobel has a real opportunity to do something crazy and just give her a peace prize, you know what I mean?
The global Samud flotilla was the biggest ever attempt to break Israel's illegal and inhumane siege by sea. And it is a story of global international solidarity, of people stepping up when our governments failed to do so, of people saying that my leaders, so-called leaders who are supposed to represent me, who continue to fuel a genocide, death and destruction, they do not represent me. And this is a last resort. That this mission has to exist, it's a shame. It is a shame. And I could talk for a very, very long time about our mistreatment and abuses in our imprisonment, trust me, but that is not the story. What happened here was that Israel, while continuing to worsen and escalate their genocide and mass destruction with genocidal intent, attempting to erase an entire population, an entire nation in front of our very eyes.
I think it's really interesting how Greta Thunberg breaks people's brains so aggressively, because she does everything. Like, she's exactly the type of person where people will be like, oh, if you're such a socialist, why don't you live in a cardboard box? Like, she pretty much does that, right? Oh, if you're such an advocate for a green world, like, why don't you bike everywhere? Okay, she does that. If you love Gaza so much, why don't you go there? She's like, okay, I will. Like, she goes above and beyond. Okay, the Mr. Beast of activism? No, she's not the Mr. Beast of activism. She does things that are not even expected of like the average person. Like, she has her own standards and she follows them unconditionally. Like, she was hailed as a hero for years and years because she was a climate change activist. And a lot of people thought that she was going to be like a easily consumable climate change product. That's the reason why she could go to like the World Economic Forum or whatever. Yeah, okay, I know. She's a trust fund baby. I don't give a dumbass. Are you fucking going to Gaza and getting apprehended by the Israeli authorities twice? No, so suck my dick. Yeah, it's great. What a wonderful time to be alive that you got trust fund babies engaging in this kind of action. It's so stupid that people do this and say this kind of dumb shit. Greta Thunberg is a hero. She could have made a very comfortable life making Macronic and Obamic platitudes, sharing a stage with the likes of von der Leyen, but she went the opposite difficult path, speaking truth to power and showing up the liberal establishment for what it is. She didn't just stick to pro-capitalist like anti-carbon emissions or carbon emission restrictions. She actually took it one step further and she openly became an anti-capitalist. That's when the media stopped covering her, or they didn't fully stop covering her, but they were like, that's a little weird. But then once she became an anti-genocide activist, an anti-Zionist, loudly, proudly, boldly, that's when the media started taking a very hostile approach, either never covering her at all, or when they do cover her, covering her in this incredibly snarky fashion. We saw her development. We saw her political ideologies change. We saw her start recognizing what the real problems were. I mean, she was very young when she started doing activism. And I think that really breaks people's brains. Obviously, she goes above and beyond expectations, and it still doesn't stop people from finding something to on her over, right? It's so crazy.
They once again violated international law by preventing humanitarian aid from getting into Gaza while people are being starved. This genocide and other genocides are being enabled and fueled by our own governments, our institutions, our media and companies. It is our responsibility to end that complicity. And I also... No, not heroes. No, we are doing the bare minimum. What we are doing is not in any way, no one has to come to the rescue of Palestinian people. What we are doing is hearing and acting upon their calls for people all over the world to take action and end our complicity, to use our privileges, our platforms to take a stance against this that is in every way unjustifiable.
I support Palestine. What is the difference between wartime civilian casualties and genocide, especially when it comes to bombing of civilian areas, just like in London and Berlin, the same in World War II? Great question. Intentionality is a major component here, but also, even without the intentionality, if you look at the wartime civilian casualties as opposed to like armed military members, Gaza is magnitudes beyond. From what I understand, with the exception of like other genocides, there has never been the same civilian to armed enemy combatant rates, like the disproportionality of civilian deaths is so severe, so unimaginably severe. It's not a 4-to-1, it's 90%. The ratio for civilians versus armed enemy combatants is 90% civilian. And it's not just that ratio either. The only other time where ratios such as that one has existed is just active genocide. But that ratio is expected when you look at how this quote unquote war is being conducted. It's being conducted against a captive population by the belligerent occupier. It's completely ridiculous. Anyway, they are an unaccountable force, total uncontrollable evil.
By the way, and the camera's always on. You don't turn it on and off. And by the way you turn it on, you can't turn it on. I'm going to the bathroom. Oracle, I need 2 minutes to take a bathroom break, and we'll turn it off. The truth is, we don't really turn it off. What we do is we record it so no one can see it, but no one can get into that recording without a court order.
It's much easier to make an anti-Semitic argument that Americans will respond positively to than it is to describe to them principled anti-Zionism from the framework of anti-imperialism, from the framework of anti-fascism. Because, like, what can I say when you got Larry Ellison, who literally is a demonic figure himself, okay? Major IDF fan, major fan of Israel, the second richest person on the planet, Donald Trump's shadow, basically, guy who is a CIA cutout, purchasing TikTok from China with the express purpose of making it more pro-Israel. You see that and you're like, okay, well, what am I supposed to think? Like, the average American is going to look at that and be like, it's happening in front of my eyes. Like, what the Yeah, and then you got Barry Weiss, who's now going to be the editor-in-chief of CBS. Look at this. Like, look, this is at the Friends of the IDF Gala in Beverly Hills, of course. Israel-aligned billionaires seize TikTok in battle for U.S. narrative control. The White House announced that the forced sale of TikTok will be finalized this week. The new ownership, led by Larry Ellison, the largest individual donor to the IDF, will take control of the U.S. user data and the algorithm, which the White House says will be retrained. Ellison, who made his fortune developing Oracle, a database system originally built for the CIA, already controls CBS, Paramount, MTV, Comedy Central, Showtime, Nickelodeon, which makes kids shows, as well as Channel 10 in Australia and Channel 5 in the UK. Ellison is also expected to finalize control over Warner Bros. Discovery, including CNN, HBO, and the Discovery Channel, before the end of 2025. Even before the forced sale is finalized, censorship of TikTok content critical of Israel, including the deal itself, has reached extreme levels as the platform moves to align with its prospective new owners. Fox, a Murdoch asset, is also seeking to join the Ellison consortium, a move that could enable cross-promotion between Fox and TikTok, further tightening the Israeli-aligned information bubble. Disapproval of what Israel is doing in Gaza has risen to 60% of the U.S. population, nearly double the approval rate of 32%. The U.S. still has over 3 years of Trump left. Israeli-aligned Jewish billionaires control OpenAI, Google, Meta, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, Palantir, CBS, HBO, most of Condé Nast, Reddit, Vogue, The New Yorker, Wired, GQ, Vanity Fair, as well as numerous Hollywood studios, regional papers, and radio stations. Europe, meanwhile, remains largely absent, offering little real competition in the information space. It's one real success story. Telegram, which it managed to comprehensively alienate after France arrested its founder, supposedly for not handing over enough user data. Will the EU and the other U.S. allies align with the Israelified TikTok algorithm or attempt to create a politicized alternative of their own? The centralized alternatives like keep the rest of it doesn't matter. Here is Larry Ellison in his own words, okay? Larry Ellison here is at the Friend to the IDF Gala in Beverly Hills. Here's what he had to say. Tell us, what is your connection to Israel?
What is your connection to Israel?
Well, the renewal of the Jewish state is something that I think touches all of us. For 2,000 years, we were a stateless people. And now we have a country of our own, defended by all the brave men and women of the IDF. So anything we can do to support them, who, devote their lives for preserving the state of Israel, keeping the people safe, and allowing our state to continue sometimes in very, very difficult situations.
Did you visit Israel?
This loser doesn't even live in Israel. Of course, bro. These motherfuckers don't give a about Israel, brother. What are you talking about? Like, they care about Israel in the sense that, like, it's an opportunity to make money.
I have been to Israel. I have been to the border. I have spent time to the people who govern the state of Israel. I feel a deep emotional connection to the state of Israel and the Israeli people.
You are an high-tech person. What do you think about these
You are a high-tech person.
startups and high-tech phenomena?
Oh, well, after Silicon Valley, there's an area, Herzliya has probably got more startups than any other place other than Silicon Valley in Northern California. So we've actually acquired a number of Israeli companies. We have 2 CEOs at Oracle. One's name is Safra Katz, and she was born in Israel. So again, we love the country of Israel, and we'll do everything we can to support the country of Israel.
Recently hear that many people criticizing Israel, especially after the Gaza operation. How do you feel as someone just saying you love Israel so much?
Well, again, it's a difficult situation, isn't it? To conduct military operations around civilians is very difficult, and of course, there were tragedies, and civilians were hurt. That's a terrible thing. But one thing we know for certain, that the Israeli army did everything they could to minimize civilian casualties. And in that regard, they've done a much better job than a lot of other armies all over the world throughout history.
He kind of talks like Elon, bro. These guys are all the same. They all literally, for some reason, I don't know if it's they go to the same plastic surgeons or something, like they all turn into lizard people, bro. Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, Larry Ellison, they get to a certain point and they're just like, I don't know. It's just like, I don't know if it's the same type of autism. Peter Thiel, another great example of this. You hear them speak and you're like, what the what? How? I look at guys like this and I see the exact same thing that I see with that famous televangelist. I forget his name. The one that was like standing on top of his car when the journalist is asking him about getting a private jet. And he's like, they're demonic entities or like Kenneth Copeland. Yeah. Like they just look demonic. They all have this like demonic look to them. I think it might be a white gay liberal man thing. Okay, but Elon Musk isn't gay as far as we know. And neither is Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg is the #1 wife guy. The phrase lizard people is going to get you in trouble. It's a real anti-globalist, anti-Semite term. No, man. It also means like sociopathic billionaire elite, okay? Half of the billionaires I just talked about aren't Jewish either. Calm down. No. I'm not talking about David Icke. Elon is the #1 ex-wife guy. Okay, fair. These dudes always come across like they're aliens that are wearing like a human skin suit, and they're trying to play the role of like a human. They're trying to go through the motions of like what a human would sound like and would look like. Also, here's Larry Ellison. Ron Prozor is an Israeli ambassador, outright interferes in American domestic politics, but since it isn't Russia or China, nobody will care. So this is a new thing that came out. I forget who it was, but I think like someone hacked Larry Ellison's emails, okay, and revealed a treasure trove of emails. Someone hacked Jeffrey Epstein's Yahoo email earlier as well, and this is yet another hack. New from DropSite, Larry Ellison vetted Marco Rubio for fealty to Israel. Hacked emails reveal. The billionaire Oracle founder is on track to take control over the American media. In this article, you find out that he is literally talking. He's literally talking to like the permanent Israeli ambassador to the UN, vetting Marco Rubio. As the nation's top diplomat, Secretary of State Marco Rubio has also played a role in the TikTok talks that steered the company towards Ellison after playing a lead role as a senator demonizing the app. He was also closely involved in the rollout of Trump's plan for Gaza's future, the enclave to Blair. Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, tasked the Blair Institute in the spring with coming up with a post-war plan for Gaza, which was recently completed. Also, Larry Ellison, at the time, gave a major donation to Marco Rubio, and people were confused by it. They were like, why? Why did Larry Ellison, who we thought previously was woke, why did he give so much money to Marco Rubio? And they were like, oh, maybe it's because he thinks Marco Rubio will be like a more softer approach to Trumpian politics or something. No, it turns out he literally had a lunch with him and straight up talked to him about his loyalty to Israel. And Marco Rubio was like, of course I'll be loyal. Straight up. In the emails, he openly says it, by the way. The Israeli ambassador in the email says, did you vet him for his loyalty to Israel? Like, it literally comes across like a David Duke conspiracy. You have the UN ambassador to Israel talking to Larry Ellison, CIA's very own Larry Ellison, multi-billionaire, and they're talking about how loyal Marco Rubio will be to Israel. Here it is. Ron Prosor to Larry Ellison. Larry, hi, please send me his speech. Thanks. Okay. At the time, Rubio was seen as a strong challenger in the GOP presidential field. That would ultimately include underdog candidate Donald Trump. The email showed the Israeli diplomat and Ellison arranging to meet with one another, with Prosor soliciting Ellison's views on Rubio as a potential candidate who would advocate on behalf of Israel. On April 26, Prosor sent Ellison an email titled Rubio Speech, asking the Oracle founder and CTO to send him a copy of the speech from the then candidate. The emails don't specify which speech, but Rubio had kicked off his campaign a week earlier with a speech that criticized Obama administration's hostility to Israel. The next day, the two traded messages indicating that Prosor and Ellison had dinner together, and that Ellison would soon be meeting with Rubio directly. I had a great time too, Ron. I'm looking forward to the next time, Ellison said, adding, P.S. I'll tell you how dinner goes with Senator Rubio. Larry, hi. I really enjoyed spending the afternoon and evening with you. Time flies with you. Thank you. Big hug, Ron. On April 30th, Prosor sent another message to Ellison to follow up, sharing his phone number and thanking him again for the evening they spent together. How was the conversation with Marco Rubio? Did he pass your scrutiny? Do you have a chance to talk about Israel? Would love to chat. A few hours later, Ellison responded in the affirmative. Hi, Ron. Great meeting with Marco Rubio. I set him up to meet with Tony Blair, adding, Marco will be a great friend to Israel. Follow-up email exchanges between Prosor and Ellison in April 2015 discussing previous meeting. A month later, Ellison, who had backed Mitt Romney in 2012, hosted a fundraiser for Rubio at his mansion in Woodside, California. That would be only the beginning of a broader range of support that the tech billionaire would offer in attempting to bolster Rubio's campaign. Over the course of the 2015-2016 primary, Ellison plowed $5 million in the Conservative Solutions Super PAC, which supported Rubio, who, as Ellison privately hoped, advocated vocally for Israel throughout the course of his presidential bid and beyond. Ellison's support for Rubio perplexed some political observers at the time. The CEO of the political crowd PAC, known as Crowd Blue, Stephen Hilton, told the San Francisco Chronicle that he had found it interesting that Ellison, who was not then well known as a supporter of right-wing causes, should support a candidate as conservative as Marco Rubio, speculating that it could reflect Rubio's past effort to implement immigration reform, a crucial issue for Silicon Valley leaders like Ellison. It was because of Israel. Also, Tony Blair is really important here as well. Ellison, who was vetting Marco Rubio at the behest of the Israeli state, by the way, American citizen Larry Ellison, by the way, also has given or pledged more than $350 million to Tony Blair's world-changing project, making him the largest donor and helping it expand around the globe. Do you now understand why Tony Blair is going to be in charge of Gaza? Do you understand how this kind of stuff happens? Oracle and TBI's connections are not just rhetorical. By 2023, joint retreats have become commonplace. Tony Blair Institute and Oracle. At the Institute's headquarters of the One Bartholomew Place in London, the teams would convene in the basement with executives from Oracle. Senior TBI employees have been hosted at Oracle's headquarters in Austin. It's hard to get across how deeply connected the two organizations are, a former TBI staffer said. The meetings were like they're a part of the same organization. In other words, if the relationship persists, Ellison and Oracle are positioned to take a lead role in developing Gaza. We don't have to guess what type of society Ellison would hope to usher in. On an investor call last year, Ellison said that, this is the video I must show you. Do you guys have the civilization will be on its best behavior video? You know how every racist can't stop themselves from like openly saying some racist? Every Nazi at some point will eventually deny the Holocaust or something because they can't help themselves. Like they have to say it. Every billionaire always has a quiet part out loud moment, and you hear that and it just exists in your mind permanently, and you can never ever see them the same ever again. When you hear what I'm about to show you, you will never forget it. And I've shown this video before on the broadcast, and that was when I was like, this is a dangerous guy. Here's Larry Ellison talking at an Oracle Funder Summit, right? I think it was like an investment conference for Oracle, talking about mass surveillance and AI.
Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on. And it's unimpeachable. The cars have cameras on them. I think we have a squad car here someplace. But those kind of applications using AI, if we can use AI, and we're using AI to monitor the video, by the way, and the camera's always on. You don't turn it on and off. And by the way you turn it on, you can't turn it on. I'm going to the bathroom. Oracle, I need 2 minutes to take a bathroom break, and we'll turn it off. The truth is, we don't really turn it off. What we do is we record it so no one can see it, but no one can get into that recording. without a court order.
The longer one is better than this, because the bathroom side is like crazy and it shows the depths of his insanity. But like, I don't like this video. There's a longer one where he describes why he thinks this actually leads to a perfect society. Okay, and it is completely psychotic. Oh yeah,
your body cams will be transmitting that. The police will be on their best behavior. Because
isn't this awesome? Straight Arrow News showing Larry Ellison predicts AI-powered surveillance is in our future. Straight Arrow News, also owned by like a right-wing billionaire guy. Yeah, this is the same clip here.
We're constantly watching and recording everything that's going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on.
All right, so Trump is deploying National Guard to D.C. and also placing the police under federal control. All of this started because of Big Balls. Big Balls was beaten up by a group of rowdy teenagers, according to the police. There were two teenagers, one 15-year-old, I think, teenage boy, and then another teenage girl. We don't know the exact details of what took place at this incident. Initially, they were like saying Big Balls heroically stopped a carjacking from taking place, but then like you look further into the situation and it doesn't seem like that was going on. It seems like they made it seem at first as though like Big Balls was stopping a carjacking that was taking place of a random woman. It turns out he was with his girlfriend, potentially, I think. I just don't know the exact details of it, but it is Big Balls. We know that it is Big Balls. Big Balls was a victim of being attacked, a victim of an beating that he took from two teenagers, one boy and one girl. We know that those are the two suspects. It was the night of Big Balls. Many of you are laughing. Big Balls got his ass beat in DC by a teenage girl and a teenage boy, and you're laughing. And now Donald Trump is using... What are we doing, man? I can't believe these are the words that are coming out of my mouth when I'm describing like a potential federal takeover of law enforcement in the nation's capital. And like the inflection point of this is Big Balls getting beat up by a 15-year-old girl and a 15-year-old boy. What the is happening in this world, man? That's it. That's his name. His name is Big Balls. That is how we know him. None of this makes sense. Big Balls, for those of you who don't know, was one of the Doge employees, one of the barely adult Doge employees that was tasked with gutting the regulatory agencies. Oh, God damn. Anyway, here is Donald Trump taking the initiative.
I've been up here a lot. I've never seen a crowd like this. I think we need a ballroom. And that's happening. It's going to be a beautiful ballroom. This is really a lot of people, most I've ever seen in this room. And we're here for a very serious purpose. Very serious.
Big Balls was beaten up. Very serious purpose. That's the very serious purpose we have here. We will never allow Big Balls to be beaten up ever again. He got beat up, but we won't let it happen again.
This purpose, something's out of control, but we're going to put it in control very quickly like we did on the southern border. I'm announcing a historic action to rescue our nation's capital from crime, bloodshed, bedlam.
Yeah, by the way, D.C. and many other American cities, of course, are experiencing the lowest level of crime. D.C. specifically, I think in like 3 decades, lowest level of crime. So like Donald Trump saying that this is like crime is out of control is just a relitigation of that is not happening. Once again, invent a problem that doesn't actually exist or a trend that is going in the positive direction, act as though it's actually in the negative direction, lie about it. No one is going to check you anyway. And then what do? You have to fix this problem that you keep claiming is going on. This is virtually everything that this administration has done. Literally every time this administration identifies an issue that's taking place, it is basically a direct reversal of the reality. Okay, reality on the ground, immigrants are not actually contributing to crime in meaningful ways. As a matter of fact, undocumented migrants are responsible for much lower rates of crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens are. Donald Trump keeps claiming consistently that migrants are actually rapists, drug dealer, murderers, and they're doing tremendous amounts of crime. They're beheading people, hundreds of thousands of Americans a day or whatever the fuck. No one actually checks them. And then when he comes into power, he's like, well, we got to do some sort of immigration enforcement. Lo and behold, it turns out we're not actually apprehending these rapist, drug dealer beheaders. We're just apprehending regular ass people that have been working at the goddamn fields to make a penny to give back to their families. That's why they're doing these Home Depot raids, as a matter of fact. Is that where the MS-13 decapitators are at? That's what they're waiting at. They're waiting at the Home Depots in Hollywood. There's a Home Depot. There's a bunch of day laborers that are undocumented migrants that are waiting there. You think they're waiting for what kind of day labor are they waiting for? A decapitation and an assassination contract? Is that why? They're waiting outside a Home Depot for someone to roll up and be like, hey man, can you please decapitate my enemies? Is that what's going on? No, of course not. It's stupid, because that's not a real problem. Donald Trump invented the problem. Well, Donald Trump didn't single-handedly invent the problem, but he just ran on this being a real issue. And of course, because it's not a real problem at all, you have to turn around and invent a solution, a real violent solution for a problem that doesn't exist. Same goes for crime in DC. Is there crime in DC? Certainly. DC is also a majority black. I mean, it's a very black city. This is part of the reason why Donald Trump wants to do tremendous enforcement in DC. There's also obviously a housing crisis in DC as there is everywhere else. So there's homelessness there too. And he wants to just like do violent seizures and violent apprehensions in DC. And in an effort to make sure that this kind of attitude sticks, you got to just like point to one instance of crime to say this is out of control. We got to stop it. And it turns out it's 2 teenagers that jumped big balls. That is the reason. Of course, violent crime is at a 30-year low in DC, but don't let real information get in the way of creating a comfortable narrative, right? A violent, reactionary, right-wing narrative. Of course, too many newsrooms are just parroting the Trump admin's claims about crime and reporting on what's happening in DC as the National Guard is deployed into a crime crackdown. Violent crime in DC is 30-year low. Total violent crime for 2024 in the District of Columbia is down 35% from 2023 and is at its lowest as it's been in over 30 years, according to data collected by the Metropolitan Police Department and announced by the United States Attorney Matthew M. Graves. A breakdown of data is available here. In addition to overall violent crime reduction, homicides are down 32%, robberies are down 39%, armed carjackings are down 53%, assaults with a dangerous weapon are down 27% when compared to 2023 levels, with the district reporting the fewest assaults with dangerous weapons and burglaries in over 30 years. That's where we're at. It's like, crime is out of control. Look at how many black people are around. That's basically what it is. You know, do not let actual information, the truth, empirical evidence, and all the other gay woke shit like that get in the way of crafting a right-wing narrative that justifies the military coming in and I guess like doing violent seizures and violent crime tackling. Okay, fake stats are woke, they're gay, it's made up. That's basically what it is. It's also, we're in a permanent state of like, what are you gonna do about it with this administration? So, you know, they don't even care. They don't even care about this.
And squalor and worse. This is Liberation Day in DC, and we're going to take our capital back. We're taking it back under the authorities vested in me as the President of the United States. I'm officially invoking section.
What changed reduced crime so substantially? Crime rates increased dramatically due to COVID instability, and then it's normalizing once again. That's what's the major factor here. That's it. That's all it is. Crime has been on a consistent downtrend for decades at this point. When they talk about crime, what they mean is visible poverty, okay? Homelessness and you know, storefronts closing down, shit like that, which is a direct product of bad policy. And the only way to tackle that issue is by doing good policy that actually improves the material circumstances of working class Americans. But obviously they won't do that because that's extra woke and extra gay, extra socialist, right? So they have to do like violent apprehension, which is fascist. It's on the exact opposite front. Not to get all blue and on, but this feels like a practice run for eventually declaring martial law nationwide. Oh, for sure. Abso-freaking-lutely. That's not even, I don't think that's blue and on at all. It's very obvious that this man wants to federalize the National Guard in every state he possibly can, specifically blue states. Red states will obviously implement the National Guard at the Trump's behest regardless. And he wants to violently and forcibly go through this process and take control over every single country. It's interesting because like there is no sophisticated false flag operation or a psyop that they're implementing. They're basically just saying there's no need for it anymore. You can just have Donald Trump say there's a lot of crime happening in this area, so we have to literally use the military to stop it. And people will go, okay, I guess we do. Like, there's no need for any sort of, there's no false flag operation. There's no like, you know, CIA comes in and like it does some kind of like intervention or whatever. The president just says it. There's no pushback from the media ecosystem. So obviously, whatever he says goes. And before you know it, you're like, I guess we just have military on the streets. Great.
740 of the District of Columbia Home Rule Act. You know what that is? And placing the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department under direct federal control, and you'll be meeting the people that will be directly involved with that. Very good people, but they're tough, and they know what's happening, and they've done it before. In addition,
yeah, the fact that the victim was big balls makes it even crazier. Like maybe that's the false flag. Who knows? I don't think so though. But it does make for an insane story. It makes for quite a stupid story. Our big beautiful balls was attacked in a carjacking by teenagers. We will put an end to teenage crime by force. We will make the military shoot the teens.
Deploying the National Guard to help reestablish law, order, and public safety in Washington, D.C., and they're going to be allowed to do their job properly. And you people are victims of it, too. You know, you're reporters, and I understand a lot of you tend to be on the liberal side, but you don't want to get mugged and raped and shot and killed. And you all know people and friends of yours that happened. And so you can be any.
I think one of the craziest things to say in DC of all places is that, like, you don't want to be mugged and raped and shot and killed. And it's like, dog, you're a rapist. You have a literal another rapist to your left that you made the Secretary of State in DC of all places. If someone is likely to be raped, it is probably by the rapist in charge of the government. Okay, what an insane thing to just add on to the equation. It's like when we do it, when we do the rapes, it's different. It's legalized. It's cool. Ghislaine Maxwell, free Ghislaine.
Anything you want, but you want to have safety in the streets. You want to be able to leave your apartment or your house where you live and feel safe and go into a store to buy a newspaper or buy something. And you don't have that now. The murder rate in Washington.
DC, violent crime in DC. 2024 to 2025 year-to-date comparison. They just slam it right next to him saying this. Homicide down 12%. Sexual abuse down 49%. Assault with a dangerous weapon down 20%. Robbery down 28%. That's the woke DC Met Police. DC Met Police is lying because they're woke. Believe me, folks. They're lying. They're lying to the American public about how the crime is down. It's up. It's up. Why do I know it's up? Because I said so. We are going to fire the statistics guy at DC Metropolitan Police, and we're gonna put whatever numbers we say is happening. That's right. These are not accurate numbers. These are inaccurate fake news numbers. We're gonna fire the person who came up with the numbers and make sure that it is reflective of the reality.
Today is higher than that of Bogota, Colombia.
Are you saying his bar charts are fake? First of all, he doesn't have a bar chart. He's just making shit up, okay? He's just making shit up. Why is he making this shit up? Because he wants to utilize the National Guard as a police force that is beholden to him and him only. And it's a testing ground. DC is a testing ground because it's like not a real state. It's a District of Columbia, and it doesn't have like the same tools at its disposal. So Donald Trump is basically using the DC, the big balls beat up, as an inflection point to try to test some kind of like federal law enforcement, because there's already a tremendous amount of federal law enforcement agents in DC to begin with. There's no chart yet. Here's the chart they were passing out. White House handouts passed out to reporters ahead of President Trump's news conference on DC crime. This is the chart. Washington, D.C. will be liberated today. Crime, savagery, filth, and scum will disappear. I will make our capital great again. Holy he is so insane. The days of ruthlessly killing or hurting innocent people are over. I quickly fixed the border. 0 illegals in the last 3 months. DC is next. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Criminals removed from DC streets this weekend. And then it's just like photos of 3 guys. Arrested for possession of controlled substance, oxycodone, and hashish. Arrested for carrying a pistol without a license. The firearm was recovered. Charged with possession of a firearm, possession of unregistered ammunition, possession with intent to distribute narcotics, and carrying a pistol without a license. Arrested for DUI, arrested on a warrant out of Georgia, weapons and narcotics seized during the operation this weekend. Wait, what? Narcotics seized during the operation this weekend? What the f? This is like you buy at a storefront. Yeah, from immigrant crime to black crime, the conversation quickly shifted to a more comfortable territory that Americans know and Americans love talking about. One could even say that immigrant crime was an extension of like black and brown crime. You know, POCs, they're doing crimes, and now we're back to the age-old hits. These violent black criminals must be kept at bay through lethal law enforcement, that kind of thing.
Mexico City, some of the places that you hear about as being the worst places on earth, much higher. This is much higher. The number of car thefts has doubled over the past 5 years, and the number of carjackings has more than tripled. Murders in 2023 reached the highest rate probably ever. They say 25 years, but they don't know what that means because it just goes back 25 years. Can't be worse. Our capital city has been overtaken by violent gangs and bloodthirsty criminals, roving mobs of wild youth, drugged-out maniacs and homeless people. And we're not going to let it happen anymore. We're not going to take it. Just like we did on our southern border. Nobody comes through our southern border anymore. 3 months in a row, we had zero. I don't know if that's right, but the people that do the work, it's a very liberal group of people, actually, and they actually said zero for the last 3 months. Nobody thought a thing like that was possible. And, you know, when you say take a look at numbers, I just saw some...
Don't get me wrong, like America's rooted in racism, but isn't this like incompetent fascism? If people are mad at ICE, I feel like target black people radicalize most Americans more. No, this is incompetent fascism. There's no other way that these guys can actually implement fascism. They're incompetent. This is just, I mean, American fascism also doesn't have any sort of like significant institutional hurdles. American fascism does not have any sort of like serious left-wing pushback. So in the absence of like serious left-wing pushback, you can be incompetent and fascist in this way, in broad daylight, and there is seemingly no investment or interest from the left flank, the Democratic Party, which is not a real left party anyway, it's a center-right party in and of itself, but there is no institutional opposition within the duopoly, so they could just be as fucking stupid as possible with very little pushback. They already have captured the attention and the investment of some of the power brokers that control flows of information. On the one hand, you have the Fourth Estate, mainstream news and mainstream press owned by billionaires. Donald Trump goes to them and says, hey, play ball and I will help you. Some of them actually do play ball. Others that actually have any sort of like ideological opposition, because there's no real investment in like covering things truthfully, but there are I guess like different interests that some billionaires might have over others. And the ones that actually do cover things that make Trump look bad, for example, Donald Trump will go and sue in the court system. He's been doing it nonstop. And guess what? Lo and behold, there are a ton of law firms that actually offered pro bono legal counsel, free of charge legal counsel to this administration early on. And then beyond that, there's mainstream or non-mainstream resources of information like independent media. Independent media is obviously a little bit trickier to deal with, but you can have a lot of these also incredibly powerful, wealthy billionaires basically tweak the algorithm to the best of their ability to create an unlimited flow of right-wing reactionary propaganda, as you've seen in the ways that it unfolded on Twitter and the secondary impact that that had on all of these other platforms as well. That's why there's so much neo-Nazi sentiment flying wild. And here we are. This is it. This is where we're at. We're getting value-tained.
This is an emergency. This is a tragic emergency. And it's embarrassing for me to be up here. You know, I'm going to see Putin. I'm going to Russia on Friday. I don't like being up here talking about how unsafe and how dirty and disgusting this once beautiful capital was, with graffiti all over the walls. It's another part of it, by the way, because we're talking about safety, but we're also talking about beautification. We have the most beautiful, potentially, capital in the world. We always had. But people come from Iowa, they come from Indiana, they come and then they get...
This is a great question. Where is it? Someone said after the second time, how can people still believe what he's saying? Where did it go? I can't find it. After he got elected the second time, it's actually hard for me to listen to him talk. All the confidence and charisma is gone. How are still people falling for this? It's because of what he's saying. If you noticed, what he's saying is something that many right-wing politicians have said since the inception of the American state. The notion that like black and brown people are scary and they're ruining our big, beautiful cities. It's just a more modernized version of it. So you don't really need a lot of charisma when there is already centuries of delicately crafted anti-black propaganda, anti-brown person, like these guys are different than us type of propaganda that he can just like rely on. It's not just Fox News. This is far before Fox News. That's why I say like anti-blackness is fundamental. It's foundational to American societal development. So all he's basically doing is relitigating that same exact fear that many Americans have, and that's all they need to hear. They see it as him truth telling. Do you understand? And it's also like a bunch of other boomer problems as well. I mean, if you notice, he's like talking about the beautification of the city by like tackling graffiti. No one under the age of 35 is going to look at that and be like, wow, I'm glad that they're tackling it. Like, that's not a significant problem facing any American, not even 35, under the age of 45. Who gives a if there's graffiti everywhere? Are you kidding me? Make affordable housing happen, okay? People can't live in homes, and you're talking about like people vandalizing the beautiful city with graffiti. No one cares. I don't care. Graffiti is so not an issue that I would say that like in the millennial generation and onward, people literally commission graffiti artists to do like murals and shit. It's over. Like that's not a real point of contention at all for many people. The reason why he's doing that is because he's an old dipshit, and he is commanding the attention of other old dipshits who do care about that sort of thing and think like, oh my God, it's riddled with crime. Yeah, the pull up your pants caucus celebrating is right. That's exactly what's happening here. We're gonna make it illegal to have your pants sag. That's right. It's no longer a thing. Because like, remember guys, a lot of racialized language in this country is insidious. It's like hidden. It's not, it's something that most people tune into, but refuse to acknowledge as like racialized. You can't just like straight up slam the N-word into your propaganda because people will go, oh, that's a bridge too far for me. But if you hit it from different angles, like saying that they're thugs, saying that there's a lot of crime that they are doing, saying, you know, at different times there has been different versions of relitigating this same cycle, the same understanding that like black people are violent savages who are constantly doing crime and must be violently put down with a veneer of plausible deniability, then you can get away with it.
So today we're declaring public safety emergency in the District of Columbia, and Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's fantastic, is taking command of the Metropolitan Police Department as of this moment. And I'll be making the appropriate notifications to Congress and to the mayor, our new DEA administrator, who's one of the top in the country. He better be Terry. If you're not, I'm going to get rid of you so fast. Terry Cole. Terry, thanks. Very good. We just got him. Most highly recommended person.
Bro, why can't he do something about a real issue instead of making everything worse? What do you mean? That's the whole principle behind reactionary politics, and it's looking at the reasons as to why crime persists, and instead of actually tackling the material inequities at the heart of why crime happens, okay, instead of tackling the root of why these crimes happen, which is of course woke, gay, and socialist, the solution to these issues. So you can't do that. You have to continue. You have to continue with more and more violent and apprehensive law enforcement policies. It's just law and order. That's what you got to do. More law and order. More law and order. Which of course exacerbates the inequalities anyway. It doesn't actually solve the problem at all. It maybe like sweeps it away from the public eye for a little bit.
And you'll be designated as the interim federal commissioner of the Metropolitan Police Department, okay? And you run them tough. They're good. You have a lot of good people. You have people that shouldn't be there. You also have people that shouldn't be there. They got in there because of woke. But you have a lot of great police, and those people are the ones that want to help you.
Pamela, it was more than an hour.
You got people in there because of woke. Incredible, man. Incredible. I mean, what do you say to that? What do you say to that? That's the president, man. Is it blue and on to think this is another Epstein distraction? No, I think this isn't an Epstein distraction necessarily. I think this is just like another part of the broader plan. I don't think it's even blue and on to suggest that this is like the ultimate goal, which is to violently take over any sort of crime enforcement and give it directly to the hands of a much more servile federal law enforcement that is beholden to Donald Trump first and foremost. It's just like they don't want any sort of localized control. They don't want any sort of like blue cities making decisions that would protect their own citizens, protect their own local constituents. They want basically all control to be in the hands of the administrative state, and they want to engage in a fascist takeover of cities. I think that's what it is. Like, they see the kind of language coming from Zohran Mamdani, for example. And it's like, oh, you do this to DC first, and you have a successful strategy that you've implemented in terms of like a brown shirt fascist takeover over the Capitol. Then you can do it in New York City too. It's I mean, it started not with DC, but it started with like Los Angeles. Los Angeles was the blueprint. Act as though crime is completely out of control and forcibly federalize the National Guard against the demands or the interests of the state governance itself, and use that as a threatening military presence to violently stop any sort of pushback from the local citizens. Portland is another example as well. Portland and Trump 1 was a perfect example of this. And I think like it's DC, LA, it will be New York tomorrow. I think that's what I think is going on. And if there's no pushback whatsoever, if there's no mobilization against this sort of thing, and if there's no like institutional setbacks presented by the party that is supposed to be at odds with this sort of thing, then we'll just have a complete fascist takeover with very little hurdles implemented in the direction of making sure that America remains a democracy. What's interesting is like there were reasonable grounds for something similar to have been done under the Democratic leadership of Joe Biden with states like Texas, where Governor Greg Abbott was literally going against the interests of the federal government, going against the interests of the administrative state, going against the demands being made at the federal level for how to deal with migration into the country. And yet no such incident took place when there was actually a reason for Biden to do this. You understand? Like Biden should have done this. This is something that I said Biden should have done. And of course, at the time, many people were like, well, don't you think that that would be a dangerous precedent to set? No, because if a state is deciding that they're just going to violate the aspects of the federal government that have full control over like immigration, for example, and they're just going to seemingly decide on their own what to do, and then they're going to do human trafficking, which is what Greg Abbott and Ron DeSantis famously did when Biden was president, then you have to punish them. Otherwise, if you don't punish them, they're just going to continue doing it. And what I was demanding at that point was actually doing law and order, not like a fake made up crime, or not like a normal part of existing in a city that already has like local forms of policing to deal with these sorts of things like carjackings and the like, but instead like a state directly violating orders from the federal government, and Biden didn't do it, and Republicans still ended up doing it anyway. So this is the point we're at. It's like Democrats being like, oh well, we got to protect the institutions, the sanctity of our institutions. If we like violate something, if we actually violate previous norms like this, then Republicans will violate them when they come into power. And it's like, okay, but they already are going to do it, and they have done it, and they're going to continue doing it anyway. You have to, at some point, you have to fight fire with fire and actually actively push back. Republicans have never looked for permission from the Democrats to do something. They just do it. They know what they can get away with, and they rely on their base and the appetite that their base has for like unlimited violence against known villains, okay, well-established villains, marginalized demographics and things like that, and they will do anything they want to do. Yeah, so why do you believe Democrats will push back? What point did I say they are pushing back? I'm saying that they're not, and I wish they would. HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy is defending the shakeup at the CDC in a Senate hearing and saying that it was absolutely a necessity. As you guys may or may not be aware of course, the former head of the CDC was fired, and then a bunch of people actually left, resigned in protest, and now you got a bunch of senators asking questions about like what the hell is going on. Meanwhile, the person that they're putting in charge is a psychopath, is another Peter Thiel acolyte.
America is home to 4.2% of the world's population, yet we had nearly 20% of the COVID deaths. We literally did worse than any country in the world. And the people at CDC who oversaw that process, who put masks on our children, who closed our schools, are the people who will be leaving. And that's why we need bold, competent, and creative new leadership at CDC. People able and willing to chart a new course. As my father once said, progress is a nice word, but change is its motivator, and change has its enemies. That's why we need new blood at CDC. That's also why it's imperative.
Dude, I mean, this is like Hideo Kojima levels of disease, man, okay? This is like a Hideo Kojima boss, okay, in the Metal Gear series called Disease Man, being like, that's right, I'm one of the 4 horsemen. I'm here to bring about disease. It'll be your salvation. Millions must die. Children must get polio. It will only make them stronger. And people are just looking at this and going, nah, that's my guy, dude. It's crazy. Like, he is seen as like a popular person. He is seen as a popular figure in this administration. How nutty. What the fuck is bro talking about? Like quarantining and mass to mitigate infection rates and deaths? Yeah, it's over. Like the COVID stuff totally bricked people. It totally bricked people. There are so many people that just like straight up think it's like both fake, but it was also a bioweapon and the vaccines were worse. And the mask mandates were completely ridiculous because it was fake, even though it killed people because it was a bioweapon. Like it is so inconsistent. It doesn't make any sense, but it does not matter. There are people who just are, their brains are completely busted on this, okay? And here is Holy Toledo himself. Support for vaccinating kids against infectious diseases dropped from 81% in 1991 to 51% last year.
This has to do with Florida, where they're trying to overturn all vaccine mandates, including vaccine mandates.
It's so funny because vaccine hesitancy has been deployed as a weapon for political instability overseas, or has been an unfortunate byproduct of like American intervention overseas. And we're doing it to ourselves. We are doing it to ourselves. It's just pretty funny to think about like America cooking its own future like this, a plague upon our own homes.
In school for children. What do the polls tell us about that?
Okay, this to me is one of the most interesting and, in my opinion, most troubling trend lines that we have seen. Okay, vax kids against infectious diseases, the government should require it. You go back to 1991, it was 81%, okay?
1991, Holy Toledo.
Then we go to 2019 at 62%. Look at where that number fell to by 2024. It was just 51%. That is a 30-point drop from 34 years ago. My goodness gracious, now a bare majority say that the government should in fact require kids to be vaccinated against infectious diseases. Amongst Republicans, it's the opposite. The majority say the government shouldn't require it. Now, I should point out this does depend a little bit on question wording. The polling out this morning says that the government should encourage it, but encourage it is very different from requiring it. And when it comes to requiring it, the American public has become increasingly skeptical of the idea that, in fact, the government should require kids to be vaccinated against infectious diseases.
I mean, what do you say to that? What can you say to that? I always talk about like how if everyone believes the fake thing and it is a part of the collective understanding, then what use is there for the truth? Like what use is there to try and advocate for social welfare in some degree when people are just saying like, nah, that's not for me. Social welfare, vaccines, that's gonna make me gay and autistic. Don't want it, brother. Like, what do you do? It's kind of like that quote, you know, to be well adjusted to a objectively insane society, to an objectively unhealthy society is no measure of mental sanity. It's cooked.
And we remove officials with conflicts of interest and catastrophically bad judgment and political agendas. We need unbiased, politics-free, transparent, evidence-based science in the public interest. Those are the guiding principles behind the changes at the CDC, and that is what you can expect all across.
Are you sponsored by Pfizer? Hell yeah, brother. I love Big Pharma. I'm sponsored by Pfizer. No, man, I just think vaccines are good, okay? I think it's important. It's important to vaccinate because I'm not a psycho, because I'm not a caveman, okay? I don't know how else to describe it. I'm pro-vaccine, okay? You got me. Always have been. I am pro-modern medicine, okay? It is the reason why we live till the age of 70, okay? The reason why the average life expectancy has shot up, even though America, it's going down quite a bit, to like 70 plus, is directly a consequence of vaccines and modern medicine. Because the life expectancy doesn't mean that like people just like always automatically died at the age of like 30 or whatever back in the day. Modern medicine and specifically vaccines made it so that like these incredibly unfortunate childhood deaths due to disease, preventable diseases that are now preventable because of vaccines, no longer cook people, no longer kill children, which is the reason why the life expectancy was significantly lower back in the day. I cannot believe we are still having like a debate about this. It's one of those things I never really imagined we would be debating in 2025. If you were to tell me 10 years ago that like Americans would be sincerely discussing how bad vaccines are, I just would not I don't think that I would ever see the day. It's so crazy because like people partially look to the success of vaccines to present an anti-vaxxer stance. They go, well, there's no more polio. It's not a problem any longer. Not realizing that that is because of the vaccines, dumbass. Like, what the do you mean there's no more polio is not a problem? Yeah, because of the vaccines. You're presenting an argument that proves vaccine efficacy while simultaneously making an anti-vax argument. This is another byproduct of American entitlement, American individualism, American selfishness, and also a lack of education. Americans are just not critical thinkers at all. We are easily deluded. We are servile little piggies, and we think whatever kind of dumb opinion that we have arrived at on our own without actually doing the proper research, proper education, and demonstrating even a fraction of the critical thinking necessary is actually a unique opinion that everyone must listen to and everyone must agree with. Everyone must agree with this opinion because I'm a unique little snowflake and I came up with this opinion and therefore it's good. Oh, you don't want to hear my perspective? It's like, no, I don't actually, because you're a idiot and so am I. The difference between you and I is that I recognize that I'm a idiot. You don't. And for that reason, I take advantage of the marvels of modern medicine and the thousands of years at this point of medical research that have gotten us to this point, and I just delegate the responsibility to the experts. I'm not an epidemiologist. I'm not a doctor, and neither are you. And we do this every day. We take this for granted every single day. There is a reason why your meat that you consume is not poison, okay? The meat that you consume, that you purchase at a grocery store, has been, at the very least, in the past, with a competent government, was checked, okay? Was checked by a regulatory agency. You don't have to consider whether or not the meat that you're purchasing at the grocery store is going to poison you and kill you. We take this kind of for granted on a daily basis. And the same goes for vaccines and things of that nature. We just take it for granted and then we detangle and undermine the people that are, the people that have spent their whole lives researching this stuff, trying to make sure that it is as safe as possible, trying to improve social welfare. So crazy.
They're making it laws where you can't drink when you want to.
Like, that's a mother, bro.
With a baby in the front seat. You have to wear a seatbelt when you're driving. And pretty soon we're going to be calling this country.
That's just typical American though. Like, that's it. We just have this brain rot, this brain disease where we just think like any kind of restriction for social welfare, any sort of regulation for social welfare to improve people's chances of survival in spite of their own stupidity is actually bad.
And you're also repeating now that she is a liar, correct? What she wrote in the Wall Street Journal.
If she wrote that I fired her because she refused to sign on in advance for the ASIP committee, no, that's not accurate.
Like, when I see this level of psychosis, it makes it really hard to assume we can get out of this without like some semblance of education. Like, we need like a broad education initiative. You might call it re-education, but I think it's just education. These people need to learn. Like, they need to be deprogrammed by like an army of social workers and like counselors and mental health therapists. Their brain is busted. Their brain is broken. What do we do? What do we do?
Next question. President Trump, who I don't usually agree with, called COVID vaccines, quote, one of the greatest miracles in the history of modern-day medicine that saved tens of millions of lives worldwide. Scientific community agrees with Trump.
Oh, God. He praised Operation Warp Speed because Donald Trump is responsible for it. But also simultaneously, he's saying the vaccines are killing people and they're bad. And it's like, how? Okay, so Donald Trump actually is responsible for the mass murder of Americans that the vaccines killed, This is the other side of the story. It is so inconsistent. It is so stupid. It makes no sense. This kind of conspiratorial thinking should not fall apart with surface level questioning, okay? Like, you shouldn't be able to undermine this system that you have designed with like 2 follow-up questions, okay? But that's perhaps the reason, or that's perhaps the clearest indication that, like, these guys push for RFK Jr. and his way of thinking, or his lack of thinking, rather, because they didn't arrive at this conclusion through logic and critical thinking and reasoning. They arrived at this conclusion through fear and anger and resentment. I didn't love the inject this undercooked vaccine into your arm or lose your job approach. Vaccines work, but they had this one out in, like, what, 3 to 5 times faster than any other? That's the problem. You once again go, oh, it's undercooked. This one is different. I'm pro-vaccine except for this last one. Okay, you're not new or unique in this kind of hesitancy, in this kind of skepticism. This is where the anti-vaxxer ideas start. You're looking for reasons as to why scientists were just, like, for some reason or another, scientists were literally actively just putting out something that's going to kill people. And what's really funny about this is that every single one of these dumb that said the COVID vaccine is going to kill people said that it was going to have, like, it was going to be the Holocaust, you know, like billions of people that were inoculated were going to die any time now, you know, it's going to happen overnight. People that got inoculated were just going to simply perish one day. There were people talking about how, like, they want purebloods, people that haven't been vaccinated. Why has it not happened? Again, it goes back to the same bullshit where people just, like, make up these false assertions, make up these hallucinated alternatives, and then alternative reality things that don't actually end up happening, but it's too late. You've already doubled down at that point.
That the American Medical Association, representing hundreds of thousands of people, have been co-opted, and that they should not trust their doctors. And the American Academy of Pediatrics, and by the way, just for the record, every single Republican, I don't mean to be political here, Mr. Chairman, has received PAC money from the pharmaceutical industry. Are they all corrupt as well?
And I'm telling you, the American Heart Association has been co-opted by the food
Everybody
industry.
but you, Senator. But you know what? When you ran for president, you know, we have a corrupt campaign finance system. Maybe you will agree with me on that. Okay, you were already president. You got a billionaire behind it. You received $300,000 from people, not from the industry, people in it, as I did, from individuals. You corrupt. President Trump got $3 million. Every Republican got corporate PAC money for the pharmaceutical industry. Democrats as well. Everybody is corrupt, but you? Is that what we're looking at? I don't think so. And I think the issue now...
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, I think you do know what I'm talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The issue is every time anyone disagrees with you...
Are you saying the pharmaceutical industry was supporting my presidential campaign?
I'm saying,
I don't think so.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the pharmaceutical industry is a greedy institution which is charging us the highest prices in the world. They are pervasive. But to suggest that every institution, the AMA, the pediatrics people, is corrupt because they disagree with you is an insult to the American people.
Listen, people disagree with me all the time. I have arguments in my agency, heated arguments every day with Jay Bhattacharya, with Marty McCary, with Dr. Oz.
You have given the names of a few people. I have given you the names of organizations representing hundreds of thousands of doctors and scientists. I yield, Mr. President.
Bro, I've never seen Bernie this heated. I've never seen Bernie this heated. My mother didn't get vaccinated. She got COVID and ended up in the hospital. She nearly died. And to this day, she still blames the hospital and the doctor, saying they didn't treat her properly. There's just no getting through to her. I spent weeks trying to persuade her, at least, to let my little brother get vaccinated. In the end, he did it without her knowing. I'm from Vienna. This isn't a U.S. problem. It's certainly becoming more and more of an issue all around the world. But I think like an ever-present issue here in America. I'm an American. Obviously, I know, American societal attitudes a lot better than I know anything else. But I will say, when you look at the data on this stuff, like, America is definitely the clear-cut winner on vaccine hesitancy. I mean, 51%, dude. We just looked at it. 51%. I feel like is worse in the U.S. than anywhere else. Half of the places where there is vaccine hesitancy is because we exported that fucking brain rot. Or we imported the brain rot, like with Andrew Wakefield. We imported the brain rot from other countries that dealt with this problem on their own, like the UK. And then we got the guy who actually did the vaccine, the number one, like, anti-vaxxer, the most famous anti-vaxxer. We brought him to the United States of America and we made him a legend, dude. It feels like there's no comparison, but I don't know, maybe I'm biased because I'm American.
You would not take them away. Now, Senator Kennedy,
I'm not taking them away from anybody.
Secretary,
you want me to indicate a product for which there is no clinical data
Senator,
Is that what you want?
Secretary Kennedy, you said you wouldn't, and now you did.
I'm not taking them away.
Obviously-
Everybody can get access to them.
No, they can't walk into a pharmacy the way they could last month and get access.
It
to a
depends on the
vaccine.
it depends on the
It
states.
depends. A year ago,
But they can
it did
still
not
get it.
depend.
Everybody can get
A month
it.
ago, it did
Everybody
not
can
depend.
get it, Senator.
Because the reality of the matter is, if this kind of life-saving medication is paywalled, then no, everybody can't get it. This is at the heart of the problem. Good luck explaining this to the rest of America who are so used to for-profit health insurance.
So look, let's move on. You clearly are taking away vaccines. I've seen the list for what's coming up next, and that is the agenda for the next CDC vaccine panel. And first up is ratifying your COVID actions. Second is hepatitis B is on the agenda. So should Americans expect you to take away hepatitis vaccine access as well, even though you promised not to?
As I said, I'm not taking vaccines away from anybody.
Okay, same answer, right? You're just going to deny that when people can't get access, that you're not taking it.
Dog, you are not a random podcaster. You are directing the CDC to no longer recommend this vaccine, which means it will no longer be covered by health insurance, which means people will have to pay out of pocket for it, which means they're just not going to get it.
Away. Then let me ask you, is that the same game you're going to play with
Well,
measles,
you want me to,
mumps,
so you want me to
rubella,
recommend
chickenpox?
every product in the world so that without any clinical trial data?
Through on your promises.
Yeah, my promise was to give.
A month ago, we could get COVID vaccines by just walking.
You can
into a
still get
pharmacy.
COVID vaccines,
You
Senator.
are taking that away.
No, you are
So
still.
let me
You can
ask
still
you
get the
one more
COVID vaccines,
question,
and Medicare
Secretary
will still
Kennedy.
pay for them, and Medicaid will still
Tell the
pay for them.
head of the CDC that if she refused to sign off on your changes to the childhood vaccine schedule, that she had to resign.
No, I told her that she had to resign because I asked her, are you a trustworthy person? And she said no. So if you had an employee.
This is like a kid is talking. That's their counter narrative here. That's the argument that they're presenting. That's awesome. God damn, you literally have to have the same kind of brainworm that dip has to agree with this, to believe that this is like a serious move.
Panel that was charged with recommending vaccines to the CDC. No one in your job has ever fired every committee member all at once. That month, you told the American people that you were, quote, going to bring great people onto the ACIP panel, not anti-vaxxers. Are you aware that one of the people you put on the panel, Dr. Robert Malone, claimed that the commonly used mRNA vaccine, quote, causes a form of AIDS and can damage children's, quote, brains?
Oh my God, that's a Joe Rogan guy. Oh my God, Dr. Robert Malone. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's like another one of these like COVID era massive anti-vaxxer guys. It is unbearable, dude. It is maddening. These guys are real ass demons. Yeah, this is Joe Rogan occupied government.
Should parents and schools of Colorado be prepared for more measles outbreaks as a result of that, Mr. Secretary?
Senator,
how about more mumps outbreaks?
I do not anticipate a change in the MMR vaccine. ACIP is an independent panel. So,
well, it's a panel. You just put those folks on. Far from what you said, they're people with ideas that are completely outside the mainstream.
You mean out of the pharmaceutical paradigm?
Let me just say, Mr. Secretary, all these vaccines that we're talking about today are free and accessible to parents.
I think one of the dumbest parts about like the vaccine hesitancy beyond that it's just born out of like ridiculous fears is that there is no reason for it. Like, what's the reason? Why? I hate big pharma. I hate that there is any sort of profit incentive in healthcare. Okay, it should not exist. But why? Like these guys, their answers for the why are so stupid. Like they literally think, oh no, they want to give everybody gay autism. Like that makes no sense. Why? Why do they want to give everybody gay autism? They want to kill everybody? Why? Why do they want to kill everybody? It always goes to like, oh, they want to do government control. And it's like, okay, but don't you feel like they're killing by your own estimation? Don't you feel like they're killing the most servile people? And the only ones that will remain will rise up against the government? Also, why would they want to kill all of these people anyway? What's the purpose? It just doesn't make sense. It's literally the most limited scrutiny, just marginal scrutiny, and everything falls apart.
I assume they will be.
I will hold you to that, Secretary Kennedy, because this is not a podcast. It is the American people's health that's on the line here. This is the last thing, by the way, our parents need when their kids are going back to school, is to have the kind of confusion and expense and scarcity that you're creating as a result of your ideology. I think it's critical for you to share the evidence that this panel will rely on. Will you give the American people 6 months or 6 weeks in advance the record that they're going to rely on to make these decisions?
I think someone unironically thought RFK Jr.'s insane breathing into the microphone was me eating and got mad at me. Notice how I'm eating right now and you're not hearing a single noise? That's because there's a noise gate. It's actually RFK Jr.'s breathing that you're hearing, and you're yelling at me over it.
What you said were lies. You described
Senator,
moving the Titanic.
Senator, are you saying that the mRNA vaccine has never been associated with myocarditis or pericarditis in teenagers?
I am simply.
Is that what you're trying to tell us?
I am simply trying to say that the people that you have put on that panel, after firing the entire.
You're evading the question.
No, I'm asking the questions here.
You're
Mr.
evading
Kennedy.
that question.
I'm asking the questions,
I
Mr.
asked
Kennedy.
you a question.
I'm asking the questions for Mr. Kennedy on behalf of parents and schools and teachers all over the United States of America who deserve.
Bro, I've never seen Michael Bennett this animated. And I'm a Bennett head. I think these guys, I'm not even kidding. I don't like, normally this is theater, right? And in some respects, in the absence of any sort of initiative, any sort of change coming from the regulatory agencies, that is all this will be. I'm not kidding when I say, like, the reason why these guys are this mad about it is because this is objectively insane. It's so insane that these, like, otherwise indecent charlatans who normally don't care about any of this are unironically pissed off, which makes sense. I mean, this guy is actively undermining the public good, the social welfare of all citizens. It's psychotic. I'm sorry, you can't have a guy with complete control over the CDC be a guy who says, like, there's an African version of AIDS that's different, you know? And I'm not saying that because, oh my God, it's racist. Like, it's insane. It's just not real, as many, if not all, racist statements. This one is also not real. And it's extra crazy when the guy pushing that, the guy pushing these narratives is like a anti-vaccine, anti-modern medicine kook. Like I said, what I don't fully understand is how these dipshits, like how Capitol owners don't actually have an issue with this or want to like actively change this outcome before it goes too far.
I thought taking on chronic illnesses was going to be important. I've got 2 kids, as we discussed when we met, that have chronic illnesses. I'm not sure that the focus on red dye and seed oils are going to fully solve that problem.
Of course they won't.
I would say this, that seems where your emphasis is. I want to go back to just, again, some basic facts. Do you accept the fact that 1 million Americans died from COVID?
I don't know how many died.
You're the Secretary of Health and Human Services.
It's your job to know. What do you mean you don't know? It's crazy. I mean, I know why he's saying that, because he can't say what he truly thinks, because then people are going to be like, you're a insane person. So he has to be like, I don't know how many people died.
Have any idea how many Americans died from COVID?
I don't think anybody knows that because there was so much data chaos coming out of the CDC, and there was so many perverse incentives, and these are model
You don't know the answer of how many Americans died from COVID. This is the Secretary of Health and Human Services. Do you think the vaccine did anything to prevent?
Yeah, he's trying to say he knows, or he knows what the official number is of the agency that he is like in charge of. He just wants to say that like they fucked up the numbers. Also remember, RFK Jr. holds these two conflicting positions in his mind at the same time. One is probably being advocated by the worm. The other one is whatever remains of his brain. RFK Jr. one believes that COVID actually wasn't as deadly and that the CDC actually lied about the numbers in order to push a vaccine. But he also thinks COVID was an incredibly deadly bioweapon designed by Ashkenazi Jews and the Chinese.
We've put hundreds of millions of dollars into ethnically targeted microbes. The Chinese have done the same thing. In fact, COVID-19, there's an argument that it is ethnically targeted. COVID-19 attacked certain races disproportionately. The races that are most immune to COVID-19 are because of the structure of the genetic structure, genetic differentials among different races of the receptors of the ACE2 receptor. COVID-19 is targeted to attack Caucasians and black people. The people who are most immune are Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese.
So how is it that these two things can it coexist at the same time? Unless you're saying like the Ashkenazi Jews and the Chinese that created COVID as a bioweapon actually failed to deliver like a bioweapon that was as deadly, which from what I understand, that's not actually what his advocacy is. So
I don't know if the vaccine helped prevent any deaths. And you are sitting as Secretary of Health and Human Services? How can you be that ignorant? Like, you know, I remember when we went through the hearing with you, I asked you about community health centers. You didn't know what role they play. I've been visiting community. I'm glad you got to one. I think in April. I tell you what I hear on community health centers, they are terrified. With all due respect to my good friend, the chairman, of the big awful bill.
Not to be the friend who's too woke, but like a lot of my anger and resentment certainly extends to the Democrats as well, who have allowed this unjust system of for-profit medicine and for-profit healthcare to continue without genuinely advocating for change and the eradication of profit from the field of healthcare and medicine in general. This is why there is so much skepticism. A lot of people's starting point about big pharma unironically stems from they say big pharma sucks because it's all at the behest of profit. They only care about the profit. That's perhaps part of the reason why in places where there are a less obvious profit incentive in like socialized medicine structures, there's less vaccine hesitancy. That's it though. That's where a lot of people's anger and resentment starts off at. The notion that it is anti-human that these companies are actually paywalling life-saving medicine. That is so against the human condition, that is so anti-human in general, that I think it breaks people's brains when they see that. So once again, the free market capitalism has caused Americans to shoot themselves in the foot once more. Worst part is that people who got COVID after getting the vaccine then said the vaccine was the COVID didn't hit them that hard. Yeah, no, you took the vaccine. Yeah, it's the same principle behind people that advocate against the polio vaccine. They're like, well, there's no polio. It's like, yeah, of course there's no polio because there's a polio vaccine. Yeah, I know. You're talking about the unimaginable success of the marvels of modern medicine.
Wait, that was a statement.
I did not say that.
Okay, then let me ask, because you also were
Senator, I just want to make clear, I did not say that.
We'll check the record. That's a question of fact. You also said that you were also, as lead attorney for the Children's Health Defense, you engaged in multiple lawsuits attempting to restrict access to the COVID vaccine. Again, it surprises me that you think so highly of Operation Warp.
Are they all trying to get RFK to hyperventilate and pass out so they can point at him and laugh? That this is the guy who thinks he can make us healthy? Yeah, that's the goal. They're trying to kill him by having him talk too much because it's clearly very difficult for him to do so. He's like, I did say warp speed is great. He needs a Nobel.
I have 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. It also surprises me because you've canceled, or HHS did, but apparently under your direction, $500 million in contracts using the mRNA vaccine platform that was critical to Operation Warp Speed. Again, an accomplishment that I think President Trump should get a Nobel Prize for. You canceled $500 million in contracts. Now,
yes, Bill Cassidy, by the way, Dr. Bill Cassidy, also voted to confirm RFK, by the way. I don't know if this is a little bit of buyer's remorse here or if he's just trying to like posture as like a normal human because he realized how devastating this is.
But be tight, please.
First of all, the reason that Operation Warp Speed was genius is it did something nobody had ever been done. I don't think any president but President Trump could do it. It got the
He expedited the murder vaccine, dude. What do you mean? What do you mean? He made sure that the vaccine that literally is murdering people, according to your statements, was brought out super fast. He did that. How does this work?
Vaccine to market that was perfectly matched to the virus at that time when it was badly needed, because there was low natural immunity and there were people getting very badly injured by COVID. But it was also brought in therapeutics like hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin and protocols for treatments. And there were no.
Another thing that doesn't make sense is that a completely separate company, another pharmaceutical company that makes ivermectin, had to literally come out and be like, stop buying our shit. You don't do that if you're just invested in making money, right? But they straight up had to be like, please stop buying ivermectin for COVID. It doesn't work. It's not for COVID. So I guess, you know, that pharmaceutical company is good, or they're somehow also bad because they just didn't want you to take the dewormer
mandates. And then
okay, I have another question. So please, about
that's when I began litigating against President Biden's mandates.
It was good when Trump did it. It was bad when Biden did it. It's awesome. So as we covered yesterday, Donald Trump came out after Hamas accepted the peace proposal that or at least like the conditions on the peace proposal that they had conceded to prior, and came out and accepted it, at least, like I said, the parts that they had conceded to in the peace proposal prior. And Donald Trump liked it. To my shock, to my surprise, Donald Trump liked that they were accepting of it. And as I tweeted, Donald Trump revealed this statement after. He said, based on the Hamas statement just issued by Hamas, I believe they are ready for a lasting peace. Israel must immediately stop bombing of Gaza so that we can get the hostages out safely and quickly. Right now, it's far too dangerous to do that. We are already in discussions on details to be worked out. This is not about Gaza alone. This is about long-sought peace in the Middle East. Israel, of course, did not stop bombing Gaza. Then Donald Trump went and said, I appreciate that Israel has temporarily stopped the bombing in order to give the hostage release a day later, 18 hours later. What reason do we have to think this isn't just the same thing as a Qatar strike? Trump's response so far, and I don't know. I don't trust Donald Trump. Until this is done, I will not be trusting Donald Trump. But having said that, this is where we're at.
But above all, we would not have actually removed and eradicated that nuclear threat against the state of Israel. It was a historic achievement that will be written down in the annals of history. My dear friend, President Trump, I must thank you, who helped us by sending the B-2 airplane, and his steadfast stand and help, and he bombed the nuclear facilities. And we would not have been able to achieve that. People said it was too good to be true. Well, I'm telling you, it is true. It really is true. And with the help of God, it'll help, and it will happen very soon. I have guided the negotiation team under the auspices of Derma to really make this negotiation only last for a few days. And you heard that President Trump, he is not going to suffer any of those sort of delays on the part of Hamas. And we said that the Hamas will be disarmed and there will be a demilitarization of the Gaza Strip. It'll be done either by us or in a political way, either in the easy way or in the hard way, but it will be achieved. I would like to thank all the security forces and the IDF. You are heroes. I salute you. I embrace all the bereaved families who sacrifice, those who they cherish the most, and all those who suffered so much and sacrificed themselves. And all are wounded. I wish you health. But it is thanks to all of you, and you also, the citizens of the State of Israel, who have been so resilient and stood steadfastly in such tough days, while we were destroying our enemies from Yemen, if we're talking about the Hezbollah and the Hamas, from one victory to the other. Together, we are changing the face of the Middle East, and we will continue working in such a way till the eternity of the State of Israel. It says in the Bible that, yes, if we continue thus, then we will be strong and steadfast.
This is interesting. This means that, it means that this seems like a concession speech. I mean, he said it comes across like a victory speech, but that is, he's trying to deliver a victory speech, as in there is a finality with this. Do you understand? Of course, he has to sell it to the Israeli public like he got all of his wishes across, but this is, I don't know. This is very, very different than prior instances where he was told it's over, or where he was told, like, oh, ceasefire time. In the past, when he was told it's ceasefire time, he was like, no, it's not. This right here is him basically trying to tell the Israeli public, like, guys, we got all of our wishes across. We did it. Mission accomplished. I'm not gonna lie. This is unique. Amit Segal says this is strange. What bothers me most about the speech is that Netanyahu's absolute certainty that the deal is going to happen. He said the most astonishing thing. To all those who say it's too good to be true is true. Netanyahu is essentially not even leaving any room for something to go wrong in Cairo, or what's happening here. We know the partner. We know the dynamics of negotiation. What's going on here that Netanyahu feels so confident. He's also addressing all of his achievements at Hamas's expense, even announced it because per Netanyahu's optimism, by the end of Sukkot, all hostages will be released. That after Hamas releases all the hostages, it will also be disarmed either through military or diplomatic means. Something here seems very strange to me, and I'm not sure it's right for the Israeli prime minister to get up and say this is guaranteed even before getting into details of how to implement it. I mean, it's obvious that he is trying to say, like, you know, we're done. And he's not going to say we're done and we lost. He's going to say we're done and we achieved all of our military objectives. What's interesting here is that he's saying we're done rather than saying we're not done. Because in the past, ceasefire deals have been presented, and he has turned around and said, we're not done. Of course, there's no real ceasefire. We're going to keep bombing. Don't worry. He even said that after his White House meeting, if you remember. He said that, but he's not saying that right now.
Hamas says it is ready to begin negotiations immediately to finalize all outstanding issues under President Trump's Gaza peace plan. Yesterday, the U.S. designated terrorist group said it would release all of the remaining October 7th hostages. The president spoke from the Oval Office yesterday to thank the countries that helped put the deal together. He said they're very close to achieving peace in the Middle East. Earlier, he had warned that Hamas had until Sunday evening to agree to the deal or face, quote, all hell. Deborah Pata is in East Jerusalem with the very latest. Deborah, good morning.
Good morning. Well, despite a qualified response from Hamas to his peace proposal, President Trump has welcomed it and immediately ordered Israel to stop.
A U.S. official said Trump spoke with Erdogan on Friday before Hamas' response, asking him to ensure the movement would not reject the plan. The official added, Trump told him, I've done a lot for you, and now I need you to do this for me. Bibi went too far in Gaza, and Israel has lost a lot of global support. Now I will bring all that support back to them. These guys are out of their minds if they think they can just, like, bring the support back to Israel somehow.
Gaza overnight, saying Hamas is ready for a lasting peace.
This is the closest Israel and Hamas have come to making a deal to end the war since it began nearly 2 years ago.
This is a big day. We'll see how it all turns out. We have to get the final word down in concrete. Everybody was unified in wanting this war to end and seeing peace in the Middle East, and we're very close to achieving that.
Hamas says it is ready to release all the remaining hostages, living and dead, in exchange for Palestinian prisoners, and has agreed to surrender governing power in Gaza. But it wants further negotiations on some of the terms of the proposal and made no mention of laying down its arms, a key demand of the deal. Israelis are daring to hope once more.
I hope this will bring peace for Palestinians, for Israelis, and no more war, and the hostages back home.
I really hope that this war will end and we'll start living again.
After nearly 2 years to the day of grinding war, there is at least a reason to celebrate. When news spread that Hamas had conditionally accepted the Trump plan, people took to the streets. The hope is that the bloodshed will soon be over. Overnight, explosions were seen across the Strip, but the Israeli military has reportedly moved to a defensive posture after Donald Trump.
This is so disingenuous, too. Oh, they're disingenuously blowing it up. For the record, once again, always had this power and still does to this day. One phone call. Contrary to what was reported overnight, coordination between Trump and Netanyahu is complete. They spoke before publishing the statement. The prime minister was not surprised, says Wynette. I lean towards, yes, these fake rifts have been a constant tactic to mask how coordinated they are on everything. And Barack Ravid also helped spread those fake stories in the past as he's doing now. I am still worried because, yes, Donald Trump does have the capacity to stop Israel with a phone call. And yet Donald Trump has only used that phone call to further scheme with Israel over and over again. But the only difference here is that Benjamin Netanyahu isn't speaking like he's going to continue the bombing campaign, but instead started talking about victory. And that has a finality to it. Just dropped on the negotiations. After negotiations, Israel's agreed to the initial withdrawal line, which we have shown to ensure with Hamas. When Hamas confirms the ceasefire will be immediately effective, the hostage and prisoner exchange will begin, and we will create the conditions for the next phase of the withdrawal, which will bring us close to the end of this 3,000-year catastrophe. Thank you for the attention to this matter. Stay tuned. 3,000 years, by the way. Oh, God, these guys are so stupid. What is the worst case here? Worst case is that this is yet another scheme, and they're faking it, and they're going to take out the hostages because it's been like somewhat of a political hurdle for Netanyahu and Israel, I guess. And then they're going to immediately keep bombing and implement the Rafah concentration camp ethnic cleansing campaign. That's the worst case. I'm not saying that that's going to happen. You asked me what the worst case scenario is. That's the worst case. Yeah, this is a sitting congressperson, Representative Hank Johnson, who apparently says some insane shit. Hamas said it had agreed to release all the Israeli hostages, alive or dead, under the terms of President Trump's proposed Gaza peace plan. Representative Hank Johnson says, I am gratified that Hamas has agreed to release the hostages. Hamas is responsible for the ongoing genocide being undertaken by the state of Israel. What? Wait, I'm sorry. You recognize that Israel is doing a genocide, but you also still think it's Hamas's fault that Israel's doing a genocide? Okay, this, Jay Mershon, sometimes you spam links and it gets annoying, but you were right to send this one. You were right to say this is a new thing that you haven't encountered yet. Because I've encountered people who say Israel's not committing a genocide. I've encountered people who say Israel's committing a genocide, but that's actually good. Right? Like, because they deserve it. I have, however, never encountered a person that has said Israel is committing a genocide and it's bad, but it's a genocide because of Hamas. I've only heard other versions of this, like Israel's doing war crimes and a genocide, but it's a good thing because Palestinians deserve it because of Hamas. This guy is saying Israel's committing a genocide and it's bad, but it's because of Hamas that Israel is committing a genocide. I have never heard that before. Someone said you had a podcast with a person like that. Oh my God, you're right. Oh my God, you're right. This is the Ethan Klein position. Oh my God. You're right. You're not wrong. Because it's a disingenuous one that I never even actually thought about it like that. That's true. Low key, not wrong. And I call on Trump administration to force a stop to that atrocity and to prevent Israel from annexing the West Bank. Progress can be made towards a peace agreement that includes the establishment of a homeland for Palestinians. Wow. Brilliant fucking take. I've never heard the stop hitting yourself. Brilliant take. Stop hitting yourself. But this time it's about genocide. Hamas is responsible for the ongoing genocide by being undertaken by the state of Israel is such a wild thing to say. Clintonian triangulation is strange because it's such an unusual triangulation. The normal play is to ignore that it's a genocide and give platitudes about the need for aid or whatever. This acknowledges the state of Israel is carrying out the genocide, but then hedges by saying Hamas forced them to do it. Incredible. It's incredible because it just doesn't make sense. Because it's such an insane thing to say. Which is why, like, when Ethan made this exact same claim, we just didn't factor that he was being sincere about the recognition of Israel doing a genocide. Because you can't recognize a state or an entity doing a genocide and then simultaneously say it's the victim's fault. Like, that doesn't make sense at all. Unless you think Israel's doing a genocide and it's a good thing. You know what I mean? It is a totally incoherent thing to state. For those of you who don't know, Bad Bunny was originally announced as the Super Bowl halftime show this year. Now, of course, he is one of the biggest recording artists of this generation, okay? This man is a generational talent, and he goes so hard. Like, Spanish speakers do not play around about Bad Bunny. Puerto Ricans especially do not play around about Bad Bunny. I feel like Bad Bunny could literally get Puerto Rico to gain independence if he wanted to. He has the motion to make sure that the Puerto Ricans like rise up in arms if he chose to do so. I feel like there are people out there that would be like, I'm waiting for the opportunity, sir, Mr. Bad Bunny, I will do it for you. He's huge. He's got mad motion, and he's woke as So, of course, when the NFL decided to get Bad Bunny to perform for the halftime show, Republicans got mad. But there's a little bit of a backstory to this. Now, Bad Bunny is touring right now, but he's not touring in the United States of America. For those of you who don't know, the reason why he's not touring in the United States of America is because he is very upset with the current administration for understandable reasons and said, I'm not touring deliberately in the United States because I don't want ICE to be planted outside of my concerts. I don't want ICE agents parked outside my concerts packing up my fans. And this drew some controversy in America, but most people didn't really care. Most of the racists were too busy, I don't know, celebrating that like little kids are getting separated from their parents or whatever to pay attention to Bad Bunny saying that at the time. But now it's being highlighted once again. And obviously it's like a lot of racists are for the first time ever encountering Bad Bunny's music because they don't speak Spanish. They're going to, Rap Genius or whatever, and they are translating the lyrics and finding out that he is, very anti-Trump, pro-BLM, talks about gun violence, talks about racism, and that's not good, obviously, for the white people that hate any kind of woke, right? Not only that, but he also has done drag, as many performers have, and that's like a big problem for a lot of people as well. And he is very anti-colonial, and he also doesn't really speak English. I mean, he can, but he just chooses not to. And that is probably the most frustrating thing for a lot of racist people. But it is pretty funny that, End Wokeness is doing this. This is who was just picked to lead the 2026 Super Bowl halftime show. And it's like, yeah, dude, he looks dope, okay? Bad Bunny has more monthly listeners than Trump has voters. Shut the up, says Anthony Fantano from the Needle Drop, which is pretty good dunk. I also personally love Bad Bunny because, much like myself, he is an old, and as an old, he was jumping up and down on stage in, I think, his last tour spot, and in the process of jumping up and down on stage, he actually busted his knee. And that is unironically an experience that is so near and dear to me, so close and personal to me that it felt like I was jumping up and down on that stage. When I saw that, I was like, that's it. I love this man. Let's hear some of these incredible right-wing commentators who obviously have their finger on the pulse, okay? They know exactly how culture should be, okay? And they will tell you. Here's Benny Johnson, an in-the-closet gay man, Benny Johnson, formerly of BuzzFeed notoriety, got fired from BuzzFeed for plagiarism, and his wife doesn't allow him to go on work trips without her being present any longer because he keeps having sex with men. Gay sex. Anyway, Benny Johnson says, this is Bad Bunny. He was just announced as the 2026 Super Bowl halftime show. Massive Trump hater, anti-ICE activist, no songs in English. No songs in English. How dare he? Bro, just bop your head along, okay? He even canceled his entire U.S. tour for this response. ICE could be outside my concert, and it's something that we're talking about and very concerned about. The NFL is self-destructing year after year, okay? Now, at least Bad Bunny is comfortable with his sexuality, unlike Benny Johnson. But regardless, because of some of those reasons that I just mentioned and some of the reasons that Benny Johnson also presented, Republicans have decided, amidst the government shutdown, amidst a possible super recession, unlike something we've ever encountered before, where the market is so removed from the economy and so completely cordoned off from the real economy that people are experiencing, where there's, profits to be made, all these fake companies, doing AI. This is what the Republicans are predisposed with. Yelling about the NFL, going with a massive, incredibly famous recording artist doing the Super Bowl halftime show. Now, of course, Super Bowl halftime show is free. You're in front of a ginormous audience, and a lot of artists will take on the task because they want to be in front of this massive audience. And I suspect that Bad Bunny will probably, if he continues with this, is going to deliver a political message, one that I don't even think Kendrick Lamar actually entertained. For that reason, and also because conservatives just cannot understand that they do not control culture. They have no good cultural output whatsoever. They're just trying to cry bully their way out of this situation. Now, former race car driver Danica Patrick, who is also running for office, as a matter of fact, as a Republican, slams Bad Bunny as a Super Bowl 2026 halftime headliner, says, "No songs in English should not be allowed at one of America's highest rated television events of the year. Not just for sports." I do like that for many people that want to run for office as a Republican, all you have to do is just be the dumbest racist. Not even an intellectual style racist, but just like a racist child. You have to make sure that you tune into a specific type of racism that is also childlike almost. It's like goo goo gaga racism. Okay. Speak English, damn it. How dare you? Megyn Kelly says Bad Bunny Super Bowl shows a middle finger to the MAGA. Who knew the your feelings crowd was actually so fragile? I did. They are the most fragile. They've always been the most fragile. I don't know if this is because I just don't listen to music that much, but who gives a if you don't understand the lyrics? It's music. Just shake your ass and move on, The are we talking about? Am I crazy for this position? I barely can understand some of the English lyrics in American songs, Why would you give a It's one of the most universal languages that everyone can tune into. Is that a crazy take? I don't know. I feel like music is just music. You could be a alien and still kind of understand what's going on there. Well, I guess Republicans can't. I don't know. But obviously this back and forth is a culture war issue that is unfortunately going to be on the front lines for all the culture warriors, because things are not looking too good in the United States of America right now as it stands, with job numbers looking disastrous, the economy screaming bloody murder, and the unaffordability crisis being worse at this point than at any other point under the Biden administration, as a matter of fact, is too expensive. It turns out Donald Trump has not, as a matter of fact, fixed the prices. The more that becomes a problem, be on the lookout for more idiotic culture war narratives as the Republicans try to seize control of mainstream discourse once again. And in the process of this, I showed you some choice quotes, Megyn Kelly, all these people. There was a Tommy Lauren conversation that took place with Krista Ball. Let's take a look at what she said. Apparently this was a slam dunk.
Good choice for the Super Bowl.
I'm not that knowledgeable about him, but it seems fine, and I don't know why it's a big deal. Seems like a great American artist, so sure.
He's not an American artist, but
he's Puerto Rican. That's part of America, dear.
This is what I mean when I say these people are so stupid, dude. You can't just be racist. You have to be the dumbest style of racist. Not to say that racism can be intellectual or whatever, but it can be intellectualized at least. Or, you should know better than to fall into the easiest trap of all time. The amount of Americans that don't realize that Puerto Ricans are American citizens is quite alarming. It actually is always, it's always shocking to me. Puerto Rico is an American territory, man. How the do you not know this? How are you still oblivious to this? You're 34 years old. How the did you not figure it out? The 11 other times where you were well, Puerto Ricans are not American, I don't think. Yeah, and speaking of the baby brain, yes, exactly. I have this tweet already lined up. I'm going to talk about this as well. This is perhaps one of the best pieces of analysis that I've encountered on this issue from Patrick Cosmos at Blue Sky. He says, working on a new unified theory of American reality, I'm calling everyone is 12 now. I'm strong and I want to have 50 kids and a farm. Of course you do. You're 12. I don't want to eat vegetables. I think steak and french fries is the only meal. Hell yeah, homie, you're 12. Maybe if there's a crime, we should just send the army. Bless your heart, my 12-year-old buddy. It's so perfectly descriptive. The ways in which the Republicans now operate, in the ways in which like reactionary commentary happens in modern discourse. I don't know what happened. Maybe it was always this way. Obviously, reactionary ideology is anti-intellectual. It has to be, because if you are even a little bit invested in critical thinking, you're going to look at some of these narratives these presenting and go, that sounds weird and wrong. Why am I supposed to be angry about this? Like Bad Bunny being the Super Bowl halftime show performer. How is this an issue at all? He's one of the most famous recording artists of our generation. It's the same principle behind like, oh, the Oscars cannot be given to Parasite. It's a Korean movie. It's like, okay, well, it's a banger too, dog. Do you not know how to read subtitles? Are you stupid? I guess you are, kind of. It makes no sense. I mean, I know it's racism, but it's not like, it just comes across, it's so childlike that it comes across as insincere when I hear this, where I'm like, dude, stop. Like, what are you saying? What the is coming out of your mouth? You're supposed to be an adult, man. How is this a major point of contention for you? How are you so bent on this? Like, you are such a loser, dog. God damn, this is what motivates your day to day? Like, what a pathetic waste of space. You got a finite amount of time on God's green earth, and this is what you waste it on? This is what you waste it on to get mad at? This is what you're choosing to get mad at. In any case, let's hear what these brilliant minds had to say. Jack Posobiec suggests TPUSA hosting an alternative Super Bowl halftime show featuring Creed.
They're going to see with Get Woke Go Broke when people complain about this, and they're not. Well, they're going to try and international.
Yeah, the Super Bowl is going to go broke, dude. That's definitely what's going to happen. Oh my God! After spending the last week crying about Netflix and Coco Melon, which again goes back to the baby theory, you have to be baby brained. You are unironically yelling about shows made for babies. Okay, you are looking at a show that was designed for children and getting mad about that, and then demanding that Netflix take it down, boycotting Netflix or some over that. Your brain is pudding. You're a childlike person. You're a baby and you like baby things. I don't get the Bad Bunny issue. The issue is he speaks Spanish. That's it. Literally, that's it. He's Puerto Rican. But here, let's hear what their suggestion is. So they want to do the Super Bowl is going woke, and then they're going to go woke. Let's see.
If that was the peak of America,
all right, hold on,
2004.
Let me give the audience a little context. Jack,
Super Bowl,
in response to this, tweeted out something along the lines, there's only one response. We need Creed. I'm literally, it's because, you know,
by the way,
you weren't
I did not have approval from TPUSA.
No, so this is what's hilarious. I'm getting multiple inquiries from the media right now.
So have I.
Saying, I would like a comment on, is Turning Point planning a competing, are they planning a competing halftime show with Creed? And I was like, well, I wasn't.
Yeah, this is a brilliant way to really take away the ratings from the Super Bowl, man. And this is unironically an even dumber endeavor than when these guys were just like farming substandard, low quality alternative products that were anti-woke, like anti-woke chocolate, anti-woke razors, things like that Daily Wire was doing. Do you remember? Even the dumb in their audience were like, I'm not going to buy this. Like, they really thought they could get away with just like farming the morons in their chat by being like, well, guess what, dude? Coffee is woke and gay. So we have anti-woke coffee, which is a worse version of the product that you can purchase at Walmart, but also more expensive somehow. It's just a grift. I don't know how these people don't understand it. Anyway, but going back to the Bad Bunny story, the one other side of this is Trump advisor has warned that ICE agents will be at the 2026 Super Bowl, where Bad Bunny is set to perform the halftime show. There's nowhere you can provide safe haven to people who are in this country illegally, not the Super Bowl and nowhere else. We will find you and apprehend you and put you in a detention facility and deport you. No, that is a very real situation under this administration, which is contrary to how it used to be, says Corey Lewandowski. It's so shameful they decided to pick somebody who seems to hate America so much to represent them at the halftime show. If there are illegal aliens, I don't care if it's a concert for Johnny Smith or Bad Bunny. Who's Johnny Smith? Is that like a right-wing artist or something? Or did he just like not have anyone that he could present? So he just came up with a generic name. And the generic name was like, that's crazy. Just say Jelly Roll or something, man. Like, what? I don't care if it's a concert for our esteemed champion of white rights, Jelly Roll, or the pedophile, famous pedophile, Ted Nugent, or the other famous pedophile, Kid Rock, or Bad Bunny, or anybody else. Wow, the talent pool is so deep over there on the Republican side. Can't you see? Yeah, you couldn't say Morgan Wallen? Isn't that like the champion? Isn't that the hero for these guys? Morgan Wallen for the Super Bowl? Oh my God, we're giving them ideas right now. They're going to unironically do that. Tom McDonald? Oh my Lord. We are going to make Americans safe. That is a directive from the president. If you're in this country illegally, go home. Which, once again, and I'm going to repeat this, what makes Americans less safe is when you got ICE running around kidnapping people. That's what makes America less safe. AOC had a pretty good appearance on Chris Hayes.
Tonight, the federal government is expected to shut down. It'll be the first government shutdown since the last time Donald Trump was president. A new poll by NPR, PBS, and Marist shows that if the government does shut down tonight, which we fully expect, Americans would blame Republicans more than Democrats, with 38% of respondents blaming Republicans, 27% blaming Democrats, and 31% blaming both parties.
We are here in the midst of this destruction of the federal government, the federal safety net, $1 trillion eviscerated from people's health care, their Medicare, their Medicaid in this country, with prices that are skyrocketing and life becoming completely untenable for the American people. We are here to try to be a backstop and to be that backstop, which is what the American people have elected us to do.
So right now there's this sort of back and forth about the...
Bro. I know people go AOCIA or whatever but like, can you imagine this being the main spokesperson for the Democratic Party as opposed to Chuck Schumer? And then far more radical figures like AOC being the Chuck Schumer of the Democratic Party, and then the AOCs of the Democratic Party being far more radical, being closer to Zohran Mamdani, closer to Rashida Tlaib, or even beyond that. Like, imagine a world like that, because that would be the competent Democratic Party. That would be a real, true left flank party. Look at the way she's talking around this. Like, stop teasing me. I will never stop teasing you.
Tax credits. And there's kind of a strange dynamic that I want to get your sense of, right? Because at one level, negotiating over the ACA tax credits is important. I mean, there are people who are going to see their premiums go up 15, 20%. Like, huge amounts are going to spike. Republicans don't like these extenders. Democrats do. They think it's good for people. But that's fully in the lane of, like, normal politics. And then at the same time, like, the president of the United States assembled 800 military commanders to say, I want you're going to have to go to war against your fellow citizens in American cities. And I think people are having a little bit of a hard time of, like, we're going to have a fight on the shutdown about the tax credits, but not about the president wants to declare war on Americans, even though I understand those two are conceptually distinct. Do you see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying, Chris, but, you know, I think that's something.
I mean, there's so much that the Democrats could wage war against the Republicans over. That's not a bad idea as well. That's not a bad idea to highlight as well. Like, there's so much. Doge cuts, tax cuts for the wealthy, and then trying to not add to the deficit as much by basically cutting $800 billion in healthcare, something that they're fighting for. Mass kidnappings taking place in every American city. ICE now having more power than they ever have had at any point since its inception in 2001 or 2001, right? What year did the Department of Homeland Security get invented? It was right after 9/11, right? 2002? People forget. They think ICE has been around.
This is not a fight over tax credits. This is a fight over your ability to go to a pharmacy.
Why is the left letting this happening? This is incredibly frustrating. Why is the left not pushing back? What are you talking about? We're literally watching a prominent Democrat push back. This is it. Why do you think the government shut down, chatter?
Afford your insulin. We're not talking about just 15 or 20% increases in people's premiums. Tomorrow, healthcare companies, and today, healthcare companies are finalizing the premiums that everyday Americans are going to be paying. And we are talking about a doubling of monthly healthcare premiums, not even including your deductible, in terms of what people are going to be paying next year because of $1 trillion in Medicaid cuts that were put together earlier this year. And I don't know about anybody else, but I do not think that this is just about a tax break or a small tax extender. This is about fighting not just on tax breaks, community health centers, and ensuring that we have a stability of the American healthcare system.
Yeah, it's about protecting rural hospitals. Rural hospitals overwhelmingly rely on Medicaid for funding. Nursing homes as well overwhelmingly rely on Medicaid for funding because Medicare coverage lapses beyond nursing homes. For like long-term care, nursing home care, you need Medicaid as well. And it's crazy to me that that's the base of support for MAGA. This is, unironically, the Democrats fighting against the MAGA party at the behest of the MAGA base. What are we doing? That's what's so crazy about it. I don't know anyone who acts like you, cares about the future of this country, no matter how much it seems like everyday citizens don't. No matter how much everyday citizens act out against people like myself for caring about the future of this country, regardless of how hostile the average American is to my position. Okay, this is the last one. This is the Lokum Turkish Delight. Bro, everything that I had was bomb, except for the hummus. The hummus was ass.
And when Republicans use a legislative mechanism to gut the American healthcare system, we have to use a legislative mechanism in order to restore it and to fight for it. Because at the end of the day, people may talk about tax credits this and tax credits that. What they do understand is when you have insulin and you can't afford it. What they do understand is when your kid has chemotherapy or your spouse gets diagnosed with cancer and you go into a hospital and it doesn't get covered. And you have to choose life and death, what this is about. Now, that does not mean that we ignore the abhorrent violation of law and norms and what is happening with our U.S. cities, but we have a broad spectrum of ways and places that we can fight, including our governors, our attorney generals, and our state and municipal leaders, as you just saw.
So I just want to make sure I understand this just from your perspective here. So, and I think this is generally the view of congressional leadership as well. You can correct me if I'm wrong. If there was bipartisan compromise, right? If everyone came together, the leaders of the parties, the president, and said, yes, these 5 things, we're going to make sure that these premium supports keep going. We're going to fund community health centers, whatever the sort of asks on appropriation around people's affordable health care. If those were met, Democrats would be a yes. Like, that is the box that this is happening in, as opposed to we can't fund a Department of Justice that prosecutes political enemies or whatever else might be out there.
Well, let me tell you, Chris, the mechanism by which that deal is locked is not just about agreeing in concept on tax credits. We need to do it with no tricks, no games, and no backdoors, which includes rescissions. And when we talk about rescissions, that is the mechanism that the federal government is using to gut and destroy rule of law across the board. So we are fighting to ensure that healthcare is protected.
Saying the MAGA base is going to be the ones most impacted by defunding healthcare is a bit disingenuous. No, a lot of the wealthy individuals in this country are MAGA because they voted for their capital. Saying this is the son of a retired self-made multimillionaire that is also the son of an immigrant, irony? No, because while there are more wealthy people that vote for the Republican Party as opposed to the Democratic Party, there are still a ton more poor people in this country than there are wealthy people in this country. And that means that the overwhelming majority of the base of support for both parties is always going to be poor people. And if you're living in a red state, you already have a lot of services that have been crippled by austerity. So you're already in a shittier position overall. The real divide in this country oftentimes is not about like blue states versus red states. It's about rural areas versus urban environments. Okay, if you live in an urban area, you're more than likely to vote Democrat. If you live in a rural area, regardless of whichever state you're in, you're probably voting Republican. And ironically enough, throw the 1% aside. They vote, they vote for either party. They majority vote for the Republicans. Who cares? But when you look at the actual base of support for the Republican Party, that comes from rural areas. And those people are the ones that are getting fucked over the most. So when they no longer have Medicaid, when rural Medicaid recipients no longer have that Medicaid, they can't go to the hospital and pay for their health care. Then that hospital has to go bankrupt and close. So this quite literally hurts Republicans in rural areas more than anybody else. And that is the base of support that is at the heart of the Republican Party's power. It's so crazy. It's ignorance that makes people vote against their best interests. It's a lack of faith in the opposition party. So I do still blame the Democrats for that make people vote against their best interests. It's racism that makes people vote against their best interests. There are a million different reasons. But right now, the Democrats, as it stands, are the only game in town that is actively trying to defend the MAGA base of support from the MAGA party. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what people's opinions are. It doesn't matter what people's politics are. That is the reality. The Republican Party has taken the initiative to hurt its own base. And it's obviously not just MAGA Republicans, it's obviously Democrats as well. It's just like the working class Americans. But make no mistake, there is a sad irony to the situation.
Every American. But the way that we do that also means that the only way that you guarantee that is by forcing them to adhere to the rule of law, which means eliminating the rescission loopholes that they put in the CR earlier this year, which the Senate unfortunately had caved on then, and we're ensuring that doesn't happen now.
Yeah, the quick 10-second version for people that haven't followed this is that, you need 60 votes to get the filibuster to appropriate funds for the government, but they can pass a rescission, which is to claw back some of the money already agreed to by 50 votes. So they have this kind of like cake and eat it too model where it's like, oh yeah, we'll come together, we'll pass a bipartisan appropriations bill, and then when we've done that, then we'll go and get rid of the stuff we don't like, which just seems like an insane way to negotiate.
Something important to consider is that taking away 20% of ACA tax credits from someone can take 10x that person's insurance spending. Some people's subsidies cover enough that they pay $20 a month, but they would end up paying over $200 with reduced subsidy. That person isn't getting chemo because they died not knowing that they had cancer because they don't go to the doctor. It's just pure evil, man. I think paywalling healthcare is one of the most evil things that this administration has actively defended. And it's incredible to me that so many more Americans are not always mad about this shit.
Let me ask you this. There are some people I have seen who have the following theory of why Senate Democrats have not cut a deal where they give 8 votes and move along. And that is that Chuck Schumer is worried about a primary challenge from you and is worried about the politics to his left flank. And so because of that worry about a primary challenge, he's going to shut down the government. Ergo, it is AOC's fault that the government's shutting down, or that you're somehow the kind of fulcrum of this. And I want to just ask you straight up, are you planning to primary challenge him? Do you think that's why he's doing this?
By the way, that is true. I hate to admit that the Republicans are right on that a little bit. There is no world in which Chuck Schumer would actually do the right thing ever unless he was reasonably worried about maintaining his office. Everybody hates him, and I'm sure a part of that pressure does come from a much better alternative that will primary him into fucking oblivion. That's it. I mean, that's one part of it. That's one part of the pressure that's causing Chuck Schumer to finally do any job, really. Do a job. I cannot believe that it took 9 months of people demanding he retire and an active primary threat from a much more nationally popular politician for Chuck Schumer to finally do the right thing for once. And before you say Chris Hayes is a dick for asking this question, I don't think so. I think it's a good question for AOC to answer, and I think her answer was pretty good. Her answer could have been more aggressive towards Chuck Schumer to be like, yeah, there is some truth to that. It's not me. I'm simply a way for people to voice their frustrations with the leadership of the party. You see the polls. 62% of Democrats want Hakeem Jeffries to be replaced as well. Obviously, we have a crisis of good leadership in the party. It's not a secret that I was undermined when I was running for head of oversight. Very obvious that this party needs fresh, new talent. There is a lot of demand. There's a lot of appetite for more radical and bold policy fighters. And the old guard has shown time and time again that they cannot meet the moment. If you were running for Chuck Schumer's seat, that's something you would say. And then you would turn around and say, however, now is not the time for primary conversations. And Chuck Schumer has my full confidence in this moment, as long as he continues to stand strong against the Trump administration, because obviously that is what matters most. We want to make sure that Americans can continue receiving their health care. They're already suffering. Healthcare is already costly enough as it is, and we should be moving beyond this system. We should be moving beyond to a much more equitable system, one that exists in virtually every other country. Much poorer nations than ours have been able to build and design a socialized healthcare system. We can do it here as well. But in the interim, right now, Chuck Schumer and myself and every other Democrat that stands strong are there for the American population. We are doing this because we want the Republicans to give us assurances to save healthcare.
So not about me in this moment. This is about people being able to insure their children. And I will say, because I saw some senators speculating about this, and I saw some Republican members of Congress saying, oh, well, if we have this shutdown, it's because of AOC. Well, if that's the case, my office is open, and you are free to walk in and negotiate with me directly. Because what I'm not going to do is tolerate...
Okay, Chris, inappropriate. You're just snorting into the microphone. God damn. Is this how you guys feel when I speak with my mouth full? You can't even say, oh, Sean Hannity doesn't burp into the mic anymore. At least with Chris Hayes, you can hear him sniffling into the microphone.
4 million uninsured Americans because Donald Trump decided one day that he wants to just make sure that kids are dying because they don't have access to insurance. That's what's not going to happen. And so if those senators think that we're having a shutdown because of me, they're free to enter my office and negotiate, because what we're not going to do is allow all of millions of people in this country to not be able to afford their insulin and their chemotherapy. So come strike a deal with me if that's what they really think is going on.
I know he was laughing.
There is, over the last week, it seems a lot of people, and I include myself among them, feel like a sort of rising sense of alarm about the aggressiveness of the sort of authoritarian aspirations of this government, essentially firing a U.S. attorney to replace him with a patsy who will indict a political enemy. The continued threat of using the military on American citizens, the ordering the troops to Portland and then backing up because it was 5-year-old B-roll. I don't know. Do you feel the same way over this last week or two? Does it feel like continuity to you? Are there conversations in your caucus about what this last week has meant?
I think there's two things that are happening at once, and this is something that's very important for people to understand. One, there absolutely is an unprecedented abuse of power, destruction of norms, erosion of our government and our democracy in order to prop up an authoritarian style of governance. That is happening. However, they are weaker than they look. And it is important that we remember that, because what they rely on is the impression of power, the perception of inevitability, in us giving up in advance to say, oh, what's going to happen if I stand up, etc. Nothing's going to happen. They rely on that perception of inevitability and power so that people comply in advance and acquiesce in advance and give up in advance. And at the end of the day, Donald Trump is at record levels of unpopularity in his tenure. The Republican House is at record levels of unpopularity. They are underwater across the board, and they know it.
She stole your whole flow, dog. Dog, why do you think I speak? Why do you think I say these things? I say these things so you repeat them. I hope that politicians will repeat them as well. It's free ball, baby. It's free money. And no, I don't think she got this from myself. I'm sure she also arrived at the same conclusions on her own.
And that is causing them to double down in public, but it is backfiring. That is why, whether it's a shutdown, whether it's all of this, they want us to blink first. And we have too much to save. Protecting people is too important a task for us to give up before anything even starts. So they may want to send people in, but these National Guardsmen do not want to be turned against their fellow Americans. We're seeing this here in Washington, D.C. It is an insult. Donald Trump is insulting the service members of this country by putting them on these silly tasks that they themselves do not want to be enforcing. And so we have to understand that standing up matters, that our voice matters, to not give in to this cynicism, because that is what they rely on in order to perpetuate this idea that they are that they have total immunity from consequence. They will experience the consequences of this, but we have to be the consequence, which is why we have to stand tall right now alongside everyday Americans who want us to be standing up right now as well.
Final question for you is about a ruling that came from
Oh, yeah. FBI director cut ties with the ADL. I know I'm going to get to it in a second.
a federal district judge.
By the way, that was a great speech. Obviously, it'd be rather silly of me to say that that's a bad speech, considering it's one that I have delivered as well in the past. But it's great.
Who's been on the bench for decades and was appointed by Ronald Reagan. It's in the case of Ramesa Ozturk and a few other individuals whose alleged that their free speech, First Amendment rights as protected by the Constitution were violated by ICE grabbing them because of things they said or wrote. And one of the things he gets to is the masking of ICE agents, which is something that we've seen in New York City, here in Chicago and around. He says, this court has listened carefully to the reason given by Ozturk's captors for masking up. It rejects this testimony as disingenuous, squalid, and dishonorable. Mm-hmm. ICE goes mass for a single reason, to terrorize Americans into quiescence. It's a federal judge appointed by Reagan. In all our history, we've never tolerated an armed mass secret police. Carrying on in this fashion, ICE brings indelible obloquy to this administration and everyone who works.
Bro, I can't believe I'm saying this, but how the does a Reagan-era federal judge have a better grip on the situation than literally like 85% of the Democratic Party? Like, there are a handful of Democrats that have so eloquently presented what Donald Trump is doing in his attacks against the First Amendment with immigrant apprehensions as a mechanism of immigration enforcement. Actually, I'd go so far as to say that there's like 3 maximum. I wouldn't even say AOC has actually gone this aggressively on this issue. It's like Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, and that's kind of it. This is another thing that I have been screaming about from the rooftops over and over again. And I'm so glad that it took a motherfucking Reagan judge to correctly point this out. Using normal people words to get normal people votes. Wait, what? Use normal people. Man, what the are you talking about? I'm not saying you should deploy the term indelible obliquity or however the you say it. Are you stupid? I say it all the time. The Trump administration is cynically framing the conversation against Israel as one that is actually about anti-Semitism and combating anti-Semitism, and they're doing it from the mechanism of immigration enforcement. They're deporting people for talking about Israel. That is unconstitutional. That's unconstitutional. The Constitution protects migrants, both documented and undocumented alike, on U.S. soil. A lot of people misunderstand what the Constitution is supposed to do. A better way to frame this is as a restriction on the government. That's what the Constitution is doing. The Constitution is not there to restrict American citizens. It is there to restrict the government from regulating American citizens on certain issues. It protects every single person on U.S. soil unconditionally, documented citizens, documented non-citizens, and undocumented non-citizens alike. There's no confusion on this. And yet, for some weird reason, Democrats haven't been saying this. And the Trump administration, as I correctly pointed to early on, even before he actually became president, was going to open up the door to eroding First Amendment protections by starting off with migrants that they thought were more vulnerable because people wouldn't defend them, and also attack the issue starting with anti-Semitism, which has a lot of institutional persuasive power, because there are a lot of advocacy groups on the right and also on the left, on the liberal side especially, that have been tasked with, quote unquote, combating anti-Semitism, which is, simply to stop people from saying shit about Israel. Yes, on the liberal side as well, even on the leftist side. There's a reason why there are so many progressive, except for Palestine, leftists out there who claim to be leftists, but then, only until recently didn't realize that Israel was a fucking ethno-state doing an apartheid and a genocide. There's a reason, and that is because of the institutional capture of the Zionist lobby and Zionist advocacy groups. That's it. And the Trump administration was very well aware of this, and they realized that that would be the easiest way to open up the door to eroding the First Amendment. This is all laid out, as I have told you time and time again, in Project Esther, which is the First Amendment attack that the Heritage Foundation designed, starting with tackling anti-Semitism, which is like anti-Israel sentiment, of course, and then using immigration enforcement, where there's unilateral power in the hands of the state, only to then move on to anti-Christian behavior, for example, or anti-capitalism, as the Trump administration is now designing under new designations as violent rhetoric. Anti-American, anti-capitalist, anti-Christian rhetoric is now considered violent rhetoric. Where the f do you think that goes? Okay, Ben Cohen, ladies and gentlemen, of the Ben of Ben and Jerry's.
Jeez.
Live and alive in the building. Very excited. People are saying ice cream, you scream, we all scream for ice cream.
Yeah.
That wasn't a joke. No. Ben
I should have brought you ice cream. Shit.
Damn. Well, I thought you would.
Sorry,
I'm not going to
man.
lie.
You know,
I thought you would.
I thought I would too. I mean, I didn't know. I was, look, I got some kind of magic. I got magic pieces of paper.
What is that? Oh my God. No.
Turns into ice cream.
No.
Yeah. That
We got free. This coupon's good for anyone. Ben & Jerry's pint. Bag of cookie dough chunks. Let's go.
This is for your listeners.
Okay. Do you want me to just show it and whoever gets it first?
Yes.
Is that how this goes?
Yes.
Like I just put it on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Whoever gets the coupon first and takes it to a store wins. Okay. Are you ready? There it is. Hold on. Boom. I hope that works. And if not, I'll just post it. I'll post it on my Twitter. How about that?
What? You post it on your Twitter and it works?
I'll take a photo of it on my Twitter.
Another one.
Another one. You're giving me so much free ice cream.
Well, of course, I forgot to bring you the pints,
no,
man.
it's
I got
fine,
to bring
it's
you
fine,
the
it's
pieces
fine.
of paper here.
Okay. I'm
gonna have
be...
to come up with Zinn favorite ice cream for you.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, I mean, you're
what? He's got Zinn.
Yeah,
he's got
I have
extra.
Zinn everywhere.
He's got essential. Man, what the guy runs on
The
zero
Dr.
sugar,
Pepper.
Dr. Pepper and cream.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, so Ben, I have so much to talk to you about. You were detained briefly, right?
I
Where
was.
You were protesting at the RFK
Yeah,
Jr.
it's
hearing.
true, yeah.
You're very progressive. You're an OG. You're one of the OGs.
I'm definitely
original
old.
gangster. No. That doesn't mean old. That means you're the original gangster.
All right. I'm an original gangster.
And I want to hear more about the story of how Ben and Jerry's came about. Where you're from, for the people that might not know. Let's just start it at the beginning.
Sure. I was born in 1951 in Brooklyn. I stayed there for a year and a half. My parents moved to Long Island. I stayed there till I was 18. I met my friend Jerry running around the track in gym class. We were the two slowest, fattest kids in the class. We learned to like each other. We stuck together. I dropped out of a whole bunch of colleges. Jerry went to 4 years straight, tried to get into med school and couldn't get in. I tried to become a potter. Nobody would buy my pottery. We felt like we were both failures, and we decided to start our own business. Our idea was that we wanted to live in a rural college town, and we thought we would take a food trend that was just starting off in the big cities. And
Like you were there when ice cream was popping off for the first time ever. That's crazy.
Well, when homemade ice cream was
Yeah.
popping off, I think it was Dolly Madison, the president's wife, who really started ice cream in the U.S., but that was before my time.
Have you ever seen in the USSR, they have like they place a lot of importance on ice cream. There's this thing, I forget what it is. Hold on, I'm going to pull this up real quick. And we do things a little bit non-traditional here for the record. It's just like, it's a normal organic conversation. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, I mean, so if I have a pain in my neck and I just bought some off-brand Icy Hot, I can rub it on. While
Yeah,
I'm
I have like pads and stuff too if you want one.
You got pads?
Yeah, I could
What
get you
kind?
like a heating pad. You can slap it on if you want.
Yeah, man, I want to be like Hassan.
For sure. Palombier is a type of ice cream made with vanilla, cream, eggs, and sugar, originally created in the Soviet Union in 1937. And I think it was like a big, what do you call it? It was like a big deal where they wanted to make sure that all kids were able to get it. Ice cream has had a history in politics as well, it seems, where, even in the USSR, they were like, we gotta make sure that the kids and everybody else gets to have their treats, specifically ice cream.
Absolutely true. You know, I was actually in the Soviet Union. At the end of the Soviet Union, Gorbachev was setting up, he allowed you to have joint ventures.
Yeah.
And we set up a Ben and Jerry's joint venture.
No way.
Yeah.
That's sick. That's like
in Karelia, the Russian state of Karelia.
Wow, that's amazing.
Petrozavodsk. It's right on the border with Finland.
Let's see. Okay, that's never mind. That's
whoa, jeez, what the heck
that's
was
just
that?
Reddit. Ukrainian conflict. So you're wearing a common side effect shirt. Before we continue with the history lesson about how you arrived at this ice cream behemoth, and became known for that. You're wearing a common side effect shirt. Have you watched it? It's one of my favorite shows. I love it.
Yes, I watched the whole thing. I
It's
totally love
amazing.
it. They're in the middle of producing a new series, a new.
Is the second season or just like an entirely new season? Okay,
second season.
Thank God, because some of those shows, dude, they can just get canceled, even if it's good. Especially if it's good, they usually cancel them. But it's amazing that you're repping them. You said you were hanging out with them earlier.
Yeah. I
Hell
just
yeah.
came from there. That's why I didn't bring any ice cream, because I came straight
ate all
from
the
there.
ice cream.
That's correct. They've
Okay.
got the ice cream. You know those guys? Go to
I
their
don't
freezer.
know. I don't know those guys. I'm gonna go.
Well,
check
they're
them out.
really good guys. You
Yeah.
should see them.
Do you want an icy hot
really
patch?
like you? Well, I just put this stuff on. I think it'll work.
All right, perfect. So you start Ben and Jerry's. Like in the beginning, I assume that there was a lot of limitations, a lot of hurdles that you had to clear in the process, right? Did it explode in popularity from the start?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, we started as this little homemade ice cream parlor. Never expected to be anything more than that. In an old converted gas station that was falling apart in Burlington, Vermont. And, you know, in terms of getting business permits back then and health permits and, you know, the fire permit, all that stuff, it was a lot easier than it is now.
Oh,
So
okay.
there's kind of, in that way, there was less obstacles.
Yeah, the pesky nanny state hadn't intervened.
Right.
Bernie Sanders, the devastating, the dangerous mayor of Burlington, hadn't come in yet.
He was just running for mayor for the first time as we were starting up. I guess we started a little before him. And I remember being at the incredible, huge celebration in the basement of Memorial Auditorium, scooping ice cream for the victory party.
Wow, you were there from the beginning.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
yeah.
I feel like he hasn't changed his look at all.
He hasn't changed
He has
his
looked
look.
he's looked like he was this age back then.
It's true. He hasn't changed his look. He hasn't changed his politics. He hasn't changed his stump speech.
I know.
It's the beautiful thing about Bernie is just how consistent he is. And, you know, some people complain, you know, Bernie, you're always saying the same thing. And he was saying, when we start having justice in this country, I'll start saying something different.
Yeah. So you go through the process, not as many hurdles back then as there are now.
I mean, the big hurdle was we didn't have enough money.
Yeah.
I mean, we had $4,000 apiece, and we were planning on getting a loan from the SBA, but we couldn't get a long enough lease on this old gas station that was falling apart, so we couldn't get the loan from the SBA, and, you know, the bank kicked in another $4,000, so it was $12,000.
Mm-hmm.
Started Ben and Jerry's. It's kind of amazing. I guess you can't really start a business on $12,000 now.
Yeah, no, that definitely can't. So let me ask you, getting right into it, Trump is president again.
Oy.
Yes, I don't know if you knew that. Trump is president. Guys, that's what's going on. Sorry.
on,
Hate
make
to be
me
the bearer.
happy. Don't-
Hate to be the
don't-
bearer
don't
of
rub
bad
it in.
news. Hate to be the bearer of bad news. And one thing that I have routinely talked about with Ben and Jerry's is the component of marketing and political advocacy, specifically because I always use Ben and Jerry's as a great example of a company that, in spite of corporate takeovers, in spite of control by much larger conglomerates, Ben and Jerry's has always maintained political advocacy as a part of its mission. And I think is largely in part because of your direction, right? Like this is a genuine thing that you care about, as opposed to Target, for example, or many other mega corporations in this country that will only aesthetically get on board with performative activism in an effort to do marketing. And the second part of this is that I now fear that we're moving in the direction where a lot of companies have completely cast aside the previous performative liberalism, the performative wokeness, if you will, to now move in the direction of right-wing politics, broadcasting right-wing politics as though it is a virtuous position to have. Have you noticed this as well in your experience?
Well, as a matter of fact, I have, Hassan.
That was a wordy question. I just lobbed it up for you.
You know, and I have thought about that, and I think all that's going on is that most businesses, most corporations don't really have a social mission. They are not values-led businesses. They are businesses whose purpose is to maximize profits today, in the here and now. And so, you know, think about it. I mean, if you're a business and your only purpose is to maximize profits today, you go along to get along. You know, if the current president says X, you say, yeah, baby. If he says Y, you say, yeah, baby. And if he says Z, yeah, I'm on board with that. Because they don't have a heart, they don't have a soul, they don't have a spirit. And that, I think, is the interesting thing about Ben & Jerry's. Is it's a business, it's a thing, but it has a heart and a soul and a spirit. And, you know, it's the idea of being values-led, not profit-led. Values-led is a term that was coined by Anita Roddick, who started the Body Shop. You know, the Ben & Jerry's mission, and, you know, we went through a lot of difficulties in order to get to this point. You know, there was a lot of internal dissension, there was external criticism, but the Ben & Jerry's mission is a three-part mission. So we have a social mission, we have a product quality mission, and we have a financial mission. And the interesting thing about them is that they are written horizontally to make the point that no one of them comes before the other. They're all interconnected. And staying true to those missions is what keeps Ben & Jerry's Ben & Jerry's.
You mentioned that there was some struggles that took place in the process. Do you want to elaborate a little bit on that?
Sure. In the early days, the struggles were mostly internal. I would say, let's take a stand on a particular issue. For instance, peace.
Dangerous prospect. An ever-present danger to the military-industrial complex. You're speaking a dangerous language, sir.
Let's suggest that the government take 1% of the Pentagon budget and use it for peace through understanding activities between the U.S. and the former Soviet Union. Because the people, they don't have anything against each other, and yet we were in this Cold War.
I feel like that kind of dangerous language would have gotten you denaturalized back in the day. if you
Probably
were
today,
a little bit younger, or now. Exactly.
So we were coming out with a chocolate-covered ice cream pop on a stick, and, you know, normally you write about, oh, you're going to taste the most amazing chocolate-covered ice cream pop on a stick you ever had. It's so smooth, so rich, so creamy, so chocolatey. And instead, we said, let's call this a peace pop, and let's use the copy on the package to talk about making peace instead of war and shifting this money out of the Pentagon. And it was incredibly controversial within the company that people were saying, our executives were saying, the people on the board of directors were saying, that's not business's role. Business should not be trying to advocate for particular national government policies. And it was quite a heated discussion. And finally, I kind of forced it through, and nothing happened. I mean, people were saying that what's going to happen is, we set up this new plant that's designed to make these chocolate-covered ice cream pops on a stick. If we come out with this packaging, right-wing groups are going to picket the supermarkets. The supermarkets are going to take it off the shelf, and none of that stuff ever came to pass.
Yeah. Well, it probably helps if it's delicious.
Yeah.
Because if it was not good, it'd be easier to be like, oh, I don't want that. I don't want that at all.
Yeah.
No,
That's
this
true.
is something that I've seen in my own industry as well, streaming, the internet, like content creators. Like a lot of them, I think, are at the mercy of the broader audience and like whatever they're saying, and they never want to lead by example because they're afraid of like corporations pulling out. They're afraid of companies saying, "Oh, we're going to blacklist you." They're afraid of companies saying like, "Oh, you speak on this political issue. I don't necessarily think that's appropriate for our brand." And for that reason, I think they choose not to make a stand. They choose not to take a reasonable moral stand like you just described. And I feel like that creates an environment where without that bravery, without that courage, that creates an environment where the only ones who are speaking loudly are oftentimes right-wingers that don't have these sorts of fears, that don't care about these sorts of things, especially when the administration is like heavily leaning on that kind of domination as well, even on the corporate side. One of the things that I've seen is that the Trump administration is actively bullying corporations as well into taking positions against what they've defined is woke. Now, it's largely optics. And I don't think that any of these corporations actually cared about anything beyond profits to begin with, right? So therefore, back in the day when they were actually pushing for ESG or DEI initiatives or any number of different statements that they made, they were doing so in an effort to do marketing, but it wasn't genuine. But now they're moving in the right-wing direction, and I fear that this is creating a permission structure for people to go, oh yeah, being a bad person is actually a virtue. Pushing these vices is actually a good thing. And I think it makes the entire environment less safe for everybody, not just marginalized groups in particular, but it just makes the environment that we're living in more toxic overall.
Yeah, I think that's really true. I mean, the word that's been going through my mind lately is cutthroat. I mean, I think about Trump's, original book. What was it? The Art of the Deal.
Yeah.
And in that book, he's saying, there's so many people who say that a good deal is when both parties come away from it thinking we did pretty good. We feel okay about this. And he said, no, that's bullshit. A good deal is when you get everything you want and the other guy feels f***ed over. And he's running the country the same way.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't care about cooperation. He doesn't care about respecting the other guy. He wants, when he talks about America first, he's talking about everybody else last.
Yeah.
And it's
not even good for America broadly either. It's just good for him and his buddies, him and his like most loyal servants, basically picking apart what remains of this country's carcass for scraps, basically dismantling the regulatory agencies and the like. Going back to Ben & Jerry's, one of the positions that I think, or at least was very impactful for someone like myself, was the implementation of BDS to a certain degree at Ben & Jerry's, when I believe you guys pulled sales from the occupied West Bank. Do you mind talking about that a little bit?
I'd love to talk about that, but I really would like to get some of that smart water.
Absolutely. You want smart water? I have that as well.
Oh, yeah. Any kind of liquid.
There you go.
I'm not.
Well, I have sodas back there too. If you want Mountain Dew.
No. I'm much better at
just drinking water.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No.
Everyone always gets on me in the chat when they're like, why don't you offer your guests anything? Now they're going to cook me. They're going to say, you didn't offer your guests anything.
Well, it's because I didn't bring you any ice cream.
It's tit for tat.
Understand.
Art of the deal.
So, the Israel.
Yeah.
So I want to be clear that what we were doing was not BDS. What is that?
Boycott, divestments, and sanctions.
Boycott,
Yes.
divestments, and sanctions. What we were doing was our ice cream was being sold in Israel. It was being sold through a licensee that was also manufacturing the product there. And we told them that we don't want our ice cream being sold in the West Bank because we disagree with how Israel is treating people in the West Bank. And somehow or other, the ice cream showed up in the West Bank.
Mm-hmm.
And, we went back and forth on that for a while. And eventually we said, hey, we really mean it. You need to pull the ice cream, not sell the ice cream in the West Bank. And so then we refused to renew that licensee's contract on that basis. And so the ice cream was not sold in the West Bank. And Unilever, who is the parent of Ben & Jerry's, owns Ben & Jerry's at the moment, was doing a lot of other business in Israel, many other brands, many other products. And Israel kind of came to, talk to the Unilever guys, the top Unilever guys.
They call the managers.
Right. And they said, if you don't take care of the situation, we're going to kick you out of Israel, for all your products, all your businesses. And so what Unilever did was they sold the rights to Ben & Jerry's to an Israeli, and now Ben & Jerry's in Hebrew. They didn't sell, you can't write it in English, but is now available anywhere in Israel or the occupied territories, I guess.
But it's not called Ben & Jerry's. It's in Hebrew.
It's in Hebrew. It's Hebrew letters that I guess are pronounced Ben & Jerry's, but that was illegal according to the terms of the contract, the acquisition agreement that was made with Ben & Jerry's when they bought Ben & Jerry's. Ben & Jerry's has an independent board of directors who is responsible for the social mission and the essential integrity of the brand, marketing, and the product quality. And so that move by Unilever usurped the power of the board. And so the board sued Unilever. There was an out-of-court settlement, and now the board is saying that Unilever did not live up to the out-of-court settlement, and so they're suing Unilever again.
Oh, wow.
So
okay.
That's the.
I didn't know this was still ongoing.
That's the current.
They're like, no, the West Bank has to get Ben & Jerry's. They're adamant. I mean, this is a part of, I think, a much broader, much more complex influence peddling operation that has taken place in America to basically get as many people on board or to completely diminish like some of the most violent aspects of Israel's occupation over the course of the past 80 years. Do you want to talk a little bit more about that specifically, considering that you were also protesting against the Trump administration as well on this issue? Because I don't know, were you there with the Code Pink people or were you there separately?
When I was in D.C.?
Yeah, when you're in D.C.
We were there separately, but Code Pink was being very supportive. Yeah. And they were very...
You know Medea Benjamin?
I know her very well.
She's the GOAT. I love her.
She's great. So she was very helpful in terms of getting me into that committee hearing.
Oh, she's the best at that.
Yes,
I don't know how she does it.
I don't know how she does it either because...
For decades now.
They ought to know who she is by now.
No, she just finds a way to sneak into everything.
Well, I guess it helps to be kind of small.
Yeah. Yeah.
So... but Code Pink was also very helpful in terms of creating the video. When I was being walked in zip ties down the hall, it was Code Pink that was prompting me with the right questions and doing the videotaping.
Yeah.
I guess it's not taping anymore.
Video filming, video clipping. They're good with clipping. That's what the Zoomers say now. They say clips.
Clips? All right.
Yeah.
Video.
They were clipping.
They were clipping.
Another thing that a Zoomer would say, I'm 34, but like a younger generation would say, you had aura. That's the new term.
What, if you're old?
No. When you're doing something cool, you have aura.
Aura.
You had a lot of aura.
All right.
That's what they say.
All right. That sounds good.
Yeah, you got the clip.
Well, you got aura too, man.
Oh,
I think we got aura together. We're blending our auras. You got the OG aura. You got the young G aura.
I'm not. My audience says I'm unk. So they say I'm old.
You're like really old?
Yeah, they say
well,
I'm
what
old.
the hell am I?
You're at that point. You're
ancient.
That's why you're OG. You're OG. There's Unk and then there's OG, and you're OG status. Do you want to talk about your experience in general? You're Jewish, and you grew up in Brooklyn, and then in Vermont as well. And I was wondering like how your opinion on Israel evolved throughout time, if you don't mind me asking.
No, be my pleasure. I went to when I was in like elementary school. I went a couple of afternoons a week to a thing called Center Island Jewish School. And it was mostly teaching you about Jewish culture and teaching about how Jews had been discriminated against and teaching you the Jewish songs and the dances and the holidays. And they also taught us about Israel. And what we were taught was that, after World War II, the Jews needed a homeland, a place they could feel safe. and it was Israel. Israel was created for that purpose, and it was this really shitty land in the desert that nobody wanted and nobody lived on, and that's what they got. And
Yeah,
then,
a land without people for a people without
and-
land.
And then the Jews, with the help, the Jews who moved to Israel, with the help of, the international Jewish community, ended up creating this very vibrant, highly developed society and culture. And what we were told was that the Arab countries, Arabs who lived around them, were kind of jealous of, that culture, that development, that quality of life, and so they made war on them.
Yeah,
and so that's the way I thought it was for a long time. And I understand that on both sides there's people that have screwed the other side, and I don't know, one guy starts making a war and then the other guy starts making a war. I mean, I'm sure sometimes Arabs were responsible for some of the horrible things. Sometimes Jews were responsible, but that's as I understand it.
So what was a formative part of your development that made you feel like the way that this was presented to you initially might not have been entirely correct?
I think it was only maybe 20 years ago that I started understanding that, there were people who lived there.
Mm-hmm.
And there were people that were pushed out. And then it didn't sound so good.
Yeah.
And I think that both the Jews and the Arabs have claims to that land. Some biblically and some legally and whatever, but it seems that they need to find a way to get along. And what I believe strongly is that the mothers of people, of kids on one side don't want their kids to die, and they don't want their kids killing the other guy's kids. And I'm aware of all these efforts at peace, and that almost created peace, and then some extremist on one side or the other screws it up. I don't know what to do, but the one thing that I know is that you can't mistreat people. That forcing people in Gaza and the West Bank to live in what the UN has called essentially an open-air prison is not going to work. That people don't take that lying down. What would happen if people in the U.S. were forced by some occupying power to live in that?
Yeah. I use the analog of aliens because there is no equivalence with the asymmetry of power, because America is the most powerful nation on the planet and has been so, especially in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR. America won the Cold War. It's uncontested, right? 800 military bases all around the world, constantly in a state of permanent warfare, imperialism, military occupations everywhere, or military bases everywhere that is masqueraded as a security contract that they have with all of these other countries. And therefore, it's virtually impossible for us here living in the heart of empire, living in the United States of America, to ever comprehend what that would look like unless it was like an infinitely more technologically superior force that could control us in this way. Americans are so powerful, I think, that we invent enemies to be afraid of, whether it be Russia or whether it be China. We invent people to be afraid of that could do to us what we've done to the rest of the world. But you're absolutely correct. If there was some kind of superior force that came in and displaced a lot of Americans in the same, ironically, the same way that we did to the indigenous population on this land originally, and then partitioned off different segments of American soil and created a stateless system that had no contiguity for Palestinians or for the Americans in this equation, of course people would fight back. It's the perfectly understandable position, one that is actually reflected by even former Israeli heads of state and even current contemporary Israeli heads of state, whether it be like the heads of Shin Bet and numerous other people that have openly recognized, if I was born on the other side of that boundary, I'd be fighting too. I'd be a terrorist. I'd be exactly the guy that they call it, that I call a terrorist right now. So I think our understanding of it here in America is very outdated, and that's, I think, partially because of the experience that that you reflected on just now with like your schooling, and it's not just about the way American Jews are educated on Israel. It's just broadly the way that Americans are educated on it, especially like Christian Zionists, for example, in evangelical churches get a very different theological justification for why Israel must belong to Jewish people and Jewish people only in an effort to trigger the rapture. So there's different facets of American society that have a lot of political power that have been taught that this is a moral battle, good versus evil, and you have to support the good guys in this process. And yet, I would say, in the past 22 months, the societal attitudes, even in the Western world, has broadly shifted in the exact opposite direction. Do you feel like that will lead to a more meaningful conclusion? As someone who has been aware of this for 20 years plus now, especially, do you feel like societal attitudes have shifted?
Well, it seems like just in the last month, more and more people around the world and in the United States are understanding that what Israel is doing, aided and abetted by the United States, is mass murder. Call it slaughter, call it genocide. I don't think it matters much which term you use, but it's intentionally, massively slaughtering people. And no, it's the moral issue of our time.
Yeah.
And the people of the world say, this is horrible. This needs to stop. We will not allow this. And yet the leaders of our countries go against the population and continue to kill, mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, sons and daughters, families just like ours in some other country in our name. That's what gets me about it, is that they're doing it with my money and in my name.
Yeah, absolutely. I do feel like the changing societal attitude, at least, is like going to cause a generational divide that hopefully will lead to better outcomes for the Palestinian population down the line. Of course, they are running out of time. They don't have time at this moment. One thing that I've noticed, and I'm wondering how you feel about this, is that this has become such a moral stain that is so undeniable, that's so undeniably wrong, that it's almost making people in the Western world question whether we have a real democratic process at all. Do you see that as a warning for American politicians in general? That, like, if they don't pack this up?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We do not have a democratic process. We do not have a democracy. We do not have government of the people, by the people, for the people. We have government of the money, by the money, for the money. So, I mean, a big part of it is we need to get big money out of politics. But, the most hopeful thing that I'm aware of is Mamdani, winning the primary in New York. And he ran on a platform that says, let's take care of the actual everyday needs of people. Let's make it so that they can afford to have a decent place to live, that they can afford to buy food, that they can have a decent, livable wage. And these other guys, the Democrats and the Republicans, have said they don't give a shit. Have mouthed the words, oh yeah, we care, we love the children. But, you look at the federal discretionary budget, which I just happen to have with me here.
You just walk around with that?
Yeah, I walk around with the federal discretionary budget. Somebody has to, somebody has to pay attention here. What? Wait a minute. Here. This is the 800 military bases.
Oh yeah, you got it right there.
Here, hold that. Put it up there. You know where to put it.
That's amazing.
And this is the discretionary budget. So all that big red stuff, that's what's going into the Pentagon. And then you got veterans, which is essentially retired soldiers and injured soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
And those little slivers That's the stuff that we really want. That's the stuff that we really need. That's healthcare, childcare, housing,
education.
It's absurd.
So let's talk about up in arms. You got the hat on.
I got the hat. Yeah, I got the hat. And
you got some pamphlets with you?
You know, I got this shirt because, you know, I was just with those guys, but I was going to wear this shirt, but I'm giving it to you.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. They gave me a shirt. I give you a shirt. It's kind of like passing it along.
Hell yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
So what's Up in Arms' mission about?
So Up in Arms is a campaign to get the issue of federal budget priorities, of taking care of the American people, of reinvigorating the American dream, making it possible to achieve the American dream by shifting money out of the Pentagon into those things that we care about. So the idea is to get that to be an issue in the upcoming presidential elections in 28.
Yeah, that sounds like scary talk. Someone's got to keep funding Raytheon. Why don't you think about the what would you say to people who say, why don't you think about the poor shareholders that need a permanent state of warfare to ensure that their shareholder value keeps going up year over year?
I'm telling you, those stock prices are rising humongously as we conduct these wars and as we continue to give weapons to all these different countries. They just love war.
The small
war
business
is good business.
Yeah, small business of Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, and many others. Now also we have the tech bros that are moving in this direction as well, because they realize that's like the last part of the imperial coffers that they could raid with very limited repercussions, if any at all. And you can have these expansive budgets and constantly drive up costs. But of course,
so I think of it as these pigs feeding at the trough. So right now you've got the legacy defense or weapons manufacturers, Lockheed, Raytheon, the ones you talked about, and they're all taking up the whole length of the trough. And now you got Palantir and all these silicon,
Anduril,
right, trying to shove them out, trying to nuzzle their way in because they want to be sucking up all those bucks.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So do you feel like the Democrats are actually going to push back against this, or do you feel like where does the lack of interest from the Democratic Party overall come from in terms of saying the things that you're saying? Because I would say that you are by no means a radical. I would say that I definitely have a lot more radical, probably a lot more radical opinions that some Americans might not even initially get on board with. But this is not radical at all. This is very reasonable. Right? This is an incredibly reasonable proposition to do right by others. I believe I think it might have been Eisenhower who said, every dollar being spent on a bomb could be spent on books or could be spent on bricks to make houses here. And yet we spend it over there. We spend it on weapons of war instead. How do we get back to that mentality?
Every gun, every rocket launched, every missile fired signals in the final sense a theft from those who are hungry and not clothed, those who are something or other. That was Eisenhower's thing.
Yeah.
So how do we get back to that? I think we get back to it by electing politicians that are not mainstream Democrats or mainstream Republicans. I mean, everybody realizes that the Democratic Republican parties are broken, that they're corrupt, that they're about self-preservation, that they're not about what's good for the country. They're about what's good for the particular politician to get elected next year. You know, I mean, Bernie was running and he, the DNC, kind of tilted the table against him. But if the DNC had not done that, he would have got the nomination, and I believe he would have got the presidency. I mean, because Trump got it because what people wanted was none of the above. They wanted, no, I don't want a mainstream Democrat. I don't want a mainstream Republican. I don't want more of this shit, because year after year, they keep on saying, oh, yeah, we care about you. We care about you. We care about you. But year after year, things get harder and harder and harder in the richest country in the history of the world. I mean, we have enough money. You can't believe we can't conceive of the riches that this country has. I mean, we have $1 trillion a year that's now going into the Pentagon. That is a little under $3 billion a day. I mean, just on nuclear weapons, we're spending over $100,000 a minute. What could you do with that money? I mean, for less than 5% of the Pentagon budget, you could eliminate homelessness. You could eliminate starvation and food insecurity, not only in our country, but around the world. I mean, there are 3 million kids a year that are literally dying of starvation.
Yeah.
For $50 billion, that's 5% of the Pentagon budget. We could provide food security for every one of them and provide food security for everybody in the United States who doesn't have enough to eat.
Yeah.
And we make the decision to instead, let's build more nuclear weapons. I mean, what would Jesus do? I mean, what does that do to the soul, the spirit of our country?
Supply side Jesus. Jesus. Yeah, like Al Franken's joke. It's just Jesus would not cure the lepers unless they were in their network of coverage. That's how he operates. You don't understand. American Jesus is very different. I mean, it's a cliche at this point, but yeah, if Jesus came back to the United States of America, they'd probably kill him. They'd be like, "You're a Mexican communist. Get out of here. What are you talking about? That woke stuff." I think that's just like aesthetics anyway. I don't think any of these guys actually truly are believers, or at least they believe in a very distorted version of what they perceive Christianity to be, prosperity gospel in an evangelical format. It's a permanent state of war, not helping the poor at all.
It is a permanent state of war. I mean, how can you possibly say that we're at peace if we're spending $1 trillion a year on weapons, on the military? I mean, we're not at peace. We're preparing for the next war.
Yeah.
It's absurd. I mean, is this really the best our leaders can do? To solve problems by killing our brothers and sisters in other countries?
Yeah. But again, I think it goes back to the profit. It goes back to the profit incentive, which is that
it totally goes back to
this is the one industry. I mean, there are other countries out there who spend far less in their military development that end up doing far more in terms of developing their countries. There's many reasons to criticize China, certainly, in their own internal affairs. They've done a litany of things that I personally find unfavorable. Having said that, they also engaged in tremendous development internally. Over the course of even the war on terror sliver of American history, they didn't do much of that. And instead, they just kept building high-speed rail and rapid urbanization and tremendous infrastructure. And I always point to that to not say like, oh, we should be more like China, even though America does actually seemingly take on more of the social repressive aspects of Chinese governance in an exaggerated manner, as a matter of fact, and apply it here. But I wish we would also focus on internal development, rebuilding our infrastructure, and instead of relying on the initial gains made by the New Deal, like we've been eating off of that victory for a very long time, for far too long. That's why all of our infrastructure is crumbling.
I mean, China reduced poverty in their country by, I don't know,
800 million people.
Some huge percentage. I mean, while in our country, the spread between rich and poor gets wider and wider and wider.
Yeah. So that's what I always point to. That's always present. But then people hear that and they go, "Oh, you love China. Why don't you go live there?" It's like, okay, maybe. I mean, if the government keeps doing what it's doing, who knows?
I mean, there's problems in our country. There's a lot of screwed up things that our country does. I'm sure there's a lot of screwed up things that China does.
Yeah.
But the big thing that the U.S. does is it says that we must have full spectrum dominance militarily, that any country that starts to develop economically or starts to develop militarily is automatically considered to be an enemy. It's the official policy of the United States to not let any country become developed militarily or economically. And as soon as one does, like China, that for that reason only, China becomes an enemy.
Yeah, they produce 30% of everything that we consume. So it's additionally crazy. And you see that with what Donald Trump has been doing now with this like universal tariffs regime. I mean, you're a business guy. I was wondering what your take has been on the way this like almost Nixonian madman theory posturing that Donald Trump has implemented in terms of global trade, even though we designed it in a way that benefits us, benefits the American consumers, where we just basically hand off IOUs to the rest of the global South, and then we extract their natural resources and also their incredibly cheap, incredibly affordable labor that we've kept to a reduced level in perpetuity. Now Donald Trump is saying, for no real discernible reason, we need to restructure global trade, and we don't have the manufacturing base, I don't think, to protect some kind of domestic manufacturing. So I'm all out of ideas as far as like trying to figure out what Donald Trump is doing, but I wanted to hear your perspective on it. What's he doing with global trade?
You want me to try to figure out what Trump is doing?
Yeah, I'm not a business guy. I'm a Twitch streamer. So
well, the way I see it is that when Donald and I were growing up, we're kind of contemporaries. Manufacturing, having a job in a manufacturing business, in a manufacturing operation, was a secure job, was a good job. You had good pay, you had good benefits, you had a good pension. There were unions. And so people were making more money, they had a better quality of life. And he thinks that by bringing manufacturing back to the US, that'll come to be again. The problem is that
Anyway. Anyway. All right. Anyway. God damn it. I hate that, like, Brandon says anyway so much that anytime I say anyway, you guys start saying, oh, it's just like Joe Biden. I say anyway a lot. Okay? I say anyway a lot. Anyway. 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 Here's a 3-minute right now. Anyway. 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 Anyways. Anyway. 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 Everybody, love you all. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, preview, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker in this house, and I'm broadcast coming to you live from so many years sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thursday. It's Thirsty Thursday, folks. It's Thursday, October 30th, 2025. And we are live. We're live, and we got a lot going on. I'm going to end it all of No Spooky Gaming. Okay. The gaming frogs have reached critical mass. It seems they're so fucking annoying. If I don't actually soothe their interest, they're just going to become the most annoying people in this community. I mean, I haven't even started yet, and there's people in the offliners chat that were freaking out. People in the onliner chat that are freaking out. You need to calm down. Yes, I didn't play Silent Hill F. I did not. Okay, I did not. I did not play it. In any case, it's Shitatic here in Tokyo, rating and near freezing. I don't know what that means, but anyway, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. About what's going on in the world of Hassan Hassanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. Last night, I didn't do nothing. Last night, I didn't do nothing. All right. I went to bed after the stream ended. I didn't even watch anything. I was just like browsing on TikTok. It's not good for my brain, but whatever. I'm in a little bit of a show hole where I don't have anything. I don't have anything to watch for the time being. And I can't get myself to like pay attention to anything. It's not great. It's not great at all. But in any case, yeah, I'm in a show hole. Like, not showing my hole, but as far as shows, I don't have anything that I can point to. But regardless, woke up early this morning to go and do a podcast. For all of those who think I don't partake in reasonable debate and discussion with opposition forces, they are wrong. I went on the Trigonometry podcast. British. I know. They're British. So automatically I oppose them. Speaking of British podcasts, I believe I'm going to be on another British podcast soon. But yeah, it was an interesting conversation, a robust discussion, lots of back and forth, but I think I presented my worldview to the best of my ability. Yeah, Zach's pod is going to come out. Zach's pod is going to come out. What the fuck aren't they right-leaning? Yeah, I did. I do right-leaning podcasts as well. What do you mean? Yeah, this is the pod I went on. But you know, you already know what it is, baby. You know what it is. Yeah, right wing arc? No, man. What? I didn't go on there to agree with them. The fuck? Y'all are so dumb. Okay. That's John Oliver's Wario. Yeah. I did that this morning. That's why I'm late. But there's not really much else going on in my life, so I'm just gonna blast off real quick. Short and sweet, 14-minute intro. Normally it takes up 30 minutes of my time, but not much going on in my life, so let's just get it popping. Let's see if this this GIF works. But yeah, we got Trump and Xi kissing. KISSING on a tree. Okay. Pentagon to test nukes. JD Vance grilled at TPUSA event. Snap cuts incoming. Snap cuts imminent as AI rage bait increases. Ars of Genocide of Sudan. Book Talk discovers. Book Talk discovers One Piece. And more. Oh, I got to do the Streamer Award nominations as well. Yes. Spooky Gaming later. There it is. Have you covered Cat and others being indicted federally? Yes, I have. I have. Can you talk about how RFK is now saying he doesn't have enough proof that Motrin is linked to autism? What? No, I didn't know that he said that. Here it is, blasting off, ladies and gentlemen, blasting off. If this gets to 1,000 likes, I will engage in gaming later. If it doesn't, then no gaming for you. I'm kidding. But yeah. Motrin. You should play Chronos A New Dawn. No. Hi, Hasanabi. Hi, Kaya. I'm glad you are late. Me too. Are you taking Kaya with you to China? That is a long time. No. I will not be taking Kaya with me to China, which is a 15-hour direct flight. And I assume like clearing customs with like all of the necessary paperwork / quarantine requirements would take far longer than the amount of time I'm going to be spending on Chinese soil. So I like that when I say I might be spooky gaming later, this means for people that I will be playing their favorite game. Fuck you, bro. Damn, dude, that's so early. Why so hateful so early? Why so hateful so soon? What is this, Hassan? Have you seen this indictment of your lack of gaming? Valkyrie's reaction to being called a female Hassan.
I heard you're the female Hassan.
I'm a gamer. Just secret, okay?
Damn.
I'm a secret gamer. Y'all are silly.
Is that what you heard? And I cannot change the way you perceive me. And I accept that. Although it hurts.
Yeah. 100 Thieves Hasanabi. That's real. I know you didn't trick-or-treat in Turkey, but what costume would you have dressed up as? Or would your mom have made you wear as a kid? I have no idea. I have no idea. I don't know. Have you covered Zach Polanski yet? What? Wait, why? Why do you want me to cover Zach Polanski? I will be, Zach is releasing the podcast that me and him did. Zach Polanski is the leader of the Greens in the UK. Okay? The UK. With the Greens. Possible Hasanabi heads exposing
I was just
Cuomo.
walking by
I saw this
Museum,
TikTok.
which is an early voting site.
This is pretty funny.
And I saw my new friend here holding up the Cuomo things. And we just kind of looked at each other. And I said, are you getting paid to be out here? Yes. Yes, $33 an hour to hand out the Cuomo flyers. And I said, feel free to just throw those in the trash. But, you know, you got to get paid. Iran has people doing this for free outside all the polling sites. So, yeah, dude. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. So if you feel like doing stuff for free, anytime this weekend or this week, honestly. But, you know, to balance it out.
Hassan is in March's Instagram story. Oh, I am a gamer, just offline. Yeah, I'm a gamer, not online, but offline. It's true. I game quite a bit. Just because you don't get to see it doesn't mean that that's not the case. You know what I'm saying? Never go inside the mind of a median voter. Oh, that's funny. That
Anyway,
you did
go
that.
vote
Hold
for
on, let's finish
Zeron
this.
on line D. And right up the street, my other friend Gary.
Hey, how are you?
Great. Also getting paid to be out here.
Yeah, my birthday is tomorrow.
Happy birthday,
I'll be
tomorrow.
59 years old.
Happy birthday.
The $210 that I'm making a day, I can use that for a pair of jeans, a shirt, go somewhere and eat.
Absolutely. He did say he would not be out here if he wasn't getting paid. And I said, I'm going to go vote for Zeron. I already did it. Also, just hand the flyers to me, and I'll go burn them if you want. But, you know.
I would love to, but then that's going to stunt my pay.
Totally. They probably wouldn't like that. Anyway, great to meet you, Gary.
Yeah. Yep. It is what it is. Sometimes you just got to get. What is this? Oh, I saw this. This is such a creepy photo. Hey, boss, we finished uploading these pictures from the women's event. Real ominous and rapey like you asked. I love this photo. Look at how fucking creepy he looks, dude. He looks terrifying. Unironically, you should stop gaming. Strange as fuck to be 45 and still playing video games like a child. Yeah. First of all, you're wrong. You're wrong on every account. I think 45-year-olds should still be able to play video games. Okay? It's ridiculous. I think there is no age where it's like saying, oh my God, I can't believe you're 50 years old and you're still watching the moving pictures. Like, what do you mean? Like, that's so dumb. I can't believe someone would be 50 years old and watch cinema. Can't believe you're 70 and you still listen to music. It's like, it's a form of entertainment, weirdo. Yeah. So strange. This Kamala interview looks so annoying.
I'm going to just be honest. There were times where Joe Biden.
Oh my gosh, she went on the business podcast or whatever this is called. That's so funny. The White House doesn't want you to know this. Oh God, this interview is probably unfucking bearable. Oh God, it is probably unbearable. Also, low motion again. These guys have no motion whatsoever. The Diary of a CEO, don't they have bangers? Like, most of their fucking clips go crazy, right? Like, look at this, 1.3 million, 1.6 million. I mean, I guess 200K in 10 hours, not so bad, but like, God damn, dude, this is a person who ran for presidente and she ain't getting any pull. Those spiritual dudes on the street be getting aggressive. Oh, Black Israelites. Drewski tackling this issue. Hey, Hassan, just letting you know, but we don't use the 61 meme anymore. I know you were informed the other day the 67 meme is outdated and that we moved on to 41 and 61, but 61 is now kind of ass. So please don't use the 61 meme anymore, nor the 67, 41 meme. Just letting you know as a longtime chatter. First of all, no one informed me. I informed them. Okay? I've known about the 6-7 meme that has been around for like a year now. And only did it hit the normie sphere. Only did it hit the normie sphere and like boomers and shit in the past couple of months. And that's the reason why people annoyingly constantly spam it in the chat. Okay. And there's still people that don't know what it is because they're boomers. Yes, 6-7's been around for a fucking year, dude. Yes. Zoomers and Gen Alpha was spamming 6-7 for a goddamn year before boomers found out about it on TikTok. Isn't that crazy? It actually opened my mind. It opened my mind to how I am old. Like this, because like or how my part of the world is old in general. Just because I was aware of it doesn't mean that like you guys were. You guys weren't aware of it at all. Now you're spamming it nonstop. Blood, you're old as dust. I know, but I still keep my ear to the ground. I'm an old man, so my ears don't hear as well as they used to. But yeah. I didn't know memes when I was in high school either, though. I feel like it's a personality thing. Yeah, 6-7 was around for a year. Isn't that crazy? It was literally around for one whole year until people started realizing that it was a meme that Zoomers were spamming, like maybe 2-3 months ago. And now it's reached like the weatherman, you know, at your local television station. So that's how you know it's done. And that's the reason why people keep spamming in this chat, because y'all are old as fuck. You're washed. You got tinnitus? It's true. Yeah, it reached a coworker sphere for sure. Hassan, would you come back as a zombie? What? Come back as a zombie? What does that have to do with... Oh, what does this photo have to do with it? Erica Kirk with J.D. Vance tonight at Ole Miss. The song is only about 8 months old. It's not a year. Okay, it's almost a fucking year. It feels like it's been a year. Are you Clark Kent tomorrow for Halloween? We're working on it. We're working on it. All right, so where were we? Okay, yeah, this is what's so crazy about it, but like the AI rage bait is out of control. We'll obviously cover that. We'll talk about Kamala Harris on this podcast. We'll talk about Nick Fuentes on Tucker Carlson and them burying the hatchet, what that means for the future of the Republican Party and the future of anti-Semitism in the United States of America. Having said that, it's crazy. You remember what it was like before phones were invented? Chat can learn a ton from an elder statesman like you. I know. It's fucking true. It's true. I am an elderly. I was there when history was unfolding. Okay, remember that and respect it. Where's Timasius's playlist? Does anyone have it? Does anyone have the link? Someone send me the link. A new Cuomo ad just dropped.
I'm just a bill. Yes, I'm only a bill. Right here on New York State Capitol Hill.
Oh my God. Am I crazy? I feel like using AI art and shit is just so using AI is so ass. Yeah, I know there's a good Emerson poll that came out. Very exciting stuff. We'll talk about that as well. It's just, God, he's so ass, bro. Your uncle went off on Stephen Miller's wife on Pierce. I saw this. This was fire. Wait, I want the full one. I want the full segment. Jank cooked her. Absolutely cooked her. And she had no response. She has no response. Jank, Uncle Chunk Weigert absolutely toasted her ass. And she just kept going, oh, this is anti-Semitism. This is anti-Semitism. That's it. That's all. She had one move. Which is so funny because, like, you came about in the most, like, anti-woke wave. Okay, you came into power with the most, like, anti-woke wave of all time. And instead of abiding by that principle of anti-woke, now we've gotten to a point where in the United States of America, the only woke thing that is permissible, no more identity politics unless you are cynically talking about Jews and anti-Semitism in defense of Israel. That's it. That's the only time we're supposed to act like we give a shit about identity politics. You can say whatever the fuck you want about everybody. You can say whatever the fuck you want about even Jews as long as they're anti-Zionist Jews, right? But God forbid you say anything about the holy nation of Israel, the best nation of all time, the most moral nation. That's the only time where you're like, you need to be silenced immediately. Is Katie Miller even Jewish? I don't know. I mean, I know Steven is. I don't know if she is. Not that it fucking matters, because Jake's not saying anything anti-Semitic. Oh, dictionary.com picks 6-7 as the 2025 word of the year. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Here we freaking go. Anyway, look. This is the where's the jank on Piers? Let's do this. He cooked Randy Fine too, I guess. I mean, he went crazy.
What does that have to do with anything regarding his policies and how he will run New York City? So that should be called out from the get. It's wrong. Nobody should do it. Simultaneously, yes, a lot of the things you said are alarming to me. I do wish, like, dude, just come out and condemn Hamas. It's not that hard. It's very common sense, in my opinion. What's alarming to me about Mamdani are his policies. And if we're going to talk about that, I feel like I can pontificate on it. But with regard to him being Muslim, I go back to, again, who cares? And people should stop calling that out. It's wrong.
But I guess it's relevant if he is saying that Islamophobia is endemic in the United States. I mean, do you believe that it is endemic in the United States? A hatred of people for their Muslim faith?
I don't think it's endemic in the United States, but it does exist. Racism exists. Sexism exists. I don't think it's endemic. And I think that kind of fear-mongering, rage-baiting is literally tearing us apart, which is why I want to see it stop when it comes to his religion as well. So, listen, he said a lot of things that I don't like. This is America. He's allowed to say those things. I go back to what I wish people would attack him on specifically are his policies, because that's where I believe he has exceptional vulnerability. Like, if you don't like the things...
Yeah, that's right. What you should do instead is constantly talk about how, no, better things are not possible, and everyone is a stupid child for thinking that you could get fast and free buses. How dare you? That is definitely going to be a successful method. No, the reality of the matter is, if you actually present a decent, easily definable 5-bullet point left populist policy program, it's virtually impossible to fucking destroy that. And that's precisely the reason why everyone is trying to hit the whole Zohran Mamdani is a Muslim man, Mohammedan threat who will do 9/11s over and over again if elected. That's the only reason why they're doing that, because they don't have anything else. because it is a self-sustaining campaign. Otherwise, you only look like an annoying person who says better things are not possible if you are constantly complaining that the working poor deserve less.
That he's saying about Gaza or Hamas or the Jews. Don't double down by saying those things about him being Muslim. That's my opinion.
He's never said anything about the Jews. We should just be clear about the fact that he's never said anything about the Jews.
That's true.
That's
He
a
has
way
not.
that it's just a phrase that gets imposed on him because people can't find
Hamas.
anything to condemn. Yeah, but that's not saying anything about the Jews. Whatever his views are on Hamas, that's a completely different conversation. We should just use words carefully and to be like, if we're going to have a constructive discourse, it's important not to put words in other people's mouths. So anytime you hear Mamdani and you hear the phrase, the Jews followed by it, that's typically a smear because Mamdani has never expressed any views that are anti-Semitic. If his political views about Israel and Palestine are problematic, let's debate the merits of those without suggesting that he's saying something about the Jews when he never did.
Oh, okay. What
I think
about
that's
this
fair
one,
enough,
though?
Omar.
He has a rap
but
song.
Okay.
I was going to say he has a rap song
Go on,
where
Jenny.
he celebrates the Holy Land Five, who have gone to jail for sending millions of dollars to Hamas. How do you think that would make a Jewish person
Bro,
feel?
what is this? Like, why does everybody who defend Israel sound the same? There's always this like incredibly whiny tone that people who like, oh, why won't you let me say you are a Mohammedan? It's always like that. It always feels the same way. Like the Israeli SNL, it transcends national boundaries. It's so fucking crazy. Like, it's like, I'm not talking about the accents, right? I'm talking about like this performative outrage that everyone who defends Israel has to engage in. And you'll see it like fucking Katie Miller says, it takes the exact same tone of voice.
Probably not great.
Not great, Jillian.
I'd never heard of that song.
When Israel slaughters, hold on.
Okay, I mean,
when
it
Israel slaughters
exists.
our children over and over and over again, and all we do is and Piers, this is really important. It's not that the American people are Islamophobic. It's that American media, mainstream media, and almost all the Israeli supporters are the most bigoted, racist people in the country.
True.
They despise Muslims. All they do is smear Muslims 24/7 while pretending that they're concerned about bigotry, but only when it affects their beloved Israel. So they're like, oh my God, I'm so concerned about anti-Semitism. Oh, you said something slightly true, actually very true about Israel, but it hurt my feelings. You're an anti-Semite, fire him, cancel him, etc. This is all thuggery. There's a bunch of
He's cooking. He's cooking. It's so awesome. He's cooking. Uncle Chunk. It's so crazy because they have different opinions on a bunch of issues that I disagree with, like at the Young Turks. But both him and Anna have so consistently duked it out in media in the most uncompromising manner when it comes to defending Palestinians. Like, even if they will also concede at times about like the resistance front, and they lean into that kind of narrative a little bit too much to my liking, they always are just like, no.
Israeli forces inside America. They've taken over our Congress. They've taken over mainstream media. And not only do they try to smear, cancel, fire, and arrest anyone who criticizes Israel,
True.
But on top of that, they now demand that you be racist and bigoted against Muslims. And it's so
Hey, if you want to be
hilarious.
specific with your words,
Because Mamdani, hold on, let me finish. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Be
Let me
specific with your
finish.
words.
So let me finish. So now they go, okay, even though Mamdani has never said anything anti-Semitic, nothing against Jews, and even though the majority of Jews, according to polling, are supporting Mamdani, 67% of younger Jewish Americans in New York, that's under 45, are supporting Mamdani, we're going to lie anyway, and we're going to say, you know what, he's a dirty Muslim, and you should hate him for supporting Muslims. And that's what almost all of the Israeli supporters are doing, almost all of mainstream media, and that sick, disgusting Andrew Cuomo, who's as bigoted as it gets.
Woo! Smoked them. Oh, and then Piers is like, what an optimal time to come in here and hawk some pills.
All right,
now
Katie.
I'm done. Go ahead.
Why is it that every time someone wants to criticize Mamdani, it immediately comes back to the Jews and the anti-Israel movement instead of actually talking about his viewpoints, which is that
Nobody
he wants to
said
make
Jews.
Yeah, there it is. There it is. It's like it's like I'm. This is like a gaslighting, like defending Palestinians means that you are going to encounter Zionists out in the wild, okay? And talking to Israel defenders on any issue is always like arguing with a schizophrenic girlfriend that has a bipolar borderline personality disorder, where like, not only, no disrespect to the BPD girlies, okay? I love you all. But it just kind of feels like is gaslight, or boyfriend, for the record. BPD boyfriend, not just girlfriend. I didn't want to come across as sexist here. But like, it just straight up feels like you are dealing with someone who just does not want to engage with reality, who will fucking gaslight you into oblivion. On the one hand, they will literally be like, Zoran is Mohammedan, is gonna do 9/11 over and over and over again, okay? And then you go, he's never fucking said anything of the sort. Like, what are you talking about? And then they'll say, Zoran is going to kill all the Jews, or Zoran is going to be terrifying to the Jews. And you're like, but he's never said anything anti-Semitic. And then they turn around and go, excuse me, why are you making everything about Israel? And it's like, well, I don't know, because you keep fucking talking about it. You keep talking about it nonstop. What do you mean? I don't want to talk about it. I want to talk about fast and free buses. Shut up. You keep bringing the fucking convo back to this. And then you try to gaslight me mid-convo. You haven't even finished talking about how Zoran is going to kill all the Jews in New York or some shit. A ridiculous fucking smear tied to absolutely nothing. And I can't even get a fucking word in edgewise and counter to that without you going, excuse me. Why are we only talking about the Jews and the Muslims here? It's like, well, you are the one who's bringing it up. What the fuck? Andrew Cuomo basically made this strategy his campaign strategy. Okay? Andrew Cuomo made this his formative campaign strategy. He literally was like, I'm going to spam how much I dick ride Israel into oblivion. I am going to show people how much Zoran is anti-Israel, even though he don't want to talk about that shit at all. And then when he realized, oh, fuck, people actually don't fuck with Israel at all. Oh, no, what a failure. I just lost the primaries. He now turns around and goes, why is Zoran always talking about Israel and Gaza? It's like, I don't know, bitch, because you keep bringing it up.
You just said it. You always do that. We say Israel, you say Jews. We say Israel is a government. Please don't make it about Jewish Americans. And you come back and go, you have to make it about Jewish Americans. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?
Is Israel a Jewish state? Yes or no?
Yeah. First of all, okay, so Saudi Arabia is a Muslim state, and you can criticize it all day long, all day long. There's no special protection
because
for
what you're doing is you're decoding language
that
to
calls
attack
themselves
American
a Jewish state or a
and
Muslim
to say that
state.
we should not be here and we should not be in existence, and that you would be happy for other people like Mamdani to use it.
I want Israel to be
no
safe.
Nothing of the
sort. Nonsense. You're totally lying. It's very normal for a Miller to be completely and utterly lying. That's not true. We want Israel to be a safe haven for Jews.
For those of you who don't know what he's talking about Stephen Miller. This is Katie Miller, Stephen Miller's wife. But as soon as he says totally normal for a Miller to be lying, she goes alt mode, okay? It's so obvious what he's talking about there. He's talking about you and your husband both are fucking liars. But she turns around, and I didn't even know, is Miller a Jewish last name, by the way? Is it? It's not, right? I don't think so. Because it's not. Okay. Anyway, he goes, totally normal for a totally classic, like for a Miller to be lying. And she literally turns around. No, it's an English last name. Yeah, it's English. It's I assume Stephen Miller, who is Jewish and Judaism is matrilineal. I assume Stephen Miller's dad is not Jewish or something, right? I don't know. Or somewhere along the family line, there was a Christian. There was a Christian man that changed the last name of the dynasty. Because I think it's mostly like a predominantly like a WASP English last name. But regardless, it's very obvious what Cenk is saying here, which is, you know, you and your husband are both liars, which is true. Stephen Miller is a fucking liar, and so is Katie Miller. But she turns around and goes, wow, anti-Semitism.
67 borders, but you guys say, no, more Palestinian land. Take Gaza, take the West Bank, take southern Lebanon. Your greed knows no bounds. And by the way, you and your husband are supposed to be working for America, not for Israel. I think you're betraying this country.
All right, Cenk, let Katie...
Piers,
right,
if I can just jump in here on a quick note.
Yeah, Omar, I'll come to you, but let Katie finish her point, then I'll come to you. Katie.
No, Piers, quite frankly, I'm really sick and tired of this racist, bigoted rhetoric that comes from people like you.
Racist, bigoted rhetoric. Racist, bigoted rhetoric to the wife of one of the most powerful fascists on the planet. Okay? How dare you? How dare you engage in such racist, bigoted rhetoric talking about the immigration czar and the immigration czar's wife, who somehow also is a part of the fucking admin for some weird reason.
Against my husband, against my family, and my children. I am raising Jewish children in this country.
Who brought your
in which
children into this? What a weirdo.
Piers, I'm going to be done with this if you're going to allow racist and bigoted attacks against one of your commentators just for the sake that he will not
hang on.
speaking.
Casey, to be clear, he inserted
a line that says the Miller's lie. Is that not coded language for therefore we are Jewish?
So woke. I love this, bro. It's so stupid. It's so... maybe it's because these guys haven't had a lot of time in the woke Olympics that they just like try to haphazardly slam it into every conversation. It is hilarious to see like Nazi woke scolds, right? But she's like she has not spent enough time in the woke minds like we did. So she doesn't know when and where to like actually push on this. So she's like, wow, you are engaging what all of the lesbian English lit majors call a microaggression. Like, what are you saying? Because like, even though it seems like if you listen to this administration, the only type of idpol that is always allowed, and the only type of idpol that we should care about is anti-Semitism. It doesn't even work in this situation because, like, he didn't even say anything anti-Semitic. Like, if her last name was like Scheinbaum or something, and and Cenk turned around and was like, oh, classic Scheinbaums, then you could at least say that. But like, it's very obvious that one, your last name is very Anglo-Saxon, and two, he clearly was talking about you and your husband. It just doesn't work. No one gives a shit. Yeah, Stephen Miller's uncle also thinks he's a disgrace. Is he an anti-Semite too?
Come on, Pierce. Where are you?
What?
Where are you standing?
God, you're so
Katie,
pathetic.
if I can speak.
Everything's your shield
if I can
is
speak,
anti-Semite. Fire him, cancel him, cancel him, America. Oh my God, Israel's feelings have been hurt. Why don't you work for this country?
All right, can we try and get
this country instead of Israel?
Can we try? All right, can we please? All right, let's stop the ad hominem attacks. Let's try and get this back to a more civilized debate, which is actually about the likely incoming mayor of New York.
Beast mode.
Katie, I was giving you the chance to respond.
Beast mode, beast mode, beast mode, beast mode, beast mode, beast mode. Uncle Jank, beast mode.
If you want me to do it for you, I'm happy to do that. But normally in a panel discussion, if someone makes...
You know,
yeah, I agree,
again,
and you shouldn't be interrupted. So, yeah, Katie, let me just ask you, separate. Let's not get into ad hominem stuff. It's honestly, I think the viewers are sick of it. Let me just ask you. Let me just ask you, Katie, what is your fundamental opposition to Mamdani? Because my view of Mamdani is he's very charismatic. He's a skillful politician. He has reined back on some of the more inflammatory things. He undeniably said the stuff he said about the NYPD would be for some people disqualifying, frankly, in a city like New York. But he's managed to come through that by reining back on.
It's so funny because Pierce is like, listen, I hear you, I see you, I agree with you, but you have to make a better case. It's so funny. I mean, he cares more about content than anything else. Like he would have Hamas fighters on if he could. Okay, he does not give a shit. Of course, if he were to have like a resistance fighter, the first thing would be like, all right, well, Abu Ubaidah, do you condemn Hamas? But like he would do it. He just cares about maxing out on the content. He's a content demon. But he has his own personal politics as well. And yes, he's moved on the Israel stuff to a certain degree. It doesn't really matter much to me. I know that he is. I know what his actual opinions are, right? Like it's pretty clear. He will always be. He will always follow along with the majority position, and he was an incredible nuisance to deal with for a very long time. Even though he did give a lot of space to pro-Palestinian speakers, myself included. My point is. He doesn't, I don't think Piers Morgan likes Zohran Mamdani, right? I don't think he is a fan of Zohran Mamdani. He wants content to take place, and he also wants people to make a convincing case that Zohran Mamdani sucks. But the problem is, these people are not capable of doing that because they get insane.
Some of that stuff. And he is, as Cenk Uygur rightly points out, he has a remarkable popularity with young Jewish New Yorkers. I mean, it is remarkable that for someone who people have branded anti-Semitic, a lot of Jewish New Yorkers simply don't agree. They want to vote for him. So he is what he is. I also think, as Gillian pointed out, that probably a more obvious stick to beat him with politically.
Why'd you stop going on Piers Morgan? I just don't think it's like super productive for me. I get too heated. That's it. Cenk does a very good job of just like screaming into the fucking void. Whereas I feel like for me, I just get annoyed by it, even though I have seen, I mean, I've definitely seen a lot of benefit for it. Like my Piers Morgan moments are all-time greats in the pro-Palestinian media moments, for sure. Like there are. And I'm glad that I did it as early as I did, because if you look at like my TikTok, for example, there's one in one of my highlights on TikTok. Where is it? Hold on. Like this one, right?
Is Israel.
This one is straight up from like a week after October 7, right? This is a week after October 7. I'm on Piers Morgan and I'm defending the Palestinian resistance and the Palestinian people in this argument. And I'm glad that this is out there for historic record, right? Because every single thing that I talked about in these conversations is now a part of the broader consensus opinion. Having said that, however, I just think it's not the most productive way to get the word out, you know?
Not allowed to defend itself from the worst terror attack since 9/11. If their mission now is to get rid of Hamas, then what they are doing is consistent with that, isn't it?
No. You said Israel has a right to defend itself. Absolutely zero people think that this is a ridiculous statement. However, how Israel is defending itself is collective punishment. Collective punishment in the form of depriving 2.2 million people of electricity, of water, of food, 51 people dying in the West Bank where, you know, there is no Hamas in the West Bank, killing 3,480 Palestinians so far in Gaza, 1,000 plus children, 22 hospitals being bombed. These are horrifying crimes that you would openly say are horrifying and unjustifiable when Russia does it, but when Israel does it, Israel has a right to defend itself. This is identical to the same talking points that I've heard from every Israeli administration official. It's the same thing that I've heard from everyone else in the media. You might have been against the Iraq war, but you're using that for evil, in my opinion, at this point, if you are not sitting here and condemning those war crimes, those acts of violence, those acts of collective punishment.
That was, again, I think a week after October 7, or maybe 2 weeks after October 7, okay? It was shortly after October 7. And let me tell you, ain't nobody wanted to hear that, okay? And nobody wanted to hear that from a dude named Hassan, especially. It wasn't actually 10/21. It was, I think, a day prior or like 2 days prior. I don't know. This shit is such an echo chamber. Yeah, it is. But guess what? It's right. It's correct. Okay? And ironically enough, I'm actually describing the fact that it wasn't such an echo chamber back then because I was steadfast in my opinion and I defended my position, and many people didn't want to fucking hear it. Many people did not want to hear it. They were like, nah, fuck you. They left. Only to come back later, but yeah, a third of my audience was like, nah, this guy's a fucking terrorist. What the hell? Yeah. The 10-7 leavers and the 10-7 returners. So I'm glad that I did it at the time because I was invested in getting the word out. But the reason why I stopped doing it was because I felt like it was unproductive, and I would rather just like continue doing my advocacy without having it turn into a fucking clown show. That's the reason why I stopped going on Piers Morgan. It's just not for me. But every now and then I'll still go back and watch these videos because I think they do a phenomenal job. Jake does a great job. He is the perfect person to go on these types of shows and yell at everybody. And I think there's great content that comes out of it. And there's great humiliation that comes out of it for all of these oppositional figures. Right? But it's just, you know, I don't enjoy rolling in the mud that much.
Are his views, which are pretty socialist. And what is fascinating about this politically...
there was one other aspect of this Katie Miller clip that I want to show. Jank jiggling the keys in front of Alan Lichtman is an all-timer. Pulling his keys out of his pocket to be like, yeah, what happened to your keys, Alan? What happened to your 13 keys? It's one of the best moments. All-time banger. Alan is on the verge of tears, and Jank is just going beast mode, really rubbing it in. Really rubbing in his ginormous failure. In any case, what do you call it? Katie Miller responds back with like some threats about potentially deporting Jank, which is expected. Okay. Let's take a look.
Hold on. So
you better
what
check your
happened in the
citizenship
Holocaust and
application
all
and
the
hope everything was
pogroms, and
legally
all the
and correct.
pogroms were disgusting.
You'll be just like Ilhan
That
Omar
doesn't
coming
mean
in.
that Israel...
Oh my God. Miller then threatens Cenk Uygur's citizenship because he destroyed her in a debate. How pathetic and disturbed. Cenk said, I hope I don't get deported for winning a debate. If Princess Snowflake is going to enter the arena, she has to understand there's no crying to mommy. If she has to ask her husband to deport everyone she loses a debate to, we're going to start running out of people. Oh my God. Take on Steven instead. Let's see how you do. Would love to. If he stops hiding behind his wife, it'd be my pleasure to take him on. Steven, debate, anytime, any place. These people are rapacious scumbags, okay? Unimaginable monsters. It is alarming that they feel comfort. They feel so comfortable playing fast and loose with the law and behaving in this way. They're fucking annoying, intolerant, entitled crybullies. I can't stand them. I can't fucking stand them. Part of the reason why I think they will lose in the end is because of this reason, where they are not even trying to entertain making a positive argument. Did you see this guy who lost the debate to you is crying to the Senate about how scary you are?
Type of left-wing ideology.
What is this? Hassan gets mentioned in the Senate Judiciary Subcommittee hearing by right-wing podcasters. That's awesome. I didn't even see this. Michael Knowles, once again, I like that the Republicans have decided, after sequencing out some of the most horrifying violence in their commentary, they have the audacity to turn around and be like, yeah, these guys that we actually debate against, sometimes they win too hard. I haven't even thought about this fucking loser in years. And he's over here being like, he's scary. Please, mods, please arrest him, please. Holy hell, you can't go one day without being mentioned by the federal government now. It's just, oh God, it is so goddamn annoying. More drama slop has dropped about Kaige. What do you mean? Who gives a fuck, dude? Listen, you have to understand something. I got government ops, okay? I can't be dealing with whatever fucking supposedly apolitical content creator had to say about me on a daily fucking basis, okay? And it's so funny that all of these people that are supposedly liberals, that present themselves as liberals, present themselves as defenders of democracy, small d democracy, and the Democratic Party, are so quick to align with some of the most nefarious right-wing forces. Something to consider. Just saying. Okay? Something to fucking consider. It's just strange that all these people who are like, I hate Donald Trump, I hate JD Vance, but you know who I hate more? Fucking Hassan Piker. And I actually will find myself in allegiance with JD Vance and also Michael Knowles as long as they are giving it to my least favorite person. Interesting. Hassan's career is the true monkey paw wish. No, it's just the same exact dynamic that you've seen throughout patterns of historic fascist movement development that you are literally watching get relitigated in real time in even the smallest fucking corners of the internet in the dumbest way possible, where you have liberals who are unserious about opposing this administration, actively leaning into this administration at a time when they are in the fucking crosshairs themselves without even realizing that they themselves are in the crosshairs, only because the fascists are opposing their true enemy, it seems, socialists. I have less smoke for liberals than liberals do for me, because I understand that liberalism is a broader movement. Liberalism is a mass movement. I want to bring liberals onto our side. I want liberals to fight against fascism. I want liberals to fight against the Trump administration, oppose the horrifying things that they're doing. And that's precisely the reason why when the Democratic Party does things that I agree with, I give them credit for it. Even if they're doing a horrible job of defending it on principle, I still stand by them, like this government shutdown and the way that they have successfully been able to show the American public that the reason why the shutdown is happening is because Republicans are refusing to fund ACA subsidies, okay? And in the process, they are dangling the starvation of 40 million Americans in an effort not to offer those subsidies where people's premiums are going to triple, okay? It's fucking crazy. If I can let bygones be bygones, because I don't give a shit about irrelevant drama or the back and forth, because I recognize that there's a far more consequential thing happening here with respect to what the goddamn with respect to what the goddamn government is doing to the American people as a whole, including even MAGA voters, okay? then you should be able to do that too. So I always say, one, judge me by my enemies. And I always tell you, two, pay close attention to what people focus on, what your favorite content creators focus on. Maybe you find yourself watching some of these other content creators, and they spend a good deal of time attacking someone like myself every step of the way. In this day and age, right now, in this very moment, when we are in the throes of fascism, if they are spending most of their time aligning with the administration against a person that they've declared the true enemy of their movement, someone like myself, then they're unserious. In the most charitable interpretation, they're unserious. And in the least charitable interpretation, they don't care about the growing fascist movement in this country. You're not worried these libs won't throw you to the wolves because it feels more likely every day? No, I'm not. Because I think that there are, especially in the broader liberal movement, whether it be the Podjohns or whether it be people like Philip DeFranco or whether it be all of these people that are voters of the Democratic Party, they actually do take this seriously. Unlike the fucking content creators that want to hyper focus on drama and actively try to advance their own personal distaste, advance their own personal agendas. That's it. That's it. So no, I don't think so. I think the Wine Mom Coalition, the boomers, they are far more serious about the ways in which this administration has moved, okay? And they are far more invested in opposing this fascist government than the random liberal, like self-described liberal content creator who is hyper-focused and hyper-invested in like slop. That's it. There's a reason why I don't talk about them and instead talk about whatever the fuck's going on in the world, because I think that is far more consequential. My job is to communicate all of the awful things that this administration is doing. My job is not to just like always be invested in fucking dealing with drama.
The belief that ideas don't really matter.
Even if that drama sometimes turns into statements that are a matter of official congressional record.
And that we're really just warring groups that must clobber each other over the head, which is why you're seeing the increased violence there. I think you saw this not only in the horrific assassination of Charlie, but in the reactions that came afterward. As the scene was unfolding, a Democrat analyst, Matthew Dowd, on MSNBC, the left-wing cable outlet.
Yeah, he didn't say nothing wrong, by the way. He was correct about Charlie Kirk, and I cannot believe that they fucking punished him for it. What is this? Oh, I saw this TikTok, yeah.
Blamed Charlie Kirk. He said, quote, "Hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions." The New York Times reacted by publishing the assassination-related musings of Hassan Piker, a prominent left-wing streamer.
Yeah, except I was about to fucking debate Charlie, and he can't find anything that I've said about Charlie that's even remotely violent. You want to hear something even more ironic? Michael Knowles, just like all these other fucking Republican charlatans, actually immediately tried to take over Charlie's position in Dartmouth. Did you know that? Yeah, I'll tell you. He was like, oh, I'll debate him in Charlie's place. Yeah. Sharks. Fucking sharks. It was supposed to be Ben Shapiro, and then Ben Shapiro said no. And then Michael Knowles was the replacement, and Megyn Kelly. Yeah, bunch of vultures. And then he has the audacity to bring my name up in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk assassination. Interesting. Yeah, I said no to the Michael Knowles thing because I was like, he's fucking no motion. I don't give a shit about duking it out with Michael Knowles. I'll do it for Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro said no. And then Michael Knowles was like, I'll take his place. I said no. I was like, I don't want to fucking debate the fourth most relevant fucking Daily Wire guy. Ben Shapiro himself is not even relevant. The only reason why I would have done the Ben Shapiro thing is at least because of all the previous years of Ben Shapiro's work that at least would make that moment more important. In any case, yeah, all of my ops fell off, which is why I have new ops now. I have government ops. But yeah, whatever. Who gives a shit? All right, dictionary.com. Pick 6-7 as 2025's word of the year. Look at that. The Riley Gaines of Daily Wire. It's true.
If you're the parent of a child of a certain age, the new dictionary.com word of the year will probably sound familiar. It's the slang phrase 6-7.
Yeah, I was supposed to be debating Ben Shapiro. He said no. Oh, this is the other thing I wanted to show you guys. This is actually a pretty decent take. Let's look.
Watching Hassan not only because he proved himself to be a misogynist and racist.
The rad-lib domino effect bandwagoning circular firing squad that I've witnessed in the past month or so surrounding this man has honestly been terrifying. It's really been scary to witness, to see how quickly the so-called left will turn on its own mouthpieces, to see how easy it is to create a leper over here. You can do it like that. Like that. It takes virtually nothing for an accusation to become guilt, or in this case, for a coordinated smear campaign by the right wing, because they know exactly what buttons to push in our lefty little pea brains to get us to operationalize and weaponize identity politics against each other. And I'm not saying this because I think Hassan Piker is the greatest person on earth, or he didn't do and say things that deserve criticism, or that you have to listen to him. You don't have to fucking listen to him. I'm just saying this because this is indicative of where we are. If we keep doing this, we keep creating lepers like this, then there will never be any power, any movement, any leverage, anything over here. We will just continue to spiral in our purity and our self-flagellation and our priestliness and our cannibalization into absolute obscurity and irrelevance while fascism takes over the rest of the world. That is where we are. That is.
It's true. It's a self-defeating cycle. And the right wing know exactly how to manipulate liberals and leftists of different varieties into action to play a formative role in destroying whoever the fuck they have that are like the most visible elements within their advocacy movement. Some people, I think, do it because they're self-interested. We've seen a lot of those people. A lot of those people have been routinely disparaged because they've made a fool of themselves over and over again throughout the years. If you've been in here long enough, you know, you got the, what is it, like Sookie's mom or whatever. There's like so many different examples of like people that used to say, I have betrayed the revolutionary cause. I'm not a real leftist. I'm sheepdogging people in the Democratic Party, only for them to turn around and become out and about right-wing MAGA supporters. Many such examples exist. One of the greatest ones is obviously Jimmy Dore, right? So there are people like that. There are people like that that have existed in this space for a very long time. I've never actually changed my perspective on any of this shit, but it is really interesting. And I have seen this so many fucking times over where like people are so easily duped, not just like the content creators or the advocates themselves. There are so many people who very quickly will just go, oh, this guy is bad because of this reason or that reason. And instead of actually doing their own research, instead of like, you know, coming to this conclusion on their own by like tackling the subject matter, looking into any number of different videos that I have on any number of different subjects that I'm being called out for having bigoted opinions over, people just immediately go, nah, he's bad. It's over. This guy's awful. We need to find someone else. And then they'll turn around and be like, why don't we have any fucking cool leftists out there? I don't know, because we are whack. We're just broadly a whack movement. Okay. There is this like weird gatekeeping culture on the left, which I find to be strange because like our goal is to fucking educate the masses. Like this is a mass movement. You need to have mass mobilization. So like there's the weird gatekeeping aspect of the left where they're like, oh no, we're reaching a lot larger of a movement. We got to make sure that we actually fucking cut this in half, please. What is going on? And then there's also people that like people that have this improper understanding or don't want to. You don't watch them, bro, and you are doing gatekeeping now? Wait, you don't watch who? Jimmy is good, though? You don't watch him? Wait, what? Jimmy Dore? Brother, I know Jimmy Dore personally. What the fuck are you talking about? I have rarely ever brought up Jimmy Dore. What are you talking about? This is one of the few instances where I've actually brought him up. Baited. Okay, you got me. Whining about purity tests is a waste of time. There is truth to this. There is truth to whining about purity tests. It's like the leftist version of constantly fucking decrying cancel culture that right-wing comics do, right? It's always like, oh my God, wokeness ruined comedy. Oh my God, cancel culture ruined comedy. It's kind of like a leftist version of that as well. But just like there is some truth to the chirpers on that front, there is some truth in this instance as well. It's good to sometimes to do a little bit of housekeeping. Okay? It's important. It's important to do a little bit of housekeeping. It's not, this community is one of the few places on the internet where this community is one of the few places on the internet, and you should know this. You've been in here and you've been a subscriber for 7 months at this point, where we don't do that. Like we are more open-minded, or at least I try to make sure that we are more open-minded to people who are on their own personal journey, right? Housekeeping, there are just people that disagree with you, man. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is one of the most annoying aspects of just being a content creator on the internet, where the thing that everybody fucking hates about Twitter back in the day was you say you like pancakes, and someone comes out and says, wow, you must hate waffles. And you turn around and say, no, I didn't say that. There's a whole ass different sentence. Why are you yelling at me over this? And yet, being a content creator on this fucking medium, where I'm constantly doing this back and forth with the chatters, is me having to deal with that all the time. You literally are just coming in and reframing what I'm trying to explain to people in the most cynical way possible. Why do you do this? It doesn't make any sense. Is it the only way that you can feel fucking alive? I don't understand. Okay? I'm sorry, but it takes like an hour out of each day. Okay, well, yeah, it's important. It's important to fucking reinforce this, okay? Because I want people to understand. I want people to understand that this is not a place where you can get away with doing that shit. It is literally community building. It's a formative part of community building. It's a formative part of how I want to build this community, okay? And one of the things that I see as someone who comes from this fucking background is that we come across as not approachable to the normies. We just do. We just come across as like so punitive to the normies. We don't understand that many people's perspectives are still shaped by their own social conditions, on their own material conditions. We don't have any fucking interest in identifying that as a major reason for why bigotry manifests in society. And if you recognize that that is why bigotry manifests in society, you have to be a little bit more, a little less defensive when you meet it, okay? And if I can do it with unlimited amounts of Islamophobia that I fucking eat on a daily basis, you should also try to do that to the best of your ability. And if you can't do it, and I'm very understanding of that, because no one should have to constantly justify their humanity over and over again, then it's understandable that you can just like dial it back a little bit, okay? Maybe take some time off, right? That's it.
And the site...
Isn't that just right-wing framing? What do you mean? No, it's not. It's a reflection of reality. If culture is born out of the material realities that we exist in, okay, then social learning, like leftists always say, America is a white supremacist nation. And it's true, right? White supremacy is in our fundamentals. White supremacy is a formative first principle for American societal development, whether it be the absolute destruction and the genocide of the indigenous populations, the permanent expansion and land acquisitions over indigenous territory, or whether it be the continuation and defense of chattel slavery, the enslavement of African folk, okay? This is a part of American history. And a lot of these historic wrongs have rarely ever been fully addressed. As a matter of fact, even to this day, when I say something like that, many right-wingers will turn around and say, how dare you say this? America is actually the land of dreams, okay? I choose to look at the positives. You choose to look at the negatives or whatever the fuck. But one thing that leftists, I feel like, don't actually factor into this consideration is how broader societal patterns reflect that historical failure, that historical violence. If you say America is a white supremacist nation, you have to also understand that many people are going to have some of those tendencies, okay? Some of those tendencies are going to be nascent in the collective consciousness of the masses. And if you want to change those people's opinions, you can either turn around and immediately yell at them and say, you're a racist, you're a racist, you're a racist, you did a microaggression against me, or you can try to soften your approach. And I totally understand that not everyone wants to take on this emotional labor, as I always factor this in. I say, look, if you're a black person and you constantly have to fucking deal with this shit on your day-to-day existence, then it's probably going to suck if you find yourself in the throes of having to do it here, a relatively safer space, okay? And you will turn around and say, that's easy if you're not targeted. That's why I'm factoring people who are targeted, okay? And also, I have a point of marginalization that has been a fairly important part of the political conversation over the last 2 years, don't you think? You know, I know it too. I experience it as well. And I have to fucking eat it all the goddamn time. Do you think I enjoy having to talk to people who call me a terrorist every goddamn day? Do you think I enjoy the fact that there is heavy scrutiny over the things I'm saying? But that would never work in the same vein if I was a white Jewish American of Ashkenazi descent. The same exact things that I'm saying right now. If I was a white Jewish American of Ashkenazi descent, no one fucking give a shit. The same exact things I'm saying right now. If I was a white Christian American and not even of Jewish descent, nobody would give a shit. Okay? That's just the reality. But when you're Muslim, there is an additional oomph to the way that people fucking cover this stuff. And as someone who recognizes that, I choose to fucking eat it every goddamn day. So yes, I do understand the point of marginalization and the dehumanization, okay? It is what it is. In order to make a broader point, in order to get people to understand your position, in order to get people on your side, sometimes you have to. Are you still simping for the mass murderer? Who's the mass murderer I'm simping for? Benjamin Netanyahu? Is that what you're fucking talking about? What the hell? What, is this the new meta? I don't even know what the fuck you mean. I want to know. I want to understand what the fuck this person's talking about. In any case, let's move on. Trump says he's reached a deal with China's Xi. Here's what to know.
From President Trump at his meeting in China, he says he reached a temporary truce in his trade war. That after meeting with China's Xi Jinping last evening. But before the meeting, the president also made an announcement about nuclear weapons, an announcement that could be seen as a provocation. Ed O'Keefe is at the White House covering it all for us. Ed, good morning. A lot of questions here.
There sure are, Tony. The president's on his way back here, but that meeting with Xi Jinping was the grand finale and main event of the president's week-long trip to Asia. The leaders of the two largest economies talked for over an hour and 40 minutes. The president says the U.S. can sign a trade deal with China, quote, very soon, after they settled some key issues.
Trump went to China before you. This is true. But hopefully his advocacy for the Chinese century of prosperity is going to allow me to have a more comfortable trip in the glorious nation of the People's Republic of China. Okay? That makes me happy. He did this in Korea, but in his heart, he was in China. This news channel called you a Muslim extremist. Look at the timestamp, 1246.
Really on the intersection of Muslim extremism, including one podcaster known as Hassan Piker, which Sliwa and Cuomo have tried to make an issue of. He said, quote unquote, America deserved 9/11.
Like, can you imagine having to hear this from probably a right-winger Like, I'm a Muslim extremist, dude. You have to be a fucking psychopath. They say this shit about Ilhan Omar, too. Myself, Zohran Mamdani, Ilhan Omar are some of the most progressive, visible politicians or political advocates in the country, whether it be uncompromising values in defense for trans people or advancing an agenda that revolves around uplifting the material conditions of all American workers, okay? Defending Medicare for all, defending free college. And yet these fucking people who are to my right socially have the audacity to turn around and fucking say that I'm a Muslim extremist. This is Islamophobia. That's what it is, okay? That's what it is. It's just racism. It's just rank racism. There's no other way to fucking go about it, right? This is the exact same position of every slop tuber op as well, something to consider. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. A lot of fucking slop tubers do this shit too, where they go, oh, this guy is a fucking Muslim extremist. The fuck do you mean, brother? I've seen the way you talk about other marginalized identities. The fuck are you talking about? I'm the Muslim extremist. You're the fucking extremist. It's crazy. Anyway, I don't want to fucking talk about this any longer because goddamn, it just gets so fucking annoying to have to relitigate this shit over and over again. We're moving on. We're talking about American century of humiliation versus Chinese century of prosperity. Okay?
And we're going to have a very successful meeting, I have no doubt.
In their first face-to-face meeting since 2019, President Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping greeted each other warmly as they met for much-anticipated trade talks.
It's a great honor to be with a friend of mine.
After imposing retaliatory tariffs for the last 6 months, Trump now says they have a deal.
We'll talk about Prince Andrew as well.
Pretty soon.
We have a deal. Now, every year we'll renegotiate the deal, but I think the deal will go on for a long time.
Well,
yeah, U.S.-China trade deal, baby. I love this, okay? I love this. Trump is a fake demon, okay? 100%. But it's really funny because this is the most Trumpian move. This is so perfectly Trump. Fuck something up and then put the pieces back together haphazardly. The art of the deal, the art of the steal, okay? He fucked it up. Then he postured. He postured for months like he was a real demon, okay? Only to turn around and be like, I was just kidding. I'm a fake demon, okay? I'm a fake demon. Please, let's fix this. Please, let's fix this. And now his dumb fuck followers will turn around and unironically act as though he actually fucking solved something. Yeah, he solved something he broke. How is this good? How is this a good thing? It doesn't make any sense to me that there are so many Americans that literally watch this shit unfold and think, oh, he's so brilliant. He goes into a room and he starts shitting on the walls. You say, what the fuck are you doing? You're shitting on the walls and you're smearing your dookie on the walls. He then stops smearing dookie on the walls and then expects you to thank him. It's like, okay, but before you entered the room, there were no dookie on the walls. You put the dookie on the fucking wall. Clean the dookie. It blows my mind. It blows my fucking mind, dude. He goes, hey, listen, I could have kept smearing more shit on the walls, but I stopped. I fixed it. I fixed it. No, you broke it, and then you didn't fix shit. It's still worse than before you came in.
Nothing is official yet. Trump says the U.S. will reduce tariffs on Chinese goods by 10% as China works to reduce the flow of illegal fentanyl.
This is the best one. He's like, yeah, we did this for fentanyl. That was a fake reason anyway. And now the fake reason is what? Gonna be solved? Okay, got it.
And Trump says China will resume buying American soybeans and ease its limits on the export of rare earth minerals needed to make batteries and other key technology.
There's no roadblock at all on rare earth. That will hopefully disappear from our vocabulary for a little while.
According to Chinese state media, Xi agreed to reach a consensus on important economic and trade issues. The president says he plans to go to China in April as the two leaders continue to mend a volatile relationship.
On the scale from 0 to 10, with 10 being the best, I would say the meeting was a 12. I think it was a 12. I think very importantly, you know, just the whole relationship is very, very important.
Very interesting, Ed. But before you go, on the nuclear question, just before the meeting, Trump said he was directing the Pentagon to resume testing nuclear weapons. What more can you tell us on that?
Yeah, the president said in a social media post that he wants to resume those tests on a, quote, equal basis with Russia and China. That would be a major shift since the U.S. hasn't carried out such tests since the early 1990s. The president offered no details about the timing of the specific tests by other countries he was referring to. Also on this trip, the president said his administration is going to share technology that will allow South Korea to build a nuclear-powered submarine over here in the U.S. in Philadelphia. The South Koreans want to do so to defend the waters around the Korean peninsula. So it's a big military win for the Koreans and a potential economic boost for the United States. Tony?
All right, Ed, thank you very much.
It's the latest twist in the US-China trading relationship, but it's worth taking stock of just how we got here. This is what Donald Trump's been up to since coming into power the second time round. You can see that within months of coming into office, he was ramping up tariffs on China, first with that 10% broad-based tariff to punish them for their role in the fentanyl trade. That was then increased to 20%. And by spring, you can see things had reached boiling point, a tit-for-tat trade war. This was in the midst of Liberation Day. You might remember when Trump announced tariffs on countries across the world. China hit back. The US tariff was hitting about 145%, both countries effectively deciding to stop trading with each other. Tempers calmed. Behind the scenes, both sides have been trying to figure out a long-lasting deal. But then at the beginning of the month, well, things flared up again. China announced export controls on rare earth elements that are critical for modern-day manufacturing. Trump threatened them with an additional 100% tariff. Well, we've heard today that again, things have calmed down, talks have gone well, and Trump actually announced that he would reduce that 20% fentanyl tariff to 10%. So that's where we're at now. But as you can see, the state of things, the average tariffs are still higher than they were at the beginning of the year. And we can see how the new baseline has shifted in this next chart as well, how the new normal has shifted. In his first presidency, Trump was very much focused on targeted tariffs on things like electricals, solar panels, and steel. These are kind of the amount of goods that are under the purview of tariffs. Biden didn't really change things too much, but nor did he row back. And then second time round, where you can see Trump has ratcheted things up. Now everything is subject to a tariff. We're at 100%. When we talk about tariffs, as we know, this isn't all about tariffs. It's also about export controls. And here, rare earth elements is something, as I mentioned, China is really weaponizing. The US, for their part, can control computer chips and the export of computer chips to China, particularly NVIDIA's AI chips.
Yeah. By the way, there was one quote that I read of Xi Jinping giving up TikTok and using that as like a leverage point in the deal. And he literally said, I didn't care much for TikTok. It felt like digital opiates for me. Which is funny because that's what I've said about TikTok in terms of like how it entered the American marketplace. He straight up, he was like, I don't really care much for TikTok. It always struck me as digital opiates, which is, it's true. And not only is it true, but what's interesting about it is that like they don't have it in China. That's what I've always pointed to with respect to TikTok, where I was like, they quite literally see TikTok. Here it is. If they thought TikTok was a useful tool, they would have the same exact thing in China. But Douyin is far, far more controlled. Okay. And I think you will see more and more people come to terms with the walled garden approach or the Chinese firewall, the great digital firewall as a necessary thing. The worse our AI-induced hallucinating masses get due to unlimited amounts of internet. But yeah, here he said it right here. The concession was TikTok. The quiet calculation, balancing pressure with appeasement, now forms the bedrock of China's strategy. In the tense lead up to trade talks in Madrid this September, Xi knew he needed to offer a concession to get what he truly wanted. Summits with Trump to hash out issues one-on-one. The concession was TikTok. For Trump, forcing the sale of the high-profile app was a populist victory framed around national security. For Xi, however, the app was a low-cost bargaining chip. He had privately dismissed it as spiritual opium, according to the people close to Beijing, and viewed it as an easy sacrifice to secure the continued dialogue China needed. As a result, Xi set the stage for a series of summits with Trump. This happened already. After the meeting next week in South Korea, Beijing hopes to arrange a Trump visit to China early next year, and finally a Xi trip to the U.S. in late 2026. I'm confused. Are you defending the firewall? What's your take on it? I unironically think that the Chinese firewall that was developed was presented as a way to keep the Chinese masses from they like the way that it was presented in the West was like, oh, this is a bad thing. And it's understandable. We have a much more social libertarian perspective when it comes to free flowing information and things of that nature here in the West. And I agree with that in principle. But for many, many years, it was talked about as though like the firewall was created to silence and oppress the Chinese masses. And it turns out it was actually to keep us out because we are poisonous. I mean, look to every other country where they wear fucking MAGA hats when they are doing protests, right-wing protests. Look to every other country that gets their notes from our fascists. Even countries with historic fascist movements have dropped their own historic fascist movements for the American Burger Reich style fascism. Clearly, we are fucking brain poison. Can't we find a middle ground that isn't censorship while not having an Elon Grokpedia? If it's one or the other, I think the other might be better. Listen. I'm in America. I love free speech, and I will defend it, okay? But I don't think there is a middle ground. I don't think there is a middle ground, is my point. The firewall was set in place before MAGA, though, wasn't it? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. It was. I think initially it was so that there wasn't a lot of intervention. But nowadays, as people's attitudes change about American brain poison manifesting all around the world, people are coming to that reality that potentially this initial attempt at making sure that American brain poison couldn't enter the Chinese digital airwaves could have possibly been a good idea. I don't know. I'm so black-pilled. I read this long article about the literacy rates plummeting in the United States of America and how, like, throughout history, it was a Baffler magazine article. It was really good. And it fucking black-pilled me. It's so hard. Talking about the oratory tradition initially, and then like the invention of the printing press, and how like people's way of thinking changed as a consequence of how we disseminated information in the past, before the printing press, or before writing in general, before literacy in general was a thing. We just kind of passed information along, and we thought differently about the world, and we are now going back to that. Yeah, here it is. The addictive nature of smartphones is a very serious problem contributing to the decline of literacy, but the phones exist in a social context and not the other way around. And this goes through this long, this long and convoluted, not convoluted, but like it's a pretty solid history of literacy, and how initially the elites were reluctant to allow the masses to learn how to read, and how after they were allowed to read, how the not the financial elite, but the academic elite still was like, oh, these masses are stupid. They just want to read fucking fiction and blah, 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 like irrelevant shit. All the way down to the invention of the radio and what that did to literacy rates, the invention of the television, what that did to literacy rates, and then the invention of the internet and what that did to literacy rates, and then the invention of short form content on the internet and what that has done to literacy rates. Which is why you have like 70% of Americans that can read at like a fucking competent 6th grade level only, whereas the literacy rates in China is at like 94%. And it even brings up the fact that America unironically tried to advance and improve literacy rates in the United States of America because they were seeing the USSR create a much more competent labor force, a much smarter labor force. And that's the reason why they actually greatly pushed it here in the United States of America, to try to get the Americans to learn how to fucking read and write at a competent level. But now in the age of AI, with short form video, it's fucking over. This is why I always stress the importance of whoever listens to me. This is why I always tell them, don't fuck with AI. You will literally have a tremendous upper hand against the rest of your generation if you actually still continue to try and wire your brain the old-fashioned way. You will not fall into the trap of cognitive offloading, and you will be able to create critical thinking skills that will be infinitely more valuable in the future when all of those tasks are delegated to a fucking machine. I'm not saying be a Luddite. I'm not saying don't fuck with AI at all, but it's very important. And not only that, but the piece also brings this up, and this is something I talked about before as well. There is a class dynamic here. Wealthy children go to schools and camps where they are not allowed to have their phones, so they can have a normal development. Whereas the children of the poor, the dispossessed masses, they go to public school where there's no such consideration or care. So they literally fucking slam their brains with unimaginable toxicity on a daily basis and probably warp their fucking collective consciousness. Yeah. Rich people look to the future and recognize the dangers and try to make sure that their next of kin, the next generation, is not as warped by this. Okay? Is not as warped by this at all. Whereas the children of the poor will get fucked. China is not a utopia, but its citizens have a brighter future than ours, and they will be able to read about it thanks to a socio-political system that still sees literacy as necessary and retains primacy over private capital. That's one of the takeaways from the article. I mean, it's in the article, sorry. And it's actually a brilliant take. And it sucks because I get it. I get wanting to. Dude, if you ask me if I've seen Predictive History one more time, I'm going to fucking put you on a spaceship, okay? Yes, I have. Please stop spamming this guy. Oh my God. I have. He has some interesting takes and then some fucking kooky ass ones. Okay, calm down. Jesus Christ. Y'all just find one crank on the internet with like a decent fucking take on one issue and then just like keep spamming it over and over again. Please stop. We're talking about something different and perhaps more consequential. Okay? TikTok about AI and education echoing exactly what you're saying. The kids now who are using AI without guardrails are frying their ability to learn. Yes. I'm not saying anything about Professor Jiang. He seems chill, okay? I just, not, time and place. Okay? He also does have some crank-ass takes, to be fair. Right-wingers have been making fake AI videos of supposed black women demanding taxpayers keep paying their food stamps. I know. And the chuds are eating it up. I know. I saw this. The future is so dire, folks. We're going to be talking about this in a little bit when we get to the SNAP benefits getting cut. Just shut the fuck up about AI. No, I will not. TV will make us dumb. It's a scourge to society. Fuck normal development. School is jail. Emancipate our children. Dude, I'm Mr. Broad Tent, okay? I'm Mr. Popular Front. But goddamn, some of you fucking crusty-ass anarchists, like, for no reason whatsoever, give credence to what the USSR did with these kinds of behaviors, okay? It's fucking crazy. Anarchist who's also pro AI is awesome. I need you to understand, technological developments is great. I'm a fan, okay? This even includes AI. But, and this is a very important but, there are important cognitive developments that need to take place, okay? You just need to do that. You need to fucking do that, okay? You need to work your brain. It's a muscle. People forget it. Children's labor was crucial to the survival of the whole household, so much so that socialist newspaper Égalité denounced compulsory schooling, declaring that the practice would wrest from the working family a resource it cannot spare, child labor. Okay? Anyway, it's a really great piece. I read it. It was very black-pilling. And, yeah. In reality, they are far away from AGI, the actual goal of AI. Unless it is achieved within the next year, expect the fallout to be massive. Look at the straws they are grabbing at, selling AI bots that aren't actually AI, but actually Indian-like Amazon stores. Oh.
It's here, the first humanoid robot housekeeper.
Thank you, Neo.
For $20,000, you can pre-order 1X's Neo robot now, with delivery in 2026.
I think you missed a tiny spot over here.
Just one little catch. There may be a human behind the curtain, pulling the robot strings.
Oh my God.
If I throw up, will the robot throw up? A company representative may need to peer into your house via Neo's camera eyes to get things done.
To many people, this is crazy.
You have to be okay with this for the product to be useful.
But is Neo a useful product?
We're twinning now, Neo.
Home robots have had two big challenges: creating a safe and capable body and a smart brain. 1X is taking on both of those, which is why Neo looks so different from a more industrial factory robot.
Neo, it's 70 degrees here in California. Why are you wearing a sweater?
Good question. Bernd, why am I wearing a sweater?
It's a combination of safety and just also generally aesthetics. You can think of it kind of like a skin, except if it was an actual skin, that would probably be pretty creepy.
It would be creepy, but I actually wasn't all that creeped out by Neo.
Inside Neo, it really starts with some very, very powerful motors that we have developed here at 1X. These motors are so strong and light that instead of using the classical gears that you see in robots, we can actually pull on tendons loosely inspired by biology and muscles. This allows Neo to move around not just quietly and smoothly, but also be very, very lightweight and be very low energy in motion, just like people.
That lightweight design is intended for our safety, in case the 66-pound robot falls. Although Neo is capable of lifting up to 150 pounds, it's not as superhuman as you'd think.
Crush it. It's a walnut.
There's this concept that we think that robots are like superhuman in like pressure and like.
Bro, this is literally like a significantly disabled slave. Who the fuck is like, this is goated, I need this in my house? Like, that's what this is. It blows my fucking mind. You gotta be a real ass freak for this, dude.
Strength. And some robots are, because they're heavily geared, but that means you're not sensitive, right?
And it's also not even AI. It's literally controlled by a dude in a low-cost labor site somewhere far, far away on the other side of the fucking planet.
Delicate. Neo doesn't work like this at all. It works more like us. So the finger strength of Neo is about the same as a human.
It's so crazy because like people will go, oh, well, what about the disabled? Like disabled people need something like this. No, they don't. They need at-home care. The fuck are you talking about? They need a real human being to do these jobs much better than this person. And the government should at least either subsidize that or pay for it with a decent wage. What the fuck are we doing?
That body lets Neo try to do a lot of things humans do. Emphasis on try.
Can I get a water?
If only the real world didn't have doors. All in, it took Neo a little over a minute to fetch a water from the fridge 10 feet away.
Thank you, Neo.
Next challenge.
Shut up, moron. Okay. You called it a person? Hasanabi caught in the web of lies?
Load 3 items in the dishwasher.
You got this, Neo. You got it.
And that took 5 minutes. The Neo I saw isn't the one shipping in 2026. The new model will be safer and have better hand dexterity. The one I saw still needed to take breaks to charge and cool down. The challenge isn't just Neo's body, it's also its brain. The body has to perform tasks safely, but the brain needs to know how to do them on its own, without human help. But right now, everything I saw Neo do was guided by a skilled pilot.
Teleoperation is essentially when there is a human in the loop.
And who is the voice I'm hearing right now of Neo?
Hi, I am a remote operator in a different room in the building.
And what's your name?
Turing.
What's your real name?
My real name is Turing.
Like that's your name on your birth certificate?
Yes, it is, believe it or not.
Alan Turing was, of course, the famous computer science and artificial intelligence pioneer. But this Turing, with a VR headset and controllers, was the one actually operating Neo.
I just got here. What the hell is happening? Fresh hells beyond, fresh new hell beyond human comprehension.
Until he handed me the controllers.
I actually might throw up. I think my hand is... I have no idea where I'm facing. This is me doing the Macarena.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, we're fine.
And Neo had to go to urgent care.
See you, Neo.
Why does Neo need to be operated like this in the first place? Because its brain, aka an AI neural network, needs to learn from more real-world experience. The videos of the robot doing things via teleoperation become the training data to make the AI model smarter. That's why 1X is putting Neo in the homes of early adopters.
I think it's quite important for me to just say that in 2026, if you buy this product, it is because you're okay with that social contract. If we don't have your data, we can't make the product better. I'm a big fan of what I call like big brother, big sister principle, right? Big sister helps you.
This is literally a grift, okay? For the record, this is just a grift. They are leaning in to people wanting a futurist utopia, wanting a taste of that. Because like the cost of this entire process is not even cheaper than hiring someone to do the work at a much better pace, right? So it's just a grift at this stage. And the reason why they get to maintain this grift is because they can always say, and this is the old Silicon Valley trick, this is a tech company. We're actually trying to be the next unicorn. We're actually, you have to invest in us and you have to let us do all of this unethical shit because our job is to bring about AGI. Our job is to learn the patterns that this human operated robot is going to engage in your homes so that eventually an actual AI can do it. In reality, they're not actually advancing tech in any meaningful fashion. And instead, they're just leaning on people's ambitions. They're leaning on people's hopes and dreams that this will happen. Yeah, it's basically the Juicero conundrum over and over again.
Big Brother is just there to kind of monitor you. And we are very much the big sister. Depending on how much you want to trade, we can be more useful. And you decide where on that scale you want to be.
Do you right now know what things Neo in 2026 will do autonomously versus what it will do teleoperated.
So when you get your Neo in 2026, it will do most of the things in your home autonomously. The quality of that work will vary and will improve drastically quite fast as we get data.
To be clear, on my visit, I didn't see Neo do anything autonomously. The company did share this video of Neo autonomously opening the door.
You know, there's this new trending concept now called AI slop, right?
I do know.
It's a very powerful concept of, let's call it...
Dude, I'm gonna be honest, so many fucking tech reporters just eat the slop so hard. Like, even in really solid, otherwise reliable legacy publishers and shit. I mean, this is the fucking Wall Street Journal. This is literally the Wall Street Journal. You got a Wall Street Journal tech reporter who's just sitting there being like, oh my God, how amazing. It's like, you're kind of doing an advertisement here. You're not actually, you're advertising a faulty product rather than at least having like the necessary skepticism or critical thinking that you must demonstrate in this moment so you can actually not do what a YouTuber would do. But the role reversal here is the fucking YouTuber is doing a better job addressing the shortcomings of this process than the fucking Wall Street Journal tech reporter is. How is this possible? Like, I don't understand it. I don't understand how we got to a point where the Wall Street Journal tech reporter is like, oh, this is such a fantastic development. And the tech YouTube reviewer is like, this sucks.
The gap between what it's actually capable of today and what they're promising as they take your money today. Like, I think when people watch a video like this, they expect that this robot has some sort of built-in artificial intelligence that allows it to recognize objects and navigate around on its own and learn your house and be productive for those hours while you're gone. And that, I think, would be a reasonable thing to get out of watching that video because that's what it's designed to show. That's what you're supposed to feel. That's the dream. But that's not actually what's happening. So Joanna Stern, the legend, she did a video with this Neo robot also this week where the company showed her all of the things that it could do. And turns out 100% of the things that they showed her were remotely controlled by a human in another room wearing a VR headset with controllers. That's not exaggerating. 100% of the stuff they showed her. The carrying things around, the loading up the dishwasher. I mean, look at this thing. Yeah, all of this is teleoperated. And this was a demo set up by this 1X company. So this is like best case scenario stuff. And I see a lot of people defending this robot online like, oh, no, there's probably other things that it can do autonomously. They just didn't show her yet. Really? You don't think they would show her the best stuff that this could do autonomously to keep selling the dream? If you watch that keynote video back, to their credit, you'll notice that they actually are very careful to label exactly when the robot is doing something autonomously and not teleoperated. And in that whole nearly 10-minute video, there's exactly 2 scenes that have this label. There's the get the door command.
Get the door, please.
Where the robot walks over to the door because someone's coming up. It grabs the handle, waits for the guest, and then sort of pulls the door open and fumbles backwards a little bit, kind of like a toddler to let them inside. And then there's the put away the dishes command.
Have you heard about Builder.ai is a fake software writing AI that was actually done by 700 people in India doing all the coding? Microsoft backed it, and it was a huge embarrassing flop law. I mean, it's not surprising to me at all. Oh.
Where the robot toddles over to the person, recognizes the harmless, not glass, empty cup in its hand, grabs it, and then walks away with it. Cool. No, seriously, that's actually pretty impressive. Even if I could already today unlock the door with my Google Home and a smart lock with just my voice, there is something at least a little bit futuristic about a humanoid robot going to do that. That's part of the dream. It's doing it autonomously. But then that also means that
I think one of the worst parts about this conversation is like you can't have a serious, sincere, critical convo about this stuff without people constantly saying, oh, you don't dare to dream. You just hate technology. Okay? I don't hate technology. I love technology. I use it all the time. My job wouldn't exist without technological developments. I am very understanding of technological improvements. But having said that, obviously this is fucking short-term snake oil. Is this actually advancing the project of AGI? No, it's not. It's just simply a short-term focus grift. They are just rug pulling. It's one rug pull after another. These sorts of life-changing, comprehensive initiatives, whether you want to admit it or not, can only come from long sustained research and development projects that dump a boatload, if not billions of dollars over the course of decades to fucking pull off. Okay? That's why the internet was invented by DARPA, not Al Gore in the way that people think, but DARPA. It's a DARPA project. It was the publicly funded government. So you want Elon to build it? Is Elon the government? Is that what you think I'm saying here? You'd be surprised a lot of these people do believe what they're selling. I think they've deluded themselves. Guys, stop saying yes. Elon is the exact opposite of what I'm talking about. Corso says, so I work in the fintech space, and a lot of the AI products I've tested failed to meet expectations. I think it's because of the social contract issue this guy mentions earlier. No one wants their data being used to train models for obvious reasons, but the models can't improve without it. There is 1,000% a bubble, and the U.S. GDP only grew 0.1% last quarter. If you remove activity related to data center construction, it's not talked about enough. Well, it is talked about a lot here. At least back in the day, during the Cold War, we would try to meet our adversary in areas of improvement. The USSR beat the United States to space, okay? Many people don't even think about this. Many people don't want to comprehend it. Many people don't know it. The USSR put the first animal in space. The USSR put the first human in space. Yuri Gagarin shouts out, okay? And then America was like, oh, fuck, we have to beat the USSR. So that's how you got the Apollo mission. That's how you got people landing on the fucking moon, okay? Yeah, shouts out to Laika, shouts out to Yuri Gagarin. First woman in space was also the USSR as well, because they're fucking woke. Anyway, and through that scientific achievement, we got a bunch of technology that we take for granted every day, including microwaves and flame retardant gear that firefighters use and shit like that. Okay, a bunch of stuff. But the point is, that was only done because, and Velcro, yes. That was only done because we wanted to compete with the USSR, our foreign adversary. Nowadays, I think capitalism has been so erosive in the field of research and development and so hyper-focused on short-term benefits in our global financialized capitalist economy that even if we want to compete against China, who is carrying that torch right now, carrying the torch of the USSR right now in this very day and age, I don't think we are even capable of competing with them, even if we tried. So many of the institutions and so much of our infrastructure has been eroded over time that we don't even have the capacity. We don't even have the state capacity to be able to compete with a country like China at this point. It's crazy.
Everything else happening in this video and everything else we've ever seen this Neo robot do, we can safely assume is remote controlled. So the gap between what this product can actually do today and what it can maybe hopefully do someday in the ideal future it is massive. They're massively far apart. And so that's really my main issue. There seems to be a bit of a lost art in waiting for a tech product to be actually finished.
What's really funny about this also, and this is true, the beta testing. Human beings are the beta testers of all the stuff, including stuff that I cannot even imagine. Like FSD, fully self-driving vehicles. You pay for the privilege to be a beta tester, and you fucking literally put your life on the line. And I know that for artificial intelligence or AGI to ever work, there is so much training that is necessary on real data. But the very fact that people are paying for it, and the very fact that it is insanely dangerous for the average person who did not sign up to be a pedestrian, a test dummy, against another person's paid beta test is crazy. That's what we do nowadays. We don't even try to train this stuff in a controlled environment at all. We just straight up are like, nope, this is the easiest solution here. Early access video games, early access FSD.
For announcing and unveiling it. Like, do you remember when tech companies would unveil a brand new tech product that they've been working on and then do a demo, and then the next slide was like, this thing is going on sale tomorrow or next week or something like that. And that hype would carry right into the buying cycle. You remember that? That was sick. But now, in this age of all of these AI products, it's like there's this thing where you end up selling the dream before you sell the actual product. And that is dangerous. Like, the promise of AI is so huge and so massive and magnificent and awesome, but is also so clearly not done yet that you end up with stuff like the Humane Pin, or even the Rabbit R1, for example, or heck, even Apple Intelligence, where you have these big promises, but the capabilities are still over here, while the promise is all the way over here. And I'm trying to figure out why they do that. And I think really there's two main reasons. And believe it or not, I think Tesla self-driving is a really perfect parallel example for a lot of this stuff. See, basically, in order for this robot to be everything people want it to be, they need to develop a super smart AI system that looks through the robot's sensors and is able to learn its environment and recognize everything it's looking at and teach itself to navigate that environment and perform tasks. It has to learn what a laundry room is and what the laundry looks like and how to fold each type of clothing, and it needs to learn what cups and forks and glasses are and how to pick them up. And it has to be adaptable to all these different sizes and shapes and materials and things of all these household objects, so that when the user asks for it to do something, just like, hey, Neo, vacuum the living room when I'm gone, or something like that, then Neo can go, okay, I know where the living
Hassan, AGI is here. Hassan, please trust me, it's here. Please give me some more money. Hassan, please, it's almost here. Just like a little more money and a little more tax breaks and a little more blood boys. I don't even like sex. I hate gay sex. Hassan, AGI is almost here, Hassan. Almost. In the next year, we're going to beat China by magically fucking developing AGI. I promise, bro. And it's so crazy because, like, it's kind of like people who just say, oh, capitalism will eventually create the perfect circumstances for R&D to develop that we can overcome the inevitable climate change born catastrophe, right? Oh, we'll just figure out a way to deal with all the carbon emissions one day in the future. And it's like, okay, well, that's not going to magically happen. You have to fund the research to do that, okay? And it's all systems go in the opposite direction for the time being. So just simply assuming that we will be able to fix this stuff in the future is crazy. Especially when this requires virtually everyone. A problem that impacts virtually everyone, literally everyone, requires a comprehensive solution, and the highest likelihood of ever achieving that solution or ever finding that solution means everyone has to be working towards that goal. Assuming intelligence while everyone is dumb is the fallacy of big number population. Wait, what? Begging you to fix her paw? What do you mean? Chinese open source LLMs are already closing in performance at the top of the line closed source models. They consume vastly less resources to train and run compared to the American ones.
room is. I know where the vacuum is. I know how to use the vacuum, where the handle's at, like how much battery life I have, how much I need to vacuum the whole living room. I know not to knock over lamps or certain objects in there. And even the laundry folding thing, like just that requires a ton of training data, or at least some way to understand all these different shapes of shirts and jackets and hoods and vests and all sorts of things and hooks and and hangers and what gets folded, what gets dry cleaned, all these different things. And the list just goes on and on. And like, what if one of the tasks is going and getting the right medication for an elderly person and bringing it to them? That it has to get that right. Like, it needs to identify the correct medication at the right time and the right intervals and bringing it to them. Like, that is one of a ton of household objects that it has to specifically get really good at. Now, in the self-driving car world, no matter what you think of them, Tesla's definitely a leader here, and they've had a pretty clever approach to trying to work on this problem. Because their problem is their robots on wheels need to learn all of these possible variations and ways to navigate situations that could happen on the road and how to get around them. Traffic cones, construction zones, weird lane markings, etc., etc. So, with their millions of cars already on the road, they have slowly, very slowly, let people turn on this beta self-driving feature in small stages in their cars, while instructing people to keep their hands on the wheel, of course, so that they can slowly start to gather information from people willing to beta test. And so those cars will encounter and navigate all sorts of situations for the first time, and then the second time, and then the 5th time, and then the 100th time. And all of this data can go back into the system to help all these cars learn and get better. And now at this point, this is like their primary advantage, is they have millions and millions of miles of training data from people essentially beta testing for Tesla. It's a robotics challenge. It's an AI challenge. But yeah, they're essentially using early...
Is he speeding in a school zone again? Okay, to be fair, if he was in that situation, that wouldn't be his fault. That would be the failure of the FSD.
Adopters to beta test to make the systems better for the eventual masses. And now this home AI robot challenge is essentially the same thing, but in people's homes, which is potentially way more variables. Like, cars have to stick to what's on the road and mostly are operating in a 2D plane, where there's obviously different stories. People's houses are crazy different shapes, and there's all sorts of objects in different shapes and types of them, and a million different variables just with household objects. And maybe you could argue that the stakes of self-driving cars are a little higher because of all the safety risks, and, you know, if it messes up, someone could die. Maybe that doesn't happen as often with the home AI robot, but then again, if it gets someone's medication wrong, you know, it's still pretty important. So I think the point here is you don't get to make this awesome, perfect home robot without all of this information. And so they need the training data, and so they go right back to early adopters. So people who press that order now button first and who actually, I guess, get one of these when they start to ship them, will get a robot that can probably do a few simple things autonomously, like opening doors, but there will be many things it can't do. And for that, if you scroll down on their website, you can see...
Like, this should be... Like, even in a universe where, like, this is the training necessary for, like, actual autonomous robots to work, you should be paying these people, okay? You shouldn't be paying for it. You should be getting paid to allow this to take place in your home. I don't understand this fucking mindset where people are like, nah, it's actually great. I will pay for the privilege of being a beta tester. Like, what the fuck? Video game companies used to pay quality assurance folks. This is more than quality assurance. This is training. You're training the robot. I can't believe it. It's just capitalism all the way down, man. Oh, there's a sucker out there who will pay for the privilege. Anyway, I'm done. I'm done watching this. I can't. It's just so stupid. Ay, ay, ay. The man says, as a gamer, half of which come out in less than a beta state these days. No, I know. Back in my day, that wasn't the case, chatter. That's my point. Back in the day, releasing an alpha test was insane. There was no early access alpha test. There was no early access beta test. What's next? Paying for the privilege of coding the game? Is that what we're going to do next? Fuck it. Let's just unfold. Let's just unleash a bunch of UGC to the masses. Oh, you get to participate If you give us $5,000, you get to code the game yourself. I guess technically that's what Roblox is, right? Is it more racist to buy it in white or black? Do they? No. No, they don't have a black one, do they? That's I didn't even think about that. That is crazy. They do? Oh my Lord. Okay, I want to move away from this. I want to move away from this future, and we're there regardless, okay? I think a part of the problem is that I just don't have any confidence whatsoever that we have any semblance of regulatory agencies that will actually do the right thing to protect the fucking masses. That's the other problem. Because, like, you'd be like, Hassan, they do this in China too, and you pog when it's China doing it. And it's like, I still have some confidence in the competence, the bare minimum competence of the Chinese government. And even then, I'm very, very worried. We do the exact opposite. It almost feels like we believe our own lies, okay? It feels as though we believe the lies we have told ourselves about deregulation and capitalism fostering innovation. I think a lot of people genuinely believe that, where they think, oh no, this will actually unfold a tremendous amount of technological improvements. You don't get it. I used to think that people were saying that because they're cynical and they just want to expand profit margins. Maybe these people do believe their own shit. At least the former industrialists, I think, the titans of industry, were much more aware of what they were doing. They were more evil, I guess, in that regard. Nowadays, we're just stupid. We're evil and stupid.
Ahead of President Trump's arrival here in Asia, you'd be forgiven for thinking that America and China were on a diplomatic collision course. But for all this year's tit-for-tat on tariffs and trade, the truth is that the world's economies are so intertwined that even President Xi of China travels on an American-built jumbo jet. Behind the scenes, diplomats from both sides laid the framework for a deal at the weekend, though the body language between these leaders was largely stiff and formal.
But he's a very tough negotiator. That's not good.
At this, their first face-to-face meeting in 6 years, probably for domestic consumption back home. China's rise to superpower giving it parity, and Mr. Trump no doubt relishing his latest big power powwow on the global stage. But President Xi was never going to agree to stop buying oil from his main diplomatic ally, Russia. Mr. Trump said it wasn't really discussed.
President Xi is a great leader of a great country, and I think we're going to have a fantastic relationship.
Xi with the brutal hairline mog? Okay, dude.
For a long period of time, and it's an honor to have you with us.
While China's...
You predicted the outcome of the Trump-China trade deal? Page not available. Do you think China will back down without gaining serious concessions out of this? From America? I don't think they'll get a lot of concessions from America. I think China will actually concede in an effort to maintain global trade stability. That's what my suspicion is. They'll offer something to Donald Trump to make it seem like he's a big boy who actually did this, who dominated little old China. That's my suspicion. And the only reason why they will do that is because they benefit from global trade working the way... wrong, law? Wait, no, they did. That's exactly what happened. What are you talking about? Wrong. That's exactly what happened. Aesthetically, they literally gave Donald Trump a couple fucking gimmies that they don't give a shit about, whether it be TikTok or repurchasing, like signing back on to purchase soybeans and whatnot. And that's it. Wrong, going back to 8 months ago isn't conceding. No, that's, guys, You're failing to comprehend what I'm saying. It currently does. She won't bend the knee to the paper tiger. No, it's not a real bending of the knee, dummy. I never said that. I'm saying China will make slight concessions, like so that Trump can just, stroke his ego and present a W, like, oh, we dominated China. But before that happens, and it hasn't happened yet, obviously, this period of unprecedented global trade instability and market volatility is happening because China, I think, wants to use the temper tantrum being thrown by the fucking idiot in charge as a way to remind their global trade partners who the adults in the room actually are. If you think China will make slight concessions, doesn't that mean that you think Trump holds more cards over them? No. Donald Trump is saying, I have a nuke. I am going to nuke myself and the entire global marketplace. Of course, China doesn't want the entire global trade design to be nuked overnight. They stand to benefit from the way trade is conducted on the international stage. America basically is looking at the situation in front of them. They've recognized that China is lapping us. They recognize that China is far more developed. They have a lot of power. And if you look at it like a board game, America basically recognizes that China is winning the board game. So they're saying, I'm going to literally flip the fucking table. As a negotiation tactic, they're saying, I'm going to fucking flip the table if you don't meet my insane demands. But there are other players on the board game as well. And they're noticing that America is fucking saying they want to flip the table, which will create unprecedented chaos. No, but gotta respect chat misunderstanding you the same way now as they did when this was recorded, Lamau. I mean, this is my life, dude. Every damn day, I'm fucking pushing the boulder over the goddamn hill, only for the boulder to fall back to the bottom every day. But he wants that. So now China is looking at the other players on the table and saying, you see, this guy's a fucking asshole. He wants to blow up this goddamn game. I still want to play the game. Maybe I'll win the game in the end, but I still want to play the game. Do you want to continue playing the game, or do you want this person to fucking flip the table and no one wins? You are admitting that Trump holds the cards. If China wanted to flip the table, they could too. If Trump held all the cards as the global hegemon, then China would have conceded overnight. Why has that not happened yet? Like, actually, fully conceded. Nobody wants nukes to be launched, okay? Obviously. So you have to play, you have to play this delicate tightrope when the guy controlling the global reserve currency is trying to fucking nuke it into oblivion for no reason, for no discernible reason. This is why you pay me the big bucks. You were wrong there, Lamau. Wait, what? Everything that I said was correct. I even was careful to say maybe the European trade partners. Oh, you're talking about the nuke, like actual nukes that Trump announced he's testing. Yeah, come on. Don't be silly. This was a common Chinese take the moment Trump won the election. This Greek Arab copied it and pretends it came from foresight. It's so funny because Topsy hates that I am Chinese in my heart and in my soul and can conduct this analysis that many Western analysts are completely incapable of conducting, and he hates it. He hates that just as the fox assumes the tiger's ferocity, so do you assume the words of wise men. I can see through your act. You see that? You see that? Top G, back at it again, totally coping with the fact that I am Chinese. I am in my heart and in my soul Chinese. And that is precisely the reason why I can conduct this kind of analysis that turns out to be true. You said China was going to give in. I'm not sure how that's correct in this case. What do you mean? There's still concessions. There are 10% tariffs, things of that nature, but they're modest in comparison to what Donald Trump was seemingly demanding. And there have been no decoupling from China. It's exactly as I said it was going to work. I told you China is going to give modest concessions and TikTok and things like that they don't really give a shit about in the grand scheme of things to make Donald Trump feel like he got a major victory here when he actually didn't. And that is precisely what took place. Do you think 423, baby. Perhaps unsurprisingly, I haven't seen many media outlets report accurately on the deal reached between Trump and Xi today, most forgetting to mention crucial aspects of it, and almost all failing to contextualize the 47% tariff figure quoted by Trump. Let me try to detail as accurately as I can, drawing from sources from both sides. On the Chinese side, I mostly use China Ministry of Commerce statement issued today at 3 p.m. Beijing time, so roughly 1 hour and a half after the deal was concluded. And on the U.S. side, I use statements by Trump himself and others present in the meeting. The key terms. The U.S. will remove the so-called 50% rule that it implemented in September for 1 year in exchange of which China will suspend the rare earths exports controls for 1 year. The removal of the 50% rule is absolutely key, yet almost no media reported on it, only mentioning that China had agreed to suspend its rare earth exports controls for 1 year. Worth mentioning, this is another thing that I said. I don't think that China was actually going to use the nuclear option of refusing to offer America rare earth minerals. If you recall, I told you that they were simply posturing to show the amount of leverage that they do actually have, but they wouldn't actually hit the maximalist position here, because that would end up threatening the long-standing trade relations that they have with all of their other partners, as they are currently the monopoly. Okay, they are the monopoly. They have a monopoly on the manufacturing and the refinement and the procurement, pretty much, of these rare earth metals. As a reminder, the 50% rule was the main reason why China retaliated with the rare earths export controls. It was a huge escalation by the U.S. as it effectively increased the number of Chinese companies on the entity list by 14 times, from 1,400 companies to 20,000, meaning 14 times more Chinese companies cut off from the Western financial system, forbidden to use USD, etc. It was also the key trigger for the Nexperia debacle that's currently occurring in Europe. Remember, America's main power is that it's the global reserve currency. China's main power is that it's the global manufacturing hub. Oh my God, chat, why are we acting like Hassan is Doctor Strange? He just gave his opinion. Goddamn, just grow up. Yeah. Your take was China will pretend to be awed by Trump to make him feel good. China instead made the world realize who won. No, I'm saying that for people who are more competent, and I'm sure there's like those who actually dominate American capital as well, who are paying close attention to the back and forth between China and Donald Trump, this doesn't look good for Donald Trump at all, especially because of how long it went, okay? How long it went and the instability that was born out of the lengthy back and forth process that started because Donald Trump wanted to fuck the bag up, okay? Having said that, it was always going to end with China coming back to the table and being like, okay, sure, let's get back to business as fucking usual. It does not matter. MAGA is going to eat it. It doesn't matter. MAGA is stupid as fuck. Who cares? It was also the key trigger for the Nexperia debacle that currently is occurring in Europe. The 50% rule would have put Nexperia on the entity list, and the U.S. told the Dutch that the only way Nexperia could escape U.S. sanctions was to get rid of the Chinese ownership in the company. Hence, the Dutch's move to seize the company away from its Chinese ownership almost simultaneously with the introduction of the 50% rule. Unclear what will happen in this case now that the 50% rule has been dropped, but logic would dictate that the company would be given back to its rightful owners. Although, admittedly, expecting European legislators to act based upon logic is a tall order. Number two, the U.S. will drop its overall tariffs on China to 47%, meaning that China now benefits 16% tariffs as a part of the Liberation Day tariff policy. Of course, Trump would mention the overall number to make it sound like he didn't cave on his Liberation Day tariffs, but when one looks into the details, China actually negotiated him down to approximately 16% on his Liberation Day tariffs, down from the initial 34% and way down from the 125% peak. And they got the so-called fentanyl tariff cut by half on top of that. How so? Like, the fentanyl stuff is the stupidest one, right? Like, that was a bullshit reason for why Donald Trump said he was going to do this tariffs regime, so that he could justify it, at least within the existing confines of the American legal limitations, right? He wanted to say there's a war on fentanyl, there's a war on drug trafficking, there's a war on drugs, and China is participating in this. All of these other countries are participating in this, and that's the reason why we have to fucking slap them with these tariffs, right? So for them, for China, they just go, okay, yeah, we'll work on it. It's no different than a fucking IOU. an IOU that like Korea offers the American government, saying like, oh yes, Mr. President, we will totally give you $17 quintillion to develop super factories on U.S. soil. Totally. In any case, how so? First of all, before Trump 2.0 even got inaugurated, tariffs on Chinese goods were already standing at a weighted average of 20.7%. Soon after taking office in February and March, so before Liberation Day, Trump added 20% on top of that in the form of his so-called fentanyl tariff. So before Liberation Day, the overall tariffs on China was already at 40.7%. Oh, by the way, this is, yes, I do call stress testing xenophobia, which I think will be a more common thing that people say, because they're trying to see how much the European vassal states, how much the European vassal states will remain committed to America, even if America keeps bullying them and dominating them and ritualistically humiliating them, because they're just terrified of the unknown Chinese form of international dominance. Okay? Eventually, I suspect, and there is some initiatives in this regard, the closer you are in proximity to China, the more interested you are in doing a BRICS-style leveraged relationship. And the further out you are, the more European you are, the closer you are to Europe as a vassal state of empire, as a vassal state of the American empire, the less interested you are in doing a BRICS-style leveraged relationship with China in order to get an upper hand in your negotiations with America. Okay? This doesn't mean you fully find yourself in the throes of Chinese control or become a vassal state to China. I'm just simply saying, you know, behaving in a way that is consistent with like India, for example, right? Self-interested, carving out some semblance of sovereignty in your negotiations by saying, okay, well, we have another major partner here that we are actually working with. But yes, so U.S. forced Netherlands to seize and expire over Chinese ownership, then immediately suspended the rule in the China deal. Dutch got played. They did the dirty work, and now they hold the bag. While the U.S. normalized relations. How many more times will this happen until European partners go, okay, well, one side presents stability, the other side, and prosperity, the other side presents danger and instability. In any case, let's get back to this. Then on Liberation Day, Trump added a 34% reciprocal tariff on top of that. So 74.7% overall tariffs, which he again escalated to 125% by April 10th after China retaliated. This brought the peak to 145% just from Liberation Day, blah, blah, blah. Overall rate is now going down to 47. Given the fact that the deal includes a 50% reduction on fentanyl tariff from 20% down to 10%, means that China has now negotiated the Liberation Day down from 125% to about 16%. Since 20.7 plus 10% fentanyl plus 60% Liberation Day is approximately equal to 47% overall. This means that when it comes to Liberation Day tariffs, China will stand roughly on par with the EU, who are at 15%, or South Korea, who will also likely be around 15%. The U.S. will suspend its hostile actions on China's ships and shipbuilding industry, in exchange of which China will also suspend its retaliatory measures. Other parts of the deal, TikTok. China mentioned they agreed to properly resolve the TikTok issue, which is probably diplomatic speak to say that it's not resolved yet. Soybeans. China mentioned that both sides reached consensus on expanding agricultural product trade, while Trump mentioned that China will buy tremendous amounts of soybeans, which all in all probably means that China agreed to resume buying U.S. soybeans, which they had stopped as a retaliatory measure as leverage